Chapter 1, Awakening Super Factory. The dilapidated factory was full of plants made of rusty iron. Just $1 million. Not a single cent more will be given to you. In front of a dilapidated factory building, the scarred man looked at the boy in front of him with a treacherous smile on his face, his small eyes revealing cunning. You'll see for yourself. You have to, not watch your father die, or, be a good boy and sell this Thai factory of yours to me. Anyway, if you don't sell this factory, your dad won't have the money for his surgery. The scarred man paused for a few seconds, gazed provocatively at Lin Dong in front of him, and then said word for word, "Your father will obediently wait for death." You! Lin Dong was instantly enraged after hearing Scarman's emboldened words. He furiously and angrily stared at the scarred man in front of him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Truly the hearts of people were treacherous. As a person who had crossed over from the blue star to this parallel world, Lin Dong finally realized the truth of that saying, where there are people, there will be a Jianghu. Lin Dong, his father, had a lung disease and was in dire need of a medical bill. Therefore, Lin Dong tried his best to get enough money for his father's surgery. He sold all the valuable things in the house. He sells all his family's valuables, but the cost of the operation is still far from enough. In the end, Lin Dong had no choice but to sell his father's factory, which was on the verge of bankruptcy. However, many of the facilities in this factory were too backward. The equipment and facilities were too old. Plus the factory had almost gone bankrupt in the past few years, and the employees had long since left. So Lin Dong had searched for many people, but no one was willing to acquire this factory. It took about 2 months before Lin Dong managed to find the former supplier of the factory, Scar Man. Scar said that for the sake of Lin Dong's father, he agreed to buy Lin Dong's father's factory. However, a week ago, Scar Man gave Lin Dong a purchase price of $5 million. However, a week later, the scarred man directly said he is only willing to spend $1 million to buy Lin Dong's father's factory. This made Lin Dong panicked and was at his wit's end. Although his factory is nearly bankrupt, but how $1 million is less? Lin Dong at this time also reacted violently. In front of the scarred man is an old fox, just waiting for him to take the bait. No wonder the scarred man said before to wait a few days. It is obvious that the scarred man deliberately delayed the time. Just want to delay until Lin Dong is in a hurry to use the money. That was why Scarman was emboldened to press the price. Scarman had worked with Lin Dong's father often before and was aware of Lin Dong's father's serious illness, so he was certain that Lin Dong's father would definitely need a large sum of money for the operation, and it was impossible for Lin Dong to find another buyer in this short week. Therefore, he could only sell the factory to him, and he was going to make a hard profit on Lin Dong. As Lin Dong thought of this, he could not help but clench his fists. I will give you 3 days to think about it. Sell this factory to me after 3 days, and your father will have the money for his surgery. Otherwise, just wait to prepare your dad's corpse. When the scarred man saw Lin Dong's silence, his face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. At this moment, he was overjoyed in his heart. He had been out in the society for more than 10 years, and had not seen the evil of any human heart. Not to mention Lin Dong, a young man who was not yet experienced in the world. He did not think that Lin Dong alone would be able to gather enough money for his father's surgery in 3 days. Lin Dong is a big fish. He will definitely eat it. Looking at the extremely arrogant Scarman swaggering away, Lin Dong only felt physically and mentally exhausted, and the intense bewilderment made him somewhat helpless. Whether to sell the factory to Scarman and become a big wrong seed to be laughed at, or not sell the factory? Sell. His father could live. If he did not sell, his father would not have the money for surgery. Lin Dong's face twitched fiercely a few times, and there was only endless anger and sadness in his heart. There were only 3 days left until his father's surgery. 3 days? It was too late to borrow a loan shark. Sell it. Dad's life is important. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and just made a decision. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding ding. Super factory system opened. Drawing function opened. Level L1 super factory opened. Just after the mechanical voice fell, Lin Dong only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. After a few seconds, his vision once again recovered. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, Lin Dong's pupils quaked and his mouth opened wide. His face was filled with incredulity. This is? Only a second ago the dilapidated factory was still all worn out. At this moment, it had become technologically advanced. The land that was previously occupied by a lot of abandoned equipment and facilities was now filled with factory buildings full of technological sense. The system is just fluff. Lin Dong was stunned by the scene in front of him, and only after a long time did he slowly let out a heartfelt exclamation from his mouth. For Lin Dong, who had traveled from the Blue Star, the system was not unfamiliar to him. A few moments later, the factory's construction diagram, production equipment, and productivity all appeared one by one in his mind. L1 Super Factory, 8 employees. 8 employees? Lin Dong was first stunned, followed by a look of surprise that leapt onto his face. He had learned based on the system that 8 employees meant that he had 8 super robot employees, and they were anthropomorphic robots, which meant that they were no different from real people in appearance. The most important point was, the production speed of these 8 robots in 1 hour was equivalent to the production speed of 800 workers, and that's just the L1 factory robots. Besides, robots don't need to rest, and they don't get tired. Compared to human beings, they are more productive. The most important thing is that there is no limit to the products that can be produced, meaning that no matter what the product is, as long as there is a drawing, it can be produced, even nano products, and the quality was absolutely guaranteed. Open the design drawings function. Lin Dong's mind moved slightly and all sorts of drawings appeared in front of him in an instant. Ordinary ones such as electrical appliances, air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions. The special drawings even possessed military products. Upon seeing the content of the military product design drawings, Lin Dong's heart was shaken. What J-30? Antimatter weapons. Those weapons that made the countries of this world tremble with fear. There was everything here. After a long time, only then did Lin Dong stabilize his mind and retrieve his thoughts. Military products were currently not in his realm of thinking. He had to find a way to make money now. To cure his father, Lin Dong began to look for the ideal drawings to use for product production in the vast sea of drawings. After a few minutes, Lin Dong's breathing became violently rapid as he realized that the power of this super factory far exceeded his own perceptions. In these design drawings, not only were there drawings of products that had already appeared in the market, there were also many conceptual product drawings. This greatly energized Lin Dong. As long as he had the drawings, his robot employees could produce them. If all future products could be produced, it would be a downward strike on today's market. What Eagle Sauce's high-end product market? All of them were to the side. Lin Dong also learned from the system that none of the products produced by the super factory would have property rights disputes. This was even more exciting for him. However, Lin Dong was not overwhelmed by joy. He also noticed that every drawing here was clearly labeled with how many points were required to unlock it. He also learned from the system that the source of the points were redeemed from the favorable reviews of the products sold. This made Lin Dong a little deflated and felt like he was being poured a pot of cold water. The reason for this was that unlocking any of these design drawings would require expensive points to redeem, and this factory of his had no orders for a long time, let alone favorable reviews. This was like having millions of dollars in front of him, but none of them were his Lin Dong's. This was even harder for him than killing him. Newbie gift pack issued. A mechanical voice once again sounded in Lin Dong's mind, which caused Lin Dong to be mentally shaken. The next second, thick joy erupted on his face. Open the newbie gift pack. As Lin Dong's mind moved, the contents of the novice gift pack appeared in his mind. One copy of the Fruit 14 Enhanced Edition cell phone design drawing. The Fruit 14 Enhanced Edition system has been stored in the Super Factory employee chip. After obtaining the cell phone design drawings, Lin Dong curbed the joy in his heart and did not make the slightest stop. He first walked into the factory and 8 robots that were indistinguishable from real people walked out of the factory and respectfully said in unison, "Good day, master." Lin Dong numbered these robots in order to better order them, numbering them 001, 008 in turn. He handed over the Fruit 14 enhanced cell phone design drawings he obtained to the 8 robot employees and then drove to the warehouse. In his warehouse, there was also a portion of material stored. It was also the core material of the cell phone. As for the rest of the materials, Lin Dong went to the market and purchased a portion of very inferior materials at a low price. There was no way that today's Lin Dong did not have much money to purchase top quality materials. After handing over enough materials to Robot 001, the 8 robots began to produce the Fruit 14 enhanced cell phone. 3 hours later, Lin Dong looked at the neatly arranged Fruit 14 enhanced cellular phones in front of him. He then truly felt the terrifying production speed of the 8 robots. In just 3 hours, all 5,000 units of cell phones were completed. This was simply appalling when it was spread out. No. 001. Prepare yourselves for the live broadcast later. Lin Dong faintly instructed the robotic employees and began to plan for the sale of the Fruit 14 Enhanced Edition cell phone. After all, in today's era of the internet, the fastest way to sell channels was definitely live streaming. 10 minutes later, on the Douyin platform, a live broadcast room named Weihua Products began to sell goods live, and the product being sold was a cell phone, named Weihua. Chapter 2, Weihua Cell Phone. The Weihua cell phone was precisely what Lin Dong had developed based on the enhanced drawings of the Fruit 14 provided by the Super Factory, as well as the system modifications. According to Lin Dong's understanding of this world, the Fruit 14 was the latest fruit cell phone to come out of this world. For this cell phone that was loved by the people of the world, the heat was naturally not low. However, with the enhanced version of the Fruit 14 design drawings as well as the system, Lin Dong had absolute confidence in producing a cell phone that exceeded the ordinary Fruit 14. What he wanted to create was a cell phone that truly belonged to Huaxia. it was only because of financial reasons. Materials such as construction materials, screens, etc., could not be used at the highest level. So Lin Dong utilized the super factory to make changes to the drawings, as well as the system. The first one was to enhance the performance of the Fruit 14 Enhanced Edition in order to better allow the software to run. Therefore the system of the enhanced version was adjusted, as well as deleted. This was also due to the reduction of material times, and the lagging approach to the phone. Secondly, the camera has been increased in pixels. The rear camera has been toned up to 60,000 megapixels from the original 48 megapixels, and the front camera has become 20 megapixels, using a higher level of pixel lenses. Lastly, the battery of the Fruit 14 was optimized, making the battery life of the Fruit 14 even more powerful. As for the other aspects, Lin Dong chose to lower the grade and use materials of the next level, or even lower, even deleted and abbreviated some programs. After all, funds were limited. Lin Dong also utilized the Super Factory robot employees to transform the Fruit 14 enhanced system. The shortcomings of the Fruit system were discarded, making it more adaptable to the Chinese software. He named this system the Weihua system, and so a Weihua cell phone with a system that overrode the Fruit 14, but was very different from the Fruit 14 system, was produced. However, this also exhausted all of Lin Dong's funds. It can be said that Lin Dong has reached the end of the road. Success or failure is here. Lin Dong was still very confident in this cell phone, although the materials used were inferior. However, he thought that his Weihua cell phone could at the very least be comparable to a $1,000 phone, or even higher. Whether it was the perfection in workmanship or the superiority of the product design drawings, all of them made the Weihua cell phone's price/performance ratio outstanding. As for the Weihua cell phone's price positioning of $199, it was only $50 higher than the cost. However, Lin Dong did not feel that it was less. He was not only looking for his father's surgery fee, but also to get favorable reviews. Only with favorable reviews could he gain points. With the points, he would be able to unlock the rest of the Super Factory's design drawings. In the live broadcast room, after Lin Dong had introduced the relevant introduction regarding the Weihua cell phone, he looked at the zero number of people watching the live broadcast room. He could not help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. This is the first time he is live streaming with goods. Lines and whatnot are all said by him learning from others in the live broadcast room. Lin Dong thought he was good, but he didn't expect that no one would watch at all. He also knew that his own account had no fans and the traffic was low, coupled with the fact that it is a live broadcast to sell goods, and is not a public figure. No one will buy it at all. Lin Dong simply swung for the fences and let the 8 robots keep saying their lines. They don't know how to get tired anyway. At this time in a certain university dormitory, Sun Yi bitterly looked for his roommate to borrow the other's cell phone, intending to buy a low-cost cell phone online. What bad luck! Sun Yi complained to himself, sounding chagrined in his fire. There was no other reason, simply because he had just asked his parents for money to buy a new cell phone, only to lose it when he went out to eat with his classmates, after calling the police to no avail. As a college student whose family is not very privileged, this is simply a flesh pain. Sun Yi's intestines are green with remorse, losing a few $1,000s for a meal. But there is no way. As a necessary social tool today, the cell phone is an indispensable tool. But an ordinary college student's monthly living expenses are only so much. There is no rich money to support him to buy another luxury cell phone. He was also too embarrassed to ask his parents for it. After all, it was their hard-earned money. So Sun Yi intended to look on the internet to see if there is a cost-effective low-priced cell phone. As for the second-hand cell phone, Sun Yi did not consider. After all, he is a male college student with virginity. After half a day on the internet, Sun Yi was not expected. Online clear high-end cell phone, the least is more than 1,000. As for the kind of low-priced, 7 or 8-year-old cell phones, they were not in Sun Yi's consideration. Those couldn't keep up with the times. Rice has fruit, China has pineapples. Give me a reliable domestic phone, please God. Sun Yi prayed powerlessly in his heart, hoping for a miracle. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A live broadcasting room called Weihua cell phone appeared in front of him, in which a handsome boy was selling cell phones. Weihua cell phone? $199? Sun Yi's heart thumped when he saw the price, and he subconsciously felt that this was a scammer. In his perception, even the elderly cell phones in this era would cost this much. As for the miscellaneous cell phones any cheaper, they wouldn't be this cheap. Just as Sun Yi was planning to leave the live broadcast room, he glanced at the configuration parameters of the cell phone called Weihua. He froze. 12 plus 128G RAM? 60 million rear camera? 20 million front camera? 4,000 mAh battery? Is this really a miscellaneous cell phone? Sun Yi stared unbelievably hard at the live broadcast as he could not believe his eyes. Lin Dong also noticed that a user named Male University who doesn't want to go to 8 a.m. came to the live broadcasting room and stayed in the live broadcasting room. Seeing this, He was delighted in his heart. There's a chance. This cell phone is suitable for taking pictures. Shoot your handsome. Play games with confidence. 4000 mAh battery. Beating all phones of the same price. Buying it is earning. You can return it if you don't like it. After Lin Dong's selling introduction, Sun Yi was finally moved. It can be returned anyway. If it doesn't work, then I'll return it. Sun Yi gritted his teeth and spent a small half-month of his living expenses to place the order. Just when Lin Dong was happy that he had managed to sell an order, a few people came in the live broadcast room. Seeing this, Lin Dong just wanted to introduce his Weihua cell phone to these people. After all, it is important to attract the curiosity of consumers when you are doing live streaming. But unexpectedly, one person sent a pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. 199 yuan can have 12 plus 128 GB memory. Cheat the ghost? Immediately after, another person sent a pop-up screen. 199 is not enough for me to repair a screen. This kind of miscellaneous cell phone is really cheating people. Reported. Record the screen and share Huaxia's review. Let him expose these unscrupulous merchants. Expose this kind of electronic garbage. $199? The chip is almost half the price. Right. Lin Dong quietly watched this and did not choose to dislike as well as pull the plug. He felt that this was a good opportunity. Why not if exposing him would generate traffic? Moreover, Lin Dong's positioning of this phone from the beginning was not for people who often used high-end smartphones or those who were rich. With a population of more than 1 billion people in China, there are always some people who have never used a smartphone. A certain high-end neighborhood in Magic City, Huaxia, the Douyin evaluation blogger with millions of fans, was planning to pack up and go to bed. It was already late at night. Suddenly his cell phone rang, and he opened it to see 2 private messages. Huaxia clicked on the private messages and glanced at them. The content was roughly, Brother Lei, this Weihua products and scrupulous merchants cheat consumers. Huaxia only read half of it and lost interest, so he threw his cell phone to the side with the intention of going to sleep. As a review blogger, Huaxia is not surprised by this kind of private letter. After all, in today's society, many unscrupulous merchants do whatever they can to make money, producing many junk products, and the high price and low quality, which has long made many consumers dissatisfied. Some people who are greedy for small profits buy these products and come to him when they realize that they have been cheated. They hope to get justice for themselves through Huaxia. But Huaxia would normally ignore such private letters, because he wants more than just a simple product review. He values review products that can bring him traffic. Obviously this Weihua cell phone is not qualified. Chapter 3, Counterfeit Blogger Huaxia. The next day's courier station at a university. This express delivery is quite fast. Sun Yi took a carefully packed box and rushed towards his dormitory with some anticipation in his heart. He wanted to see if the miscellaneous machine with a huge memory that he had spent 199 soft currency on was a falsification by the merchant or if he had encountered a conscientious merchant. After returning to the dormitory, Sun Yi skillfully used scissors to cut open the package. He then realized that the packaging of this miscellaneous machine is not inferior to those high-end machines in the slightest. Sun Yi took out the cell phone into the hand without strong discomfort. Although in those high-end machine is far worse, but people's price is low. Sun Yi did not feel that there is a problem. He is most interested in knowing whether the configuration of this phone is true. As the phone opened, it did not emit an embarrassing voice. Sun Yi couldn't wait to open the camera and then took a casual picture of himself. As a result, the next moment, he froze. This clarity, this pixelation. For the first time, Sun Yi felt that he had picked up a leak. Based on this pixel alone, this 199 priced Weihua cell phone steadily beat the same price, or even higher price 1000 cell phones. Then look at the memory. After Sun Yi fully charged it, he downloaded King Pesticide and opened it. What makes Sun Yi stunned is that it is not stuck. It was only after playing for half an hour that the cell phone named Weihua started to heat up. Ward Hair, such a conscientious cell phone manufacturer? Sun Yi was simply skeptical at the moment, frozen in place. Although the cell phone had quite a few disadvantages, it was cheap. And most importantly, the pros outweighed the cons. Not to mention that it was 199. How good do you expect him to be? This was a treasure picked up. Sun Yi was happy and a little confused. A 199 yuan cell phone enjoys the enjoyment of $1,000 phone or even higher. Isn't this better than spending more than 1,000 on those cell phones? At this time, Sun Yi's roommate happened to come back and saw the cell phone package on the table and casually asked, "Yi Zi, changed your cell phone? What brand?" When his roommate saw that Sun Yi didn't say anything, he reached out and took a look at the cell phone package case, and the original curious expression on his face instantly became disdainful. "What, Yi Zi? You've fallen from grace? How come you're using a miscellaneous branded phone?" It was then that Sun Yi noticed that several of his roommates had returned, and he ignored his roommate's jokes and gladly shared the newly arrived phone with his roommate. Half a minute later, the several roommates were all as shocked as Sun Yi was earlier. Then they all said in unison, "Share the link." I'm going to get my mom a new phone. I want one too. There weren't many rich students in the university to begin with, and most of them were from ordinary, or even poor, families. They know that their parents, or family members are not easy, and they can't even afford to change such items as cell phones. They use them for 5 or 6 years, or even more. Now that they have learned that there is such a conscientious cell phone, not wool gathering is simply sorry for them as college students. After all, the contemporary college students care about is affordable. Face is not important. Plus give parents spend the least amount of money. Let them happy. This wave is simply earned. For a time, this phone was actually circulated on the school's campus network, and many students were begging for a link. Lin's factory. It was almost afternoon when Lin Dong arrived at the factory because he had stayed up late last night live streaming the goods. Good day, master. As soon as he arrived, all 8 robots greeted him in a neat and orderly manner. How are the sales going? Lin Dong inquired about robot number 001 with some apprehension in his heart. Although he was confident in the Weihua cell phone, he was not sure if consumers were buying it or not. In reply to master, 5,000 units have been sold as of yesterday. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 5,000 units. Just after Robot 001 finished answering, Lin Dong let out an excited exclamation of surprise. This was a huge difference from his heart's prediction. Lin Dong had originally thought that it would be considered good to have sold 100 orders, but he did not expect it to reach as many as 5,000 orders, and this was only less than a day. In addition to his excitement, Lin Dong had more emotions. Ever since he came to this world, his father's factory had not had such a sales volume for a long time. This also made Lin Dong a little surprised. All he could be sure of was that this cell phone would be a big seller, but he did not expect it to sell even better than he had imagined. This was no wonder though. With today's prices flying across the board, there were too few low-priced products with good quality. Moreover, Lin Dong had studied the Chinese market at that time. The population of China was 1.4 billion. The well-off families accounted for only 10% of the total population. Ordinary families and poor families accounted for more than 80%, or even more. To be able to spend 199 yuan and buy a quality-assured cell phone was simply a pipe dream in today's Huaxia. It seems like we have to increase the production of Weihua cell phones. Lin Dong pondered slightly for a moment and began to instruct Robot 001 to expand the production of Weihua cell phones. He first withdrew all the money earned from the 5,000 orders of Weihua cell phones sold and used it to purchase materials for the Weihua cell phones. Money was no longer difficult at the moment. The brand of Weihua cell phones had already been initially branded, and the people who bought them were also locked in. Now it was necessary to increase production and earn enough points to unlock the next drawing. As for purchasing the materials, Lin Dong was relieved to hand over to his 8 robot employees. Although there were only 8 robots, but the production speed, as well as the quality, Lin Dong was not worried at all. On the other hand, within the upscale neighborhood of Magic City, Huaxia was still thinking about the content of today's video update when suddenly his phone swiped to a video. Families, planting a cell phone for you. The price is only 199 yuan, but it has a performance comparable to that of a $1,000 machine. Cost-effective, super high. Huaxia's eyes narrowed, fiercely feeling that this cell phone seemed to have heard of it somewhere. Weihua cell phone? Isn't that the one that was reported to me last night? Huaxia was startled in his heart and hurriedly flipped through his private messages. After confirming that the cell phone in the video was the one reported last night, Huaxia came to his senses. He remembered that the sales volume of this Weihua product was only one last night, but now the sales volume was all in the tens of thousands, and the video was also on the Douyin hotspot. There are 400,000 people watching. The hotspot was called How to Spend the Least Amount of Money to Buy the Most Cost-Effective Cell Phone. However, under the comments of the hotspot video, there were more questionable comments. Are there really so many wrongdoers spending money on this 199 cell phone? This look at the configuration content is impossible. What ignorance is really terrible. 199 now even some of the elderly cannot buy, but also smartphones. This is absolutely the producer spend money to advertise. Everyone don't fall for it. Huaxia skimmed his mouth. He simply didn't believe that 199 could buy a good cell phone anyway, not to mention comparable to a $1,000 phone. Are the usual tricks of the marketing number? It's just that Huaxia couldn't imagine how there are still so many stupid people who believe in it, and tens of thousands of people go to buy it. But with today's update, he knows what it is. Huaxia checked the place where Weihua's products were sold, and surprisingly, it was the same city as him. It was also Magic City. He decisively placed an order and then had it delivered in the same city. An hour later, Huaxia successfully got the Weihua cell phone. Just this? Only the packaging is worth a little money. What material is this? All cackling hands. What screen? Even the TFT screen are not pure electronic garbage? Huaxia opened the Weihua cell phone packaging, looked through the hands of the Weihua cell phone. His face was full of dislike. He only felt that this Weihua cell phone, compared with the latest model of the Fruit 14 cell phone that he himself used, it is simply heaven and earth. This Weihua cell phone is pure garbage. It is an electronic garbage that cheats consumers. After a cursory look at the Weihua cell phone, Hua Lei began to record the video. The copy for the video he had thought of. Greedy for a small advantage suffers a big loss. Reject unscrupulous merchants. Reject industrial garbage. In Hua Lei's perception, how could a cell phone with this kind of price have advantages? Those who bought the phone must have eaten the IQ tax. He couldn't figure out why there were still people taking advantage of this kind of cheapness, and there were quite a few of them. Just now he looked at the sales of this called Weihua cell phone, have been small 20,000 sales. Of course Hua Lei didn't bother to buy this phone, and he wasn't speaking out for those 20,000 people. All he did was just for the traffic. $300, buy yourself a hotspot. Why not? Chapter 4, this is electronic junk. A fan 8 lazy evaluated this Weihua cell phone, and now he's here. A video that had only been posted in Douyin for about 10 minutes quickly made its way onto the hotspot, attracting hundreds of thousands of people to watch it, and the video's heat was still rising, with more and more people swiping to this video. The copywriting of the video is even more remarkable. Greedy small cheap eat big losses, reject bad merchants, boycott electronic waste. The blogger who released this hot video is Hua Lei, who has millions of fans in Douyin. The style of the video is the same as Hua Lei's previous videos. This unscrupulous merchant has finally convinced Lazy. Let's see the seller show first. After finishing his words, Hua Lei in the video played out Lin Dong's live broadcast of bringing goods to sell Weihua's cell phone. He also thoughtfully mosaicked a few of Lin Dong's people. The content of Lin Dong's live broadcast selling goods was precisely the introduction of the parameters of the Weihua cell phone and its performance. After playing out the contents of Lin Dong's live broadcast, the video screen steepened. Hua Lei once again appeared in the video with a sincere face. Families, today Lazy will show you how pitiful this Weihua cell phone is. I'll step on the pits that cost me money, and you guys can point to the free likes. After finishing his usual words, Hua Lei began to evaluate the Weihua cell phone. This packaging is still good, but families don't be fooled by this gorgeous packaging, Hua Lei said with a sincere face as he unwrapped the beautiful packaging of Weihua's cell phone with one hand. Let's all take a look at this so-called cost-effective Weihua cell phone. This plastic body is full of poor quality. Families, do you think that with this material, there can be any good processor as well as system? This is the usual trick of some unscrupulous merchants. Everyone must not be fooled. Hua Lei zoomed in on the lens of the Weihua cell phone in his hand in order to let the netizen see how bad it was. Next, he played the video on his Weihua cell phone, and his face darkened. Only a rumbling sound could be heard from the Weihua cell phone used to play the video. It was full of murmurs and current sounds. The screen of Weihua's cell phone in the video was also unsatisfactory, and there was even lagging when flipping. Families, look at this. With this sound quality, even the screen doesn't support high refresh. This is a cheap price to cheat consumers. Hua Lei in the video evaluated to hear, a face of righteous indignation. Many people agreed with Hua Lei when they saw the video here, posting comments in support of Hua Lei. This what sound quality, what screen, is simply harming the body of consumers. Cheap no good goods. This point is not false at all. On this sound quality and screen, as well as plastic feeling full of shell, there are people who expect him to have 12 plus 128G memory. This unscrupulous businessman really treats consumers as little cuties. Che, those who buy this phone deserve it. Who let them love to take advantage of small advantages? Everyone next. I'll test the running score of this Weihua cell phone for you. After Hua Lei downloaded the score running software in Weihua's cell phone, he started the score running test. As we all know, the high and low running score of a cell phone can directly reflect the performance of a cell phone. However, the situation that made everyone fall into a state of shock appeared. This cell phone named Weihua cell phone, even in the running score to run half stuck, followed by the score software directly flashback. This scene made many people who watched the video, their good feelings towards this Weihua cell phone plummeted. Avoid lightning. Everyone must avoid this unscrupulous businessman called Weihua. Even the score is flashing back. Does this phone have performance to speak of? Also 4000 mAh battery, 60 million rear camera. All gimmicks. This is the first time Lazy has been so angry after reviewing for so long. Hua Lei was even more furious as he spoke in the video, in which he bitterly criticized Lin Dong's Weihua phone. He even claimed, a factory like the one that produced Weihua's cell phone should be blackballed from the entire network. These words made many people who heard them deeply empathize with him and started commenting in support of Hua Lei. This kind of unscrupulous businessman deserves to die. Even the running score pulls the crotch like this. You still expect this garbage phone to give us any surprise? I really don't understand those who buy this kind of garbage phone. Spend $199 to buy a garbage home? I don't even want to give away this stupid cell phone for nothing. This is not to sell the phone. This is to sell the chip. To have no chip. This cell phone sells scrap no one wants. Next, I'll evaluate the battery of this Weihua cell phone for you. 4000 milliamp hours battery. Now it's 15 degrees of electricity. Test how long it takes to fill up. Huaxia, who was in the video, took out the charger and started charging the Weihua cell phone. Then a dramatic scene appeared, only to see Huaxia to Weihua cell phone began to charge when it was still daytime. Wait until the electricity is full. Outside the sky is already dark. Some careful netizens even found a detail. Is the wall clock behind Huaxia. The time on it, a full 4 hours have passed. This made the people who watched the video want to cry. And they were even more disappointed in this Weihua cell phone. People were even more determined that this Weihua cell phone was electronic trash. According to any cell phone on the market, a cell phone that takes 4 hours to fully charge is still the only one. Even the elderly cell phone charging is much stronger than this. There are even netizens jokingly said, charging 4 hours, talking for 5 minutes. The video came to an end here. Huaxia began to summarize the evaluation of this period of evaluation products as usual videos. Families, this is electronic junk. As you can see, whether it's the material or the score or the charging speed, this Weihua cell phone is a gimmick to deceive consumers. I bought the cell phone today just for your amusement and to tell you not to be fooled. Definitely don't buy a Weihua cell phone. Don't buy Weihua cell phones. Don't buy a Weihua cell phone. Say important things 3 times. Let's not let the Weihua merchants get a taste of their own medicine and boycott e-waste, or they'll make more of it. I hope everyone will support it. Thank you. Huaxia's powerful speech was supported by a crowd of netizens. At the same time he gained tens of thousands of fans just by this video. The review video about Weihua's cell phone. The heat was even soaring. The slogan of opposing unscrupulous merchants across the net was even higher than ever. As for Huaxia, after recording the video, the Weihua cell phone, which took 4 hours to fully charge, was thrown aside by him. Meanwhile, inside a remote mountainous area, Mom, I bought you a cell phone, so if you miss me in the future, you can call me on video. A plainly dressed middle-aged woman held an express delivery in her hand, and was using a landline to make a call with her own daughter. The voice on the other end of the phone revealed a strong sense of elation. Only when the middle-aged woman, Weihua, heard it, she wasn't half happy, but instead frowned and scolded. Shan, it's not like you don't know our family's conditions. It's not easy for your father and I to pay for you to go to college, and you're still spending this money to buy me a cell phone. A cell phone costs several $1,000s. I heard from others, several $1,000s. That's half a year's income for our family. You return it quickly. I don't want it. Shan on the other end of the phone laughed instead of being angry at Weihua's reproachful tone, and laughed chirpily. Mom, don't worry about using it. I bought this with my scholarship. It's not expensive. This Weihua cell phone is only 199 soft sister coins. I also bought one for Dad. When the time comes you guys miss me, just call me on video. Even though we're thousands of miles apart, we can meet anytime. Chapter 5, Weihua cell phone, bringing you and me closer together. After Weihua heard her daughter Shan say this, a smile appeared on her face that was originally tightly frowning. With such a filial and understanding daughter, how could she not be happy? That's fine. Shan, hang up first. I'll figure out how to use this cell phone. Weihua hung up the phone in a leaping mood, a little impatient to see the smartphone her daughter bought for her. After unpacking the courier package, it revealed the beautiful cell phone box inside. Sure enough, it's a smartphone, and the packaging is so nice to look at. Weihua wiped his hands full of calluses, carefully opened the cell phone packaging. A 4-square, black cell phone appeared in front of her eyes, but Weihua in the study of half a day, but is a worry, as a rural woman in the mountains, although she knew a few words, but the study of such electronic products as cell phones is still almost a matter of fact. After all, in their mountainous region, having a TV at home is very satisfying. Second aunt, what are you doing? A sweet voice came from behind Weihua. A young girl wearing a floral dress came to Weihua. When the girl saw the cell phone in Weihua's hand, a flash of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Second aunt, second uncle is really rich. He even bought you a smartphone. Weihua looked up to see the girl and her eyes lit up. Lan, you've come at the right time. Help second aunt see how this cell phone works. My daughter bought it for me. I don't know how to get it. Weihua greeted while proudly handing over the cell phone. The girl named Lan took the phone and began to teach Weihua how to use it step by step, and registered Weihua's cell phone with Weixian. Second aunt, this is second uncle, and this is sister Shan. When you miss them at that time, just make a video call and you'll be able to see each other. Lan patiently taught Weihua how to use her cell phone and taught her how to access the internet. More so, she used WeChat and added Weihua's daughter and husband. Half a day later, Lan, second aunt thanks you haha. Weihua excitedly held Lan's hand, and now she was able to skillfully use Weixin. She even used her cell phone to swipe up Douyin and play a video with her daughter. A mother and daughter were talking and laughing across the cell phone. So unhappy. Second aunt. How much did Sister Shanshan spend on this cell phone for you? 199 soft sister coins. Affordable. Weihua replied cheerfully, while holding the packaging box of Weihua's cell phone to Lanlan. 199 soft sister coins? Lanlan's beautiful face was full of incredulity, picking up the cell phone box in astonishment. Weihua cell phone? Miscellaneous branded machine? Lanlan was a bit puzzled as to how she had never heard of this cell phone before. However, based on what she had just used, this cell phone was almost something in terms of materials, but in terms of normal daily use it's not at all worse than some $1,000 machines, and it's even better in terms of taking pictures and so on. The most important thing is that the price of 199, simply too conscientious. Although this phone may not be suitable for people who use cell phones heavily, but for these people in the mountains, it is just right. Second auntie, ask Sister Shan to share the connection with me. I'm going to buy one for my parents as well. That way in the future when I'm not at home, you'll all be able to chat with me face to face. Lan is a little excited. In 2 days it will be her parents' birthday. This cell phone is just the thing to give them as a birthday present. At the same time, the matter of Weihua buying a 199 soft currency smartphone quickly spread throughout the village. Most of the people in the village had children who were out of town and couldn't see each other for years. Nowadays, as long as you spend 199 softies, you can buy a smartphone with guaranteed quality. Most importantly, if you miss each other in the future, a video call will allow you to chat face to face. This information instantly exploded in the village. For a time, the village was several hundred people, and many of them looked for Weihua to ask for the link to Weihua's cell phone. Pity the world's parents. What parent wouldn't want to see more of their child? And such a situation was staged in quite a few areas. Many college students have prepared gifts for their hardworking parents, and this gift is Weihua's cell phone. The video of seeing Weihua's cell phone on Douyin is even called Weihua cell phone. Weihua cell phone, bring you and me closer. 2 days later, Weihua factory. Lin Dong was a little impatient to come to the office, and with a movement of his mind, Robot01 quickly came to the office and respectfully began to report the sales of Weihua cell phones. Yesterday's sales of Weihua cellular phones were 20,000 units, an increase of 100% compared to the sales of the day before. The current total profit amount has accumulated to 2 million. The total evaluation of 256 people, with a favorable rate of 97.2%, can be exchanged for 680,000 points based on the product as well as the product sales. Lin Dong suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and restrained himself to remain calm after listening to Robot01's situation report. This is simply too fluffy. Lin Dong finally could not help but burst out in foul language and sat down on his chair in ecstasy. On top of the surprise, there was more incredulity in his heart. Who would have thought that 3 days ago, he was still running around for money? 3 days later, he was able to collect $1 million a day. The daily sales of Weihua's cell phone reached 20,000, which was extremely rare in the entire Douyin platform. And this daily sales were far more than that and would increase. As for the positive feedback rate being as high as 97.2%, it was even beyond Lin Dong's expectations. After all, on Douyin, when he brushed the videos about Weihua's cell phone, most of the reviews were electronic garbage, industrial garbage. It seems that the proportion of the population with low spending power in Huaxia accounts for the majority of the population. Lin Dong's eyes twitched slightly, instantly thinking of the reason for this. In today's era where prices were skyrocketing, the 199 soft currency Weihua cell phone could have such good sales. In addition to its own quality reasons, the most important factor was the large percentage of poor people in China, resulting in a high demand for low-cost, high-quality products from this group of consumers. After a long time, Lin Dong retrieved his thoughts and began to plan his next step. Now that his father's surgical expenses had been temporarily solved, but it was only temporary. After all, his father's later surgery costs were even more exorbitant. Moreover, in the background of Douyin, there were still more than 10,000 Weihua cell phone call orders. We still have to continue producing Weihua cell phones, thus gaining enough points before we have to unlock the next product drawing. Lin Dong pondered, arranging for Robot01 to then start producing Weihua cellular phones. As for himself, he first had to go and purchase some of the materials. Then he also had to go to the hospital and pay for his father's surgery. Report master, there is someone at the door looking for you. The Robot01 that had just walked out of the office returned once again, followed by a projection that appeared in front of Lin Dong's eyes. Looking at the figure in the projection, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth slowly lifted up a smile, only to see that the person who appeared at the doorway was none other than the scarred man who wanted to purchase Lin Dong's factory at a pressurized price 3 days ago. Chapter 6, $10 million? What about sending out a beggar? Mr. Lin, you are here? At the entrance of the Weihua factory, which was full of technology, the scarred man saw Lin Dong's arrival and greeted him respectfully. There was no trace of the arrogance and treachery from 3 days ago. This made Lin Dong, who loathed Scar Man to the core, feel very surprised in his heart. However, on second thought, Lin Dong did not feel strange. After all, the explosion of Weihua's cell phone today, as well as the horrifying daily sales, could be considered to be known all over the internet. Not to mention that the scarred man who had previously wanted to eat up the Weihua factory was definitely very concerned about his Lin Dong's Weihua factory. Seeing that Lin Dong did not speak, the scarred man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Mr. Lin, it was me who had the eyes to do something I shouldn't have done before. I still hope that you will forgive me as an adult. In order to show my sincerity, I'm willing to invest $10 million in Weihua factory and cooperate with it for a long time. Let's split the dividends 50-50. No one loses out. Cooperation? Investment? $10 million? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect that this time, the scarred man had come over to cooperate with him. However, he also knew that this scar man was not because of his face. Rather, this scar man valued Weihua's cell phone, as well as the potential of Weihua factory. $10 million? Not a small amount. Lin Dong smacked his lips. Even though the Weihua cell phone was now selling tens of thousands per day, $10 million was still a huge temptation for him. Whether it was the factory's current capital needs for material purchases or his father's surgical expenses, relying on the money earned so far alone, it was barely enough. If he was able to have this $10 million investment from Scarman, the current situation of Weihua factory would undoubtedly be much better. Lin Dong did not expect the scarred man to be able to flex his muscles so much. Taking out $10 million at one time seemed to be full of sincerity. The scarred man on the side looked at Lin Dong's pondering appearance, and his heart rejoiced. There is a chance. Sure enough, I am still too young. I have to bite this big fish. However, the next second, Lin Dong's voice rang out, but it caused his body to tremble. $10 million? You're dismissing a beggar? Lin Dong faintly swept his eyes at the scarred man, whose face froze with a smile, then left without looking back, leaving the scarred man frozen in place. How did you send off the beggar? The scarred man who froze in place was confused. He didn't know which part of the process went wrong. This to the mouth, twice the fish. How all slipped. Lin Dong, who had re-entered the office, was also considering the issue of funds. After paying for his father's surgery today as well as the high costs in the later stages, there was not much left of the $2 million he had earned in the past 3 days. It seems like we have to go to the bank for a loan, or else the subsequent rush order cannot be completed. Lin Dong cracked his brows and planned his next step. In fact, he quite wanted to cooperate with the scarred man, only that this scarred man was too cocky. This forced him to be defensive. Although Scar Man had said that he would invest $10 million in him, who knew if he would still invest at a later stage? And the prospects of Weihua cell phone today is not a 10 million comparable. Scarred man, however, thought that Lin Dong was easy to bully, and even proposed a 50-50 dividend. Unfortunately, Lin Dong has learned from his mistakes and will not fall for Scarman's tricks again. Lin Dong did not waste any time. First went to the hospital, paid for his father's surgery, and then spent money to hire a caregiver to take care of his father. After all, his entire focus was now on the Weihua factory, and he had no time to take care of his father. After doing all this, Lin Dong only had less than $500,000 left of the $2 million in his pocket. He then felt that money was really not enough to spend, especially when people were sick. Lin Dong then went to the bank and took out a loan of $2 million for the purchase of the next Weihua cell phone production materials. After pulling the materials to the factory again, it was already evening. Lin Dong opened his cell phone and looked at the store's background. Today's sales were not much different from yesterday. As for the internet, there were quite a few people who were promoting Weihua cell phones, but of course there were mixed reviews. What Lin Dong found amusing was that those review bloggers almost all maintained the same notion that Weihua cell phones were electronic garbage. This led to the fans of those bloggers brainlessly hacking Weihua cell phones and even threatening that Weihua cell phones would explode. Lin Dong looked at these comments and laughed them off. Let these people say whatever they wanted. The sales of Weihua cell phones were there anyway. On the other side, in a WeChat group called Live Streaming Carrying Anchor Exchange Group, a screenshot was posted in the group by a person named Brother Little Sheep. That screenshot was none other than the daily sales of Weihua's cell phone under Lin Dong Duin store, which had reached as high as 20,000 sales. As soon as the screenshot was posted, it quickly received a response. A 199 soft currency cell phone? 20,000 daily sales of this electronic junk? I'm afraid this isn't brushed. Some people thought it was unbelievable, but this view was quickly refuted. They're all carry anchors. Don't they even know this common sense? Brush 20,000 orders a day. The platform will watch and not care? Then you mean this kind of electronic garbage will be bought by 20,000 people a day? This is too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This unscrupulous merchant will be counting his money? If the quality of this cell phone is better and the price is higher, if it's the production of a big factory, with this kind of sales it's possible to consider cooperating with the manufacturer. When this message came out, it gained a lot of affirmation from the lead anchors. With this kind of hot-selling product, even if the commission wasn't high, bringing goods would definitely be a lot easier. However, there were soon objections. Pull back. Just this kind of electronic trash. Whoever carries goods for him, whoever waits to be sprayed by the whole network. That's right, everyone lychee point. Don't do confusing things. I checked. Weihua cell phone production in a Weihua factory. The boss called what Lin Dong. This factory are going out of business. Everyone just die. Just as the crowd was having a heated discussion about Weihua cell phones having such amazing sales, as well as disbelief, Douyin carrying anchor brother Little Sheep looked at the crowd's chat and didn't say anything. He thought differently from these bandwagon anchors. He rather thought that Weihua cell phone might be an opportunity for himself. If the Weihua cell phone was really the same as what those review bloggers said, it was electronic garbage, then it is impossible to have this sales. In today's society, no one is a cutie pie. Although a 199 cell phone is cheap beyond words, no one wants to spend 199 to buy a piece of junk back. So, Brother Lamb's eyes lit up, and he sensed that the opportunity to take himself further had come. Although this Weihua cell phone was very controversial, the future was definitely bright in terms of pure sales. Thinking of this, Brother Little Sheep had a plan in mind. He planned to place an order for a Weihua cell phone first, to see how the quality of Weihua cell phones really was. As a lead anchor, he had to ensure the quality of the product. At least it couldn't be too crotch-pulling. Little Sheep Brother didn't want to kill his live broadcasting career because of a cell phone, so the quality control of the product must be in place. Chapter 7. A machine is hard to find and sells live on air. Late at night in a number of universities, there were also men who worked far away from home. At this moment, they were all holding their cell phones and staring intently at a store called Weihua Factory. There is no other reason. Just because yesterday on the shelves of 10,000 Weihua cell phone has been snapped up. They were now waiting for Weihua Factory to put up new Weihua cell phones, so that they could place their orders quickly, lest they be snatched up again. They wanted to buy a cell phone for their parents and wives in the rural or mountainous areas. With a Weihua cell phone, they can see the people they miss every day. Distance, no longer a problem. Finally, at a certain moment, the only product of the Weihua Factory, the gray icon of the Weihua cell phone turned into color. At this moment, many people frantically clicked on the screen, lest the Weihua cell phone that just hit the shelves be snatched up. Jitterbug bandwagon blogger Little Lamb was also holding his cell phone at this moment and was just about to place an order. However, just as he clicked to buy, a line of small words appeared on the cell phone screen. Sorry, the item you wish to purchase is temporarily out of stock. Me Nima? Out of stock? Brother Lamb stared at the screen incredulously, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Hadn't this just been on the shelves for a few minutes? Out of stock? This is too much of a rip-off. I can't get lychee. Brother Lamb couldn't calm down anymore. His body sat up straight all of a sudden and hurriedly went to look through Weihua's cell phone's today's sales. When he saw the words 5,000 sales, Brother Little Sheep froze. 5,000 sales in a few minutes. What a concept this was. This is the electronic junk that the review blogger faked? A machine is hard to find? With this kind of sales, do people look at me? Brother Lamb gulped, shocked by the scene in front of him. However, this also made him even more certain that if he was able to take down this cooperation from Weihua cell phone, his live broadcasting career might reach another peak. Thinking of this, Brother Little Sheep hurriedly scrolled up the reviews of Weihua cell phone. Early the next morning, Lin Dong had just arrived at his office and was just about to summon Robot 01 to report on the situation. Ding ding ding. A series of crisp telephone landline sounds rang out, echoing in the empty office. Who's calling so early in the morning? Lin Dong was a little strange, but still picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Dong? A male voice came from the other end of the phone with a cordial tone. I am Lin Dong. And you are? I'm Douyin anchor Brother Little Sheep. I want to cooperate with you. After a smooth chat, Lin Dong happily hung up the phone. He did not expect that Weihua's cell phone, which had been criticized by the crowd on Douyin, would have a Douyin bandwagon anchor who wanted to cooperate with him. What a vision! Lin Dong could not help but secretly praised Brother Little Sheep and was in a pleasant mood. He and Brother Little Sheep naturally reached a cooperation. As for the content of the cooperation, both parties were satisfied. The content was, Brother Little Sheep unconditionally brought goods to Lin Dong's Weihua cell phone for the first time without charging any commission, and the next series of products produced by Lin Dong. Under the premise of quality control there is no problem. The small sheep brother to collect 30% of the share. This deal was too cost-effective for Lin Dong anyway, which was more than 100 times stronger than the $10 million of cooperation invested by Scarman. Lin Dong is not without consideration of Douyin live broadcast, so as to further increase sales, but all ended in failure. The reason is very simple. Although the daily sales of Weihua cell phone is very high, but the fans who pay attention to his account is only a few tens of thousands. The traffic is still low, and every time he opens the Douyin live broadcast, there are many small black people running to be a spray. Not many people buy cell phones at all. Now with Brother Sheep's cooperation, Lin Dong thought that the sales of Weihua's cell phone would be taken to another level. He also took a look at Brother Little Sheep's Douyin, which had a full 5 million followers. This was also enough to prove Brother Lam's ability. Just what Lin Dong did not know was that Brother Lam, who had hung up the phone, was even more excited than him. At night time, the major anchors of Douyin began their live broadcasts. This time of the day was the peak of the traffic, so usually the carry anchors would carry out live carries at this time of the day. Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast room. Good evening, Brother Little Sheep. Looking forward to Brother Little Sheep's reverse bandwagon today. I'm also looking forward to it. Every time I watch Brother Little Sheep live, not only is it interesting, but the quality of the products are all very good. Little Sheep Brother just opened the live broadcast. There are thousands of fans flocked to the live room. For the Small Sheep Brother, who has always been famous for reverse bandwagon, many fans are looking forward to seeing what Small Sheep Brother online whole live tonight. After chatting with the fans for a while, the number of people in the live room slowly started to come up. Sheep Brother began to put out the first product with goods tonight. Hello everyone. Tonight I'm bringing you a very controversial product. To the surprise of many fans, Brother Little Sheep changed his usual weird and tidy behavior and became very serious. This made Brother Little Sheep's fans a bit uncomfortable, but it also made them curious about what this product was as well. This is a 199 soft currency cell phone named Weihua cell phone. Brother Little Sheep finished speaking in one breath, then laid out the Weihua cell phones one by one. I believe that quite a few fans in the live broadcast room are no strangers to this phone, or some of you have even cursed it. But, before Brother Lam could finish, the live broadcast room exploded. Isn't this that electronic trash? How come there are still people carrying goods? It unscrupulous anchor. How much money is this charging? This kind of garbage product is also given to carry goods? Shut it down. Unscrupulous anchor. Don't your conscience hurt when you make this kind of money? In the face of many fans turning pink to black in the live broadcast room, Brother Little Sheep smiled faintly in a very bashful manner. He knew this would definitely happen. I know what everyone thinks. They must think that I'm an anchor who makes money without conscience. But I want to ask you all something beforehand. Do you guys know how many of the poor people in China account for the entire population of China? Do you guys also know how much of the total population of China is made up of people who earn 5,000 soft coins a month? In the face of Brother Little Sheep's questions, many fans became even more confused. Tonight's Little Sheep Brother is so strange. However, in the face of Brother Little Sheep's question, there was surprisingly not a single person in the live broadcast room who could answer it. Since none of you know, I'll tell you. Brother Little Sheep swept his eyes at the pop-up screen and looked away. The pop-up screen was nothing but cursing him. No one answered the answer to his question. The population of China is 1.4 billion. Well-off families only make up a mere 10% of the total population. Ordinary and poor families make up more than 80%, or even more. Brother Little Sheep paused, his expression unprecedentedly serious. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke again. That is to say, there are 1 billion ordinary and poor families in China, and the people who earn 5,000 soft currency per month, according to the latest data from Huaxia, exceeds 80% of the country's population. So people who can earn 5,000 soft megabucks a month are almost equal to the main economic source of an ordinary family. Chapter 8, Tears Across the Internet. Daily sales break $100,000. The fans in the live broadcast room instantly quieted down quite a bit after listening to Brother Little Sheep's words with some real emotion. Many people even shuddered inwardly and pondered after hearing this. Yes, what's wrong with society now? When did it become normal to spend thousands of dollars, or even $10,000 to buy a cell phone? To know, $10,000 in some mountainous areas, rural areas, may be a family's income for a year, or even more. If this is the case, then what is the point of buying a cell phone? Many netizens vaguely remember the original intention of the appearance of the cell phone is to serve a better connection between people. However, the price of cell phones nowadays is what prevents many people from enjoying this service. So what is the significance of this expensive cell phone? Neither can it be affordable for all people, nor can it fulfill the needs of all people. Many netizens seem to realize the significance of the appearance of Weihua's cell phone, as well as its value. After Brother Little Sheep saw the effective reduction of spammers in the live broadcast room, he hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Brother Little Sheep gently pressed the remote control in his hand, and a projection appeared behind him. and on the projection were the positive reviews under Weihua's cell phone store. It was only then that the water friends in the live broadcast room realized that there was not a single bad review for the electronic trash Weihua cell phone in their opinion. It was almost all clear positive reviews. One of the highest liking rates was a video review, which even more caused the focus of the live broadcast water friends. They had unanimously asked Brother Little Sheep to open the video and watch it together. However, after Brother Little Sheep opened the video, the content in the video was to make many water friends in the live broadcast room face stunned. There were even quite a few water friends who had their noses turned sour after watching it, and tears unconsciously flowed out. There were tears in their eyes. In the video, a woman with dark skin, wrinkles all over her face, and gray hair on her temples. She was making a video call with someone. The woman carefully held her cell phone and looked at the other end of the video without saying a word. Although the woman didn't speak, but it wasn't hard to see that her eyes at the other end of the video were full of concern. On both sides of the woman's cheeks, there were two shallow tear tracks. Obviously, the person at the other end of the video was very important to her. The woman looked at the cell phone in her hand in such a kind and quiet manner. After a long time, a voice came from the other end of the video. It was a male voice. "Mom, I'm done eating." On the other end of the video was a boy, wolfing down the last bite of his boxed lunch and looking impatiently at the camera. This was the first time he had seen his mom in the 3 years he had been working away from home. "Are you full? Eat more if you're not full. Take care of yourself outside. Everything is fine at home. Don't worry." The woman choked up while nagging. That's, Mom misses you." After the boy listened to the woman's words, he too could no longer control his tears and cried. It had been 3 years and he saw his mom once again. He then realized that his mom who used to take care of him and love him had grown old. However, life forced him to not be able to go home to see her often. And before there was a Weihua cell phone, he never thought that he could see his heartfelt mother even across a distance of thousands of miles. Thinking of this, the boy excitedly shared with his mother. "Mom, now I bought you a Weihua cell phone. From now on, you can call me when you miss me, and I'll call you when I miss you." The woman also nodded her head repeatedly, and a happy smile finally appeared on her tearful face. When the video ended playing, the water friends in the live broadcast room were crying uncontrollably. The things in the video, how can it not happen to most of them? The compulsion of life has forced most people to leave their homes. I saw the ant in the video. I also remembered my mom. I have not been home for 2 years. When I was a child, I was most annoyed by my mother's nagging, but when I grew up, I realized that it was the most precious thing in the world. I'm going to buy a Weihua cell phone for my mom and dad too. I miss them too. Brother Little Sheep quietly looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. He knew that this moment was worth it for him to bring Good's Weihua cell phone. He went on to scroll down the comments, all of which were favorable. These positive comments were not praising Weihua cell phones for being cheap and cost-effective. They were praising Weihua cell phones for allowing more people to use smartphones. It has made it easier for many families to meet each other. The attitude of the water users in the live broadcast room towards Weihua cell phones has also slowly changed. Because although Weihua's cell phone is inexpensive, it also has a unique meaning. At the beginning of the live broadcasting room, the black people who angrily sprayed Little Sheep Brother also disappeared. On the contrary, the number of people in Little Sheep Brother's live broadcasting room was constantly soaring. In the end, it directly broke through to 300,000 online viewers. This had already broken the record for the highest number of people in Douyin's live room. Although there were still a lot of people who couldn't see Weihua's cell phone, no one denied the existence of Weihua's cell phone. And Brother Little Sheep saw that the time was right to link Weihua's cell phone on. Lin Dong had prepared 100,000 Weihua cell phones for Brother Lam, the entire output of his robot employees for a few days. This was because Lin Dong realized that the highest store sales were just over 20,000, and it would be hard to break through again. So he simply handed over all the phones to Brother Little Sheep, hoping that with the help of Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast, he would be able to make the sales of Weihua's cell phones go up to another peak. However, after Brother Little Sheep had just put the link to Weihua's cell phone on the shelf, he regretted it. What he regretted was not bringing goods to Weihua cell phones without commission. What he regretted was not letting Lin Dong prepare more Weihua cell phones. 10 minutes after the Weihua cell phone link went up, all 100,000 Weihua cell phones were snapped up. The horrifying speed of the sales made Brother Little Sheep suck in a breath of cold air. "It's so good. Weihua cell phones," Brother Little Sheep muttered, praising Weihua cell phone from the bottom of his heart. He didn't regret in the slightest bringing goods to Weihua cell phone at zero commission. Whether it was from the major breakthrough in his own live streaming career or the benefits Weihua cell phone brought to the crowd, Brother Little Sheep all felt that Weihua Mobile it was worth it. The other side, Lin Dong, who was lying on the bed and watching Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast, he was also impressed by Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast. It was true that professional things should be left to the professionals. However, After seeing the terrifying sales speed of Weihua's cell phone, Lin Dong was also shocked to the core. In just about 10 minutes time, he had an additional 5 million soft sister coins on his account. After he opened his online store again, he was even more shocked to find hundreds of thousands of extra reminders in the background. This was simply appalling. For the first time, Lin Dong also had an idea whether the super factory should recruit people. There was no way. The 8 robot employees alone were simply too busy. Even if their production speed and also productivity far exceeded that of manual labor, it was clearly not enough to face the demand for hundreds of thousands of products. However, Lin Dong did not release the recruitment at the first opportunity either. He had his own thoughts. He did not think that the employees he recruited were necessarily capable of producing cell phones. This was still without thinking about the speed of labor, efficiency, and the intactness of product production. It seems like we have to make long-term plans, Lin Dong pondered, preparing to take a test first in the next few days. However, what he did not know was that an interesting thing had happened in Douyin, making Weihua cell phones' popularity even more famous. Chapter 9, Hua Lei's Apology. As the first blogger on the entire network to evaluate Weihua's cell phone, Hua Lei, he also opened a live broadcast tonight, in order to discuss with his fans about the next evaluation object. Not long after the live broadcast, Hua Lei remembered the Weihua cell phone that he evaluated a few days ago. He was very impressed with this Weihua cell phone, which is since he has been evaluating for so long. Since he has been evaluating for so long, he has gained hundreds of thousands of fans just by evaluating a single product. Somehow, Hua Lei took out his Weihua cell phone again. The fans who had been staying in Hua Lei's live broadcast room did not know about Weihua's cell phone at this time. When they saw Hua Lei take out his Weihua cell phone again, they were instantly energized. They couldn't help but flirt with each other. Lei Z, how come you haven't thrown this electronic trash away yet? It can't be that you can't part with it. Lei Z, you are not afraid to put this cell phone at home to explode. Lei Z, look at this electronic garbage after almost half a month. There is still 100% electricity. Laugh me to death. Upstairs, this is not to explode mean. Hua Lei looked at the pop-up screen and said this, and only then did he realize that Weihua's cell phone, which he considered to be electronic trash, surprisingly, it still had 100% charge. This was more than 10 days away from being fully charged. This must be an illusion. After charging it for 4 hours, how can it last so long? Hua Lei was unimpressed. He even had an illusion. He doubted that the Weihua cell phone in his hand was about to explode. As soon as he thought of this, Hua Lei hurriedly said to the crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room, "Everyone, don't learn from me. I'm spending money to buy you a lesson. This Weihua cell phone is electronic garbage. We must not buy it, lest we suffer losses. We must not be greedy for small bargains. If we want to buy a cell phone, we should spend thousands of dollars on high-end machines. This kind of electronic garbage should stay where the garbage should be." After Hua Lei finished speaking, he hurriedly got up and threw Weihua's cell phone into the trash can. But just as Hua Lei returned to the front of the live broadcast, he froze. But it was the effort of throwing a trash. Hua Lei was shocked to find that the number of people in his live room had risen to 100,000 plus, and that number was still rising. But Hua Lei quickly realized that something was wrong. These major netizens who ran to his live room didn't seem to be here to listen to his evaluation experience sharing. Almost all of them came to scold him. "Do you know how to do assessment? Misleading fans? Pull the plug. Are you so credulous in doing reviews these days? Have you ever learned about Weihua cell phones? You're a piece of electronic junk. You're the one who's a piece of junk. Trash review blogger. You should stay where trash should stay." Hua Lei was cursed dumbfounded for a moment. He looked at the live broadcast pop-ups dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on at all. In a moment's time, he had become the target of hundreds of thousands of netizens' attacks. He thought he was the most conscientious review blogger on the entire network. There is no one. How can there be so many people to scold him? Hua Lei could not have imagined that in his live broadcast career, the first time that the live broadcast room broke through 100,000 plus the number of people. Surprisingly, they all came to scold him. And these netizens are even more unanimous in their request for him to retrieve Weihua's cell phone from the trash can, and apologize to Weihua's phone in the live broadcast room. Hua Lei experienced for the first time what it meant to ride a tiger, and froze awkwardly in the live broadcast room. He didn't even know how to continue the live broadcast. If he picked it up, then he would lose the face of a million fan blogger in the future. How would he be able to mix in the live broadcast circle in the future? If he didn't pick it up, he believed that these fans could cyberstorm him for 2.5 years. Then his live broadcast career would be ruined. Pick it up. What's a face? Hua Lei gritted his teeth and decided to give up his face and go to the trash can to pick up the thrown-away Weihua's cell phone. After all, if he picked it up, there was still a ray of hope for his live broadcast career. So in the presence of hundreds of thousands of netizens, the titular million fan anchor started messing around in the trash can. It looked as if he was looking for food in the trash can. The picture was not to mention how amusing it was. I've picked it up. Can you stop scolding me now? Hua Lei grimaced as he held the retrieved Weihua's cell phone and went back to the front of the live broadcast. He thought that he would be able to get the forgiveness of the water friends in the live broadcast room. However, apologize. Hua Lei looked at the two words floating on the screen in the live broadcast room, and the corner of his mouth twitched viciously. He didn't even know what was going on until now. How could a piece of electronic trash that couldn't even make it to the stage have so many die-hard fans? Apologizing was apologizing. Hua Lei put his heart on the line. Anyway, as long as he got forgiveness from the netizens, all the effort would be worth it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thrown the Weihua cell phone. Hua Lei even bowed 180 degrees in order to pretend to show the sincerity of his apology. He did this just to hopefully get the forgiveness of the water users in the live broadcast. This time there shouldn't be any more cursing me, right? Hua Lei muttered in his heart. He felt that he was already full of sincerity and had made the biggest concession. Even if the netizens in the live broadcast room pick faults, they shouldn't be able to pick them out. But the moment Hua Lei looked up at the live broadcast, he wanted to die, only to see that the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room not only didn't forgive him, but instead were laughing at him. We're asking you to apologize to Weihua's phone. We didn't ask you to apologize to us. I'm afraid this isn't a cutie. Can't even understand the words. Just like this and still doing assessments. Go home before it's too late. Hua Lei was now exceptionally regretting why he just yawned, and what he had to do with this Weihua cell phone at that time. Now he was in a dilemma. Hua Lei knew that things had come to this point. He could only give up, so he sincerely and incomparably apologized to Weihua's phone under the witness of hundreds of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room. Good. I apologize. Weihua Mobile. I shouldn't have treated you that way just now. I was wrong. I beg you to forgive me. You're an adult. Forgive me. Seeing this, the live streaming water users reluctantly chose to forgive him. As for Hua Lei, he felt that this time he had lost his face and closed the live broadcast in a hurry. After the broadcast, his mood is difficult to calm down. After some understanding, Hua Lei also knew about Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast. He was somewhat disbelieving. How could he not believe that in just a few hours? How did Weihua's cell phone's popularity take a 180-degree turn? Hua Lei couldn't understand how an electronic trash could be whitewashed. And let him, a blogger with millions of fans, apologize to a cell phone? Driven by his curiosity, Hua Lei opened Weihua's cell phone store. Then his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the line of sales on the screen. Ni Nima? Daily sales of 100,000? Chapter 10, L2. Super Factory Upgrade. Overnight, Weihua's cell phone was once again on the Douyin hot list. However, very different from last time. This time there was a lot less abuse and a lot more support. Daily sales of 100,000 single. Is it a hype or a miracle? A business news is among the headline hot search first. Attracted the attention of many capitalists. Some sensitive entrepreneurs, but also smell a trace of unusual odor. They felt that the appearance of the Weihua cell phone this time would cause a reform to the market. At the same time, an enterprise called Weihua Factory was gradually revealed to the public. As the owner of Weihua Factory, Lin Dong, he was still eating a bun on the side of the road while waiting for the bus. As for the impact of Weihua's cell phone sales breaking 100,000 per day, he was still ignorant. After arriving at the factory, Lin Dong still summoned Robot 01 as usual and asked about the specific data of Weihua cell phone sales. Yesterday's sales of Weihua cellular phones were 100,000 units. Compared to the previous day's sales increased by 100,000%. Yesterday's total profit amount accumulated to 5 million. Yesterday's total evaluation of 490 people, with a positive feedback rate of 98.6%. Based on the product as well as the product's sales, 8 million points can be exchanged. Robot number 01 reported the data icily, its tone not having half a ripple. However, Lin Dong, who was listening to the data reported by Robot 01, was listening to his heart pounding. 100,000 daily sales, 5 million daily revenue. In the eyes of ordinary people, these were simply heavenly things. He, Lin Dong, had done it in less than a month's work. And these were all things that Lin Dong had not even dared to think about before. But now they had all been realized because of the super factory. Together with the 800,000 points gained from the previous total, I am now in possession of 6 million points. Lin Dong calmed his ecstatic mood and calculated in his mind that he was almost ready to exchange for new product drawings. Just at this moment, a long-lost mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Host single product Weihua mobile phone daily sales reached 100,000. L1 Super Factory automatically upgrades. As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed. Upgrade complete. L2 Super Factory at your service. The sudden surprise caused Lin Dong to be somewhat caught off guard. and he sat in his chair somewhat confused. It was only after a long time that he reacted. Lin Dong could not wait to be happy and could not wait to check the changes in the L2 factory. A string of data regarding the L2 factory appeared in his mind, allowing him to see it at a glance. L2 Super Factory employees, 16, 120 to 1. Production equipment, 5 assembly lines added. Factory area expansion, 1%. As expected, it is an L2 Super Factory that requires 100,000 individual product sales before it can be upgraded. Lin Dong was surprised and delighted as he let out a heartfelt exclamation. His intuitive feeling from these data was that the L2 Super Factory was too strong, whether it was the productivity or the level of the factory. These 16 robot employees alone, compared to the previous 8 robot employees, it's not even a grade. In the past, one robot employee was equivalent to 100 human employees. Now one robot is equivalent to 120 human employees, so the 16 robots in the L2 Super Factory are equivalent to 920 human employees. Compared to the previous 8 robot employees, it was more than twice as much. Moreover, both in terms of efficiency and quality assurance, these 16 robotic employees are completely crushing the 920 human employees. As for the addition of 5 new assembly lines, it was even more of a surprise for Lin Dong. Originally, the Super Factory only had 2 assembly lines, but now it had 7 assembly lines. This instantly increased efficiency by several times. I'm afraid that this daily production of 100,000 is possible. Then in that case, Lin Dong's breathing became short as he thought of this. If the daily sales of Weihua's cell phones could still remain at 100,000, then wouldn't the daily revenue be as high as 5 million every day? Of course Lin Dong knew that this was unrealistic. After all markets had their saturation times. However, now that he had nearly 5 million points, he could consider producing the next product. As for the increase in the size of the factory, Lin Dong felt that it would not be of much use for the time being. The current factory size was just right. After Lin Dong had finished digesting the changes in the L2 Super Factory, a mechanical sound once again resounded in Lin Dong's mind. It brought him a new surprise. Unlocking the primary carousel draw mode. 1 million points can be used for one draw and 4 million points can be directly exchanged for randomly appearing products on the carousel, limited to 1 exchange in January. Note, primary draw carousel prizes do not involve the military field. 1 million points to draw a prize once? Lin Dong just wanted to study this primary carousel lottery mode. But Robot 01 came into the office, reporting to Master. The factory materials have all been used up, suggesting that Master make purchases. Used up? How is it that it has been used up faster than before? Lin Dong first froze and thought for a few seconds. This was because the materials were fixed every day and the robot employees produced at the same speed. So the time for the materials in the factory to run out of use every day was almost always the same. However, he but quickly reacted. Today's super factory was an L2 super factory, so the production speed aspect had increased by several times. Having figured this out, Lin Dong did not stop. After all, the production of the factory was of the utmost importance and this could not be delayed. As for the primary sweepstakes carousel mode, he planned to wait until he had finished procuring the materials before conducting his research. Half an hour later, Lin Dong came to a stop in front of a tall building. He craned his neck to look at a few large characters written in dragon's wings on the tall building. Phoenix Technology Company. This was a company that no one in Magic City knew about. This was because this technology company was under one of the largest production companies in China, the Sky Eagle Group of companies. Although the Sky Eagle Group is an eagle sauce in China's wholly foreign-owned enterprises, but does not affect its influence in China in the slightest. The main focus of this Phoenix Technology Company was the production of electronic digital products such as cell phones, as well as the sale of important electronic parts. The cell phone produced under the Phoenix Technology Company, Fruit 14. It has swept the globe and is a household name in every country. Lin Dong had once read a foreign report that read, out of every 10 cell phones used by Chinese people, 4 of them originated from this Phoenix Technology Company. There were also 6 people whose cell phones, 100% used parts from Phoenix Technology Company. And it's true, it was even more than that. Lin Dong looked deeply at the tall building in front of him and took large strides towards the front. Parking, register, not self-conscious at all. Can't you see that I'm here? At the entrance of the Phoenix Technology Company, a security guard condescendingly stopped Lin Dong's car, arrogantly berating Lin Dong to stop the car. It was as if he felt that he was superior. However, Lin Dong merely frowned and did not choose to have a seizure. Lin Dong was finally allowed to enter the Phoenix Technology Company after a good deal of fussing from the security guards. Phew! Lin Dong exhaled a long breath of turbid air, suppressing the anger in his heart. Although a Phoenix Technology Company's security guard was so arrogant, he had to hold his tongue. Lin Dong knew that this was not the time to show off his anger. After all, None of the large and small cell phone digital producers in the whole of China dared to fall out with Phoenix Technologies. Even the security guards of Phoenix Technologies, they did not dare to offend. Once they offended the people of Phoenix Technologies, that would also doom that cell phone business to face closure in bankruptcy. To know the core material for producing cell phones, the whole of China is only owned by the Phoenix Technology Company. Chapter 11, Phoenix Group's eating. As the main core material of a cell phone, the chip, there were only no more than 3 companies in the world that had mastered its production technology, among which was the Phoenix Technology Company under the Sky Eagle Group. As for the local Chinese companies, none of them had mastered the production technology. Therefore, Phoenix Technology Company has monopolized the materials necessary for Chinese cell phone companies without any effort. Chips. This also led to a situation. No matter which cell phone manufacturer in China, as long as they used Phoenix Technology Company's chips, every cell phone sold by that company would have to give Phoenix Technology Company a 10% dividend. That is to say that after spending money to buy Phoenix Technology's chips, you also have to give Phoenix Technologies a dividend. In the face of this kind of overbearing terms, the Chinese cell phone companies but dare not say, "Who let people master the key technology? You do not give dividends." Phoenix Technologies directly cut off the supply. This is such hegemony. Once as China's own top cell phone manufacturer, Huawei, in a period of time and the development of strong momentum, and even once stronger than the Kinchi country's Samsung cell phone, directly approaching the Phoenix Technology Company's Fruit cell phone, but do not want to this time, Phoenix Technology Company sit on the ground, significantly increase the price of the chip, as well as the dividend percentage. Huawei therefore in Phoenix Technology Company talk collapse. Phoenix Technology Company directly refused to Huawei chip sales. Huawei is also from then on the collapse. This kind of situation is also common in the world. Several other companies that have mastered chip production technology are stuck with high-end chips, whether they were imported or local companies. Chip prices are extremely expensive. This was also an important reason why all the major cell phones in China, and even those sold worldwide, were so expensive. If not for the fact that Lin Dong's father was cooperating with a manufacturer, the manufacturer provided a large number of chips, and later, due to various factors, the factory closed down, thus leaving behind a large number of cell phone chips. This had allowed Lin Dong to pick up a great bargain. Otherwise his Weihua cell phone could not have been so cheap. Weihua cell phone manufacturer. Right. Our manager said to wait for you on the second floor. After Lin Dong had waited for 2.5 hours, the assistant from Phoenix Technology Company walked over, glancing at Lin Dong with his head held high and dropped a sentence. Lin Dong calmly followed behind him and arrived at the second floor. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw several blonde foreigners sitting around a table. When the several foreigners saw Lin Dong going upstairs, they all sized up Lin Dong with scrutinizing eyes in unison. It was as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Weihua cell phone manufacturer? The chips can be provided to you. The big-bellied foreign man at the head of them opened the door and said to Lin Dong in broken Chinese, "But we have to take 30% of the dividends based on the sales of each Weihua cell phone." After listening to the unreasonable demands of the big-bellied foreign man in front of him, Lin Dong was instantly enraged. A 30% dividend for each cell phone was nearly 60 kaiju. This was more than the profit that Lin Dong obtained from each cell phone. Wasn't this a losing business? This was still on the premise of not counting the cost of purchasing the chips. No wonder there are more and more overpriced and underpriced cell phones nowadays. The market environment is getting worse and worse. Lin Dong figured something out as he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to lose his temper. Otherwise his Weihua cell phone without the support of the chip was destined to be not far from bankruptcy. It's too high. Can it be lower? Lin Dong tried hard to make his tone cordial, hoping that the other party could give him a relatively reasonable condition for cooperation. However, the big-bellied foreign man snorted after hearing this. A 40% dividend then. Anyway, your Weihua cell phone sales are so high, and it's all thanks to our chips. You should know that you used our company's chips to seize the market of our fruit cell phones. Now it's just collecting a little tip. I hope you don't not know what's good for you. These words of the foreign man had completely enraged Lin Dong. This Phoenix Technology Company was obviously eyeing the horrifying sales of Weihua's cell phone and wanted to ruthlessly slaughter him as a fat sheep. According to the previous Phoenix Technology Company's cell phone dividend, it was 10%. How to him here has become 30% dividends, and now even more unscrupulous to raise to 40%. This eating face, it's too ugly. Taking over your market? You have to realize that the place you're in is Huaxia. This is the market of Chinese companies. You are nothing but outsiders. You really consider this your home? Lin Dong grimaced, having an urge to give this foreigner a few punches. Mr. Lin, I hope you pay attention to your attitude. Otherwise, my company will refuse to cooperate with you. You should know that without our company's chips, your Weihua cell phones will be finished. Anyway, There are many cell phone vendors who want to cooperate with us. It's not like you're the only one. Several foreigners playfully looked at Lin Dong, whose expression was uncertain, and clamored without fear. By the looks of it, they were set on Lin Dong. They did not feel that Lin Dong would give up the hugely profitable Weihua cell phone and choose to fall out with them. Obviously that was not reasonable. As the person concerned, Lin Dong was also having a hard time deciding at the moment. If he did not agree, then Weihua's cellular phone would have to stop selling. If he agreed to Phoenix Technologies' unequal contract, it would only lead to them getting even more aggressive in the future. At the same time, the price of Weihua's cell phone must be increased, otherwise it would be a loss of money. Raising the price is not a good option. Lin Dong thought quickly, trying to find a better solution. However, according to the current form, I am afraid that there is no. Today's primary lucky draw carousel highest value prize selected. 5 nanometers lithography product X1. With 5 nanometers lithography design drawing X1, the host can redeem it, or raffle it off. The Super Factory System's voice coincidentally sounded in Lin Dong's mind at this time, instantly causing Lin Dong's spirit to be shaken. 5 nanometers photolithography? Lin Dong confirmed with some disbelief that it was indeed a 5 nanometers photolithography machine. The 5 nanometers photolithography was the chip production technology that had been mastered by the Phoenix Technology Company, and it was also a high-tech product that had taken several years for China to develop. Because of this technology, China has not been ridiculed for so many years. The several foreigners standing on the side saw Lin Dong not speaking, and thought that Lin Dong regretted the way he had treated them just now. They saw this and took Lin Dong even less seriously, becoming more and more arrogant. Plant Director Lin, I'll give you one last chance. 50% of the dividends and we'll forgive your stupid behavior just now. Oh, God, we can be so kind. Don't think that the chips are expensive. Think about the fact that you Chinese have been developing 5 nanometers photolithography for so many years, but haven't you still gotten nothing so far? I think even if we give them the 5 nanometers photolithography drawings from Huaxia, they still can't figure it out. God is merciful. You Huaxia have to thank God for having us eagle sauce. A few foreigners were talking and laughing at the same time, as if they were treating Lin Dong as if he did not exist. They were rampant to the extreme as they mocked Huaxia. Q. What? The several gringos were a little confused by the scolding and looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Dong did not pay attention to the several gringos and turned on the crazy output mode for a beautiful language output. A few moms. Talking like that? You guys are just touchy-feely. Just take up 2 words. If you guys have a free mouth, go lick the toilet. Don't blah 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 here. Your little mouths are like smeared corkscrews, always squirting out. Lin Dong gave a mouthful of words, not giving the foreigners any room to retort, directly infuriating the several foreigners with red necks. He then swaggered away under the angry gazes of the foreigners. The scene was awkward for a while, and after a long time, only then did the big-bellied foreign man at the head of the group open his mouth, taking the lead in breaking the icy situation. I announced that I will now terminate the chip support for Weihua's cell phone, and at the same time increase the chip dividends for other Chinese cell phones. In addition to increasing the suppression of Weihua Mobile, we must let him know that if he offends us Eagle Jam people, he must pay the price. After the big-bellied foreign man angrily commanded, he froze and then asked the people around him in a low voice, "We are touchy-feely. Go 2 words. What is it? We are?" Chapter 12, Submitting Photolithography Drawings. Redeeming 5 nanometers photolithography machine. Lin Dong had just left Phoenix Technology Company on the front foot, and on the back foot. He could not wait to use 4 million points to exchange for a 5 nanometers lithography machine. Redeeming 5 nanometers photolithography machine is successful, deducting 4 million points. After the mechanical voice flashed realistically in Lin Dong's mind, he sighed with some relief. If not for the timely appearance of the primary draw carousel, he would probably have been in a very passive situation by now. That feeling of being held in the palm of one's hand was not pleasant, but this system is really powerful. With all the 5 nanometers photolithography machines. As Lin Dong thought about this, he once again marveled at how powerful this super factory was. The 5 nanometers photolithography machine was a key scientific research object for countries around the world, and it was a high-end technological product that China had been developing for 5 years but had failed to develop. But this time his difficulties also because of the photolithography machine, thus solved. After purchasing the materials needed for the other Weihua cell phones, Lin Dong rushed back to the factory in a hurry. The first thing he did when he returned to the factory was to place the 5 nanometers photolithography machine in a separate plant, paying extra careful attention to it. Looking at the precise structure of the 5 nanometers lithography machine in front of him, the complex level of technology, Lin Dong's heart was surging with thoughts. With this 5 nanometers photolithography machine, he would be able to continue producing Weihua cell phones. Let more people who can't afford to use smartphones, so that more people have more confidence in national products. In today's Chinese market, the place for national products is getting smaller and smaller. The monopoly of some enterprises on exclusive technology has led to a situation where many national products have become overpriced and underpriced. The reputation of national products is also declining. There are some capital enterprises on the market coaxing, so that now high-priced products become the norm. On the contrary, some cheap, quality is not too bad products but no one to buy. The reason is very simple. Afraid of being pit. After all, there are too many unscrupulous businesses now. This has led to a distorted view of consumers. They take for granted that expensive must be good, and good things must not be cheap. There is really a long way to go in developing national products. Lin Dong sighed deeply, but his eyes were incomparably determined. He might not have had such thoughts before, yet he gradually realized it after acquiring the super factory. When he realized that there were still so many people in Huaxia who could not use a smartphone, and there were still so many people who reaped happiness because of a smartphone, he then knew that it was time for China's market to change. He wanted to produce products that only belonged to Huaxia itself. Products that everyone could afford to use. Lin Dong was prepared to first start with the 5nm photolithography machine to break Phoenix Technology's monopoly on cell phone chips. Let the Huaxia cell phone market be active. Let the price of smartphones come down. He looked at the 5nm photolithography machine in front of him and fell into deep thought. This was because while he had obtained this 5nm lithography machine, the super system had also attached a production drawing for the 5nm lithography machine. Is it possible to produce a photolithography machine? This thought fleetingly passed through Lin Dong's mind and was directly dismissed by him. It was important to know that the cost of producing a photolithography machine was not something that could be compared to a cell phone. The cost of a single photolithography machine alone would be hundreds of millions at the very least. And that's not even considering various other factors. It's simply the cost of the parts. Then we can't make the drawings of the photolithography machine public. It's not realistic. Suddenly Lin Dong's eyes lit up as he thought of an excellent way to deal with the photolithography machine drawings. Turn the photolithography machine drawings in. Instead of being swayed by the issue of handling the photolithography machine, it would be better to take the initiative to hand it over to the country, the one who could maximize the role of the photolithography machine. Lin Dong believed that it must be the country. The issue of funding for the production of the photolithography machine was not a matter of concern for the country at all. Once Huaxia successfully developed a photolithography machine, it did not only make up for the vacancies in one of Huaxia's technological fields, it will directly promote the development of Chinese science and industry. This is undoubtedly a major historical progress. Let's do it. Lin Dong clapped his hands together, got up and walked towards the outside of the factory. In the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the elderly President Li Tianming was working on his desk, which was filled with drafts filled with formulas. He kept his head buried in his hands and kept calculating without the slightest extra movement. It was only after a long time. Li Tianming only raised his head and straightened his waist with difficulty. This was an old problem left over from his long years of work, coupled with his advanced age. This condition became more and more serious. Dean, you also rest and rest. Every day like this your body will not be able to bear it. The assistant beside Li Tianming really couldn't stand it anymore, and somewhat intolerantly persuaded. It's not okay to not be able to stand it. Li Tianming tremblingly wanted to straighten up and walk around a bit. However, he couldn't get up for half a day. The assistant at the side hurriedly stepped forward and assisted Li Tianming. It's been 5 years, and our China still hasn't developed a photolithography machine. This has fallen into the laughingstock of many foreign countries, and some countries are even openly mocking us. Now China's chip field has been completely monopolized by Eagle Sauce. This is a capital invasion. We have a great responsibility for the halt of the Chinese cell phone industry. Speaking here, Li Tianming sighed helplessly. If we were able to develop a photolithography machine of our own, then the situation must be much better. Li Tianming shook his head in disappointment and sat back down with the intention of continuing to tackle the difficult problem of photolithography. He also knew that he was old, and it was all the more important for him to scramble to do his research. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. Mr. Li, your mail. My mail? Isn't it the Chinese Academy of Sciences that has its own exclusive mailbox? How come it's sent to me? I guess it's some kind of pitch again. Xiao Zhang, just take a look for me. I'm busy. Li Tianming waved and held up his glasses, gesturing for his assistant Xiao Zhang to help check it out. Xiao Zhang hurriedly went up to the computer, then casually clicked into the email. Only he held a very indifferent attitude. He didn't think that this email could have much value. Xiao Zhang estimated that it was another pitch from someone who wanted to use it to get to know Li Tianming. After all, the identity of the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was here. It made a lot of people want to get closer through various ways, wanting to go through the back door. He had seen this kind of thing too much. As Xiao Zhang really thought, the mail was also opened, revealing the contents inside. Only what appeared in front of his eyes were all densely packed lines, making one dizzy just looking at them. looks like Elderly was right. Xiao Zhang shook his head. He instinctively thought that this was some kind of spoof email. After all, professional emails wouldn't be so cluttered. He casually wanted to close this email before deleting it afterward. Suddenly there was a line of small words in the upper right corner of the email, which seemed to be labeled with the name of this email. Xiao Zhang was slightly stunned in his mind and retracted the mouse that he intended to close this email again. He slowly zoomed in on the paper, and was suddenly shocked. It was then that he was surprised to realize that this paper was not even a submission. Instead, it was a complicated structural design diagram. The complexity of it made him feel a little dizzy looking at it. And it was also clearly labeled with a few big words, 5 nanometers lithography drawing. Elderly, look, Xiao Zhang hurriedly exclaimed, passing the end of the laptop to Li Tianming. At this time, he also understood why he could not understand this email just now. It turned out that it actually involved such high-end technology drawings of photolithography. This made his heart alarmed, and his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Why are you making a fuss? Just thinking about the problem. Xiao Zhang's alarming shout made Li Tianming frown and just wanted to scold. He looked up but then saw Xiao Zhang with an expression of incomparable surprise on his face and handing over the laptop in his hand. Didn't I tell you to delete it after reading it? Delay me. Li Tianming cracked his eyebrows. His face was displeased. Xiao Zhang shook his head vigorously and hurriedly explained. Elderly, this isn't some kind of pitch. Take a quick look. I can't read it. Li Tianming looked towards the laptop in Xiao Zhang's hands with suspicion and read it in passing. However, after Li Tianming read the content of the email clearly, he fluttered up in excitement, and his entire body was constantly trembling from excitement. 5 nanometers lithography drawings? Li Tianming's eyes widened as he stared at the email on the computer. He was no stranger to the drawings in front of him, and quite a few of the structural contents on them were exactly the same as what he had researched. Quite a few of the problems that had plagued him before were also solved after seeing this drawing. Hurry, quickly, I'm going to call a general meeting. Li Tianming seemed as if he was a few years younger all of a sudden due to his excitement, and took large strides towards the door. He seemed to have thought of something and stopped again at the door. Go and find out the source of this letter for me. Make sure to find the person who sent it. Li Tianming finished speaking and hurriedly left again, leaving the assistant who didn't know what to do frozen in place. At this time, the Weihua factory. Lin Dong was sitting in his office, making a decision in his head. He planned to launch the Weihua cell phone too. The Weihua mobile phone second generation was based on the Weihua mobile phone first generation, with some optimizations and improvements. For example, the speed of charging, optimization in voice prompts. As for the price, it remained the same. It is still 199. Chapter 13, Weihua second generation cell phone. With regards to the main purchasing group of Weihua cell phones, Lin Dong also specialized in statistical analysis. First, it was the receiving location of these cell phones. Most of them were in mountainous areas, rural areas, or county cities, and the group of people who purchased the cell phones were almost all college students, or people who worked outside for long years and did not go home. You can tell from the comments, they are given to their parents at home, or their loved ones, and these people who really use Weihua cell phones, at the same time, all have a common characteristic, that is, none of them are heavy cell phone players. Unlike some young people, they like to play games, so they have to consider the performance aspect of the phone, as well as the brand aspect. But these people who use Weihua cell phones are different. Compared to performance and brand, they valued the daily experience of the phone more. Set up a voice prompt assistant for the convenience of the elderly. Increase the sense of daily use experience of the phone, such as taking pictures and so on. Lin Dong instructed the 01 robot at his heels to upgrade the Weihua generation cell phone system. At the same time, he himself updated a video in the Douyin number. As for the content of the video, it was precisely about the release of this Weihua Generation 2 cell phone and the upgrade of the cell phone system and settings. After Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast to bring in traffic, the Weihua factory's official Douyin numbers fans had also exceeded the million mark. Therefore the video was released in just a few minutes before Lin Dong's cell phone started ringing. Hearing the sound, Lin Dong took out his cell phone to take a look, only to see that there were already 70 to 80 likes in the Douyin background, as well as several comments. 666. It's also too conscientious. Family, the Weihua 2 cell phone has been upgraded in quite a few places, and the price is still so affordable. This is the first time I've used so many cell phones and seen a new cell phone released without a price increase. Good indeed. It's just a pity that Weihua Generation 1 cell phone was bought too early. What's a pity? Weihua cell phone generation is not worse than this. This is the people Weihua manufacturers in the heart to do cell phones, taking into account the use of cell phones to improve the crowd, the businessmen who really consider for the consumers. I decided to turn the road to powder. Looking at the constantly skyrocketing comments, a pleased smile appeared on Lin Dong's face. These comments were all clear of praising Weihua factory. whether it was in terms of price or the use of the features of Weihua's cell phones. An hour later, Robot01 then reported to Lin Dong that 10,000 cell phones had been produced. This horrifying efficiency still secretly surprised Lin Dong. Lin Dong prepared to make a call to Brother Little Sheep to explain the contents of the Weihua 2 cell phone, and asked him to carry out a live broadcast to bring the goods. Lin Dong was happy to cooperate with Brother Little Sheep, even though Brother Little Sheep would charge a 30% commission, but Lin Dong felt that it was all worth it. After all, in this increasingly informative internet era, it is online marketing that can maximize the popularity of a product. At this time, Lin Dong was even more somewhat expectant. When the Weihua second-generation cell phone was sold, what reaction would it make Phoenix Technology Company, which had been monopolizing the Chinese market for cell phone chips, have? It is important to know that the Weihua second-generation cell phone is the first case of a completely self-manufactured and self-developed cell phone in China. No foreign parts were used, the true meaning of China's own products. The most important thing is to directly bypass the monopoly chip Phoenix Technology Company. At this time, Little Sheep Brother's live broadcast room. Little Sheep Brother, who had been bringing goods to his fans, suddenly answered a phone call. It was precisely the call from Lin Dong. Upon seeing that it was Lin Dong calling, Brother Little Sheep did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent and hurriedly said sorry to his live streaming friends and went to answer the phone. What? The Weihua second-generation cell phone has been developed? Weihua second-generation cell phone is more perfect than the first generation? Or is it a national product cell phone completely developed by Huaxia? After Brother Little Sheep heard Lin Dong's words, his heart was shocked beyond belief at this. He still understood about the cell phone industry. It was already an indisputable fact that Phoenix Technology Company had monopolized the field of cell phone chips in China. He did not expect Lin Dong to say to him, the Weihua second-generation cell phone turned out to be a national cell phone that was completely independently developed by Huaxia. Although Lin Dong did not talk to him about the specific matters, Brother Little Sheep instinctively believed that what Lin Dong said must be the truth. After all, the Weihua cell phone was the best example. Brother Little Sheep was shocked. He also knew that the Weihua second-generation mobile phone had also been optimized in terms of usage compared to the Weihua first-generation mobile phone. Then what's the price of this? 199. After listening to Lin Dong's concise answer, a shocked look once again welled up on Brother Lam's face. It was surprising that the Weihua second-generation cell phone had not increased in price. It was important to know that the release of new upgraded cell phones did not increase in price. This was something unprecedented in the entire cell phone industry. Upon hearing that Lin Dong was going to hand over the Weihua second-generation cell phone to him for live streaming with goods, Brother Lam was naturally filled with joy and busily agreed. He was now treating Lin Dong as his valued person and would not be the slightest bit negligent. Since that last live broadcast, he had gained millions of fans overnight. He was even among the top Douyin anchors. And this is just a bandwagon about Weihua factory products. After hanging up with Lin Dong's phone call, Brother Little Sheep returned to the live broadcast once again, and he did not continue to introduce the previous products. Instead, he mysteriously asked the water friends in the live broadcast room, families, do you know how many completely self-developed domestic cell phones there are in Huaxia? Whoever answers correctly, I'll send him a Fruit 14 cell phone. In the face of Brother Little Sheep's question and the rather tantalizing reward, the water friends in the live broadcast instantly responded frantically. Huawei cell phone. This must be a domestic cell phone. I think it must be a rice phone. Everyone don't grab it from me. I know this one. Huawei phone, rice phone, Viv phone. Brother Little Sheep looked at the pop-ups that were bouncing wildly in the live broadcast room, and a smile like I knew it was like this appeared on his face. Families, you all guessed wrong. Upon hearing this, quite a few water users in the live broadcast room wondered, because these phones were pretty much the top phones in Huaxia, there were no more of them. Anchor, we don't want the Fruit 14 anymore. Tell us about the real national cell phones in Huaxia. Tell us quickly. I'm curious. I also want to know which cell phone is so powerful. After looking at the questions of the water users in the live broadcast room, Brother Little Sheep's mouth revealed a triumphant smile. Under the gaze of the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room, he slowly opened his mouth. Huaxia's completely independent research and development. Independent production. The true meaning of the domestic cell phone is only one. That is the Weihua 2 cell phone. When these words came out, they were instantly questioned by the water users in the live broadcast room. Impossible. Huawei cell phone is known as the light of national cell phones. He's definitely a domestic cell phone. Right. You can blow the Weihua second-generation cell phone, but you can't denigrate other domestic cell phones. That's right. The Huawei cell phone is known as the light of domestic cell phones. Brother Lam had long anticipated this situation and had a bashful expression. Families, I want you to be clear about one thing. Whether the core parts of the cell phone, the chip, are all dependent on imports or a certain technology company. The monopolization of chips, the vacancy of state-owned chips, How can there be a truly purely domestic cell phone? Brother Little Sheep's deafening voice resounded through the live broadcast room, causing many of the live broadcast water friends to clench their fists. The vacancy in the field of Chinese photolithography, resulting in the Chinese cell phone chips, long-term dependence on Phoenix Technology Company. This is already a well-known thing. Phoenix Technology Company's monopolization of chips had long led to public anger. However, this was a fact that could not be changed with the best of intentions. Who let others, Eagle Jam, have the ability to create photolithography, and who let China not have its own photolithography? I don't have any intention of belittling other domestic cell phones. They are all great. But the foreign blockade of photolithography technology, a certain company's monopolization of Chinese chips, this makes the trend of domestic cell phones lower and lower day by day. Domestic cell phones were a joke in the eyes of foreigners, and now it's different. The Weihua 2 cell phone is a cell phone produced entirely with Chinese parts. Although I don't know enough about this specifically, it must be another breakthrough in one of our Chinese technologies. This is a truly domestic cell phone. I'm not saying that I have no clothes, but I'm with my son. Nearly 300,000 plus water users in the live broadcast room. After listening to Little Goat's impassioned speech, they were all moved to tears. The public screen of the live broadcast room was frantically swiping the screen, while it was all the same sentence. Support national products. Support Weihua cell phones. Chapter 14, You're Afraid You're Not a Counter-Strike. Brother Little Sheep looked at the pop-ups bouncing in the live broadcast room. He took a deep breath and struggled to adjust his emotions. At this moment, his heart was pounding inside, and his mood was even more excited than ever. Just ask, which Chinese person doesn't want to use high-quality national products produced by their own country? After a moment of silence, Brother Lamb's mouth slowly spat out a sentence. Weihua 2 cell phone on the link. The many water friends in the live broadcast room exploded in an instant, scrambling to be the first to start snatching them up. On the other side, inside the office of Phoenix Technology Corporation, a bunch of core members of the Phoenix Technology Company were all gathered together, all unanimously looking at the large projection screen in front of them. And what was displayed on the large screen was precisely the real-time situation of Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast. Can any of you tell me what's going on? Why is the Weihua cell phone still on sale in its second generation? Can someone give me a reasonable explanation? The big-bellied foreign manager grimaced and slapped his hands fiercely on the desktop. The fat meat on its face trembled. Didn't I announce sanctions against Weihua Cellular? Didn't I stop the sale of chips to Weihua's factories? Why don't you stop it? The big-bellied foreign manager looked around at the circle of drooping head of his subordinate employees, and the anger in his heart grew even more. Reporting to the manager, we have imposed sanctions on Weihua cell phones, also stopped the sale of chips to Weihua's factory. Just, a gringo employee drooped his head and stammered. Just what? Facing the big fat manager's pressing questions, that employee had to give an account as he did. It's just that our Fruit 14 sales can't affect Weihua cell phones. They're too cheap. And during this period of time, our Fruit 14 sales have decreased by 20% compared to before. Currently many people in Huaxia are starting to feel that high-priced cell phones are all gimmicks and are starting to focus on practicality. Waste. A bunch of wastes. The big-bellied foreign manager was instantly enraged, kicking over the chair in front of him and hurling angry insults. A moment later, he crossed his arms and asked again in a gloomy tone, what's going on with that chip? If the supply of chips for Weihua's cell phones was stopped, then where did he get the chips to produce cell phones? In the face of the manager's accountability, the conference room became even quieter for a while. Even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. It was important to know that for so many years, except for Huawei Group, which had broken through the chip blockade on Phoenix Technologies and had been using expensive imported chips, there was no longer a second cell phone manufacturer that used a chip that wasn't from Phoenix Technologies, and Weihua's second-generation cell phone had even manufactured a cell phone without using their Phoenix Technology company's chip. This was simply a mirage. As for the Weihua second-generation cell phone using an imported chip, this was even more impossible. The price of importing a chip alone was much more expensive than a Weihua cell phone. Lin Dong is not a little cutie. How could he possibly do a losing deal? Could it be that Huaxia has its own photolithography machine? The big-bellied gringo winced fiercely as he thought of this, but he quickly dismissed it again. China had spent 5 years developing a photolithography machine without success, and had long since been reduced to a laughingstock in their eagle sauce country. If it was researched, there was no way there wouldn't be a bit of news. You guys pay attention to the information from Weihua's factory side, and at the same time find a batch of water armies to brush Weihua's cell phone with bad reviews. The big-bellied foreign manager pondered for a moment and gave the order. He didn't believe it. Their Eagle Sauce's Phoenix Technology Company still couldn't straighten out Weihua factory. Lin Dong, who came to the super factory the next day, summoned Robot 01 to report yesterday's Weihua cell phone sales data as usual. Reporting to Master, 20,000 units of Weihua second-generation cell phones were sold yesterday. The total sales of Weihua second-generation cellular phones reached 1 million yesterday. Lin Dong just nodded his head after hearing this. His heart was devoid of any waves. This was all the Weihua second-generation cellular phones that his factory had produced yesterday. Now that the reputation of Weihua cell phones had been initially made, it was within his expectation for Weihua second-generation cell phones to have this achievement. What about the favorable reviews? Lin Dong then asked. This was what he was most concerned about. As long as he had enough points, he would be able to unlock the drawings in the super factory system. Yesterday's total comments were 159, 380, with 901 favorable comments, accounting for 17.9%, and 140,000 redeemable points. More than 150,000 comments? Only 8,000 plus favorable reviews? More than 100,000 bad reviews? How is this possible? Before Robot 01 could finish, Lin Dong directly stood up from his chair in a prancing manner. He stared incredulously at Robot 01, asking if the data was accurate. However, all that was received was an affirmative answer from Robot 01. Lin Dong furrowed his brows and took out his cell phone, checking up on yesterday's comments. As expected, under many videos about Weihua's cell phone, it was full of all sorts of malicious and full of bad comments. As for his store's backstage, it was directly exploded by bad reviews. In the face of the overwhelming number of bad reviews against Weihua's cell phone, Lin Dong was in deep thought for a while. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Lin Dong was very confident in his Weihua cell phone. Whether it was in terms of quality or price/performance ratio, there could not be any problems. It was a product produced by a super factory, far exceeding the quality of human-produced products. Moreover, ever since the Weihua cell phone was sold till now, almost every day had 100% positive reviews, with almost very few bad reviews. How could there be hundreds of thousands of bad reviews overnight? Unless it was the water army that was hired to brush the bad reviews. It can't be Phoenix Technologies that is causing trouble, right? Lin Dong had a few moments of anger between his brows and thought of the most likely culprit. Although the inexpensive Weihua cell phone had definitely affected the market in the Huaxia cell phone market, the one who panicked the most must be Phoenix Technology Company. After all, the Weihua second-generation cell phone did not use their family's chip. Phoenix Technology Company. Lin Dong clenched his fists. What a bully. However, at this time on Douyin, underneath a video about Weihua, many netizens saw bad reviews all over the place. This made many netizens who had purchased Weihua cell phones very strange, because the quality of Weihua's cell phone as well as the cost-effectiveness, that can be the level of hanging the 1,000 yuan machine. Never what the internet said, what poor quality. Electronic garbage. This makes a lot of netizens a bit puzzled. For a while do not know what the situation is. What's the situation? How are all the bad reviews for Weihua's cell phone? I don't know. These can't be water armies, right? I feel like it is. Weihua cell phones must be too cheap, coupled with the superb price/performance ratio, moving the interests of certain capitalists. Let's all join together to speak up for Weihua's cell phone, and never let our own national product cell phone be knocked down by capital. Many netizens online were filled with righteous indignation and resolutely defended the reputation of Weihua Mobile. There are even some bloggers who rubbed the heat to speak out for Weihua cell phones. This led to more and more people supporting Weihua Mobile. Suddenly, one person commented, which even caused many netizens to nod their heads. Families, do you think that these people who gave bad reviews will not all be people who didn't grab Weihua's cell phone? These people who gave bad reviews, I'm afraid they're not anti-starters? Chapter 15, The Whole Internet Storm. Counter-Strike? That's very possible. The many netizens were instantly amused when they saw it, and they all thought it made sense. After all, the Weihua cell phone's hotness was an existence that no one knew about on Douyin. This has also led to a situation where it is difficult to find a machine. So there was a reverse hacking of Weihua cell phones, thus reducing the number of people who bought Weihua cell phones and achieving the goal of being able to buy Weihua cell phones themselves. This is also inversely in line with common sense. This makes those bad reviews of Weihua cell phones. In addition to adding a lot of netizens to talk and laugh and tease, there is no specific role. However, some review bloggers don't think so, and think that Weihua cell phones just don't work. They even released a video saying that Weihua cell phones are cheating consumers by offering a low price. Someone even released a video, Weihua generation cell phone, as well as just released Weihua second generation cell phone. The content of the video, however, was creepy and frightening, only to see the two Weihua cell phones in the video explode suddenly and without warning while charging. This immediately made many netizens watch with fear and trepidation, and their hairs stood on end. This directly set off a furor on the internet, causing many netizens to react collectively. No wonder Weihua cell phones are sold cheaply. It turns out that cheap is no good. I originally wanted to get my hands on a Weihua cell phone. Thanks to you guys I didn't grab it. Otherwise I was afraid of being blown up. Really, a penny for a penny. It seems to buy a cell phone still have to recognize the big brands. I bought a cell phone for my mom and I regret it now. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves for a while, and the news about Weihua's cell phone is still fermenting online. There were even bloggers who picked out the previous photos of the Weihua factory in Lin Dong. When the netizens saw the dilapidated Weihua factory, they became even more convinced that the previous video of the Weihua cell phone exploding was real. What did I say? Weihua cell phones are electronic garbage. And you guys sprayed me at the time. The evaluation blogger Huaxia also turned on the live broadcast at this time, and cried out repeatedly in the live broadcast. This drew the sympathy of many netizens. I admit that I scolded you at that time. I apologize to you. It's true that you know what you know. That what little goat brother also blew Weihua cell phone is the light of domestic production. I think it's the two people who are ganging up to cheat consumers. Or Lei Zi is a conscientious evaluation anchor. Seeing that a bunch of netizens were on his side, Huaxia was pleased in his heart, finally letting the anger he was holding last time go away. Since the last live broadcast was sprayed, he received thousands of private messages every day scolding him. As for the live broadcast, he is even more afraid to open. Seeing that this time it was not easy to have a chance to clear himself, Huaxia even patted his chest and threatened, fighting against unscrupulous merchants. I, Huaxia, am the first to stand up. I'll analyze the following for you guys. Why I think Weihua cell phone is industrial garbage. This is an analysis from the perspective of a professional evaluation blogger. More and more netizens came to Huaxia's live broadcasting room, wanting to listen to the analysis of Huaxia's professional evaluator. First of all, let's calculate purely from the manufacturing cost of Weihua's cell phone. I've learned about the market. The cheapest cell phone parts add up to more than $100. That's not even counting the labor costs, the scrapping costs. Huaxia in the live broadcast room said this and deliberately paused. Then you all know the chip of the cell phone. This is the core part of the cell phone. Without the chip there is no cell phone. But do you guys know the price of the chip? Huaxia looked like a gentleman, righteously analyzing the head of the live broadcast. I think you guys must not know that simply importing a chip of 2000, and that's not even adding the cost of paying taxes and such, and simply using Phoenix Technologies 5nm chips would cost $1,800, but each phone also has to pay a 10% dividend. Huaxia said this with an even more righteous look. So let's do some calculations based purely on cost. How can Weihua's cell phone be so cheap? $199 isn't enough for a cell phone to be produced, let alone one that can be used, even if it uses the most inferior materials. That's why I say this Weihua cell phone is electronic garbage. We should boycott this electronic trash, lest we jeopardize the lives of consumers. Huaxia's seemingly professional analysis quickly gained the approval and support of many netizens. After all, what Huaxia said was indeed the truth. And Douyin even has more and more evaluation bloggers to speak for this. To Weihua's cell phone moral criticism and boycott. But overnight, Weihua cell phone, which was originally hot all over the net, has turned into an electronic garbage that everyone is shouting at. The little goat brother who brought goods for Weihua's cell phone was forced to close his private messages, as well as his video comments, after being sprayed by various netizens. In the Weihua factory, Lin Dong listened to the cell phone that was constantly making noises, and threw it aside in a distracted manner. Ever since the online video about Weihua's cell phone exploding was sent out, the private messages in the background of his cell phone had not stopped. Almost all of them were scolding him, and some even greeted his ancestors. All of these could be ignored by Lin Dong. The most disturbing thing for Lin Dong was that the sales of Weihua's cell phone had become single digits for the first time in history. There were even many returned orders. Lin Dong knew that the video on the internet was simply false. The purpose of the video was to bring Weihua's cell phone and him into a situation where he would never be able to recover. This tactic was simply sinister and vicious. The worst part was that more and more uninformed netizens on the internet had come out to boycott Weihua's cell phone for the sake of so-called justice. This made Lin Dong's situation even worse. Although there were also those who supported Lin Dong, none of them were sprayed with blood. China has a population of 1.4 billion, and the cumulative number of people who have purchased Weihua cell phones is less than 1 million. Some of the marketing numbers even added to the reputation of Weihua's cell phone, making it even worse. Therefore, no one believes that the video of the explosion of the Weihua cell phone is fake. And Lin Dong also knows that this time to come out, no doubt it is no silver 300 tails on the ground. Besides, the cell phone explosion thing is not a joke. Lin Dong and his Weihua factory, for a time, fell into a situation where he was at a loss. Does my life stop here? Lin Dong felt that he was now on all sides and had reached the end of his rope. It seems like the Weihua factory really has to go bankrupt after this. Just when Lin Dong was disheartened, Robot 01 came into the office. Report master, someone is looking for you. A projection appeared in front of Lin Dong's eyes just as Robot 012 finished speaking, only to see that in front of the main gate of the Weihua factory. At some point, Several red flag H5 cars came and stopped in order. Then several white-haired but hale and hearty old men walked down from the car. Someone came to the door so soon? Lin Dong was completely unable to sit still, his mind going blank. Chapter 16, The Arrival of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Are you Lin Dong? The several old men in front of them had serious expressions, were unsmiling, and exuded a powerful aura. At a glance, they were people who had been in high positions for long years. Lin Dong, who had arrived at the entrance of the factory, had a somewhat dry throat and screamed in his heart that this was the end, but still nodded honestly. However, the next second, after a few old men looked at each other, as if they had changed into a different person, they excitedly surrounded Lin Dong in a group and stared at him with glowing eyes. That look was as if a horny wolf had seen a beautiful woman. What a situation! Lin Dong looked at the several old men in front of him who looked as if they were still uninviting just a moment ago, but at this moment, they were looking at him with a spring in their step and a smile on their face. He could not help but shrink his head, somewhat unsure. Aren't these few people here to look for trouble? What's with this attitude? Are they being polite first? Lin Dong was surrounded by these few old men in the center, his heart speculating wildly. He could really not fly with his wings now. That drawing, did you send it to me? Just as Lin Dong was preparing for the worst in his heart, an old man at the head of the group suddenly asked excitedly, Drawing? Light? Lithography drawings? Lin Dong first froze slightly and after hesitating for a while, he gently nodded. After a few old men glanced at each other, they ecstatically pulled Lin Dong's hand and couldn't stop saying, Young man, there is a future. There is a rich future. Hearing this, Lin Dong was finally relieved. Emotionally, these people came to him for the photolithography drawings, and he thought that they came to trouble him because of the Weihua cell phone video, harming him to be nervous for half a day. Lin Dong's mood relaxed a lot after seeing that it was a misunderstanding. He sized up the few old men in front of him. It seems that these few people should be the people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As for Li Tianming and his group, they were also relieved as if they were relieved. They finally confirmed that the young boy in front of them was the one who had sent him the photolithography drawings. After all, the matter about them receiving the photolithography machine drawings was classified as a state secret in existence before this. Other than the person in question, it was impossible for a second person to know about it. We are looking for you today. Firstly, to present you with an award and thank you for your outstanding contribution to the field of science and technology in China. Li Tianming shook Lin Dong's hand and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Lin Dong. After all, if it was not for Lin Dong handing over the photolithography drawings, Huaxia might have to take a few more decades of detours before it could have its own photolithography machine. Secondly, can I ask how you developed the photolithography drawings? Despite confirming Lin Dong's identity, Li Tianming was still a little curious. How was a youngster of such a young age able to develop the photolithography drawings that scientific researchers all over the world had a headache over? Lin Dong scratched his head and thought for half a day before saying, My family is the one who owns a factory, so I usually like to research and study the products. So accidentally, I researched photolithography drawings. Accidentally. Researched. The corners of Li Tianming's mouth twitched fiercely as he listened to Lin Dong's words. Why is this kid's speech so out of tune? If you say that, where should the faces of so many researchers in China be placed? However, Li Tianming's several people did not count, but instead appreciated Lin Dong, such a young man with personality. They even sincerely wished to visit Lin Dong's factory. In the face of several people's request, Lin Dong did not refuse. He turned around and led a few people into the factory. The few people who entered the factory, Li Tianming, were instantly shocked by the sight before them. Surrounded by a technological factory with advanced production equipment, it made them feel as if they were in the cyber world. They really couldn't believe that a private enterprise could have such advanced equipment and facilities. After a good half day, Li Tianming's pupils seismically looked at the 0116 robot that was producing Weihua's cell phone and let out a gasp. This level of manufacturing has actually reached the scientific research level of manufacturing. Using such a level to produce cell phones is really a big deal. But within a few minutes, Li Tianming once again let out a shocked cry. Only to see in front of him was a machine with an extremely complex construction. It was running in an organized manner. A photolithography machine? Li Tianming's hands trembled as he stroked the photolithography machine in front of him with a complex expression. A moment later, Li Tianming looked at Lin Dong at the side in astonishment, feeling more and more that the young man in front of him was unfathomable. He did not expect that Lin Dong had not only developed the photolithography drawings, but had even manufactured the photolithography machine. If this news was spread, it would definitely be big international news. It was important to know that precision instruments like photolithography could only be produced by the top manufacturers in each country. Thinking of this, the corner of Li Tianming's eyes moved. It seems that there is a need to pay proper attention to this Weihua factory in the future. Lin Dong, the most important thing we are looking for you today. It is to seek your consent to promote the use of photolithography and break Eagle Sauce's monopoly on China's cell phone chips. After visiting the Weihua factory, Li Tianming stated the true purpose of his arrival today. I support it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Dong replied firmly. Then what kind of remuneration do you need? Contributing to Huaxia is what I should do. After hearing Lin Dong's unhesitating reply, Li Tianming, a few giants of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, eyes were not only surprised, but also pleased. There were not many young people who were so conscious today. As Li Tianming thought of this, he suddenly asked casually, Lin Dong, with the production equipment of this factory of yours, the cell phones produced should sell big, right? Tell me what it's called. I'll go back and buy one as well. Weihua cell phone. Weihua cell phone? Li Tianming couldn't help but frown after hearing this. In his impression he didn't seem to have heard of this cell phone's name, but according to the Weihua factory production level, this shouldn't be The assistant beside him rushed forward at this time and whispered something in his ear. Cell phone explosion? Isn't this obvious bull asterisk 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 asterisk? It seems that some people are red-eyed and want to victimize our genuine national product. Li Tianming's face was suddenly gloomy after learning about what happened regarding Weihua's cell phone. If it were any other factory, he might believe it when it said that the cell phone it produced exploded, but the Weihua factory in front of him was by no means possible. Imagine, how could a factory that was able to manufacture a top technological product like a photolithography machine make a cell phone that would explode? This is like a college student. Do first-grade students the same questions? It's child's play. There is only one possibility, from the opponent's frame. And in the Great China, Weihua cell phone, who caused the greatest loss? It is obvious at a glance. Li Tianming thought of this, could no longer tolerate it. Secretary Li, go and make contact. Those rumor-mongering, unprovoked internet spammers must be made to pay the price. Never allow our own country's national products to be falsely accused, and never allow anyone to deliberately smear our national products. Li Tianming gave orders with righteous indignation, his withered body radiating a formidable and powerful aura. Then he took out his cell phone and gave the order in an unquestionable tone. From now on, release the 5 nanometers engraved light machine. Tell Phoenix Technologies to get out of our Chinese market. Chapter 17, I really didn't want to win the award. He gave it to me. In the live broadcast room of Douyin, as the most conscientious anchor of the whole network, I only do the most authentic reviews for my family. At this time, Hua Lei was still on the air, swearing that he patted his chest in the live broadcast room and assured a crowd of live broadcast water friends. As I said, Weihua cell phones are electronic garbage. You guys see, even if the whole network is on fire, Weihua cell phones still flopped, right? I'm telling you guys, something like Weihua cell phones are the usual marketing routines of those unscrupulous manufacturers. Before the words were finished, the violent knocking sound coming from outside the house interrupted Hua Lei from continuing. Families, wait a moment. It's probably my takeout that's arrived. Hua Lei greeted his live broadcast water friends before running to open the door in a hurry. However, the moment the door opened, Hua Lei was dumbfounded and frozen in place for a moment, only to see that what stood outside the door was not a takeaway boy, but several police officers in police uniforms. Police, please come with us. Police? What did I commit? Why are you guys arresting me? I'm a greatly good citizen. I'm a Douyin Million fan anchor. You guys can't arrest me. As soon as Hua Lei heard that it was the police who wanted to invite him for tea, he was frightened and his legs trembled as he shivered and yelled. The dashing and wantonness that he had shown during the previous live broadcast disappeared into thin air at this moment. You're suspected of rumor-mongering and deliberately smearing the corporate image. Don't think that you can rumorize at will on the internet. It's you who will be arrested. Take away. After a few police officers briefly explained a few sentences, they took Hua Lei away without saying a word. This scene made the live streaming water friends look confused. It quickly exploded. What's the situation? Lazy was taken to tea by the police uncle? I heard the police uncle say that Lazy was suspected of rumor-mongering and smearing the image of the company. It can't be talking about Weihua's cell phone, right? It can't be. Weihua cell phone explosion, that's ironclad evidence. It can't be the Weihua cell phone thing. Lazy said the chip problem. That's a well-known thing. Just when the many water friends in the live broadcast were having a heated discussion about the reason why Hua Lei was taken away, you said one thing and I said another. Suddenly a sentence popped up in Hua Lei's livestream. This user has been banned for making inappropriate comments and suspected of violating the rules. Then Hua Lei's live room was shut down, and his millions of fan accounts were also banned. And such a situation was uploaded in quite a few live rooms in Douyin. Many careful netizens found that these bloggers who were taken away for tea, they almost all have a common characteristic. That is, these people without exception have published videos of Weihua cell phones are electronic garbage. Once this view was published, it was instantly recognized by many netizens. There won't be any shady practices here, right? Why would telling the truth be taken away? What Huaxia said is the truth. Huaxia didn't have its own photolithography machine in the first place, and the price of Weihua's cell phone couldn't have been so cheap in the first place. That's true. Besides, can a cell phone that cheap be good? The power of capital? The netizens had their own views on this, and their opinions were diverse. However, everyone's attention was quickly drawn to another big event. That was the annual awarding of China's best scientific research achievements, which would be broadcast live on Douyin's largest official media, China News. This was an award that was highly anticipated by all the people of China. It was even the highest scientific research award in China, representing the affirmation of the entire Chinese scientific researchers. It is important to know that only one person can win the award for the best scientific research achievement in China. Only one person each year. And these people who won the award, all are in the various scientific fields to make outstanding contributions, and has the exclusive scientific research results, the whole of China's unique existence. These people are honored by 1.4 billion people in China. Therefore, every time when the award of the best scientific research achievements in China is awarded, it will cause a huge reaction in the whole of China, and this time was no exception. Millions of netizens were looking forward to seeing who would win the award this year. Which scientific giant would it be again? Quite a few fields of science and technology in Huaxia have gotten a long way this year. It's really hard to guess this time. It's true. I think quite a few people are qualified to win. I know. It's definitely not me anyway. It can't be me either. Just as the crowd of netizens were speculating, Huaxia News also turned on the real-time live broadcast. Instantly the live broadcast room was flooded with millions of netizens, all wanting to be the first to witness this year's best scientific research winners. But the netizens who entered the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Compared to the grand award ceremony in previous years, this year can be described as simple to the extreme. There was no magnificent awards platform, no guests attending the ceremony, and not even a floral tube. Just at one of the doorways, there were a few gray-haired old men standing. At the head of them was a young man. Just as many netizens in the Chinese news broadcast room were puzzled. Some deep-seated netizens were sharp-eyed and recognized the several old men in front of them. It was the Chinese Academy of Science's famous scientific giants. And the young man shoulder to shoulder with the old man is a heavyweight, president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Li Tianming. This is a name that has been heard in the scientific research community, and is loved and respected by countless researchers. To have elderly come out this time and personally give the award to the winner, it seems that the gold content of this award must be very high. Say, what kind of character is this young man to be able to share the stage with elderly? Don't tell me that this young man is the winner of this award, then I won't believe it even if it kills me. Is it possible? All the previous winners are scientific giants who have dedicated half of their lives to the field of scientific research. Elderly is a man of great stature, and this junior has no eyesight at all. I think it's just the son of some rich family who came out this time just to gain traffic. In front of the Weihua factory, Lin Dong had a lifeless face as he was dragged by a few old men from Li Tianming, saying that they were right and wrong to give him some kind of award, as a way to thank him for his contribution to the Chinese scientific research field. I don't want it. It was them who had to drag me. Lin Dong cried with a saddened face, but he could not resist these old men's pulling and dragging. He could only be forced to come to the front of the Weihua factory, where an award ceremony was held as the name suggests. When Li Tianming brought a golden, brightly shining trophy in front of Lin Dong sighed deeply. When he had submitted the drawings for the photolithography machine, he really did not think about receiving any awards. He just simply did not have the money to build a photolithography machine. I am here to announce. Although Li Tianming was old, his voice was extremely loud as he announced. This term's Best Scientific Research Achievement Award of China is awarded to Mr. Lin Dong. After Li Tianming finished speaking, he handed the trophy in his hand to Lin Dong and asked him to say a few words about the award. The matter had come to this. It was not good for Lin Dong to refute the good intentions of Li Tianming's few old men, so he could only droop his head and come to the front of the camera, muttering in a low voice, I really didn't want to win the award. He was the one who nonetheless gave it to me. Chapter 18, The whole network is shocked. Photolithography is Lin Dong's? The group of netizens who were watching the live broadcast of the awards on Huaxia News at this time, however, had an expression of having seen a ghost. Their eyes were glued to the screen. None of them had expected that this session of the Best Achievement Award for Scientific Research would actually be awarded to a young man, or a young man that they were very unfavorable to. Who can give me a reasonable explanation as to how this kid was able to win the award? There are shady practices. Is it just because this kid is handsome? I told you that this kid must be the son of a wealthy family. There's something fishy about this award. I don't believe this is real. Someone pinch me awake. However, before the many netizens could regain their senses, Lin Dong's words once again managed to irritate all of them. I really didn't want to win the award. He was the one who nonetheless gave it to me. The crowd of netizens were instantly filled with black lines after hearing Lin Dong's off-key words. It was the first time they had seen someone receiving the Best Scientific Research Achievement Award of Huaxia so reluctantly. It was as if he was forced to do so. Why is this brat so indebted? I want to give him a mouthful so badly. Same feeling. I want to give this kid a mouthful. I'm showing positioning and I'm just 5 kilometers away. I'm going to give him a big mouth right now. Remember to help me upstairs. Add me. Suddenly some of the more sensible netizens found that the place where the award was presented in front of them looked so familiar. It seemed to have been seen somewhere. Soon there were netizens in the live broadcast who recognized the place where the award was given to Lin Dong. Isn't this exactly the entrance of Weihua factory? This information was quickly seen by many netizens in the live broadcast room and instantly attracted the attention of many netizens. Weihua factory? Isn't that the place that produces electronic garbage and produces exploding cell phones? How come it's giving out awards in this Thai place? I remembered. This punching boy is the chairman of Weihua factory. Yeah, I remember too. Some of my family members have picked out pictures of this unscrupulous crook. So if I understand correctly, this time, the Best Scientific Research Achievement Award in China was awarded to an unscrupulous businessman? Isn't this pure nonsense? Do you really think that his Weihua cell phone is really a completely domestic cell phone? The Chinese Academy of Sciences has not even researched the photolithography machine. Where is the independent production of chips in China? Where is the real sense of the national product cell phone? A crowd of netizens in the know in front of this owes a beating to the boy. Is the Weihua cell phone producer that unscrupulous traitors? More so, after this year's winner of the Best Scientific Research Achievements in China, instantly could not sit still. 3 words covered the pop-up screen of the live broadcast of the Huaxia news: get off. There are even netizens with exploding tempers, threatening to team up offline to reel Lin Dong the unscrupulous businessman. More people were disappointed with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Disappointment with the Chinese Best Scientific Research Achievement Award. In the eyes of many netizens, Lin Dong is an unscrupulous businessman who produces electronic garbage. And by awarding an award that represented the highest scientific research achievement in China to this kind of person, wasn't this implicitly recognizing this kind of unscrupulous businessman? Many netizens had expressed their stance that it was better not to watch this shady live broadcast. However, just at the moment when they were about to leave the live broadcast room, Li Tianming, president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, spoke. This time, the reason why China's highest scientific research achievement award was given to Lin Dong is mainly due to his outstanding contributions to the field of science and technology in China. His production of the 5 nanometers photolithography machine, as well as the drawings of the 5 nanometers photolithography machine that he submitted. Not only did it fill the vacancies in this field in Huaxia, but it also gave a great impetus to the field of scientific research and technology in Huaxia. 5 nanometers photolithography? 5 nanometers lithography drawings? Li Tianming uttered one explosive piece of information after another, like a sledgehammer hitting the heads of the crowd of netizens. It made them feel their heads spin. It also made them feel unreal, as if they were dreaming. It was only after a long time that some water users in the live broadcast room reacted. Did I hear it right? Lin Dong produced a photolithography machine, and also submitted photolithography drawings? I share your doubts. I'm not hallucinating. Is this really happening? Why do I feel like this is less likely than me finding a date? If this is true, then Weihua's cell phone. After spending half a day confirming it, the crowd of water users in the live broadcast room finally confirmed to each other that they had not heard it wrong. It was the 5 nanometers lithography machine produced by Lin Dong. The submitted drawings of the 5 nanometers lithography machine. Many netizens also reacted. If what Li Tianming said was true, then it is entirely possible that Weihua cell phones are so inexpensive. And at this time, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, after saying something about the reasons for Lin Dong's award, began to walk towards Lin Dong's factory. As Lin Tianming step by step went deeper into the Weihua factory, the water friends in the live broadcasting room had long been dumbfounded. All kinds of advanced facilities and equipment, precision instruments. Looking at the live broadcasting room, water friends were once dazzled and their mouths were dry. Why do I have an impulse to go to the Weihua factory to work? I'm afraid this isn't one of the top factories in Huaxia. It's really Thai pants hot. Why is it that people are so good at such a young age, while I have nothing? How come I don't believe that Weihua cell phones will explode at all now? Before and after seeing Li Tianming come to a precision-constructed instrument, countless netizens were even more directly dumbfounded. Doesn't what appeared in front of their eyes as a photolithography machine? Weihua factory really has its own 5 nanometers photolithography machine? Many netizens rubbed their eyes fiercely to confirm that they did not see wrong. There were even countless netizens who turned on the recording screen to record this historic moment, and the Chinese news broadcast room cleared the screen. Watching countless netizens' blood boil, witnessed the birth of the first photolithography machine in China. At this moment, everyone was happy that Huaxia had its own first photolithography machine. At the same time everyone was proud that their country was able to have a Weihua factory. It seems that Lin Dong deserves to win this year's China's Best Research Achievement Award. Lin Dong should be remembered by history. And so should the Weihua factory. I admit that I was a bit loud in my scolding of Weihua factory earlier. I apologize. The creation of the photolithography machine was a great achievement. Lin Dong deserves it. I now find the information about Weihua's exploding cell phone a bit hilarious and even a bit stupid. A factory that can build a photolithography machine and a cell phone will explode? That's a bit funny. Let's apologize to Weihua Mobile. The many live broadcast water users also understood at this moment that everything Li Tianming said was true. The quality of Weihua's cell phone was absolutely fine. It was definitely not what those rumor-mongering videos on the internet had said, that Weihua cell phones were electronic garbage. On the contrary, Weihua cell phone is a real conscience product. The low price of 199 yuan, really worthy of the daily sales of 100,000 results. And the Weihua factory is even a conscientious businessman. A 199 yuan cell phone, so that everyone in China can afford to use a smartphone. What a greatness! What a conscience! Many netizens began to repent because they almost ruined the true light of China's national products. Some netizens even thought that review bloggers like Huaxia, in order to gain traffic, rumors and slander Weihua cell phone, was invited by the police uncle to drink tea is even more deserved. Chapter 19, Patriotic Frenzy. I wanna buy a Weihua cell phone. What a shock! After a long time under the live broadcast of the Huaxia news, countless netizens were still immersed in the scene they saw at the Weihua factory. Cyber world like Weihua factory. One of the few photolithography machines in the world. All this makes people feel sci-fi. Eagle Sauce's Phoenix Technology Company's monopoly on China's cell phone chips was also broken by the Weihua factory. The plight of China's cell phones for decades has finally ushered in spring. This made countless netizens excited. The views of a large number of netizens on Weihua cell phones also made a direct 180-degree turn. Quickly go and grab the Weihua second-generation cell phone. Many netizens also came under Weihua's store at the first time and frantically started clicking to grab Weihua's second-generation cell phone. In just a minute's time, the 50,000 Weihua second-generation cell phones whose sales had previously stalled due to the false black information were directly snapped up by all the major netizens. They were directly snapped up by all the major netizens. The most horrible thing is, in the background of Weihua's store, there were a full 50,000 extra comments, and they were all clear and favorable reviews. As for the bad reviews brushed by the water army hired by Phoenix Technology Company earlier, all of them were also reported off the shelves by all the netizens in unison. The Douyin platform was even unprecedented in granting a merchant title for the first time. The Weihua cell phone in Weihua's store was given the only title in the entire network, the light of national products. The decision was also recognized by the entire network of netizens, and it was unanimously agreed that the Weihua factory deserved it. Weihua cell phone, the real light of the real national goods. Similar to Huaxia, such rumor slander Weihua cell phone bloggers, in turn, was sanctioned by the law. At the same time these people are also by the entire network of major live platform black, and banned from resurfacing. After the major netizens heard the news, they cried out for great joy. Lin Dong, as well as his Weihua factory had also directly become the center of attention across the net. The real-time news of major media outlets, news about Lin Dong, Weihua factory, and photolithography accounted for more than half of the news. Why is a conscientious businessman being brutalized by the entire internet? Is it a moral degeneration? Or is it the corruption of the human heart? 20-year-old boy Lin Dong won the Best Scientific Research Achievement Award in China. And the reason for it is, why the Weihua factory can build a photolithography machine. The truth is this, there were more news than one could count, but a group of netizens were watching it with great interest and spreading it widely. China's most authoritative media organization, China News, even praised Lin Dong by name. Not only did it affirm Lin Dong's contribution in handing over the photolithography drawings, it also recognized the fact that Weihua's cell phone was the light of the country, and the news that Lin Dong had built a photolithography machine. It had even caused a big stir internationally and had gotten the attention of many countries. Many countries sent congratulatory messages to Huaxia, except for the Eagle Sauce country of course. At this time in China's Sky Eagle Group headquarters, at a glance, one could see an extremely luxurious house, complicated lamps but emitting a cold bright light, for high walls casting dark shadows on the soft carpet. In the shadows sat a figure. Although the silhouette did not move, the powerful aura emanating from his body was intimidating. In front of him, the big belly manager of Phoenix Technology Company was standing. Only at this time, the big belly manager had no arrogance and dominance of the past, and was drooping his head in a depressed manner. Boss, I also don't know how Huaxia has a photolithography machine. Now all the Chinese cell phone manufacturers have stopped cooperating with our Phoenix company's chips. All are waiting for China's own chips to go on sale tomorrow. There's also our Fruit 14 sales, which fell below 40% for the first time compared to before. The big belly manager's voice was getting smaller and smaller as he spoke later. His body was even dripping with cold sweat and he couldn't stop shivering. How could he have never imagined that the Weihua factory that he had targeted? Surprisingly, it was really able to build a photolithography machine. The room fell into a deathly silence, without a single sound. Only after a long time did the figure in the shadows speak. The Chinese chip market cannot be lost, or you know the consequences. Once these words came out, the big belly manager instantly turned pale. His legs trembled violently, and finally fell to his knees. The silhouette in the shadows was oblivious to this, and his slender fingers gently tapped on the desktop. A few words slowly spat out from his mouth. Weihua factory. If Lin Dong was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize the person in front of him as the big-name entrepreneur of Eagle Sauce, Max. However, at this time, Lin Dong was already busy at the Weihua factory. In addition to countless media interviews, he also had to carry out the procurement of materials for the Weihua second-generation cell phone. Although his Weihua cell phone had successfully cleared his name, the explosion of the Weihua second-generation cell phone was far beyond his imagination. With the unveiling of the 5nm photolithography machine at Li Tianming's award presentation yesterday, Weihua factory's name has resounded in the streets of China. The incident of conscientious businessmen manufacturing national products is spreading on the internet is a very short time, set off a patriotic trend. More countless Chinese people shouted the slogan of supporting national products, boycott foreign goods, because the Weihua cell phone is too hot. Once the Weihua cell phone on the shelves, almost all are instantly snatched up. There were even people who shouted, fight for 100 days. I want to buy a Weihua cell phone. Today's cumulative sales of 150,000 Weihua cell phones increased by 20% compared to the day before. Today's accumulated profit amounted to $5.5 million. Today's total evaluation is 89,182, with a favorable rate of 99%, which can be exchanged for 3 million points based on product and product sales. Lin Dong, who had been busy for a day, sat paralyzed in his chair, listening to Robot 01 reporting the data. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. It was true that there were rewards for giving. Lin Dong roughly estimated that the points he had accumulated today totaled up to 10 million, and the profit gained had even reached $15 million. After removing the $2 million from the bank loan and deducting Brother Lam's 30% commission, I still have more than $7 million. Father's surgical expenses are now considered no longer a worry. Lin Dong first repaid the $2 million loan from the bank. Then he called Brother Little Sheep's account with $5 million. He had specially called Brother Little Goat with an extra $500,000 as an extra tip. In the past 2 days, if it wasn't for Little Goat being responsible for the sales, as well as the handling of the courier and other things, he would not have been able to handle it alone. All of this he Lin Dong see in the eyes, and he Lin Dong is not that stingy people. What made Lin Dong the most happy was the 10 million points. 10 million points could be exchanged for quite a few design drawings on the super factory, and they were still quite good. What to exchange? Lin Dong looked at the countless design drawings in front of him and was worried for a moment. Still redeeming cell phone drawings? Lin Dong pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. The Weihua second-generation cell phone had only been on sale for a few days. There was no need to let the Weihua cell phone update and iterate too quickly. After looking at it for half a day, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Primary automatic electronic mold machine production line X4. 9 million points redeemable. Chapter 20, Obtaining New Drawings. Primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line, with complete production functions, can satisfy the production of parts for small electronic devices, screw parts, crystal parts, capacitor plates and other parts. Note, the quality of the parts manufactured by the host's purchase of the super factory's primary automatic mold production line is 40% higher than the quality of the same level of parts retail outside. 50 million points are upgraded once, up to the advanced electrical mold production line. Lin Dong's mind moved as he examined the information in front of him regarding the primary electrical appliance mold production line. One of the most crucial information was, it was not a drawing, but a product that could be used directly, and there were a full 4 units. Lin Dong's eyes moved and he chose to spend 9 million points to exchange them. He then moved his mind and the 4 primary electrical appliance mold production lines appeared within the 4 plants. From now on, I finally do not need to go procuring parts every day. Lin Dong muttered to himself as he swept away the fatigue of the day and a smile covered his face. The reason why he chose to select this product for redemption was because of its superior price/performance ratio. Apart from the fact that the parts produced by the primary electronic mold machine were 40% higher in quality than the same grade of parts bought in the market, the most important point was that he could get a lot of parts at zero cost later on. Simply put, it was for nothing. This one is simply profitable. Lin Dong excitedly slapped his thighs as his face was filled with an unstoppable smile. There's still over 1,000,000 points left. Save it for next time. No! Lin Dong was just about to get up and go home when he suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and thought of the primary carousel draw system. He also remembered that in the primary carousel draw system, it was exactly 1,000,000 points a draw. Then let's have a lottery and see how lucky we are. Lin Dong was interested for a moment and opened the primary carousel draw system. The lottery system in front of him was just like the carousel lottery in daily life. Many products were displayed above the carousel, such as LCD TVs, vertical air conditioners, and double-door refrigerators. Although there are a lot of product design drawings, they are all very common. There was hardly a single product like 5 nanometers photolithography or something like that. It seems that those kinds of high-tech products are all unattainable and completely dependent on fate. Lin Dong's eyes moved. Not surprised by this, it seemed that last time, he had picked up a great bargain. Drawl. After Lin Dong listened to the mechanical voice in his mind prompting him to deduct 1,000,000 points, he saw the pointer on the carousel frantically turning. A few seconds later, the speed at which the pointer on the carousel turned slowly decreased and eventually stopped at an area under Lin Dong's gaze. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the enhanced version of the Mind Inverter Heating and Cooling Vertical Air Conditioner from Mind Drawing. Mind Inverter Cooling and Heating Vertical Air Conditioner, market price is 6,399 yuan. Positioning, high-end air conditioner. As the needle of the carousel fell, a large string of information flooded into Lin Dong's mind. It provided him with the relevant information for obtaining the prize. Air conditioner? Lin Dong's expression was strange, but he could not hide the smile on his face. What a heavenly help. At this time, it was the scorching month of August and the weather was very hot. The continuous accumulation of high temperatures was even more agonizing for people, but there was nothing they could do about it. This was also the peak sales season for air conditioners and electric fans. Lin Dong really did not expect that he would be able to win the air conditioner design drawings. This is simply €2 millions. Lin Dong, who came outside the factory, happened to have a scene in front of him, although it was already evening, but the setting sun in summer was still very hot, making people avoid it. Yet there was a group of people who were carrying several hundred pounds of cement from the transportation truck towards the construction site under the scorching sun. Although they have long been sweating, tears like rain, but they are not willing to rest for a moment. The bare shoulders have long been peeled off by the hot sun. A dramatic scene appeared. A few foreigners with popsicles in their mouths passed by and looked at these workers with a look of disgust. An inexplicable flavor surged in Lin Dong's heart when he saw this. Whose father is this again? And whose son is this? If possible, no one would want to do such hard labor work in this kind of weather. They were all forced by life. Lin Dong also knew that these people's monthly salary alone was probably just over 5,000, while an air conditioner would cost over 6,000. These people simply could not afford to buy an air conditioner, much less an air conditioner. And there were still so many people in Huaxia who couldn't afford an air conditioner, something that Lin Dong knew all too well when he was selling Weihua cell phones. Nowadays, the production of products seems to only serve those rich people. Lin Dong frowned, once again feeling that there was still a lot more he had done. There was really a long way to go in developing national products. He might not be able to change the current situation of these people, but what he could do was to let these people have a better quality of life. We will start producing air conditioners tomorrow. I want to make more people's summers less hot. Lin Dong secretly vowed to produce more products, to make it affordable for more people, and to make the quality of life of more Chinese people better. Ding dong. At this time, his cell phone rang and he picked it up. It was a message from Li Tianming, president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Lin Dong, we have launched the engraved light machine project, and the investment attraction was successful. The major cell phone vendors in China have enthusiastically invested and cooperated, and together they are working to build a Chinese chip. Lin Dong nodded. This situation was within his prediction. After all, the major cell phone vendors in China had endured the oppression of Phoenix Technologies for too long. Although they had wanted to rebel long ago, they did not have the ability to do so, because the production technology of the photolithography machine was a heavenly rift that they could never step over. And now there is a chance to bring down Phoenix Technologies, or a fair and reasonable platform given by the state. How could these cell phone manufacturers let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? It seems like Phoenix Technology Company is completely finished this time. Lin Dong's heart was slightly sour. He had long looked at Phoenix Technology Company with displeasure for a long time. A foreign company that was still so rampant and lawless in China, squeezing Chinese companies. It should have been finished long ago. Facts prove that everything was indeed as Lin Dong thought. The Chinese Financial News reported that Phoenix Technology Corporation's stock lost 80% in one day. The sales of Fruit 14, the main electronic product produced under its Phoenix Technology Company, had also dropped to an all-time low. And all of the companies in Huaxia that had cooperated with Phoenix Technologies Inc. had also stopped cooperating. This tragic situation of the Phoenix Technology Company has attracted the attention of millions of netizens on the internet. Just no one has the slightest sympathy for this, but instead are clapping their hands and congratulating. Finally it's time to roll. But I'm so happy. If I take out the Fruit 14 and the video of the Fruit 14 exploding, may I ask how Your Excellency is going to respond? I'll tell the Sky Eagle Group that Big Brother helped me. Bird stuff. I didn't say hoo-ha. Chapter 21, The Sorrows of Phoenix Technology Corporation. Inside the conference room of Phoenix Technology Company. Boss, what now? The major cell phone vendors in China have started to jointly promote their chips, and our chip sales have dropped drastically. They also started to jointly target us. The big-bellied manager listened to his men's report with an iron color, and belatedly did not say a word. For a while, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly the big belly manager growled with a fierce face. He grabbed the tie of his man and roared viciously. Chips are down, then prices are down. Fruit 14 sales are down. Drop the price too. 10,000 no one buys, then drop it to 6,000. 5,000. Drop it for me. I don't believe no one will buy 5,000. How did I, Eagle Jam, end up with a bunch of losers like you? You can't even handle this. Get out of here. Get out. The big-bellied manager viciously kicked his man and pounded his fist heavily on the conference table, making a loud noise. A long time later, in the empty conference room, the big belly manager painfully grabbed his hair and slowly paralyzed to the ground. He knew that this approach of his was a dying struggle, but he was now at the end of his rope. At this moment, he was exceptionally regretful. Why did he not offer the chip to Lin Dong at that time? If he had done so, this situation might not have occurred, but now it is too late to say anything. The big-bellied manager howled. He only hoped that Phoenix Technology Company could hold on for a little while longer. Otherwise, once Phoenix Technology Company closed down, then his life would be over. Douyin on. Fruit 14 playful price cut, 10,000 down to 5,000. Fine luxury cell phone waiting for you to get. An advertisement was brushed by many netizens, which is obviously the role of money power. Many netizens then see the previous day 10,000 soft money of Fruit 14, surprisingly unprecedented for the first time, down to 5,000 soft money. A moment and a half are a little surprised. This is an unprecedented thing. In the impression of the crowd, this is the first time the Fruit cell phone price reduction. Just as many netizens were puzzled, there was soon a netizen who woke up the dreamer with a word. This is Phoenix Technologies trying to lower the price to increase sales, so that the sales of the Fruit 14 go up. Otherwise their company is finished. The crowd of netizens came to a realization after seeing this comment. 5,000 soft sister coins. Does he think it's cheap? 5,000 soft sister coins. It's enough for me to buy several hundred Weihua cell phones. 5,000 soft sister coins, and you want to buy away our personality? Dream on. Phoenix Technologies is in a hurry, and he'll be even more anxious if we don't buy it. In the face of Fruit 14's unprecedented price cut, a group of Chinese netizens not only do not buy it, but also disgusted by it to the extreme. After all, every Chinese person has a Chinese soul. Never money can be tainted. A group of Chinese netizens even made a concerted effort to report the official account of Phoenix Technology Company, and Douyin officials were very helpful in banning it. The other side. Is it Viv Company? Our company has decided to decide to cooperate with your company for a long period of time at the price of 1,000 soft sister coins a chip. No dividends. Before the person from Phoenix Technology Company could finish speaking, a string of blind tones came from the other end of the phone. This was already the last Chinese cell phone provider they had called. It was just that, unlike in the past, this time, none of the people from the Chinese cell phone vendors chose to take care of them. Some even gave them a stinky scolding. Does it seem like Phoenix Technology Company has really reached the point of life and death? Right at this moment, the cell phones of everyone present rang with a message tone. Opening it, the faces of the people from Phoenix Technology Company instantly darkened. In order to sincerely thank all the people of China for boycotting Phoenix Technology Company, we, Huawei, Dami, Viv, and other cell phone manufacturers will jointly put on sale a national product cell phone that belongs to us in China, with the first sale price priced at 500 soft sister coins. Special note, support national products, boycott junk fruits. The big-bellied manager also saw this text message, and in an instant, his face turned white with anger. He clenched his hands into fists, and his whole body shivered uncontrollably. This had gotten to the point where they were simply not putting their Phoenix Technology Company in their eyes. God, help me, what should I do? The big-bellied manager prayed to God in despair, hoping for a miracle. Bang! At this time the door of the room was opened with a bang, and a dozen black-clothed foreigners barged in from outside. At a glance, they were professionally trained. Who are you guys? The big-belly manager had a bad premonition, and tried to get up from the ground on his hands and knees. However, several pairs of large hands held him down on the ground with deadly force, and a sentence rang in his ears. The boss said Phoenix Technologies is about to go bankrupt. He told us to take you back to Eagle Jam and send you to your god. After the big-bellied manager heard these words, he was instantly scared out of his ass and his face turned white. He knew that this time he was really going to meet God. At this time a silhouette walked in. It was the general manager of the Sky Eagle Group in China, Max. Seeing this, the big belly manager hurriedly crawled to Max on his knees, begging continuously, "Boss, please spare my life, please." The big-bellied manager kowtowed as if he were pounding on his head, only hoping that Max would be lenient. After a long time, only then did Max's ice-cold face move slightly and spoke, "Let go of him. I'll give you one last chance to bring down the Weihua factory." Max coldly dropped a sentence and led a few black-clothed men away, leaving behind the big-bellied manager who had already been scared to death. At this time, Lin Dong was also swiping the douyin to understand the many major events that had occurred in China overnight. He knew that Phoenix Technologies would never again have the same status as before. Fruit 14 had also fallen from the altar of cell phones since then, replaced by a paragraph belonging to the Chinese people to build their own national product's cell phone. For the Phoenix Technology Company may close down at any time. The tragic situation. The whole Chinese people are celebrating. The major cell phone dealers also carried out the first time. Really belongs to the Chinese national product cell phone sales. However, at the site of every cell phone launch, there was a Weihua cell phone that was placed right in the middle. This was the respect that the major cell phone vendors had for Weihua cell phones, for Weihua factories, and for Lin Dong. They knew that without Lin Dong, there would be no lithography. Without the photolithography machine, it also meant that Chinese cell phones would continue to be exploited by Phoenix Technologies. This was likewise a way of honoring Huaxia's first true national cell phone, the true light of the nation, Weihua cell phone. Lin Dong looked at Douyin's countless thank you videos about him, as well as Weihua cell phones. In the background of his Douyin, there were even countless netizens offering their sincere wishes. His heart could not help but be somewhat moved. It seems that my efforts were worth it. Lin Dong took a deep breath. He knew that his road was still long. The Weihua cell phone was just the beginning, and the road to rise as a national product had just begun. After arriving at the factory, Lin Dong took out the enhanced drawings of the mind inverter heating and cooling vertical air conditioner that he obtained yesterday. Then he began to study the drawings and select materials such as flat replacement parts. Although he could immediately have Robot Employee 01 build the enhanced version of the vertical air conditioner and not have to worry about copyright issues. However, Lin Dong thought that was pointless. Products that not everyone could afford were not good products. After studying for half a day, Lin Dong still chose to remodel and delete his mind inverter cooling and heating vertical air conditioner enhanced edition drawings. First of all, he took into account the mountainous areas as well as the people in the rural areas, the power consumption concerns of the air conditioner's electricity consumption. Therefore, he significantly increased its first-class energy efficiency, that is, power-saving and energy-saving features. Only this also had to abolish some of the original construction of the drawings. For example, the reduction in area also means a reduction in wind power, but the experience had little impact. After some remodeling and testing, Lin Dong handed the remodeled drawings to Robot 01. Start producing Weihua air conditioners. Chapter 22, Live streaming with Weihua air conditioners. It was the same as producing Weihua cell phones. Lin Dong still chose to use the most inferior batch of materials on the market for the production of Weihua air conditioner this time. However, unlike last time, the parts used this time were manufactured by the primary electrical appliance mold production line. The quality of the parts manufactured by the primary mold production line was 40% higher than the quality of the same level of parts retailed outside. Therefore this time, Weihua air conditioner not only had enhanced drawings, the product was even better. The parts used were also even better. This made the quality of the Weihua air conditioner, in an invisible way, improve a lot. In the end, the production of a Weihua air conditioner came down to a cost of just $100. However, this $100 Weihua air conditioner, Lin Dong was extremely confident in it. Whether it was the superior performance of the enhanced drawings or the precise workmanship of the super factory's robot employees, this was far superior to a large number of air conditioners on the market. Lin Dong did not exaggerate in the slightest to think that the Weihua cell phone not only beat all $100 air conditioners, it even surpassed some $1,000 air conditioners on the market. And Lin Dong felt that Weihua air conditioners were more competitive compared to the market for Weihua cell phones. After all, the parts produced by the primary electrical appliance mold production line alone had saved him several $100s per air conditioner, plus the enhanced version of the mind inverter cooling and heating vertical air conditioner drawings. The cost-effectiveness of Weihua air conditioners is then comparable to mid-range priced air conditioners, so the positioning of Weihua air conditioners would only be higher compared to Weihua cell phones. As for the price of the Weihua air conditioner, Lin Dong chose to price it at $150. The selling price of each air conditioner was only $50 higher than the cost. a price of $150. In the air conditioner where price determined quality, was simply equivalent to giving it away for nothing. It was important to know that when it came to electrical appliances, it could be different from cell phones. Cell phones, even if they are $100 machines, excluding lag and performance, are still barely adequate for daily use. However, electrical appliances are different. Electrical appliances are completely a price determines a goods. This is something that Lin Dong had experienced in his previous life, and it is still the same in this world. Similar to the air conditioner such as high-end household appliances, it is no exaggeration to say that the price of $100 of products are almost all industrial garbage. Not to mention whether the workmanship is up to standard, but quality control alone is poor. A lot of high-end household appliances similar to the $100 air conditioner, and even $1,000 appliances, many consumers buy back not even a few days after the product has a series of failures. Pressure simply cannot be used, and even some of the use of the danger, coupled with the product after-sales processing and extremely troublesome, let the consumer experience is extremely poor. For example, the air conditioner. The most common problem of the air conditioner price of $100 is not cooling, but also cannot heat. This allows consumers who do not have the ability to buy back high consumption, undoubtedly feel cheated. Therefore, for the $100 price of appliances, consumers maintain the same concept of this. Cheap no good. The fact is indeed so. In today's various shoddy products inundated with electrical appliances market, the price of $100 of electrical appliances is a huge pit. This allows people to this are abhorrent. At the same time to avoid. Therefore, it is still difficult to sell Weihua air conditioners with a price of $100. Even if the Weihua factory held the light of national products, developed the first photolithography machine in China and a series of other names, it doesn't rule out the possibility that it will be sprayed. While not delaying the production of the Weihua second-generation cell phone, Lin Dong also ordered Robot 01 to produce 10,000 Weihua air conditioners with the intention of making the first sale. However, Lin Dong did not hand over the Weihua air conditioners to Brother Sheep for sale. This was because of the sales of Weihua 2 cell phones, as well as dealing with the after-sales of Weihua 2 cell phones. This was the current top priority. It was important to know that after the Chinese Academy of Sciences had exposed that the photolithography machine was made by Lin Dong, the explosion of Weihua 2 cell phones had reached a rather terrifying level. Every day, the number of sales orders for Weihua 2 cell phones alone has reached hundreds of thousands. This was not counting the millions of pre-order orders every day. Therefore, Little Sheep Brother is only a daily live broadcast of the second generation of Weihua cell phones, as well as other products of the company to bring goods. All of them were already busy. After thinking about it, Lin Dong finally decided to live stream Weihua air conditioners himself. Before going live, he first posted a video. It was a video about Weihua air conditioning. After the events of manufacturing the first photolithography machine in China and the Best Scientific Research Achievement Award in China, Lin Dong Weihua Factory's official account fans had long surpassed 10 million. How can I say that I'm now a 10 million netizen? Right, live streaming with goods that's not simple. Lin Dong thought with confidence. He felt that this live broadcast could sell all the Weihua air conditioners. There was no way that it would repeat the same mistake as last time. Not long after, a message tone of likes and comments came from his cell phone. Lin Dong took out his phone and opened Douyin to take a look. His face became strange. It seemed like these netizens did not buy his account. Families, are there any like me who thought that Weihua's cell phone has come out with a new model again? Upstairs +1. I thought Weihua cell phone out of the 3rd generation, but also want to grab one for my mom. Hey goo, what are you doing? I waited for 2.5 years for Weihua 3rd generation cell phone. You give me on the shelves Weihua air conditioner. You let me how to lychee. Produce more Weihua cell phones. Produce more Weihua cell phones. Produce more Weihua cell phones. Say important things 3 times. Looking at the Weihua cell phone comments that filled the screen underneath the video, Lin Dong was in deep thought for a moment. He did not even know whether this was a good or bad thing for a moment. The extent of the crowd of netizens' obsession with Weihua cell phones made Lin Dong feel that it was a good thing. At least he had made a name for his national cell phone, and it was very successful. But with this video he posted, although no one sprayed the cheapness of the air conditioner price, it seemed that no one cared to focus on the fact that he was selling Weihua air conditioners. This more or less made him a little helpless. Lin Dong sighed deeply. It seemed that doing something too successfully was also troublesome. But things have come to this point. He is not good to retreat from the battlefield. So Lin Dong started making preparations for the live broadcast and waited for the 7 o'clock in the evening live band. At 7 o'clock in the live broadcast room of the official account of Douyin Weihua, Lin Dong was wearing a suit and was dressed as handsome as the readers in front of the screen. He had also changed his hairstyle for the sake of portraying a good image, so that this live broadcast could go on more successfully. As expected, not even a few minutes after Lin Dong started broadcasting, the live broadcasting room was madly flooded with tens of thousands of fans. There were even tycoon big brothers who directly brushed gifts furiously. For a time, the heat of Lin Dong's live broadcast room continued to rise, and the number of people was still increasing. Looking at the number of people in the live broadcast room pushing 100,000, Lin Dong could not help but smack his lips in inner shock. Really fierce. This session of netizens. Seeing the popularity of the live broadcast room, the number of people had come up. Lin Dong also did not ink, and started tonight's live streaming bandwagon. After a simple self-introduction, Lin Dong also introduced the product that he was live banding tonight. Weihua air conditioner. This is the latest product developed by our Weihua factory. Weihua air conditioner. Super new class 1 energy efficiency, frequency conversion cooling and heating, air conditioner vertical air conditioner. The selling price is $150. Chapter 23, Big Brother. Don't brush it off. After Lin Dong finished his introduction to Weihua air conditioner in one breath, he was full of anticipation for the interaction between the live streamers and him. However, something that made him rather embarrassed happened. Although the pop-ups in the live broadcast room had quite a few aquatic friends speaking, most of them were content that had nothing to do with Weihua air conditioner. And what made Lin Dong even more helpless was that most of these pop-ups were related to Weihua cell phones. I thought Weihua factory sells Weihua cell phones. I'm going to Little Sheep Brothers live room if they don't sell Weihua cell phones. Anchor, I'm an elementary school student. Can you send me a Weihua cell phone? Anchor, I am suffering from a terminal disease. The doctor said I have no cure, but the doctor said as long as you send me a Weihua cell phone, I can recover. What caused Lin Dong's headache even more was those level 50 big brothers in the live broadcast room, which were simply ho-hum. These level 50 big brothers were furiously swiping gifts in the live broadcast in order to get him to stop introducing Weihua air conditioners. One of the level 50 big brothers named Lonely Wolf especially made Lin Dong feel excessive. When the lone wolf swiped a sports car, after seeing Lin Dong still introducing Weihua air conditioner, he silently posted on the pop-up screen, "Anchor ignoring me, is it because he can't see my sports car?" The Lonely Wolf began some earthy maneuvers after saying this. He first swiped 50 sports cars consecutively for Lin Dong's live room, causing all of Lin Dong's live room to be covered by special effects. Seeing this, Lin Dong had to open his mouth to thank Lonely Wolf for sending him the 50 sports cars. However, Lone Wolf paid no attention to him and continued his own tycoon operations. He continuously swiped another 100 piercing cloud arrows to Lin Dong's live room. This wave of hoity-toity tycoon operations directly gave Lin Dong an insight. Am I not running a bandwagon live broadcast? Why are they all swiping gifts for me? In order to make the Lone Wolf stop his heroic and unmanageable tycoon operations, Lin Dong could only be forced to stop his introduction of Weihua air conditioner. He began to thank Lonely Wolf in the live streaming ground. Thank you Lonely Wolf for sending 40 rockets. Thank you Lonely Wolf for sending 20 Porsches. Thanks to. However, Lonely Wolf paid no attention to it and continued his tycoon operation. This was coupled with the fact that many big brothers in the live broadcast room followed suit. This made Lin Dong's originally good live broadcast of bringing in goods gradually turn into a live broadcast of thanking big brothers for their gifts. In the end, Lin Dong could not bear it anymore and cried out in the live broadcast, "Big brothers, I beg you guys don't brush it. Don't brush it. Big brothers, thank you Lonely Wolf for sending." Under a battle of money, Lin Dong was quickly defeated. He hopelessly looked at the screen full of floating gifts in the live broadcast room. At this point, he had already thanked Big Brother for his dry mouth. Although there were a lot of people who brushed gifts for him, there were also no black people spraying him. However, Lin Dong's mood was somewhat depressed. More than half an hour had passed since the start of the broadcast. However, not a single one of his Weihua air conditioners had been sold, and no one had even mentioned Weihua air conditioners. Even though no one sprayed him in the live broadcast, from the Lone Wolf as well as a group of big brothers furiously swiping gifts, they also wanted to stop him from introducing Weihua air conditioner. It wasn't hard to see people's resistance to Weihua air conditioners, or the resistance to low-priced appliances. You have to know that the number of people in his live broadcast room has reached the level of top anchors, with more than 100,000 people watching. However, more than 100,000 people are not a person willing to buy Weihua air conditioning. This was on the premise that people knew that the Weihua factory had the ability to make photolithography machines, and still no one had bought Weihua air conditioners. This already reflects a very serious fact: the poor quality, counterfeit electrical products that flooded the Huaxia electrical appliances market had made people lose their trust in low-priced electrical appliances. People would rather trust a 199 renminbi Weihua cell phone, but refuse to trust a 150 renminbi Weihua air conditioner. Once this is compared, the market environment of the two is immediately different. High-priced products are not necessarily good, but low-priced product quality must be bad. This concept has been ingrained in people's impression, especially in the electrical appliances market. Lin Dong furrowed his brows and was helpless in his heart. These could only be blamed on those treacherous, heartless merchants. It was the industrial garbage they produced that consumers could not believe or trust. Lin Dong also thought about it. In his place before he obtained the super factory, he would definitely not believe that there was a 150 soft currency air conditioner either. It seems that we can only take it one step at a time. At this time in a mountainous region, it was a not-so-small village, and at this time, the surroundings were already pitch black. Only the frogs of the jungle were croaking. The people here adhered to the routine of working at sunrise and resting at sunset, without the hustle and bustle of the city. At this time, in a room, Zhang Dehua was getting up and holding a fan, gently fanning her son who had just fallen asleep, and her body had long been dripping with sweat. Her hair had long been wet with sweat. This damn weather, it's so hot. Taking a bath for nothing again, Zhang Dehua grumbled, but the fanning hand in her hand did not dare to slow down at all. Her eyes fell on the slightly aged electric fan on the side, with some helplessness and heartache in her eyes. This fan had been with her for 7 or 8 years. Every hot summer day, it served their family silently. Although it couldn't completely eliminate the heat for their family altogether, it did allow them to have a good night's sleep in the middle of the hot summer. At the end of each summer, Zhang Dehua carefully wiped and put it away, waiting for the next year's summer to take it out again. But today this old buddy that followed Zhang Dehua for 7 or 8 years, went on strike. When Zhang Dehua returned home after a hard day's work, she wanted to cool off. She realized that the electric fan that had been with her for years was broken. No matter how she fiddled with it, the fan just wouldn't turn at all. She was both distressed and anxious. She was both distressed and anxious that the fan, which had been with her for 7 or 8 years, had broken down. What she was anxious about was how to live at night without an electric fan on such a hot day. It is important to realize that the temperature during the day is as high as 44 degrees, and the temperature at night is as high as 35 degrees. Zhang Dehua is most anxious not about herself, but about her children who are still in school. The children still have to go to school, but how can they sleep well in such a hot day without an electric fan? It was already past 6 in the evening. At this point, it was obviously unrealistic to rush to a town more than 50 kilometers away to buy an electric fan. Even if she arrived, the store would have already closed. Zhang Dehua had no choice but to give up on the idea of buying a new electric fan and planned to make do for the night. When she woke up early the next day to buy an electric fan, she would be able to make it back home in the evening. However, how could she have known that this night today was really hot and stuffy? It was incomparably tormenting. Zhang Dehua looked at her son although he didn't cry, didn't fuss, and didn't mind the heat, but after seeing her son sweating profusely, her heart was incomparably heartbroken and helpless. The world is full of poor parents. Which parent doesn't want to give their child a good living environment? She had never thought of having her own air conditioner at home, so that the summer would not be so hot, but she only dared to think about it. After all, an air conditioner that cost at least a few $1,000s was already worth a few months of living for people in the countryside. For people in the countryside, an air conditioner costs at least a few $1,000s, which is almost as much as a few months' living expenses. Chapter 24, Zhang Dehua's thoughts. While thinking about what was on her mind, Zhang Dehua wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead with her hand. Suddenly her eyes glanced. She saw the cell phone that was placed on the bedside, the Weihua cell phone. It was bought for her by her husband who was working overseas to earn money, so it cost $199 to buy her a smartphone. With this smartphone, Zhang Dehua instantly felt that the distance between her and her husband was not so far. The two of them played video and chatted in their free time. It's a good time. At the same time, Zhang Dehua also learned to surf the internet and brush Jian under her husband's guidance. Even shopping online. Ugh, why don't I look online? There are things online that are affordable and can be delivered to your home. How convenient is that? In case I get lucky and buy something as affordable as this cell phone, then I won't make a fortune. Zhang Dehua instantly became interested. Fanning her son while reaching out to get the Weihua cell phone, she followed the steps her husband had taught her and opened Douyin. She remembered that the Weihua cell phone her husband bought for her was bought from the Douyin livestream. The moment Zhang Dehua opened Douyin, a live broadcast room popped up directly. The name of the live broadcast room was Weihua Factory. Weihua Factory? Zhang Dehua was instantly energized, and her entire body felt much more refreshed. She, however, clearly remembered that the cell phone she was currently holding was the Weihua cell phone. It was the one that her husband had helped her grab in the Weihua Factory live broadcast. Because it was her husband who spent a few days squatting in the live broadcasting room and wasted 2 tigers and 9 oxen to snatch it. For this reason, her husband also invited her to take credit for a few days. Zhang Dehua was also able to see that a handsome young man was broadcasting live in this live room named Weihua Factory. The signboard on the side had 4 big words written on it: Weihua Air Conditioner. Weihua Air Conditioner? Zhang Dehua froze, hesitating in her mind whether or not to row away. She was aware that an air conditioner was several thousands. Even tens of thousands of air conditioners were available. She remembered that Zhang Gui's family, the contractor from the same village as hers, had bought an air conditioner that cost more than $6,000. Zhang Dehua thought of this and hurriedly waved her head, not to mention whether she was willing to part with the $6,000. She had heard Zhang Dagui's mom say that the air conditioner would waste several degrees of electricity in a night. She heard her mom say that the air conditioner uses up several kilowatts of electricity a night. Rural people who work at home on the farm only have about $100 a month, so they don't have the money to pay for this kind of luxury. Thinking of this, Zhang Dehua was about to row away. Just at this time, she saw the young man in the live broadcast room open his mouth to speak. Big brothers, don't brush it off. This air conditioner of mine is made with a conscience, so I guarantee that you guys will use it the same as an air conditioner that costs a few $1,000s. Huaxia people don't cheat. Huaxia people, take it away for 150 soft sister coins. You can return it anytime if you think it's bad. 150 soft sister coins? So cheap? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dahua's heart was fiercely moved. Although 150 soft sister coins was considered a not so small amount for her, but 150 to really be able to buy an air conditioner, that was simply too cost-effective. Zhang Dehua had some regrets in her heart at this time. She regretted how she didn't enter the live broadcasting room earlier. She heard her husband say that when he was snapping up the Weihua cell phone in her hand, the people were all as crazy as crazy. They couldn't grab it at all. When Zhang Dehua thought of this, she couldn't wait to slap herself twice. She didn't understand what she was hesitating about just now. If the Weihua air conditioner was snatched up by someone, then she would regret it to death. So she hurriedly clicked into the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, at this time, Lin Dong, who had been live broadcasting for almost an hour, thanked his big brother for sending gifts for an hour. He was already considering whether or not to get off the air. He seriously doubted that these 100,000 plus people in the live broadcast room, is not a large half of them all entered the live broadcast room because of sentiment. Half of them were for Weihua's cell phone. This was because Lin Dong realized that in this nearly 1 hour's time, no one had asked about the air conditioner at all. And once he introduced Weihua air conditioner, a group of big brothers in the live broadcast room blocked his mouth with gifts and did not allow him to mention Weihua air conditioner at all. It's live and it seems like it's not live. Lin Dong felt that he might not be suitable for live broadcasting, otherwise he wouldn't have failed to sell anything in 2 live broadcasts. And this time, there were still 10 million fans and 100,000 plus people in the live broadcast room. Still not a single item was sold. Lin Dong let out a long sigh and wanted to end today's farcical live broadcast. Suddenly he saw a sentence pop up on the live broadcast pop-up, which instantly made his eyes light up. Anchor, I want to ask if this air conditioner consumes electricity. It's not easy. Finally a buyer of air conditioners has come. Lin Dong's heart was excited at the moment. His hands trembled as he tried his best to restrain his trembling voice. It doesn't cost electricity. It doesn't even use 1 degree of electricity every night. After Lin Dong replied, he hurriedly introduced Weihua air conditioner to this user named Dehua Love Calf comprehensively. Finally, after some vigorous introductions, coupled with the promise to attach some gifts, the user named Dehua Loves Calves successfully bought the first air conditioner of this live broadcast. Lin Dong was also the one who noticed that after selling this air conditioner, quite a few conspiratorial pop-ups appeared in the live broadcast. Look, there's an honest person here. Let's all laugh at her together. Anchor, emotional intelligence is not working. So many big brothers have told you not to sell. You have to refute people's good intentions. In fact, I think selling Weihua cell phone alone, is actually quite good. Hold back, give photolithography a face. Lin Dong skimmed his mouth. For this situation he felt that it was all considered good. If not for the fact that he had developed a 5nm photolithography machine, he had made a huge contribution to Huaxia, coupled with the fact that he had developed the first national cell phone in Huaxia, allowing countless Huaxia people to use smartphones. His Weihua cell phone was even called the light of the national product. Otherwise, he felt that he would have long been sprayed with people's blood. After all, he is now aware that in the hearts of Chinese people, even if you can develop a photolithography machine, it is impossible to develop a good $100 electrical appliances. On the other side, Zhang Dehua was a little happy that she was lucky tonight, and that no one bought the 150 yuan air conditioner, and she even got some small gifts. This time, she had really earned a lot. This buying things online is good. An air conditioner cost me 150. This mustn't cost 10,000 or so in a brick-and-mortar store. Zhang Dehua, heart happy, face full of cannot stop smiling. She believed that with this air conditioner, the family would never be afraid of summer heat again. At the same time, Zhang Dehua happily purchased Weihua air conditioning this matter, and his husband working far away from home to share on Weixin. She felt that her husband would definitely praise her when he knew about it. Thinking about this, the smile on Zhang Dahua's face became even more intense, and the fan in her hand that she was fanning her son fanned even more cheerfully. It was as if she could already see the scene of the family sitting together under the air conditioner and watching TV together comfortably. Chapter 25. There's nothing wrong with the Weihua air conditioner I bought. The next day was just at dawn. Zhang Dahua got up. She planned to hurry up and clean up, and hurry up all the half-day farm work, then wait quietly at home for the arrival of the Weihua air conditioner. I wonder if it will be delivered in the morning, Zhang Dahua muttered to herself, her heart growing more and more excited for the arrival of Weihua's air conditioner. It was important to know that air conditioners were a rarity in their area. Zhang Dahua took out her Weihua cell phone while thinking. She wanted to check how long it would take for the Weihua air conditioner to arrive to her. She felt like she didn't want to wait a second. However, the moment Zhang Dahua opened her Douyin, she felt slightly bewildered. It was only because in her Douyin background, dozens of private messages had appeared without warning. After Zhang Dahua curiously clicked into one of the private messages, her face swished and changed, because the content of the private message was nothing else. It was about Weihua's air conditioner. She hurriedly clicked on another private message, and her face became even more ugly. After she read all the private messages again, the remaining hope in her heart for Weihua air conditioning instantly disappeared. Zhang Dahua lost her mind and sat on her butt, her eyes staring blankly ahead. Because of these dozen private messages, not saying how good Weihua air conditioners was, but all without exception told her that she had lost money by buying it. Some of the private messages even told her that it was impossible to buy a Weihua air conditioner for a mere 150 soft currency land. All of these people told her to hurry up and return the product. This made Zhang Dahua instantly panic. She didn't expect that she had been deceived the first time she bought something online. At this time, she was a little broken inside. Just then, her cell phone rang. She picked up her cell phone and saw that it was a video call from her husband. Zhang Dahua hurriedly took a deep breath and worked hard to adjust her emotions. She did not want to be seen by her husband. But right after Zhang Dahua connected the video call, she heard her husband, who was always good-tempered, whining at her. Hua, it's not that I'm talking about you. How can you buy any good air conditioner with this 150 soft currency? You have to know that any air conditioner that works in the market nowadays costs at least 1,000. You hurry up and give it back. Zhang Dahua listened to her husband's reproach and felt a little aggrieved in her heart. Unable to help herself, she retorted in a small voice. I don't know that I can't buy it. Why can you buy a cell phone for 199 and I can't buy an air conditioner for 150? Isn't it just $50 cheaper? As soon as Zhang Dahua's husband heard Zhang Dahua's words, his temper instantly came up. He couldn't help but say in a huffy tone, can an electrical appliance like an air conditioner be the same as a cell phone? Electrical appliances over the past few years, how many people have been pitched because of their greed for cheapness? Even if thousands of air conditioners to buy back, sometimes it is easy to be pitched, let alone your $150 to buy an air conditioner. Zhang Dahua's husband didn't give Zhang Dahua the slightest chance to retort, chattering on and on. Buy air conditioning to online to the store to book an experience. You really want air conditioning? The big deal is that I will come back next year to accompany you to buy 1,000. But the premise you this $150 air conditioning arrived. You hurry to return. After Zhang Dahua received a lecture from her husband, although her heart was incomparably aggrieved, she also knew that her husband was afraid that she would suffer. She could only nod helplessly. Although she was very unwilling, she didn't want to waste the 150 soft currency for nothing. This time, it was considered buying a lesson. Having figured this out, Zhang Dahua simply did not continue to hang on to the air conditioner. It started a busy day. Right after Zhang Dahua sent her son to school, she planned to go to town to buy an electric fan. A courier truck came to her doorstep. It was the Weihua air conditioner she bought last night that had been delivered. When she learned that she could only return the product in the afternoon, Zhang Dahua could only helplessly work with the courier to lift the air conditioner into the house. You can't just leave the air conditioner outside the house. After the courier left, Zhang Dahua looked at the beautiful box of Weihua air conditioner, and her heart could not help but feel some curiosity. She wanted to see how the Weihua air conditioner she had bought really was. Use it and see. You can return it anyway. Auntie Zhang was interested for a moment and went forward to unpack the Weihua air conditioner. The moment she unwrapped the package, she froze. The Weihua air conditioner in front of her was snow white and straight, with a generous and beautiful shape. It was in no way inferior to the appearance of the 5,000 or 6,000 air conditioners she had seen on TV. This is not bad either. Zhang Dahua stroked the cold exterior of Weihua's air conditioner and heartily let out a compliment. It didn't disappoint her, at least in terms of appearance. More so, the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. At this time, Zhang Dahua gritted her teeth and made a bold decision. She decided that if there was nothing wrong with this air conditioner when she used it, then she would not return it. Zhang Dehua plugged the Weihua air conditioner into the power supply and then took out the air conditioner remote control. After closing the doors and windows of her home, she pressed the button for cooling on the air conditioner remote control in her hand. It's so cool. Zhang Dehua just turned on the air conditioner, and instantly a cool breeze emanated from within the air conditioner. It instantly refreshed Zhang Dehua. Although this did not mean anything, it at least meant that this Weihua air conditioner was working. Zhang Dehua looked at the Weihua air conditioner in front of her with radiant eyes. For some reason, there was an inexplicable anticipation in her heart. Her intuition told her that she might not have been duped in buying Weihua air conditioner this time. 10 minutes passed. Zhang Dehua's face had long been filled with a happy smile. The facts proved that her intuition was right. In just 10 minutes, the previous heat in the house had dissipated. In its place was coolness. Zhang Dehua even looked up the common faults of air conditioners on the internet just in case. Then troubleshooting one by one. Bad odor. No. Not cooling. No. Strange noise. No. Water leakage. No. Tripping. No. With Zhang Dehua after some serious confirmation, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the common faults of air conditioners, Weihua air conditioners have none. She even seemed to confirm most of the $100 air conditioners online. Almost all of them are bought back with faults. And even if there are no faults, there will be other defects. However, after Zhang Dehua carefully studied Weihua air conditioner, she could be sure that Weihua air conditioner did not have too many defects. The only shortcoming might be that it wasn't big enough and the wind wasn't strong enough. As for the other minor flaws, Zhang Dehua felt that they were all harmless. After all, for 150 soft sister coins, how good of an air conditioner do you expect to get? However, Zhang Dehua was unusually satisfied with this, knowing that $150 could buy such an air conditioner. Even she, who knew nothing about electrical appliances, knew she had picked up a great bargain. Zhang Dehua couldn't help but pout when she remembered her husband's reprimand to her in the morning. How could she bear this? As if she was a soldier who had won a battle, Zhang Dehua proudly made a video call to her husband. The moment Zhang Dehua's husband connected the video call, he then heard his daughter-in-law's proud cry. There's nothing wrong with the Weihua air conditioner I bought. Chapter 26, Pain. It really hurt too much. What? Didn't I tell you to back off? Zhang Dehua's husband instinctively frowned after hearing that his daughter-in-law was so unclear about right and wrong afterward. In his impression, it was impossible to buy a good air conditioner for 150 soft currency. That kind could only be industrial trash. Even if it was produced by the Weihua factory, it would still be the same. After all, anyone with a little bit of common sense nowadays knew how pitiful the electrical appliances market was. Don't you get angry? Listen to me. Zhang Dehua's voice at this time deliberately raised a few decibels. She interrupted her husband from continuing. After seeing that her husband had managed to quieten down, she did not fail to display the Weihua air conditioner in her husband's eyes with a sense of triumph. Look, this is the Weihua air conditioner I bought. What I want to tell you is that there is nothing wrong with Weihua air conditioners. After Zhang Dehua finished speaking, she played the video while she and her husband examined the Weihua air conditioner in front of her. After some tests, Zhang Dehua's husband was also a bit skeptical of his own opinion. At the same time, he slowly calmed down. Although he couldn't feel whether the Weihua air conditioner was cooling or not, but he knew his daughter-in-law, and was by no means some cutie who didn't know about hot and cold. And with his understanding of his daughter-in-law's character, but anything that is a loss her daughter-in-law never does. If Weihua air conditioner really quality not work, then his daughter-in-law will never give him this call again. Moreover, the video of himself and his daughter-in-law just now can also see that there is no major problem with Weihua air conditioning. Thinking of these, Zhang Dehua's husband also have to believe. This $150 Weihua air conditioner is really an air conditioner with a conscience. And it is a good air conditioner. Zhang Dehua ended the video call with her husband after some bragging. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Dehua stood in front of the Weihua air conditioner. She looked at the Weihua air conditioner as if it was her own baby and caressed it lovingly. This time, when my son comes back at night, he can get a good solid night's sleep. Zhang Dehua thought while a pleased smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In order to thank the Weihua factory for producing conscience air conditioners that not only didn't make her suffer, but also made her earn, Zhang Dehua even posted a jittery video. The content of the video was to praise the cheapness of the price of the 150 soft currency Weihua air conditioner, and the quality was guaranteed. At the same time, she also thanked the Weihua factory for its conscientious production, allowing her, a poor woman, to use air conditioners. Once the video was sent out, it quickly received attention from people in the neighborhood. Before long, someone had followed Zhang Dehua. As for the purpose, they asked her about the authenticity of Weihua air conditioners. On the other side, Lin Dong came to the factory as usual. He was still thinking about last night's live broadcast in his mind, and he felt that he might be a joke to the 10 million fan anchors. In one live broadcast, He had sold just one air conditioner, and it was only after a good deal of persuasion that he was able to sell it. If this were to be rumored, it would not be a big disgrace. However, Lin Dong was more concerned about the sales of Weihua air conditioners. Although last night's live broadcast only sold one air conditioner, he still moved a little. Not only did he include a small gift, but he also arranged for express delivery. If it wasn't what he expected, that air conditioner had been delivered by now. Although he did not know how the reaction was, but now he can only listen to God's fate. The status quo of the electrical appliances market in Huaxia was not something he could easily change. Lin Dong thought as he arrived at his office, and Robot 01 was already in the office as usual. It was waiting to report yesterday's data to him. Yesterday's sales of Weihua cell phones were 110,000 units, a 5% increase in sales compared to the day before. Yesterday's cumulative marketing of Weihua 2 cell phones was 5 million, total evaluations of 685, with a favorable rate of 98.2%, which can be exchanged for 4 million points based on the product as well as the product sales. Robot 01 accurately reported the Weihua cell phone sales data to Lin Dong, as well as the points profiting situation. Lin Dong only nodded lightly after hearing this and did not have much of a reaction. This was because with the explosion of the Weihua 2 cellular phone, the data of the Weihua 2 had almost always been not too different in the past few days. It did not attract much attention from Lin Dong anymore. The only thing that could arouse Lin Dong's interest now was the Weihua air conditioner. This was a national product that Lin Dong thought was even better than the Weihua cell phone. Report on the sales of Weihua air conditioners. Lin Dong's long and slender fingers gently tapped the desktop, hoping that Weihua air conditioner would give him a little surprise. After receiving Lin Dong's instructions, Robot 01 began to report the sales data of Weihua air conditioner one by one. Weihua air conditioner cumulative sales volume 1, 0 total reviews, 0 favorable reviews, 0 points redeemable based on the product as well as the product sales volume. So miserable. Lin Dong let out a wail in the bottom of his heart as he listened to this miserable data of Weihua air conditioner. Then he covered his face in pain. It was really too painful. For the first time, Lin Dong experienced what it meant to be unattended and what it meant to be in pain. How could he not expect it? The Weihua air conditioner that he was more optimistic about was simply unappreciated. When he was selling his own Weihua cell phone, he really had nothing at that time. No fame, no fans, and even less money. But even then, the first time he sold Weihua cell phones, he sold 5,000 units. However, now he had fame, and it was still great. He also has fans, or millions of fans. But contrary to his wishes, there was just no one to buy Weihua air conditioners. What is this? Lin Dong sat in silence for a while, slowly regaining his composure. He remembered a market paradox, named the Van Buren effect. It was the idea that the price of a commodity kept rising, but instead, the more people bought it. Lin Dong believed that he was currently experiencing this situation. In the uneven environment of the electrical appliances market today, people had a monstrous mentality towards the perception that the expensive ones were the good ones. If coupled with his reputation of having created a photolithography machine, as well as the light of national products and other aura, Lin Dong believed that pricing the Weihua air conditioner at $2,000 or even $5,000 now. Instead, the current situation of no one asking for it would not occur. On the contrary, even if the Weihua air conditioner that was as expensive as $5,000 or $6,000 would be snapped up like crazy. This is the trick usually used by many famous merchants. It also led to some unscrupulous merchants capitalizing on this mentality of people and selling overpriced products that did not match the quality at a high price. However, this thought only flickered in Lin Dong's mind. Although it was said that no one was interested in Weihua air conditioners, he, Lin Dong, was not someone who made money against his conscience. It was only that for the time being, he would have to stop his production of Weihua air conditioners. After all, he produced the product with the aim of selling it as well. First, we have to sell these 10,000 air conditioners. Lin Dong's eyes moved slightly as he planned his next step in his mind. However, he also believed that as long as his 10,000 units of Weihua air conditioners were successfully sold, then the electrical appliances market in Huaxia would definitely see the light of day. Chapter 27, Phoenix Technologies Counterattack. Just as Lin Dong was worried about Weihua's air conditioner, in the conference room of Phoenix Technology Company, the big-bellied manager sat at the front of the conference room table with a gloomy face, looking at the group of employees in front of him without a word. At this time, he was extremely upset and depressed to the core. Ever since the launch of the independently developed chips in China, Phoenix Technology's status in Huaxia instantly fell to pieces. Not only were the chips developed unattended, even the fruit cell phones they were so proud of were selling poorly. If it is not their Phoenix Technology Company backed by the Sky Eagle Group, with Sky Eagle Group's secret support and help, plus some product promotion, Phoenix Technology Company would have collapsed long ago, but the cost was also great. The Big Belly manager had promised Max, the general manager of the Sky Eagle Group, either the Weihua factory was finished, or he was finished, and the purpose of this Big Belly manager's meeting with the company's employees was to discuss how to counterattack Weihua factory. After all, right now, whether it was Weihua Technology Company's reputation, or its influence on the market, all of them were descendingly crushing their Phoenix Technology Company. As for the main sales object of Phoenix Technology Company before, the Apple cell phone, now it hadn't affected Weihua factory in the slightest. It was important to know that the current #1 cell phone in China was Weihua Mobile. I think we should change directions. Cell phones can no longer affect Weihua factory's position in Huaxia. A Chinese girl named Yu Huanhuan spoke up. She was the business head of Phoenix Technologies and the main speaker of this conference. Although she was a Chinese, she didn't feel that China was good. She preferred foreign countries, which she felt were better than Huaxia in every way. Even the air, she felt that the air in foreign countries smelled better, and she felt that both the development prospect of foreign companies and the salary were much better than Huaxia. Although this time, Phoenix Technology Company could be said to have lost the battle with Weihua factory, but Yu Huanhuan didn't think so. She thinks that although Phoenix Technology lost, but Phoenix Technology has Sky Eagle Group behind it. You have to know that Sky Eagle Group is the leading company in China. As long as the Sky Eagle Group is there, Phoenix Technology will not fall. After listening to Yu Huanhuan's words, the haze on the big-bellied manager's face only eased. Then tell me, which area should we start from? Yu Huanhuan, once she saw that the manager gave her the chance to speak, instantly perked up her spirit and began to analyze it head-on. According to my investigation of the Weihua factory, the Weihua factory launched another product a few days ago, Weihua air conditioner. The big-bellied manager's face was slightly stunned at his words, signaling Yu Huanhuan to continue. But Weihua air conditioner is different from Weihua cell phone. Weihua cell phone can be considered a fire, and Weihua air conditioner according to reliable sources. From the time it went on sale until now, the sales volume is only in single digits. When Yu Huanhuan said this, she had already successfully attracted the attention and curiosity of the people attending the meeting. Seeing this, Yu Huanhuan was even more complacent as she continued. So I think we can start with Weihua air conditioners. Let's produce air conditioners too. The Weihua factory builds a $100 air conditioner, and we're going to be cheaper than them. After listening to Yu Huanhuan's well-organized analysis, a flash of surprise appeared on the big-bellied manager's face. He felt that what Yu Huanhuan said was not unreasonable. This was indeed an opportunity. Then what exactly should be done? The big-bellied manager asked Yu Huanhuan in an amiable tone. He was now very satisfied with this Chinese female employee in front of him. He even blamed himself for not discovering this excellent employee earlier. Seeing the big belly manager acquiesce to her suggestion, Yu Huanhuan's face was joyful and she forced herself to hold back her inner happiness, confidently proceeding to analyze. Although we have our own air conditioning industry, we have to learn from Weihua factory's air conditioners. We'll build whatever air conditioners they build. While Weihua's air conditioner sales aren't up, as long as our air conditioner sales exceed Weihua's air conditioners, we'll win this wave. As long as we win, we'll take the opportunity to crush Weihua air conditioning to death. It's our chance to turn the tide. Yu Huanhuan had just finished speaking when the big-bellied manager led the applause with a smile on his face. Instantly, the conference room erupted in thunderous applause. Very good, Huanhuan. This time, this project will be in your charge. As long as you help us win this Weihua factory, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. The big-bellied manager looked happily at Yu Huanhuan. For the first time he felt that there were also Chinese people who looked good to him. It's true that it still has to be a Chinese against a Chinese. On the other side, Zhang Dehua finished the day's farm work and turned on the Weihua air conditioner as soon as he returned home. Then he beautifully took his Weihua cell phone and started brushing Jitterbug. This Weihua air conditioner is so comfortable to blow. Zhang Dehua looked at the Weihua air conditioner with satisfaction and couldn't help but let out a compliment. Then she picked up Weihua's cell phone and returned a private message. Ever since she posted a video about Weihua's air conditioner in the morning, although not many people watched the video itself, quite a few people in the neighborhood swiped it. There were even quite a few people who followed and private messaged her. These people who private messaged her were all here to ask about the authenticity of the information about Weihua air conditioners. After all, the matter of buying an air conditioner for 150 soft meat coins sounded as if it was impossible to happen. But it couldn't help that it was cheap, especially in a mountainous area like Zhang Dehua. If 150 soft coins could buy an air conditioner, it would be a fortune. So although some people felt in their hearts that it was fake, they still couldn't help but come to inquire about Zhang Dehua on the cheap. For these private messages asking Weihua air conditioning, Zhang Dehua all enthusiastically replied, and the reply is very detailed. Some even shot video replies. More people said to come to her home to defend the truth. Zhang Dahua did not hesitate to promise. As for the reason, this was in addition to Zhang Dahua's mentality of wanting to show off that she had really bought both a cheap and quality air conditioner. More than anything, she wanted to promote Weihua air conditioners, because Weihua air conditioners were really conscience air conditioners. She wanted to make more people like her, who couldn't afford expensive air conditioners, afford air conditioners, buy a good air conditioner. No more heat in this hot summer. At this time, Zhang Dahua's husband, Xiao Chang, was also at the construction site, selling Weihua air conditioners with his workmate, Huaxia. I'm telling you, my wife picked up a great deal. My wife bought a Weihua air conditioner for 150. A 150 soft currency air conditioner? Chang Zi, are you afraid that your brain hasn't been vaporized by the sun? Huaxia clipped a cigarette and handed it to Chang Zi, scolding him with a laugh. Nope, didn't lie to you. Seeing that his good brother didn't believe his words, Xiao Chang instantly lost his temper and took out his cell phone. Look, my wife sent me a video. Huaxia curiously took the cell phone in Xiao Chang's hand, and inside the video was exactly the video of Zhang Dahua testing Weihua's air conditioner, as well as the bill for purchasing Weihua's air conditioner. After a few minutes, Huaxia put down his phone incredulously. Not Xiao Chang? You came for real? Why is this kind of conscientious thing only said now? Quickly tell me where's the link. I'm going to buy one for that at my house too. Chapter 28, Lin Dong's intentions. Xiao Chang saw that his good brother believed. He did not ink. Picking up the Weihua cell phone in his hand, he made a video call to Zhang Dahua, who was thousands of miles away. After a good half day, Zhang Dahua only managed to pick up the phone with great difficulty. This made Xiao Chang feel a little uncomfortable in his heart and couldn't help but ask, "What took you so long to answer the phone?" Zhang Dahua smiled brightly as he pulled over a woman and introduced her to Xiao Chang. "This sister came to see the Weihua air conditioner I bought. I'm introducing her. It's Big Brother. I saw that my sister-in-law bought this air conditioner quite cheaply, so I came over to see how the quality is. Don't be angry, huh?" The woman's character was also brash and took the initiative to introduce herself to Xiao Chang. Once Xiao Chang heard that he came to see Weihua air conditioner, he was no longer angry and turned to ask Zhang Dahua, "Hua, share the link of your Weihua air conditioner with me. I'll let my brother buy one too." "I'll buy one too. Sister-in-law, please share the link with me as well. I'll go back and share it with my family's ethnic group, so that my 7 aunts and 8 uncles can all buy it as well." As soon as the woman heard that Xiao Chang wanted the link, she also interjected to ask Zhang Dahua for the link. "If we don't buy such an affordable air conditioner, it's probably going to be snatched up. It's a rare thing to buy an air conditioner in our poor less place." After listening to the conversation between the two, Zhang Dahua smiled and shared the link to Weihua's air conditioner with the two. She felt that it was a joy to be recognized by others for what she had bought. The woman and Huaxia, Xiao Chang's brother, even ordered on the spot. They were afraid that the Weihua air conditioner would be bought out in the next second. "Okay, daughter-in-law, then I'll hang up first. I'll go promote it to my workers again. It's a good thing." Xiao Chang also hung up with Zhang Dahua and went to promote it to the other workers at the construction site. "I don't know what else will come out from Weihua factory next time. I'll definitely buy it then." After the woman who came to see Weihua's air conditioner left, Zhang Dahua secretly made up her mind. In her eyes, it seemed that Weihua factory was already worthy of her trust. The other side, Lin Dong, who had finished visiting his father from the hospital and then returned home to lie in bed. Every few minutes, he checked the stores backstage. It had been a whole day. Weihua air conditioner did not sell a single unit, and no one even asked about the situation in the background. On the contrary, Weihua cell phones are selling even more hotly. This made Lin Dong disbelieve. He did not believe that his Weihua air conditioner, which was comparable to $1,000 or $2,000, would really be reduced to no one asking for it. At a certain moment, Lin Dong, who had been lying on his bed, swished and jumped up as he screamed out like a madman. 5 units! 5 units sold! Lin Dong shouted out in ecstasy, once again confirming that it was 5 Weihua air conditioners that had been sold. Although this was only 1/2000th of the 10,000 air conditioners, Lin Dong confirmed that this was a big step forward for Weihua air conditioning. As long as there are people buying Weihua air conditioners, it means that the electrical appliances market in Huaxia is still salvageable. Lin Dong was very confident in his Weihua air conditioner, which was by no means comparable to any industrial trash. He believes that as long as someone buys his Weihua air conditioner, with the excellent performance of Weihua air conditioners in all aspects, it will definitely attract a larger group of consumers. Lin Dong also had an intention. As long as Weihua air conditioner could catch fire, he would exchange 30 million points for the design drawings of an enhanced refrigerator. There was a reason why Lin Dong was doing this. In today's hot summer, people in many areas of Huaxia were not able to blow the air conditioner. In addition to the air conditioner, there was also a large group of people who could not eat fresh food, good food, because of the hot weather. It caused the food to spoil very quickly. That's why many people don't dare to buy too much food at all. And these people simply don't have a place where they can store it. It is important to realize that in the Chinese market, the price of a refrigerator is not as expensive as an air conditioner, but not everyone can afford it. For some families with convenient transportation, not having a refrigerator is barely acceptable. But for some poor families who are not conveniently located and live in mountainous areas, it is barely acceptable to have a fresh meal in summer. In the summer, to be able to eat a meal of fresh meat, or fruit and other food, this was simply a luxury. However, Lin Dong's plan was based on the premise that Weihua air conditioners could have a good sale. After all, if no one would buy such a cheap Weihua air conditioner, then the odds were that no one would buy a Weihua refrigerator either. It was important to realize that both belonged to the popular appliances in the electrical appliances market. If no one bought the products, then it was just a waste to produce them. It simply could not serve those who truly needed it. Lin Dong could only secretly pray that the sales of Weihua air conditioners would rise quickly. Otherwise it would be even more difficult to sell them after the summer. Early the next morning, Lin Dong bought a bun as usual and took the bus to the Weihua factory. He still came to the office and started to understand yesterday's sales specifically. Robot 01 also started to report the data. Starting with the sales of Weihua second-generation cell phones. Yesterday's sales of Weihua second-generation cell phones were 125,675 units, an increase of 2% compared to the previous day's sales. Yesterday's cumulative marketing of Weihua 2 cell phones was about $6 million. The total number of evaluations is 75,685, with a favorable rate of 98.9%, which can be exchanged for 21 million points based on the product as well as the product sales. Lin Dong nodded without changing his face. Ever since the complete explosion of the Weihua 2 cell phone, it had been until now, Lin Dong had initially estimated that the accumulated points he had obtained had reached more than 10 million. In addition to exchanging 4 primary electrical appliance mold production lines and spending 1 million points to draw the Weihua air conditioner drawings, he now had more than 8 million points. What made Lin Dong slightly feel a little heartbroken was, the primary lottery carousel had already passed a month since he had redeemed the photolithography machine. Yet, not even a decent product had come out. Lin Dong shook his head with a slight pity in his heart and raised his hand to signal Robot 01 to continue reporting the data of Weihua air conditioner. Weihua air conditioner's cumulative sales volume is 384 units, an increase of 384% compared to the previous day's sales. Yesterday's total sales of Weihua air conditioner was 19,200. 0 total reviews, 0 favorable reviews, 0 points redeemable based on product as well as product sales. Phew! After listening to Robot 01's data report on Weihua air conditioning, Lin Dong exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Weihua air conditioner's sales as well as points data, although compared to the Weihua second-generation hands, it was simply a heaven and earth. However, Lin Dong was satisfied that Weihua air conditioner could have such an achievement. Based on reality alone, the environment of the electrical appliances market is even worse than the cell phone market. This is why the sales of Weihua air conditioners are dismal. Lin Dong had also thought about how to increase the sales of Weihua air conditioner after he was busy with his own factory, but it was in vain. It was not that there were no ways, just like hype. It was just that Lin Dong was not willing to get consumer recognition that way. Chapter 29, Fighting Fake Anchor Ma Bagua. What Lin Dong did not know was, a 5 million fan counterfeiting anchor for Ma Bagua Love Counterfeiting on Douyin was staring at his Weihua air conditioner. At the same time, this counterfeiting anchor for Ma Bagua's love of counterfeiting is also staring at Phoenix Technologies. It is also the same staring at the Phoenix Technology Company's air conditioner. Are all the big factories so conscientious now? Ma Bagua was live broadcasting at this time, and was supposed to be brushing beautiful ladies with his live broadcast water friends. In his words, it was to fight the authenticity of the fake big data. His way of counterfeiting was to keep brushing the videos of the beautiful ladies to see if all the ones Douyin pushed to him were ladies. As long as you brush 10 videos of beautiful young ladies in a row, it is considered a successful counterfeiting. Just as Ma Bagua kept brushing to the 9th video, the crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room all felt that the counterfeiting was successful. They were clamoring that the big data was really reliable. However, when Ma Bagua brushed to the 10th video, he was furious and slammed the table with his big hand, shouting out his famous words, "Get off the air. I want to go off the air." The reason that made Ma Bagua angrily yell off the air was simply because the 10th video wasn't some beautiful young lady. Instead, it was an advertisement. "Who is Xiaobo? Mr. Bagua? Teacher Bagua. I want to see your lightning 5 consecutive whips. Upstairs I advise you not to be ignorant." The water friends in the live broadcast room were instantly happy, and they couldn't help but exclaim that the live broadcast effect of Ma Bagua's live broadcast room was simply pulling out all the stops. Phoenix Air Conditioning. Blow away your heat in the summer, so that spring is always with you. Ma Bagua looked at the air conditioner advertisement in front of him with fire. and was about to say that he intended to go off the air. He was to hear the advertisement continue. Hot Phoenix air conditioning. Not 6,999. Not 999. Now 99 can take away. 99 not only take away an air conditioner, but also send you a small electric fan. Make your summer cool forever. What air conditioner is so cheap? Ma Bagua let out a light eep, momentarily dismissing the idea of going off the air. He smoothly clicked into the commercial. Then he saw the name of Phoenix Technologies. Ward Hair. Once Ma Bagua saw that it was this name, he instantly became even more furious. He shouted out in the live broadcast, "You made me fail at counterfeiting. I'll counterfeiting you today. Brothers, him and be done with it." Then Ma Bagua took a look at the sales of Phoenix air conditioners again professionally and habitually. This look was a shock. The sales of Phoenix air conditioner had actually accumulated to 10,000 units. There are still people buying it so cheap? Ma Bagua felt incredible in his heart, but instantly came to be interested. He pointed at the Phoenix air conditioner and said to the live broadcast water friends, "Brothers, tonight we'll fight the fake Phoenix air conditioner. You'll see if Bagua is real or not and it's over." Once they heard Ma Bagua say this, the water friends who thought Ma Bagua was joking at first, also knew that Ma Bagua was being real this time. This couldn't help but make the live broadcast room many water friends also came to be interested. More than that, many of the live broadcast water friends saw such a cheap Phoenix air conditioning, thought of the same cheap Weihua air conditioning. For a time, they brought up a rhythm. "Mr. Bagua, you want to play real, then you dare to play fake Weihua air conditioners. Upstairs don't go overboard huh? I guess Mr. Bagua must not dare. Upstairs, I advise you to rat tail juice." When Mr. Bagua heard it, he instantly gave you a left hook and a right hook. Of course Ma Bagua knew Weihua air conditioning, and he also knew that there was a reason why the live broadcast water friends said so. The first is that the live broadcast water friends want to tease him. The second reason was that the live streaming water friends were certain that he didn't dare to evaluate Weihua air conditioner. After all, since Weihua air conditioning on sale so far, no evaluation blogger dares to evaluate Weihua air conditioning. As for these evaluation bloggers not daring to evaluate Weihua air conditioners, the most obvious and easy to understand reason, they are afraid of being criticized for rubbing people the wrong way, or by some people with ulterior motives to bring rhythm. It is important to know that since Lin Dong developed the photolithography drawings and successfully produced the photolithography machine, this was coupled with the fact that he had won the prestigious Best Scientific Research Achievement Award in Huaxia. Lin Dong and his Weihua factory had been in the top hotspot of Douyin. It was even a world hotspot. But this was not the main reason. The most important reason was that these evaluation bloggers were unspoken. These evaluation bloggers knew that if the Weihua air conditioner evaluation results were good, then at most they would be said to be rubbing it in. But if the results of the Weihua air conditioner evaluation are not satisfactory, then neither can we say Weihua air conditioning is bad. Otherwise it will be scolded by the die-hard fans of Weihua factory. If you say that the good Weihua air conditioner is good, then those consumers who buy Weihua air conditioners will again curse them to death. But how could an air conditioner for $150 soft be good? In today's Huaxia electrical appliance market, even an ordinary person who knows a little bit about the electrical appliances market, they also know that cheap goods are no good, not to mention a 150 soft currency air conditioner. Even if it's an air conditioner produced by the Weihua factory, that couldn't be good either. Therefore, Weihua air conditioners have been out for so long, although review bloggers know that it has a lot of traffic, but no one dares to review Weihua air conditioners. But Ma Bagua, who has always had a serious backbone, once he heard the live broadcast water friends provoking him like this, could he tolerate it? He immediately slapped the table with his big hand and roared, "Uncle can tolerate. Uncle can't tolerate. Just do it and be done with it." Tonight's evaluation of Weihua air conditioner and Phoenix air conditioner. Let's all watch together. Families, look at Mr. Bagua's truthfulness and it's over. Get off the air. Ma Bagua finished his last sentence and directly went off the air at light speed, while Ma Bagua's aquatic friends in the live broadcast room began to make things happen, and they all began to retweet the recorded screen just now. Some even shivered and gave the recording screen with copy. Mr. Bagua's online evaluation. Weihua air conditioner versus Phoenix air conditioner. Although many people didn't think of the Phoenix air conditioner for a moment, they saw the Weihua air conditioner. This was, after all, a product produced by the Weihua factory. Although no one bought it, there were quite a few people who knew about it. Therefore, many people have been concerned about this matter for a while. Many netizens even sweated for Weihua factory and Lin Dong. After all, how good can the quality of a 150 soft currency air conditioner be? Even if it was produced by Weihua factory, it was hard for them to believe that Weihua air conditioners had good quality. Inside the Phoenix Technology Company, Yu Huan was staying alone in the conference room with the two big belly managers. I found a company boss the day before yesterday. That company boss said that he was giving benefits to his employees, but he couldn't spare the money. So I marketed the Phoenix air conditioner to him. Guess what? The boss bought 10,000 units at once. Yu Huan smugly recounted his glorious deed, a melon face filled with smugness. After hearing this, the big-bellied manager also affirmed Yu Huan's performance and couldn't help but praise. Yu Huan, good job. Now we have to Phoenix air conditioning far more than Weihua air conditioning, as long as the reputation of Phoenix air conditioning is up. When he said this, the big belly manager's face became hideous. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, "This way, Weihua air conditioning is dead." Chapter 30, letting you fight fake air conditioning. You come to the sauna? Manager, let me tell you one more thing. You will definitely be happier. While the big-bellied manager was hating the Weihua factory and gnashing his teeth, Yu Huan spoke again. At this time, Yu Huan spoke more confidently. The words were confident. It was as if everything in this world was in her grasp. Hearing that Yu Huan was so confident and chiseled, the big-bellied manager instantly became interested. His small eyes turned thievishly and asked, "Yu Huan, what other good news? Quickly tell me. I see that the manager of the personnel office is still short of a person. I think you are a good candidate." The smile on Yu Huan's face intensified when she heard the big-bellied manager say this. She was even more convinced that she had made the right, promising choice in choosing Phoenix Technologies. Then she deliberately and mysteriously whispered, "I spent 1 million soft sister coins to bribe a Douyin counterfeiting blogger." 1 million soft sister coins to buy a counterfeiting blogger? The big-bellied manager listened to the wait with some confusion and looked at Yu Huan with some doubt. Yes, the fighting fake blogger. This Douyin blogger bought our Phoenix air conditioner beforehand. After I investigated and understood, I learned that this counterfeiting blogger wanted to counterfeit our Phoenix air conditioners and Weihua air conditioners. So I took the purpose of cooperating with this counterfeiting blogger and added his private WeChat, and gave him a million soft dollars. The most important thing is the promise to give him another million soft sister coins after the matter is accomplished. When Yu Huan said this, the smugness at the corner of her mouth simply could not be restrained. Grinning, she continued with the big belly manager. Guess what I did? I told this fake blogger to praise our Phoenix air conditioner in a big way when he was evaluating it. Never let the netizens see anything wrong with our Phoenix air conditioner. In addition, I told him to talk about Weihua air conditioners as garbage in the live broadcast, so that everyone doesn't buy Weihua air conditioners. Now, Weihua air conditioner will really be trampled under our feet. After Yu Huan finished speaking, she finally couldn't control her smugness and laughed out loud. Fantastic, little you, I appreciate you too much. The big-bellied manager on the side heard this and praised Yu Huan repeatedly, and then also laughed together. For a while, the conference room was filled with the laughter of the two. Happy. Only after a long time did Yu Huan stop laughing. She knew that this personnel manager of the company was not hers. Even though she hadn't told the big belly manager that the fake anchor hadn't collected that 1 million soft currency for the time being, yet she wasn't panicked at all. She just didn't believe that someone coming with $1 million for nothing would be stupid enough not to want it. What's more, she was the manager of Phoenix Technology. Would a tiny Chinese anchor not give face to her as the manager of a big Eagle Sauce Corporation? On the other side, the fake anchor in Lin Huan's mouth had already prepared the Weihua air conditioner, as well as the Phoenix air conditioner. Prepare to start online evaluation once the live broadcast time arrives. And the evaluation blogger that Lin Huan said, it is the 5 million fans of the fake anchor. Ma Baogua. Time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. As usual, Ma Baogua opened the live broadcast room, and began tonight's 10,000 people watching the fake live broadcast. And the usual difference is, in the past, Ma Baogua live room at most only 1 or 2 million people watching live online. Tonight is an unprecedented breakthrough to 100,000 plus, and the number of people is still soaring. Ma Baogua looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room that had increased dramatically, and his heart was also secretly surprised. He also knew that most of the people in the live broadcast room were not rushing to his live broadcast. Instead, they were rushing to Weihua air conditioning. Although not many people bought Weihua air conditioners, but who let Weihua air conditioners are from the famous and unknown Weihua factory. This is one of the hottest topics of the moment, and it's true that it is. A large portion of the netizens do want to see how the quality of Weihua air conditioners really is, whether it is industrial garbage or creating a myth once again. There is also a part of the netizens simply hold the attitude of eating melon. In their words, this is a big melon. It can't be missed. And after many of the water friends in the live broadcast room came to Ma Baogua's live broadcast room, they found that Ma Baogua unexpectedly turned on the outdoor live broadcast. Seeing this situation, the water friends in the live broadcast room were a bit puzzled. They momentarily couldn't figure out where Ma Baogua was preparing to go when he hit the fake air conditioner. Mr. Baogua. What kind of kunai stuff are you up to again? Egu. Mr. Baogua. What are you doing? Not online counterfeiting? How to open the outdoor live broadcast? Mr. Baogua. You don't want people to see you on the street like this. Upstairs. I think you're not right. Where are you thinking? I mean the assessment. Families. Good evening Ma Baogua didn't answer the questions of the water friends in the live broadcast, but first greeted the water friends in the live broadcast. Then he took his cell phone and walked on the street while talking. Families, tonight you all know that I'm here to fight the fake Weihua air conditioners and Phoenix air conditioners, so don't worry about where I'm going yet. Let's have a quiz. Let's let the anchor see if there are more people who favor Phoenix air conditioner or Weihua air conditioner. After Ma Baogua finished speaking, he opened the Douyin guessing poll that lasted for a minute. The crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room saw Ma Baogua open the voting quiz, and also temporarily forgot about the question just now. They began to hotly discuss whether to vote for Weihua air conditioner or Phoenix air conditioner. What else is there to think about? It must be Weihua air conditioner. That's a factory that can make photolithography machines. Even if the quality of $100 air conditioner can't possibly work, it's still not something that can be compared to a cat or a dog. That's not necessarily true. You have to speak with facts. Look at their sales. I support the upstairs. Phoenix air conditioning, after all, is also a big factory out, and sales are now almost 20,000. You look at Weihua air conditioning, sales have not broken 1,000. This is also true, although the $100 air conditioners are all garbage, but we still have to look at the facts. The live streaming water friends formed two factions at once. A large portion supported Phoenix air conditioner, with more than 100,000 people voting for it. They felt that sales were a direct way of showing how good or bad a product was. The other part supported Weihua air conditioning, and there were also more than 100,000 people who voted for Weihua air conditioning. Their reasoning was simple. An air conditioner produced by a factory that could make a photolithography machine was at least better than the average $100 air conditioner. After the 1-minute-long voting ended, Ma Baogua announced in the live broadcast that more people had voted for Phoenix air conditioner. Although the votes for the Phoenix air conditioner were only a few thousand votes more than the votes for the Weihua air conditioner, but this made many water users in the live broadcast room feel uncomfortable. At least Weihua air conditioner was made by Weihua air conditioner, which possessed the light of national products. Surprisingly, it can still lose to a foreign company, or the infamous Phoenix technology company. So in the live broadcast, water friends therefore argued, but also urged Ma Baogua to hurry up to fight the fake evaluation. Speak with the facts. Finally, Ma Baogua, after a 10-minute hike, he took the phone to a store. At once many sharp-eyed water friends saw the signboard of the store at a glance, and voiced a shocked voice in the live broadcast. Let you play fake air conditioning. You come to the sauna? Chapter 31, A Fair Test. Keep your eyes open and watch. Families, as if to verify that the live streaming aquatic friends weren't looking at it wrong, Ma Baogua even picked up his cell phone and aimed it at the store's signboard. Steamy Sweatshop. The live broadcast water friends this time all saw the name of the store. This makes the live broadcast water friends 1 second was still skeptical of the authenticity of those who said the sauna room words. The next second, when they really saw that what was in front of them was a sweatshop, that is, after the sauna room, they instantly dumbfounded. Only feel instant skepticism. What is the situation of this Nima? Playing fake air conditioning to run to the sauna room? Even more, many water users began to spit out this tawdry operation of Ma Baogua. I'm stupid. Is there any kind person to tell me what's going on here? It's really a knife in the ass. Eye-opening. Mr. Baogua is excellent. This whole living skills of ordinary people really cannot learn. Fighting fake air conditioning to sauna. I think this thing tie pants hot. Ma Baogua looked at the live broadcast water friends after a boiling. Know that their own whole living success cannot help but a face of complacency. Only after the live broadcast water friends slowly regained their senses did he slowly open his mouth. That's right, family members. Today I fake these 2 air conditioners. Not anywhere else. Right here in the sauna. I, Baogua, play for real. Think anchor play up. Screen to me buckle 666. After Ma Baogua saw a whole live, the popularity of the live room is rising. At the same time, the screen of the live broadcast room is a colorful 666. Get a crowd of water friends support Ma Baogua, first a smile, and then a face. He took out the brand new 2 thermometers. He first let the live broadcast water friends all see the thermometer's red line refers to the position. After getting the live broadcast friends to confirm that both thermometers pointed to the same temperature, there was no difference. He took out his cell phone again. The temperature on it is exactly 34 degrees, and the 2 thermometers pointed to the exact same position. It was only after Ma Baogua had done all this that he slowly opened his mouth and explained. The most important thing about air conditioning is cooling, so I prepared 2 thermometers. Everyone see that these 2 thermometers are both working properly. After Ma Bagua explained the role of the two thermometers, he also stopping to come inside the sweatshop. In an instant, the temperature inside was instantly high. Ma Bagua successively came to two sauna single rooms, which were adjacent to each other. In the two sauna room single room, respectively, placed inside two air conditioners, it is the object of tonight's fake test. Weihua Air Conditioning and Phoenix Air Conditioning. In order to show their authenticity to the live broadcast water friends, the outer packaging of these two air conditioners have not been torn. The packaging was all intact and had just been bought. Ma Bagua first greeted the staff of the sweatshop and controlled the temperature of the two saunas to 45 degrees respectively, then opened the packaging of the two air conditioners respectively. After opening the package, the shape of the two air conditioners is not very different. Both were vertical air conditioners. Families, the one in the single room on the right is the Weihua air conditioner. The one in the single room on the left is the Phoenix air conditioner. Now we start testing. Ma Bagua plugged in the two air conditioners respectively, and took out the remote control to set the two air conditioners to the lowest degree of cooling. He casually placed two thermometers and hung them in the same position in the two single rooms. After doing all this, he closed the doors of the two single rooms respectively. Families, you don't have to worry. The sauna room is on a dedicated line, so you don't have to worry about electricity. Meanwhile, the temperature of the sauna is controlled to a constant 45 degrees respectively, and now I've turned off the heating units in both rooms. Everyone rest assured, this evaluation is completely fair and impartial. After half an hour, let's see the temperature effect. After Ma Bagua answered some of the questions on the pop-up screen, he dispelled some of the water friends' concerns. It also made the water users in the live broadcast room more convinced of the fairness and reliability of this fake evaluation. Worthy of being Mr. Bagua, counterfeiting never follows the rules. There is one thing to say, this evaluation is quite fair. Today is also considered to be a long time to see. I just don't know who was more trashy of these two air conditioners. At this time, the conference room of Phoenix Technology Company. Xiao Yu, are you sure this oddball will speak for us? Don't make any mistakes for us. The big-bellied manager was first speechless by Ma Bagua's strange brain circuits, and then once again confirmed to Yu Huan with some worry. He knew that this Phoenix air conditioner of theirs was not a good thing. After all, they couldn't produce any good air conditioners for $100. In the face of the big belly manager's questioning, Yu Huan confirmed categorically. Don't worry, manager. I can give this oddball 1,000,000 soft sister coins, and there's another 1,000,000 after the deed is done. He can mess with us. How can he mess with money? You're just waiting for Weihua air conditioning to be finished. When the big-bellied manager heard this, he also nodded and put his heart down. After all, anything that could be solved with money was not a matter. On the other hand, Lin Dong was also lying on his bed at this time, brushing his douyin. As the producer of Weihua's air conditioner, he naturally noticed Ma Bagua's strange counterfeiting live broadcast. Kind of interesting. Lin Dong was not the least bit flustered in his heart. Instead, he watched Ma Bagua's live broadcast with great interest. He was very confident in the Weihua air conditioners produced by his Weihua factory. Before this, Lin Dong was still worried about how to sell Weihua air conditioners, but he did not want the opportunity to come so suddenly. Naturally, he had also noticed the Phoenix air conditioner with the same price of $100. Facing this air conditioner that was even a few dozen dollars cheaper than his Weihua air conditioner, Lin Dong just had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This wave was stable. With his ability, he naturally found out that the Phoenix air conditioner was produced in the Phoenix Technology Company. Lin Dong was still able to come out and make things happen after the last chip fiasco of Phoenix Technology Company. He was still a little surprised in his heart. However, when he thought of the Sky Eagle Group behind Phoenix Technologies, he could understand. Sky Eagle Group was the leading company in the automobile industry in China. Supporting a small Phoenix Technology Company was just a breeze. As for the Phoenix air conditioner sold by Phoenix Technology Company this time, Lin Dong even instantly thought of Phoenix Technology Company's purpose for doing so. However, Lin Dong thought that Phoenix Technology Company was hitting a stone with an egg. After all, how could there be a $100 air conditioner? To know that even using the primary electrical mold production line, the cost of Weihua air conditioner is $100. So the Phoenix air conditioner with 99 soft dollars and a small electric fan. Isn't this purely and simply to be funny? Therefore Lin Dong thought. This time, the Phoenix air conditioner was an opportunity to do justice to Weihua air conditioner. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth revealed a triumphant smile as he once again watched the live broadcast. And at this time, half an hour had also arrived. Chapter 32, The Light of Domestic Production of Electrical Products. Ma Bagua looked at the time after taking the crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room to watch the movie for half an hour. The half hour had arrived. Ma Bagua lazily stretched his waist and led the hundreds of thousands of water friends in the live broadcast room to the two sauna single rooms outside. The following is the time to witness the miracle. Ma Baoguo first opened the single room of Phoenix air conditioner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The door to the room had just opened, and an instant heat wave hit his face, causing Ma Baoguo to fiercely jolt. This temperature simply caught up with steaming ducks. He casually picked up the thermometer on the side and looked at it. He also gave the temperature above the thermometer to the crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room. Do not look, do not know. A look to the live broadcast water friends startled. They also understood over why Ma Baoguo just said that sentence. Half an hour or 42 degrees. This Nima, are you sure you turned on the air conditioning? Not Ima culture less. A sentence line. 2-6. This Phoenix air conditioning. I told you, $100 air conditioning can't be good. It's all garbage. Upstairs plus one. $100 air conditioners are all garbage. I feel that Weihua air conditioners are not necessarily as good as Phoenix air conditioners. Although a group of water friends have long known that a $100 air conditioner is garbage, they didn't expect the Phoenix air conditioner to be so trashy. After driving for half an hour, this temperature didn't drop at all. This wasn't just a little bit of garbage. It was a lot of garbage. Families, let me briefly comment on this. Ma Baoguo, who hadn't said anything all this time, suddenly spoke and started to comment on the Phoenix air conditioner. Let's start with the temperature. The cooling of this Phoenix air conditioner can be very powerful, not only showing us its awesome insulation skills, it also showed us an amazing cooling performance. 2 degrees of cooling for 100 soft sister coins. Not a loss. Think about it, you guys. Spending 1,000 soft sister coins can lower the temperature by 20 degrees. How cost-effective is that? After listening to Ma Baoguo's shocking, sobbing logic analysis in the live broadcast room, the aquatic friends froze for a few seconds and then instantly laughed like crazy. Worthy of being teacher Baoguo, this math wasn't learned in vain. Listening to Mr. Baoguo's words, it feels like I've listened to a speech. I'm going to buy 10 Phoenix air conditioners, so that will drop 10 degrees. You have to say sell, when I did not say. Sales have 10,000 Phoenix air conditioning are like this. That Weihua air conditioning, I bet 150 cooling 1.5 degrees. Today I'll show you the qualified counterfeiting anchor to do an all-round evaluation of a product. Ma Baoguo, with an unsmiling look, took his cell phone to the side of the Phoenix air conditioner. Instantly a huge noise was transmitted into the live broadcast room. It made the brains of many water users who watched the live broadcast with headphones hurt. It was simply a nightmare for the headphone party. Everyone come and see. Phoenix air conditioner, this excellent sleep assistance function. Except for the mainframe that doesn't ring, it rings everywhere else. There is also an excellent water making function. Everyone must remember to bring a Phoenix air conditioner in the field. In that case, everyone is not afraid of running out of water. Well, the above is the result of my evaluation of the Phoenix air conditioner. Just after Ma Baoguo finished speaking, the water friends in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Mr. Baoguo, if you say that, I'm really going to buy it, haha. Mr. Baoguo, if you praise Phoenix air conditioner so much, you have to let them play money. Confused. Mr. Baoguo, you should take home such a good air conditioner. Ma Baoguo looked at the pop-ups in the live streaming room and smiled. Then came outside Weihua air conditioner's single room. The water friends in the live broadcast room also all started to speculate about how many degrees the temperature of Weihua's air conditioner was. You should know that the Phoenix air conditioner, whose sales are dozens of times higher than the cultural air conditioner, has successfully flipped, not to mention this Weihua air conditioner, whose sales are few and far between. In the electrical appliances market is quite famous cheap no good idea. After testing the Phoenix air conditioner, it invariably deepened again in the minds of the crowd in the live broadcast room. Well, we came to the Weihua air conditioner single room next. Just now the test Phoenix air conditioning was delayed for a few minutes, but I feel that the impact is not too big, ha. Ma Baoguo said half jokingly and half connotatively, smoothly pushing open the door of the single room where Weihua air conditioning was located. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The moment the door was opened, another exclamation of surprise was shouted from Ma Baoguo's mouth. Even the tone was the same as earlier. This made the water friends in the live broadcast room happy, and they all sighed at the effect of Ma Baoguo's live broadcast pulling full circle. They agreed that the temperature of this single room of Weihua air conditioning was higher compared to the temperature of the single room of Phoenix air conditioning. This is what made Ma Baoguo let out an exclamation of surprise. But the next second, the crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room were shocked in an instant after seeing the temperature on the thermometer held in Ma Baoguo's hand. There were even quite a few live broadcast water friends who rubbed their eyes fiercely, suspecting that their eyes were blinking. However, the facts proved they hadn't misread it. Only the scale on the thermometer was surprisingly showing that it was only around 22 degrees. It was not at all the 40+ degrees that they had guessed. For a long time, the live broadcast water users forgot to send out pop-ups due to the shock. At this time, they also once again understood what Ma Baoguo's voice meant just now. The live broadcast room was quiet for a while. Ma Baoguo was also shocked and froze in place. He even suspected that it was not a mistake in any part of the process. However, when he put his hand on the air vent of Weihua's air conditioner and wanted to prove whether it was true or not, instead, he knew that it was all true. The gust of cool air from the air outlet put Ma Baoguo in a trance. How did he not expect that there was such a performance in a $100 air conditioner? That family people, let's start the next test of Weihua air conditioner. For the first time, Ma Baoguo, who had a lot of experience in live broadcasting, was a bit stumped to speak. He was still immersed in the shock brought by Weihua air conditioners. At the same time, he felt that Weihua air conditioner must have a big problem somewhere else besides cooling. Strange noise? No. Ma Baoguo, as well as the hundreds of thousands of fans in his live broadcast room, confirmed with bated breath. Water leakage? No. However, at the end of one test after another, Ma Baoguo felt completely numb. There was surprisingly not a single major problem with the Weihua air conditioner. There were some minor problems, but they were completely negligible. This does not affect the daily use at all. At this time, Ma Baoguo and the hundreds of thousands of water friends in the live broadcast room had a doubt in their hearts. This air conditioner is really 150 soft coins? If he hadn't encountered Weihua's air conditioner before, Ma Baoguo and the hundreds of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room didn't believe it at all. After all, how could such a conscientious air conditioner be priced at 150 soft sister coins? If this is placed in the Chinese electrical appliances market, at least 1,000 soft sister coins upwards. Otherwise, this is not in line with common sense. After all, these decades, more than 90% of Chinese people know, in the Chinese electrical appliances market, the price of $100 is impossible to buy conscious electrical appliances. And today, this situation was broken. There really appeared a $100 conscience air conditioner. Ma Baoguo swallowed hard. He finally believed that the Weihua air conditioner in front of him was merely a $100 air conditioner. This made him unable to help but sigh with emotion. It's worthy of being a product made by the Weihua factory. I feel that not only is Weihua's cell phone the light of domestic cell phones, but Weihua's air conditioner is also the light of domestic for our electrical products. Chapter 33, Ma Baoguo's self-exposure. Light of domesticity. True to its name, the more than 100,000 aquatic friends in the live broadcast room, after hearing Ma Baoguo's heartfelt sentiments, within a moment, they were all very deeply empathetic. If they hadn't seen Weihua air conditioning before, to say that in today's huge Huaxia electrical appliances market, wanting to buy an air conditioner with guaranteed quality for only 150 soft sister coins, not to say that it is not available, but only to say that it is impractical. After all, the Phoenix air conditioner in the sauna next door to the Weihua air conditioner is the best example. It wasn't that it didn't work, but it was simply useless. This is the electrical appliances market for years and years down the deadlock. It is also the inherent idea of $100 appliances in the brains of Chinese consumers. However, the emergence of Weihua air conditioning today is to let people see a different situation. It turns out that in the $100 air conditioner, there is also a quality assurance air conditioner, and solely based on the Weihua air conditioning, that bar of quality, that excellent performance. This compared to some $1,000 air conditioning are no less. The crowd of fans in the live broadcast room were once again shocked by the products produced by the Weihua factory. Weihua air conditioners not only didn't ruin the reputation of the Weihua factory as they expected. Instead, it made Weihua factory's reputation better. It allowed the reputation of being the light of national products to be continued. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was real. A $100 air conditioner that can have such quality? I'll rush to grab one to go. If I hadn't been watching Ma Baoguo's live broadcasts, I would have suspected that this was an advertisement. Ma Baoguo answered. The crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room were also slowly accepting the fact that Weihua air conditioners were a $100 price. And at this time, Ma Baoguo once again spoke in the live broadcast. Families, today's fake test has also come to an end. Let me give these two air conditioners today a rating. First is this Phoenix air conditioner. Out of 10 points, I'll give it a 10. Everyone, don't ask why. Ask just because Phoenix Technology Corporation hit the money. The live streaming water friends thought it was Ma Baoguo's joke at first, and also joked on the pop-up screen that Ma Baoguo was a high-level black. But at this time, Ma Baoguo took out a spare machine, and then placed it in front of the live broadcast room. Live broadcast room. A crowd of water friends, after seeing the content on the phone, instantly exploded again. No way. Sir, you came for real? Someone else transferred $1 million to you and you chose to expose yourself? It's worthy of being you. Mr. Baoguo, road to fan. That's $1 million. Mr. Baoguo, give me this opportunity. You can't grasp it. The only reason why the live streaming water users could have such a fierce reaction was because of the content on Ma Baoguo's cell phone that was placed in front of the live streaming room. It was none other than Yu Huanwan's chat with him. What was different from what Yu Huanhuan thought was that the $1 million Ma Baoguo did not receive, and from the beginning to the end, Ma Baoguo did not want to cooperate with Phoenix Technologies. He himself could be said to be deeply disgusted with Phoenix Technologies, plus Phoenix Technology Company even play this kind of trick. More let him feel disgusted. Ma Baoguo had wanted to wait for Weihua air conditioning to roll over, take out the chat records, so that the live broadcast water friends recognize the ugly face of Phoenix Technologies. It is also good to let people divert their attention from Weihua air conditioning, lest the few factories in Huaxia that are still conscientious be sprayed angrily by the crowd of netizens. But now he felt that the Weihua factory didn't seem to need it. Weihua factory used Weihua air conditioner to prove themselves once again, and once again proved that they were a conscientious factory. The live streaming water friends were also surprised from the beginning after Ma Baoguo took out the chat records, turned into a more disgusted with Phoenix Technologies. Although the previous Phoenix Technology Company monopolized the Chinese cell phone chips, so that many people in China do not feel good about the Phoenix Technology Company, but that is ultimately part of China's own reasons. Then now after seeing the Phoenix Technology Company's underhanded tactics, a crowd of netizens have been scoffing at it, as if it were nothing. What's more, many people directly sprayed in the live broadcast. A lifetime of not being able to eat 4 dishes of the stuff. Refuse to buy everything and anything from Phoenix Technologies in the future. Upstairs +1. I think it's our Chinese laws that saved them from these reptiles. This kind of garbage company. What kind of good garbage do they expect to produce? At this time in the conference room of Phoenix Technology Company, the two people, Big Belly Manager and Yu Huanhuan, looked at Ma Baoguo's live broadcast on the big screen in front of them. The two had long since lost the smug look they had earlier, and before the smug, unbeatable Yu Huanhuan. At this moment, a pretty face written full of panic. How could she not imagine that someone would really not want to pick up $1 million for nothing? She even less expected that there would be someone who would dare to reject her as the manager of Phoenix Technology. How dare these people offend Eagle Sauce Company? How dare these people? Facts aside, why won't this person help me? These thoughts paused in Yu Huanhuan's mind for just a few seconds, then flashed by, because she had more important things to deal with next. Give me an explanation, or else you'll get the hell out of here. Stinking. The big-bellied manager was irrational at the moment, and the amiable manner in which she had treated Yu Huanhuan before was no longer there. Not only did he lash out at Yu Huanhuan, he was also unrelentingly abusive. The big-belly manager how also did not expect a sure win. Actually can be played by Yu Huanhuan lost, and also lost such a mess. The originally confident Phoenix air conditioning was also reduced to a stepping stone for Weihua air conditioning. How could this not make him angry? If this were to let the Sky Eagle Group know, then he would be finished again. Thinking of this, the big belly manager became even more depressed, a big fat face gloomy as if it was going to drip water. In order to vent the anger in his heart, he insulted Yu Huanhuan even more recklessly. Manager, give me a chance. Calm down first, there must still be a way. I will definitely make those people pay, and let people know that Phoenix Technologies is the best choice. Yu Huanhuan didn't feel half angry in her heart as she listened to the big belly manager's insults to her. She felt that this was the leader's criticism and the leader's attention to her. She was the one who didn't get things done, so she deserved to be scolded. On the contrary, those people like Ma Baoguo made Yu Huanhuan feel sick to her stomach. She felt that as a Chinese person not helping the Chinese. Is this still considered a compatriot? What made her the most angry was, Ma Baoguo and these people even offended the Great Eagle Sauce Company because of a broken Weihua factory. This was simply incomprehensible in Yu Huanhuan's opinion. Yu Huanhuan couldn't figure this out for a while, but she still wanted to seek what she thought was justice for Phoenix Technologies. She wanted everyone to know, Eagle Sauce's company was the best company in China. Chapter 34, Zhang Dahua's vocalization. In Ma Baoguo's counterfeiting live broadcasting room. Cough. Ma Baoguo coughed heavily a few times and once again spoke in the live broadcast room. Next I'm going to start rating Weihua's air conditioner. Again out of 10. I'm going to give Weihua air conditioner a score of 1. Don't ask me why I'm scoring it so low, because I also want to buy one. Ma Baoguo looked at the live broadcast with a sinister smile on his face before he took out his spare and started to snatch Weihua air conditioners. Seeing this comical scene, the crowd of aquanauts in the live broadcast room were not calm. Asterisk. I'm convinced Mr. Baoguo you old six. What a dog. Teacher Baoguo, I almost drew my sword. It's still you, Mr. Baoguo. Say no more. I'll rush to grab it too. Don't grab it. It's out of stock. Upstairs I advise you rat-tail Jews. Don't learn from Mr. Baoguo. Just as the crowd of water users in the live broadcast were praising Weihua air conditioners, they were about to start going to grab them. A pop-up screen appeared in Ma Baoguo's live stream, and then many identical pop-up screens came out. All of these pop-ups were being sent non-stop by a person named Cheerful Love Phoenix account. It directly screened Ma Baoguo's live broadcast room, and the pop-up screen for the same sentence was, Weihua air conditioners are industrial trash, otherwise why are sales so low? And if Phoenix air conditioners are really bad, why do so many people still buy them? To summarize, Weihua air conditioner gives more money than Phoenix air conditioner. A crowd of netizens clicked on this cheerful Love Phoenix's account, after realizing that it was a private account. All of a sudden, they were amused one after another. A private account, coupled with these remarks. Wasn't this purely a no-holds-barred? No silver, no silver, no silver, no silver, no silver, no silver? Who else could this be besides Phoenix Technologies? When a group of live broadcast water friends just wanted to curse back together, a person named Helpful Little Ming sent out a few pop-ups. It instantly attracted the attention of many people. I know the reason why Phoenix air conditioner sales can reach that high. Everyone look at my homepage. This pop-up screen from Helpful Xiaoming instantly attracted the attention of many netizens, and one after another, they clicked on the homepage of the account named Helpful Xiaoming. The moment the netizens clicked on the homepage, they couldn't help but frown, only to see in the name of this account homepage, there is a video to seek help, and the main character of the video was a child. Only this child was burned extensively, the whole body was burned completely. Let a person heartbreaking. Inside the video not only explains the reason why Phoenix air conditioner sales are so high, but also explains the reason why the child was burned. After watching the video, it instantly set countless netizens on fire. The reason why Phoenix air conditioners have such high sales is because Phoenix Technologies sold those 10,000 plus air conditioners, all of which were sold to our company's old boss. Our old boss said he was giving us a welfare apology because he owed our company's employees a month's salary. As a result, who would have thought that all these air conditioners are industrial waste, and all my coworkers say they can't use them, and my child was using the air conditioner when it unfortunately exploded because of a faulty air conditioner inverter unit. My child is only 12 years old. He's still so young. Please major netizens help me. Looking at the comment section top of this large paragraph of explanation and help, many netizens felt the father's inner helplessness and anger. Pity the world's parents. After all, who wants to see their children hurt? And the culprit for all this is Phoenix Technologies. It was the inferior products they made. I'm the best lawyer in Mordor. I'll fight for you for free. I'm the best surgeon in Mordor. I'll treat your child. I'm Lin Dong from Weihua Factory. I'll donate a Weihua air conditioner to you for free, plus 100,000 soft sister coins. The matter quickly gained the attention of many enthusiastic netizens. Many people with the ability decided to help this father seek justice. The netizens also spontaneously started a water drop fundraising for this father and for his innocent child. Lin Dong, who had been watching the live broadcast, was very intolerant when he saw this scene. This further made him determined. He must make good use of the super factory to produce the Chinese people's own line of national products. Let all the people who use Weihua Factory's products be able to afford them, feel at ease with them, and enjoy using them. Let industrial garbage like Phoenix air conditioner all get out of China. Although the road ahead is unknown, but Lin Dong vowed not to retreat, only for the sake of creating China's own line of national products. In the live broadcast room, it's really hateful. We must resolutely boycott industrial garbage. Ma Baoguo changed his usual playful face at this time and said with a serious face. He clenched his fists tightly, and he could be pained by this kind of thing. This kind of thing had happened before. This was a big reason why so many people were so disparaging about $100 appliances. No one wanted to lose their life over a few $100, in order to be safe. That's why a lot of people would rather buy expensive ones than believe that there are good deals to be had on the cheap. I can prove that Weihua air conditioners are air conditioners with a conscience. I hope that all the big brothers and sisters won't believe the words of that person just now. Another pop-up caught the attention of the crowd, only unlike the pop-up screen above that asked for help. This one was speaking up for Weihua air conditioner. And this person was none other than Zhang Dehua. Zhang Dehua had originally finished her farm work and turned on the air conditioner to watch a drama beautifully with her children. However, she had a sudden thought and picked up Weihua's cell phone to try her luck. She wanted to see if Weihua Livestream had any more good things on the shelves. Since the last time she bought a Weihua air conditioner in the Weihua Factory live room, she not only felt good using it herself, after she pushed it to others to use it, they all had unanimous favorable comments as well. This made Zhang Dehua's heart happy. So from then on, she kept an eye on Weihua Factory. It was just a pity that she didn't see Weihua air conditioner on the air tonight when she went online. Just as she was about to turn off Weihua's cell phone, the current hottest live broadcasting room in the entire network, Ma Baoguo's live broadcasting room appeared in front of her eyes. After hearing someone in the live broadcast room say Weihua air conditioner, as a loyal fan of Weihua air conditioner, Zhang Dehua hurriedly clicked in. However, as soon as she entered the live broadcast room, she saw the scene from before where Yu Huanhuan smeared Weihua air conditioning. This made Zhang Dehua anxious and angry. She was angry that someone would smear such a good product as Weihua air conditioner. What made her anxious was that she didn't know what she could do for Weihua air conditioning. After seeing someone pick apart the dark secrets of Phoenix air conditioning, Zhang Dehua first sympathized with the innocent child. Then she also decided to do something, to do what she could. At least let the people who want to use air conditioning, but cannot afford to buy high-priced air conditioning do something. Zhang Dehua thought of Weihua air conditioners. She wanted to let more people know how good Weihua air conditioners were, so that more people who couldn't afford air conditioners could afford to use good air conditioners. After the crowd clicked on Zhang Dehua's homepage and saw her homepage video, the netizens realized that Weihua air conditioning has long been slowly starting to fire, but they just don't know it yet. In the only video on Zhang Dehua's homepage, it is the video about Weihua air conditioning. The video likes are already up to more than 9,000, and the comments are more than 8,000. In the comments, there were many people who had already bought Weihua air conditioners, and they were all unanimous in their praise of Weihua air conditioners. Many of the remaining people also have the desire to buy. What's even more remarkable is, almost every one of these people who had bought Weihua air conditioners had posted videos, and without exception, in the video, they all elaborated on the place they came from, like an organization, from all over the world. People who do not know each other coalesced into an organization, and most of these people are from rural, or mountainous areas. They are using their own way to speak out for Weihua air conditioning. Chapter 35, Manufacturing Costs. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all moved by the scene. In today's market of electrical appliances with uneven products, the manufacturer that can make consumers spontaneously speak up for their products. I'm afraid that in addition to the Weihua factory, the whole of China can't find the second one. This and the Phoenix air conditioner evaluation. Immediately high C standing, low cost, quality is guaranteed, consumers love to use. After a group of netizens thought for a long time, they were surprised to find that in their impression. It seems that they have not heard of any bad reviews of the products produced by Weihua factory, even if some people have never used the products of Weihua factory. However, they have never seen any consumers on the internet cursing the products produced by Weihua factory. Even the hottest selling Weihua cell phone on the internet, they have hardly heard any bad reviews about Weihua cell phones. This can't help but make many netizens think carefully. Although there are a lot of goods on the market with very few bad reviews, but those were invariably commodities with very guaranteed quality, but incomparably high prices. Those were products that were exclusive to the rich, but products like Weihua cell phones and Weihua air conditioners that were cheap and had guaranteed quality. The Weihua factory was really the first of its kind in all of China. Somehow, when many people thought of this, a word suddenly surfaced in their minds. That was the light of domestic production. They felt that this was not just a comment on Weihua's cell phone, but also a title given to Weihua factory. Whether it was the first photolithography machine in China, or the Weihua cell phone that was on fire all over the internet, or the current Weihua air conditioner, Weihua factory can bear the name of the light of domestic. Some people even have a hunch that Weihua air conditioners may be more popular than today's hottest Weihua cell phones. As time passes, Ma Baoguo's live broadcast ended, but many people felt that the broadcast was still fresh in their minds. The quality of Weihua air conditioners and its influence is even more profound. Many marketing numbers even promoted Weihua air conditioners on their own, so that more people knew about Weihua air conditioners. The next morning, Lin Dong came to the Weihua factory, and last night's live broadcast by Ma Baoguo was also fresh in his mind, although he knew that promoting cheap goods would inevitably disrupt the domestic market in Huaxia, thus offending many people. But for the sake of more people using good things and buying good things, he knew that he was obligated to do so. Coming inside the office, Lin Dong listened to Robot 01 reporting yesterday's data as usual. Yesterday's sales of Weihua 2 cell phones were 158,694 units, a 5% increase in sales compared to the day before. The cumulative marketing amount of Weihua 2 cell phones yesterday was approximately 7.9 million. The total number of evaluations is 93,849, with a positive feedback rate of 99.1%, which can be exchanged for 4.9 million points based on the product as well as the product sales. The corner of Lin Dong's eyes picked up, somewhat surprised. He did not expect that the sales volume of Weihua's cell phone yesterday had once again broken through a new high. However, he also quickly associated it with the distinctive live broadcast last night. The increase in sales of Weihua cell phones was normal. At Lin Dong's signal, Robot 01 began to report on the sales of Weihua air conditioners. The cumulative sales volume of Weihua air conditioners totaled 9,018 units, an increase of 360% compared to the previous day's sales. Yesterday's total sales of Weihua air conditioners was approximately $450,000. The total number of evaluations is 8,001, with a positive feedback rate of 99.9%, which can be exchanged for 320,000 points based on the product as well as the product sales. Master, All sales of Weihua air conditioner are complete. Is production and manufacturing continuing? Robot 01 respectfully inquired Lin Dong, waiting for his order. Continue production. Robot No. 0108 produces Weihua cell phones. Robot number 09, number 16 produce Weihua air conditioners. Lin Dong briefly thought about it and decided to continue production, and split the 16 robots into 2 batches to produce both products simultaneously. After all, after last night's live broadcast from Mabagua, Lin Dong believed that with the quality and performance of the Weihua air conditioner, it would definitely gain a huge market. After robot number 01 had left, a trace of doubt and incomprehension surfaced on Lin Dong's handsome face. He clearly remembered in robot number 01's report just now, he had gained 320,000 points from selling just 8,000 Weihua air conditioners. This is not right. Lin Dong murmured in a low voice after frowning and thinking for a long time. He clearly remembered that at that time, when Weihua cell phones were selling more than 20,000 units daily, they had only gained 210,000 points. And last night, with just 8,000 Weihua air conditioners sold, he had gained 320,000 points. That meant under the same sales volume, Weihua air conditioners received almost more than twice as many points than Weihua cell phones. Is there any difference between the two products, cell phones and air conditioners? Or is it because the Weihua cell phone drawings were given away? Lin Dong felt that this possibility was unlikely and shook his head as he stood up, pacing around the room thinking about the problem. Could it be? A situation suddenly came to Lin Dong's mind. That was the cost of manufacturing. He remembered that the biggest difference between the two was the cost. Each Weihua cell phone was a simple cost price of 149 yuan, and each Weihua air conditioner was manufactured after having a primary automatic electrical mold production line. So after removing the parts produced by the primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line, he also spent $100 on production costs. Therefore the true cost of manufacturing Weihua air conditioners was much higher than Weihua cell phones. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be the case that the more I produce the product that costs more, the more points gained? Lin Dong's face revealed a look of surprise, and he also quickly thought of one of the key factors that affected the level of points. Primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line. Despite utilizing this automatic mold production line, Lin Dong not only saved a large amount of costs, but also obtained more points. However, Lin Dong knew that the parts produced by the primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line were only primary, yet, it was unable to produce high-end products. So after removing the 40 million points required for the exchange of the refrigerator drawings, I still have to save enough points to upgrade the primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line. Lin Dong instantly felt a bit of a headache. It was important to know that upgrading the primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line was a huge amount of points. A full 50 million points were required. This was after Lin Dong obtained the primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line and learned that the primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line could be upgraded according to the super factory. Detecting that the host's amount has reached 40 million, he can purchase the primary expansion card for the expansion of the factory. Just as Lin Dong figured everything out, the long-lost mechanical voice slowly sounded in his mind. Purchase primary expansion card? Lin Dong could not help but look stunned when he heard these words. Somehow, after he heard these words from the super factory, it always felt a little strange. It felt as if he was a leak and the super factory was here to cut the leak. Without waiting for Lin Dong to react, the mechanical voice continued to say emotionlessly, purchase a primary expansion card to increase the size of the super factory. The amount required to purchase a primary expansion card is 40 million soft currency. Chapter 36, The End of Huan. $40 million? Buying a primary expansion card? After the cold mechanical voice slowly quieted down, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth twitched viciously. This Nima, it was really dark. However, very quickly, Lin Dong shifted such thoughts. In the column of super factory products in front of him, there was an additional item named primary expansion card. On top of that, it was even clearly labeled with a price tag of 40 million soft currency. However, after understanding the information of the primary expansion card, Lin Dong felt that it was too cost-effective. Primary expansion card increases the entire area of the super factory by 5% and comes with the same level of factory equipment and plant. Note, doesn't affect the real footprint and won't attract anyone's attention. Checking the information of the junior expansion card, Lin Dong did not hesitate to click on purchase. Lin Dong's heart straight away exclaimed that he had earned a lot. To know that increasing the entire area of the super factory by 5% alone, a mere $40 million would not be able to come down at all. Lin Dong conservatively estimated that according to the market price of at least 100 million. After all, Magic City is also the most prestigious metropolis in China. This is a place where every inch of land is gold. Moreover, This 5% increase in land area also comes with the same level of factory equipment and plant. It was also the equipment of an L2 super factory. Use the primary expansion card. Lin Dong directly used the expansion card that he had just purchased after being pleasantly surprised. The next second, an intense white light flashed. Once again, when Lin Dong opened his eyes, he noticed that the factory had indeed expanded quite a bit. After cruising around, the surprise in Lin Dong's heart grew even more. This was because there was even an assembly line attached to the 5% of land that had been expanded. This was undoubtedly a windfall for Lin Dong. With the double explosion of Weihua air conditioners and Weihua cell phones, the productivity of the original L2 super factory was obviously a bit strained. However, with the addition of this assembly line, the pressure was instantly reduced by a lot. Lin Dong had done some calculations at the same time. If we follow the production speed of the L2 super factory today, the 8 robot employees could probably produce 70,000 Weihua cell phones and more than 40,000 Weihua air conditioners respectively in a day. However, Lin Dong was obviously still not too satisfied. This was because these two products were too much in demand in today's Chinese market. I wonder when the next Weihua factory upgrade will be. Lin Dong cracked his eyebrows at the thought. He still clearly remembered the last time the Weihua factory was upgraded to L2 level. It was still the time when Weihua's cell phone sales exceeded 100,000 in a single day. It had been so long since then, and the Weihua factory was still L2 level. This caused Lin Dong to feel a little depressed in his heart. Yesterday, Weihua cell phone had broken through to a horrifying sales of 150,000. Yet Weihua factory had not moved a bit. Could it be that the sales of a single product in a single day should break through 200,000? This crazy idea suddenly popped up in Lin Dong's mind. It was important to know that a single product with a daily sales of 200,000 was a rare existence in the entire Chinese market. Give it a try. Lin Dong bit his lip. His eyes filled with madness. He felt that based on the current Weihua air conditioners heat alone, it seemed that it was not impossible for the single-day sales to rush to $200,000. After all, at the moment, Weihua air conditioner had all of the right time, place and people. It is no exaggeration to say, Weihua air conditioning heat, compared to the heat of Weihua cell phone is one step higher. If you want to sell 200,000 Weihua air conditioners per day, you'll have to stop selling Weihua cell phones for a while. It's nothing more than temporarily stopping the production and sales of Weihua cell phones. Then spend more than 2 days to produce Weihua air conditioners. Although within these 2 days, the Weihua factory will not receive any revenue. But if they could use this opportunity to upgrade the Weihua factory from L2 to L3, that would simply be a profit. Lin Dong did not make any more stops and directly summoned Robot 01 to his office, and ordered Robot 01 to fully produce Weihua air conditioners in the next period of time. And at this time, on Douyin, a hot topic actually surpassed the highest hot topic of the moment, Weihua air conditioner. This even drew the attention of countless netizens to that hotspot. After reading that hot topic, countless netizens are cheering and celebrating, simply because this hot topic was about the Phoenix Technology Company. Phoenix Technology Company has been fined by the relevant departments in the amount of 1.5 million soft currency for allegedly manufacturing substandard products, and criminal penalties have been imposed on Yu Mumu, the person in charge of its product production and manufacturing department, sentenced to 15 years in prison according to the law. A crowd of netizens, after seeing that Phoenix Technology Company had been duly punished, they felt great joy and even clapped their hands. True punishment. Phoenix Technologies, I think this punishment is too heavy, should support the death penalty. Upstairs, living hell just as a group of netizens were hotly debating this, inside the Phoenix Technology Company, boss, help me, I don't want to be taken away for tea. At this moment, Yu Huan was cloaked and disheveled, her eyes scattered. It could be described as being in a sorry state, without any semblance of godliness from the past. She knew she was going to be finished, so she was desperately begging the Big Belly manager to help her. She felt that the Big Belly manager would definitely be able to help her, and he would definitely help her, simply because the Big Belly manager was affiliated with the Eagle Sauce Sky Eagle Group. In Yu Huan's opinion, the people of Eagle Sauce were much better than the Chinese. At least they wouldn't arrest her for tea. However, the Big Belly manager on the side faced Yu Huan's request for help, but pretended to turn a blind eye. It was simply indifferent. Even on his big fat face, one could even see unconcealed dislike and disgust. The big-bellied manager could be described as hating Huan to the bone right now, because of this damned woman. Not only did he let this revenge plan against Weihua factory fail, more so, it caused him to be warned by the Sky Eagle Group. Max gave him one last chance. If there is a next time, then neither he nor his family would have a next chance. Supervise your department properly in the future, and resolutely prevent this from happening. A police officer seriously criticized the big-bellied manager. Definitely Definitely. The big-bellied manager nodded his head in a hurry and was even more of a decent person. It's all because of this disgusting to the core woman, with an incomparably dark heart, producing this industrial trash that this tragedy happened. This woman deserves to die, polluting the air even while alive. The stain that this kind of person has caused to our company cannot be washed away, and must be severely punished. I think 10 years are considered less. After listening to the big belly manager gnashing his teeth and cursing, Yu Huan suddenly felt a little confused. Why didn't the big-bellied manager help her, but instead scolded her for deserving it? Wasn't it agreed that the head of the HR department would be given to her? How did it become like this now? Could it be that the big-belly manager had been using her before? Yu Huan suddenly woke up and tears of regret rolled down both sides of her cheeks. But it was too late. All that awaited her was the cold sewing machine. Chapter 37, Capital. Lin Dong had only heard a little about what had happened to Phoenix Technology Company. However, he merely laughed it off and did not pay too much attention to it. In his opinion, all of this was Phoenix Technology's own fault. No one else to blame. Lin Dong was more concerned about the sales of Weihua air conditioner. After all, whether or not the super factory could successfully upgrade to L3 depended on this time. Lin Dong had spent a whole week on this. He used the entire week to produce the Weihua air conditioner, as well as the Weihua 2 cell phone. During this period, Lin Dong did not sell a single product regarding the Weihua factory. It was only for the sake of building up a thicker and thinner production. Thus in just 1 week's time, there were tens of millions of extra rush orders in the background of his store. This was simply appalling. The face of Weihua factory's sudden stop selling. The internet is the reason for the suspension of sales is a variety of opinions. Many people even adhere to the Weihua factory official account every day under the card. Even more tycoon Big Brother directly spend money to Weihua factory to buy hot search. Even directly let Weihua factory stop selling things. Rush to the whole network hot search first. And all of this is just people hoping for the return of Weihua factory. They do not want to belong to the light of China's national products, so inexplicably disappeared. In their hearts, Huaxia can't live without Weihua factory. On the 7th day of clocking the Weihua factory, I wish you well. Come back, Weihua factory. Resurrect it, my Weihua factory. What do you guys say about Weihua factory suddenly stopping sales? I really hope nothing happens to Weihua factory. In response to this matter of Weihua factory stopping sales, I would like to express a little bit of my own opinion. First of all, I declare that I am not an expert in this area, and don't know too many theories, but I think that speaking freely is the most important thing in today's society, and I also have the right to express my own ideas. So after some careful consideration, I still reiterate my point of view, just like what I said at the beginning. I'm not an expert in this area, and I don't know too many theories, and the final conclusion I got is that I don't know. Upstairs, it's better to listen to you. Just when a group of netizens once again came under the Weihua factory account to open the interaction and miss the Weihua factory, suddenly on their cell phones, a line of small words appeared. The blogger has the latest content to read. Countless netizens first froze when they saw this line of small words. Then surprise flooded their brains. They hurriedly checked the latest update video of the Weihua factory. The content of the video was in response to the explanation of the reason for this suspension, as well as the situation of Weihua's products going on sale. Tonight at 7 o'clock, Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast is heavily hot-selling Weihua air conditioners. A mere simple sentence in the video instantly made the blood of countless netizens boil. Fight for 7 days. I'm going to buy Weihua air conditioners tonight. Don't even try to grab it from me. Weihua air conditioner can only be mine. It's all about hand speed. I have more than 10 years of experience in jerking off. Great. It's good to be back. Hundreds of millions of people in Huaxia are still waiting for you. This video got the attention of many netizens and even many bandwagon bloggers, because these bandwagon bloggers knew that as soon as Weihua's products appeared, then tonight would be a night of dismal traffic for them. And this video once again hit the hot search with great speed. It made more and more netizens more than excited. At this time, in the Weihua factory, Lin Dong had just finished a phone call with Brother Little Sheep, explaining about tonight's Weihua air conditioner sales. As early as 3 days ago, he had already contacted Brother Little Sheep. He had asked Brother Little Sheep to prepare for the delivery of the Weihua air conditioners and other matters. The past is ready. All we need is the east wind. Lin Dong looked at his cell phone that had been ringing nonstop and skimmed through the private messages and video comments. There is no way. There are too many private messages and comments. It was simply too much to read. However, Lin Dong still felt the welcome and love of many netizens for Weihua's products between the lines of their comments and private messages. This made him very flattered. Lin Dong knew that the reason why a group of netizens loved Weihua products was simple. It was that Weihua products made many products that people could not afford to use before. It has become affordable for everyone, and everyone can use it with confidence. Many people in China who used to live a hard life have improved their quality of life by a large margin. So it is the people of Huaxia who choose Weihua products, choose to love Weihua products. For this heavy trust, Lin Dong pursed his lips. He once again strengthened the already unshakable belief in his heart, to create products that everyone in China could afford, and to create the light of China's own national products. Time flew by, and soon came to 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, all of China, many people chose to give up the usual time to go out for a walk, or other things. They all stared intently at their cell phone screens, and they were all waiting for one thing. That was the opening of Brother Little Sheep's broadcast to go and grab a Weihua air conditioner. As soon as 7 o'clock arrived, Brother Little Sheep opened the live broadcast to bring in the goods as promised. In an instant, thousands of netizens frantically flooded into Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast room at this moment. The number of people in Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast room skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It has been coming to 300,000 plus before slowly stopping. The number of online viewers was 300,000 plus just after the broadcast. This was unprecedented in the entire live broadcast history of Douyin. Seeing this shocking scene, Brother Little Sheep couldn't help but swallow his saliva to hide the shock in his heart. Although he was the only anchor on the entire network who live-streamed bringing in Weihua products, but every time he saw the terrifying impact of Weihua's products, the shock in his heart still knew no bounds. It made him incredibly grateful for how right that decision he made that day was. Families, thank you for supporting Brother Little Sheep. Brother Little Sheep sincerely appreciated the crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room, and then opened tonight's official live broadcast bandwagon. He knew that 80% of the people in his live broadcast room tonight were all rushing towards Weihua's air conditioner, so he didn't dawdle, and directly began to live-stream the bandwagon Weihua air conditioner. I believe everyone's main purpose tonight is for Weihua air conditioners, Brother Little Sheep said slowly, then he turned and pointed his finger to the big screen behind him. I believe everyone has seen the quality of the $100 Weihua air conditioner. Has it broken your perception of $100 appliances? Then do you all know the reason why the Huaxia electrical appliance market is so bad? For a while, a host of netizens expressed their opinions. Is it because there are too many inferior products? Is it because cheap goods are no good? Is it because there are too many unscrupulous merchants? Brother Little Sheep looked at the messages popping up on the live broadcast and smiled gently. Everyone has a point, but that's not the main reason. Brother Little Sheep's words confused quite a few netizens, as these answers were all well-known things. Why did Brother Little Sheep say it wasn't? In the face of many netizens' confusion, Brother Little Sheep did not say much. It just pointed to the big screen behind him. Everyone look at the big screen. This is the answer I prepared for you. After looking at the various data and information on Brother Little Sheep's big screen, a crowd of netizens were stunned in their hearts and understood at once. Although Brother Little Sheep Live was not at liberty to say much, a term was surging through many people's minds. That is capital. This is the culprit that causes today's Chinese electrical appliances market to be so bad. Whether it was the previous electrical appliances market, or the Phoenix Technology Company not long ago, there was a bigger black hand behind them all. For example, the black hand behind Phoenix Technologies, the Sky Eagle Group, Chapter 38, 200,000 daily sales, upgrading the L3 Super Factory. In Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast room that had hundreds of thousands of people, the crowd of water users were unprecedentedly quiet after looking at the data and information on Brother Little Sheep's big screen. They all understood what Brother Little Sheep meant. Many netizens were even more thoughtful and got up, worrying about the future of the Weihua factory, because it was never the unscrupulous merchants that truly dominated the market, but the capital that stood tall. No inferior products appear. There is no consumer awareness of the concept of cheap goods. Then how can capital be unscrupulous from the high-priced products to earn a high price difference, so as to make a lot of money? After all, manufacturing poor quality products to make money is not the long-term road. However, this long-standing situation in the Chinese electrical appliances market was broken by the emergence of the Weihua factory. This has obviously touched the cake of a large number of people. Sky Eagle Group's Phoenix Technology Company is the best example. A group of netizens also know that although Brother Little Sheep did not explicitly say, but the implication is already very obvious. That is to support Weihua products, support China's national products, support the light of national products belonging to Huaxia. Many netizens even lamented that this live broadcast has benefited greatly, allowing them to have a deep level of cognition. Correspondingly, a crowd of netizens on the support of Weihua products, but also reached an unprecedented peak. Brother Little Sheep looked at the screen full of pop-ups sent by the water friends in the live broadcast. However, there were only the same few words on it. Support the light of national products. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Brother Little Sheep also put Weihua air conditioner on the link. He didn't do much about the quality of Weihua air conditioner. After all, the quality of Weihua air conditioners had been recognized by the crowd in Mabagua's live broadcast that day. The crowd of live streaming water friends also started a crazy rush when they saw Weihua air conditioner on the link. In just 5 minutes, the 250,000 Weihua air conditioners that Lin Dong had prepared for Brother Lam. It was actually all snapped up. However, in Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast room, there were still many netizens who cried to Brother Little Sheep that they had not snatched them. Looking at the 5-minute sales of 250,000 Weihua air conditioners, Brother Little Sheep secretly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. I'm afraid this is the best result since he brought the goods. He had thought that the daily sales of 150,000 Weihua second-generation cell phones was the peak, but he hadn't realized that Weihua air conditioners were even better. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the market demand for Weihua products. For other products, the daily sales of 200,000 is already considered the top, but for Weihua products, in just 5 minutes, Weihua air conditioners sold 250,000. However, this was only because the upper limit of Weihua's total air conditioner inventory had been reached, but it was far from the upper limit of people's demand for Weihua air conditioners. It's truly terrifying to the extreme. Brother Little Sheep looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, full of netizens who were swiping the screen to beg for Weihua air conditioner inventory. It took him a long time before he could squeeze this heartfelt exclamation out of his mouth. At the same time, Lin Dong was also at home watching Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast. He also secretly admired Brother Lam's live broadcast talent, which was really far beyond him by a large margin. The use of capital to mobilize netizens to support Weihua's products in the live broadcast of Brother Sheep alone made him feel inferior. Lin Dong also thought that if he were to broadcast live, he would not be able to achieve such results. It seems that when the Weihua cell phone was given to Brother Lam to bring goods, it was really a wise choice. Weihua air conditioner 250,000 units. Lin Dong was also secretly smacking his lips at this good result and was pleasantly surprised inwardly. However, what he was more looking forward to in his heart was whether the 250,000 daily sales would allow Super Factory to successfully upgrade. If the Super Factory was successfully upgraded, it would be a good thing. Early the next morning, Lin Dong made an unprecedented extravagance. He spent a few $dozen on a cab, and he wanted to rush to the Weihua factory as fast as he could. Once again, he witnessed the upgrading of the Weihua factory. In the cab, Lin Dong casually flipped through the douyin. Sure enough, last night, Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast of bringing goods and selling 250,000 Weihua air conditioners in 5 minutes was once again on the #1 hot search. In addition to attracting the attention of a lot of bandwagon anchors, it also attracted the attention of a lot of merchants. There were even quite a few other hot searches about the Weihua factory. One of the hot searches caught Lin Dong's attention. The explosion of the Weihua factory is actually the long-term layout of Lin Dong, the first person of national products. Layout? How did I not know about this? A few moments of curiosity crept up in Lin Dong's heart as he clicked on this hot search to take a look. The content inside the video, however, caused him to faintly stare. The reason why Lin Dong, the first person of national products, first puts Weihua cell phones on sale is to make the base of the internet population expand again, thus developing live streaming to carry out the sale of Weihua products. After Lin Dong had patiently watched the video to the end, he did feel that there were a few truths in what was being said. After all, but if the Super Factory had given him drawings of other products, then he would not necessarily have his current achievements. Young man, following the news too. Suddenly the cab driver uncle spoke, interrupting Lin Dong's musings. Out of politeness, Lin Dong could only respond. However, the cab driver uncle opened his words and spoke at length. Young man, I'll tell you, I'm lucky. Not only did I grab a Weihua 2 cell phone, I also grabbed a Weihua air conditioner. You really don't say. Weihua's factory makes affordable and good quality stuff. I heard that the owner of the Weihua factory is also a young man. I have also seen it on the news. It is not bad looking. It is a match for me when I was young. Lin Dong listened to the cab driver uncle's boasts with a black line on his head, then looked at the bald uncle. He could only nod his head and cope with it. It was not easy to reach the vicinity of the Weihua factory. He got out of the car as if he had fled. Host single product Weihua air conditioner daily sales reached 200,000. L2 Super Factory automatically upgraded. Lin Dong had just entered the Weihua factory when the cold and emotionless mechanical voice once again sounded in his mind. These words instantly energized Lin Dong. The mechanical voice had just fallen when a white light flashed before Lin Dong's eyes. L2 Super Factory upgrade completed. L3 Super Factory at your service. The mechanical beep sounded in his mind. Without waiting for Lin Dong to be happy, a series of data once again flooded into his mind. L3 Super Factory employees, 32, 150 to 1. Production equipment, 7 additional assembly lines, 2 primary automatic electrical mold production lines. Factory area expansion, 2%. Increase Super Factory industrial level grade, automotive field, medical field. Points conversion function opened. Points can be converted to the equivalent amount in soft currency. ***************************************** ing awesome. Lin Dong's brain echoed with the data of the L3 factory and he burst out in foul language due to his overexcitement. Happiness, as well as excitement, was written all over his face. This upgrade was compared to the first super factory upgrade. All the data of the L3 super factory had gained a qualitative leap, and the improvement in the data from the first upgrade was simply a world of difference. How could this not make Lin Dong excited? Chapter 39, Weihua Refrigerator. L3 Super Factory Employees, 32, 150 to 1. Lin Dong swallowed hard as he once again felt the huge boost brought about by the Super Factory upgrade. The main upgrading force of the Super White Factory alone had almost been raised by a few notches. The robot employees had been upgraded from 16 in the beginning to 32 robot employees in one go. The number alone had been upgraded twofold. While one robot employee in the L3 Super Factory was equivalent to 150 human employees. In other words, 32 robot employees were equivalent to 800 human employees. Lin Dong clearly knew that these 32 robot employees, compared to 4,800 human employees, whether it was in terms of productivity, or production speed, or any other aspect, these 32 robotic employees are all dimensionally crushing the 4,800 human employees. Compared to the L2 Super Factory robot employees, this is more than twice as much. What was even more unexpected to Lin Dong was the rewards for the production equipment, which had been increased by so much at once. Not only were 7 production lines given at once, there were also 2 more primary automatic electrical mold production lines. Then with this calculation, he would have 5 mold production lines. This was a huge boost for Weihua factory in terms of production speed level quantity. For the 2% increase in the area of the super factory, it was also something that made Lin Dong quite pleased. After all, it was only last time that he realized that raising the super factory area by 5% would cost him 40 million soft dollars. However, this time, the L3 super factory was successfully upgraded. The opening of the points conversion function in addition, also made Lin Dong secretly delighted. This function allowed him to have more room for maneuvering. It was important to know that every drawing from the Weihua factory would require a minimum of tens of millions of points to be converted. If one wanted to exchange a high-level drawing, the cost would be even more exorbitant. The appearance of this function undoubtedly gave him the opportunity to obtain more points. What surprised Lin Dong the most was the increase in the industrial level of the super factory. It was the increase in the industrial level of the super factory that was beyond his expectations. Before this, Lin Dong had never thought about anything related to it. This was because he had fallen into a cognitive misunderstanding when he obtained the super factory. That was, he had been mistakenly thinking that as long as he obtained the drawings, there was nothing that the robot employees could not produce. Nowadays, it seemed that it was fortunate that he was not too ambitious. Otherwise, after redeeming drawings that exceeded the previous factory's domain, that wouldn't be able to be produced. That would be a true loss. Automobile field, medical field. Lin Dong mumbled these two terms in his heart as his eyes moved slightly and unnoticeably. These two fields were compared to the current aspects of the electrical and electronic fields involved in the super factory. The cost required for that could be invisibly raised by a lot all of a sudden. Whether it was the automobile field, or the medical field, the cheapest ones all started at tens of thousands of dollars, and they were all uncapped. More importantly, the requirements for parts are much higher. Those substandard materials on the market were simply unable to carry out the production of products in these two fields, especially in the medical field. Those were existences where human lives were at stake. Don't think about that much for now. Lin Dong pursed his parched lips and decided to temporarily put off dabbling in these two fields. Before wanting to dabble in these two fields, he at the very least possessed sufficient costs. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dabble in these two fields. After all, he wasn't some unscrupulous businessman. He knew that the slightest carelessness in these two fields could result in a death. It could not be half a joke. Refrigerator. I'm coming. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth lifted up a smile as he stepped towards the office. Yesterday's cumulative sales volume of Weihua air conditioners totaled 250,000 units, an increase of 313% compared to the previous day's sales. Yesterday's total sales of Weihua air conditioner was about 12.5 million. The total evaluation of 160,341, with a favorable rate of 98.6%, can be exchanged for 10 million points based on the product as well as the product sales. Listening to the cold and emotionless voice of Robot 01, Lin Dong, however, slapped his big hand on the table in excitement. 10 million points, 10 million soft currency. One night, a miracle. Lin Dong leapt for joy and cheered happily in his office. This was the biggest haul he had ever reaped from selling his products within a few months of obtaining the super factory. Whether it was points, or soft currency, both had actually reached the threshold of tens of millions in just one night. How could this not allow Lin Dong to be pleasantly surprised? After a long time, Lin Dong calmed the ecstasy in his heart and began to calculate the total points gained. After some preliminary calculations, his current total points amounted to more than 35 million. This exchange for a refrigerator was simply a breeze. Open the Super Factory drawings section. Lin Dong did not make any stops and opened the Super Factory with a single movement of his mind. Looking at the dazzling product design drawings, Lin Dong flipped through them with great purpose. After a few minutes, Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and the bar of drawings in front of him stopped moving. Higher 465-liter Class 1 energy efficiency dual inverter double door slim BCD 465 WGHTDE9S9 large capacity 477 upgraded model refrigerator enhanced drawings. Looking at the lengthy name of the refrigerator in front of him, Lin Dong crooked his mouth. This was the refrigerator he wanted to exchange his points for, and it was also the enhanced version of the refrigerator drawing. Host's exchange of higher refrigerator enhanced version drawing is successful. As Lin Dong's mind moved, the system voice sounded, successfully redeeming the refrigerator drawings. At the same time he deducted 30 million points. Lin Dong got the drawings and after speculating for half a day, he began to make improvements as usual. This time, his main sales target for this drawing was still rural areas, mountainous areas, or families who could not afford to buy refrigerators. With the experience of selling Weihua cell phones and Weihua air conditioners, Lin Dong had a good understanding of the psychology of this consumer group. Lin Dong had mastered the psychology of this consumer group. For this kind of family, whether it was a double-door or four-door refrigerator, they did not value it, as long as it can cool and refrigerate, plus it does not consume electricity and the quality is guaranteed. That's all that matters to them. However, in today's Chinese electrical appliances market, any refrigerator has to be 700 or 800, but this kind of refrigerator has a lot of faults and problems. This makes a lot of people who do not have too much money, the heart but look back, they don't want to buy a refrigerator back, 3 days to repair. Besides, 700 or 800 soft currency for these people is already a big expense. As for the cheaper refrigerator, no one will buy it. Cheap is not good. No one wants to take a loss, especially in the electrical appliances market. So because of various factors, in the mountainous areas, rural areas, or county towns, refrigerators are not very popular. Great job! After deleting and altering the obtained enhanced higher refrigerator drawings and studying them for half a day, Lin Dong finally arrived at a suitable drawing for the refrigerator. He summoned Robot 01 and divided the 32 robots into 3 batches. They respectively produced the Weihua 2 cell phone, Weihua air conditioner, and the Weihua refrigerator that had just been remodeled. Lin Dong's request to Robot 01 was to just produce 10,000 Weihua refrigerators. He was still trying the waters with 10,000 refrigerators first just in case. As for the price of the Weihua electric refrigerator, Lin Dong pondered for a moment before. Weihua electric refrigerator, priced at 130 soft currency, only $50 higher than the original price. Chapter 40, Consumers Trust. Lin Dong handed over the drawings of the remodeled Weihua refrigerator to Robot 01, while he himself went to the market to purchase some parts for the production of the refrigerator. Although there was a primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line, some of the materials still needed to be purchased by himself. As for handing over the drawings of the Weihua refrigerator to Robot 01, Lin Dong was not the least bit worried that anything would go wrong. After all, no, 01 was a much better executor than humans. For the Weihua refrigerator this time, Lin Dong was still full of confidence. He felt that the Weihua refrigerator was at least a product of the same class as the Weihua air conditioner. Although it was only 130 soft currency, its price/performance ratio was good enough to be comparable to those $1,000 refrigerators in the market. This was because if it was not for the primary automatic electrical appliance mold production line, Lin Dong would have had to spend a few hundred more soft dollars per Weihua refrigerator. This was the same situation he encountered when producing Weihua air conditioners. Although the actual total cost was not that much, the actual consumption cost was much higher than the selling price. This was the main reason why Lin Dong had priced Weihua air conditioner and Weihua refrigerator so low, yet was so confident in these two products. After purchasing the necessary materials for the Weihua refrigerator, Lin Dong did not stay idle. He posted a video about the Weihua refrigerator as usual. It was the same as last time. Lin Dong planned to sell goods live on his own, still selling Weihua electric refrigerators live on his own. He did not intend to tell Brother Little Sheep for the time being. He estimated that Brother Little Sheep must be busy right now. Not only did he have to deal with the sales and after sales of Weihua second-generation cell phones, but he also had the shipment of 250,000 Weihua refrigerators last night. Moreover, Weihua air conditioners had just started selling like hotcakes all over the internet, and Weihua second-generation cell phones were also selling like hotcakes. These two products were undoubtedly much more important compared to the Weihua refrigerator that had just been produced. Just a few minutes after that video of the Weihua refrigerator was sent out, Lin Dong's cell phone started ringing one after another. In order to better understand the netizens' views on Weihua refrigerators, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and tapped into Douyin, and began to go through the video comments one by one. What was unexpected to him was, Lin Dong had thought that this video about Weihua refrigerators would be the same as the last Weihua air conditioner video. In the comments section, it was all about Weihua's second-generation cell phone. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then this time, the comments section of this video should be all about Weihua air conditioners. But Lin Dong thought wrong. In this video of Weihua refrigerators, not only were there no comments that brought up the tempo, there were no comments that denigrated Weihua products, and all the comments in the comments section were all in favor of Weihua refrigerators. Weihua refrigerator, 130 soft sister coins a unit? It's worthy of being the light of national products Weihua factory. Don't rob with me, go rob Weihua air conditioners. I'll be squatting here today. When Weihua factory goes live, I'll be the first to go in and grab it. Weihua factory is too conscientious. 130 soft currency refrigerators, 150 air conditioners, 199 Weihua cell phones, all for us poor people. Lin Dong quietly watched these comments affirming Weihua factory, and Weihua factory's products. His heart had an indescribable taste that could be described as a mixture of flavors. There was even an urge for him to cry. This was the first time he had gained the trust of consumers since he had been producing and selling Weihua products for a few months. From the beginning, when everyone on the entire internet questioned Weihua's cell phones, then everyone's skepticism towards Weihua's air conditioners, until now the Weihua refrigerators. People finally believed in Weihua factory and finally believed in Weihua factory's products. This made Lin Dong very pleased. This is the first time I believe, but it will never be the last. Looking at the people's trust in Weihua's products and their expectations for Weihua refrigerators, Lin Dong only felt doubly encouraged, and his confidence in the path of developing national products increased greatly. He believed that one day, the Weihua factory would gain the trust of everyone in the whole of China. At this time, a remote mountainous area, Zhang Dahua had just finished her farm work from the fields and went home to turn on the Weihua air conditioner in preparation to cool off. Alas, it's a pity there's no refrigerator. Otherwise I'll have chilled watermelon to eat, and Xiaohu will have chilled watermelon to eat when he comes back from school. Zhang Dahua slightly regretted, enjoying the cool breeze brought by Weihua's air conditioner, feeling the cool breeze brought by the Weihua air conditioner. Zhang Dahua only felt soothed both physically and internally. Under her leadership, the entire village began to prepare to buy Weihua air conditioners one after another. Because of this, the village chief even praised her. For this, Zhang Dahua was happy for a long time, and since the last time in Ma Bagua's live broadcast, because she stood up for Weihua air conditioners to prove it. Her Jitterbug account received a lot of attention. Now she was also considered a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. When Zhang Dahua thought about this matter, she couldn't help but proudly show off with her husband, Xiao Ming. Hey, I remember that the Weihua factory came out again last night. I'll go see if anything good came out. Zhang Dahua suddenly thought of something and excitedly slapped his thigh. Then he picked up the Weihua cell phone on the side and started surfing the internet. Weihua refrigerator, 130 soft coins? A few minutes later, Zhang Dahua looked straight at the video about Weihua's refrigerator under the official account of Weihua factory. It made her a little disbelieving that this was real. She had long wished for an electric refrigerator. Then she wouldn't have to always go to the town of more than 50 kilometers to buy groceries. Then she would never have to worry about buying more vegetables that would spoil in the summer. Only the refrigerator was too expensive, so she had only dared to think about it. What she didn't expect was that the Weihua factory actually produced refrigerators, and it was only selling for $130. Isn't this 100 times cheaper than those refrigerators in the electrical market? Zhang Dahua only felt like a treasure, inwardly rejoicing. Suddenly Zhang Dahua was a bit puzzled. She thought of a problem. Why is it that every time she wants something in her heart, this Weihua factory produces something? This was too magical, but she quickly put this question behind her as she had more important things to do. I'm going to hurry up and tell this information to the townsfolk, as well as the child's father. Tell them to hurry up and grab the Weihua refrigerator. The other side. As the day swung into darkness, Lin Dong was ready to start live streaming to bring in Weihua air conditioners. However, this time, the live broadcast was different from the live broadcast of bringing in Weihua air conditioners. Lin Dong was full of confidence this time, and he didn't even know if it was his illusion. He felt that he could buy a few thousand Weihua refrigerators tonight. Although Lin Dong had very little confidence in his live banding, since he posted that video in the morning, his cell phone's message beeps had not stopped. All of them were people who liked his video and commented in support of him. This made Lin Dong's confidence grow. Once the 7 o'clock hour arrived, Lin Dong opened the live broadcasting room on time. However, it was only a few minutes. The live broadcast room already had 70,000 to 80,000 people. Lin Dong looked at the number of people who had crazily flooded into the live room, as well as the rapidly soaring popularity of the live room. He faintly smiled as he began tonight's live streaming bandwagon. Chapter 41, Conspiracy. Weihua Refrigerator. Double door Class 1 Energy Efficiency Refrigerator. 465 liters capacity. Dual inverter. 158-liter cold capacity chamber volume. You can now take it home for only 130 soft currency. Lin Dong's not-so-small voice resounded in the live broadcast room, introducing the various parameters of the Weihua refrigerator in detail for the live broadcast water users. After introducing the information about the Weihua electric refrigerator, in order to make the live broadcast friends believe in the quality of Weihua refrigerator, so that they can buy more assured, Lin Dong also tried to follow the example of those evaluation bloggers, wanting to start Weihua refrigerator evaluation. However, a group of water friends in the live broadcast room, after hearing this, but have refused. Weihua Factory, we are assured. Little brother, there is no need to evaluate. We believe Weihua Factory, so can you add AV? This is but another merchant. I can't possibly stop, but you are Weihua Factory. Really conscientious merchants, so honest. This time it was Lin Dong's turn to be confused. He was even a little afraid to believe that what he saw was true. It was not until now that he realized. It turned out that people now trusted Weihua Factory's goods so much. It seems that what I have done is still relatively successful. Lin Dong smiled. His heart relaxed at the moment. With netizens treating Weihua products with this kind of trust, he was not worried in the slightest about the sales of Weihua refrigerators tonight. As expected, the Weihua refrigerators were on the shelves for but a minute. 10,000 Weihua refrigerators were instantly snapped up by tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast. The people who grabbed the refrigerators were even teased by netizens as the lucky ones. How could Lin Dong never have imagined that he would also have a day when he would carry out a live broadcast with such a smooth flow of goods? What's more, he never imagined that he would go off the air at such a fast pace. This time it was Lin Dong's turn to regret why he did not produce more Weihua refrigerators. However, this also made Lin Dong determined that he would continue to produce Weihua refrigerators and expand the scale of production. In the next few days, Lin Dong officially started to produce Weihua refrigerators and put them on the market for sale. Living up to Lin Dong's expectations, the results achieved by Weihua refrigerators in the market were not half as bad as Weihua second-generation cell phones and Weihua air conditioners. Even the occasional data occupied the first place. The long-standing stalemate in the Huaxia electrical appliances market was also completely broken by Weihua products. The saying that cheap products are no good is even more severely hit by Weihua products. A group of Chinese consumers also began to call for a ban on overpriced and underpriced products, restoring product prices to their original form. People pay more attention to the cost-effectiveness of goods, no longer think that the product is expensive is good. As for Weihua second-generation cell phone, Weihua refrigerator, Weihua air conditioner, these three Weihua products, the three Weihua products, Weihua refrigerator and Weihua air conditioner, are the top 3 hot-selling products on the whole network. No one can shake their position. During this period, Lin Dong also used the points obtained to exchange for design drawings of other products. For example, a microwave oven for 80 soft pesetas, 50 soft pesetas for a rice cooker. The birth of every cheap product from Weihua Factory would cause a frantic rush across the internet. Many people in China even called Weihua Factory the light of national products. What made Lin Dong cry and laugh a little was, a hot sale of Weihua products across the net had caused some people to be greedy. They even created pirated Weihua products, trying to make them look fake, thus profiting from it. However, since Lin Dong had suffered a loss from Phoenix Technologies last time, he had already learned a lesson from it. On every product produced by the Weihua Factory, the unique logo of the Weihua Factory was left behind. This logo was the centerpiece that connected each product. Once it was destroyed, the entire product would directly self-destruct. This was something that no one else could imitate even if they wanted to. So these people pirating Weihua products were undoubtedly playing with fire, successfully sending themselves to the bureau. On the other side, Phoenix Technology Company. Once people came and went. The Phoenix Technology Company, the ceiling of the top cell phone companies in China. Now it was surprising that the door was open and no one was there. The big belly manager stood at the door with a gloomy face, his hands clenching his fists, looking at the gazes of the passing pedestrians who avoided them. Seeing this scene, the big belly manager's resentment towards Weihua Factory increased in his heart. He felt that he and Phoenix Technology had fallen into the current miserable situation. All thanks to Weihua Factory. The culprit for everything was Lin Dong. Ever since Lin Dong started selling Weihua cell phones, then he provided the photolithography drawings to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, allowing the major cell phone companies in China to sanction Phoenix Technology Company. This is what led to Phoenix Technology Company's status in Huaxia falling to pieces. When the big belly manager thought of this, he could not wait to kill Lin Dong by 1,000 cuts. He felt that all of this was intentional on Lin Dong's part, targeting their Phoenix Technology Company. However, there was nothing he could do about Lin Dong. The big belly manager knew in his heart that in the subsequent game with Weihua Factory, they did not take half the advantage. It was even more so as they lost troops and suffered heavy losses. But that was all before. From today onwards, Weihua Factory will be history. Our eagle sauce will finally be invincible. The big-bellied manager stared dead ahead. There was a constant flash in his small eyes, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his obese face. Just at this time, dozens of luxury cars sped over. Then they slowly stopped at the entrance of Phoenix Technology Company, causing the pedestrians on the side of the road to give them sideways glances. There was no lack of Rolls-Royce and Maybach among these luxury cars. At this moment, they were gathered together, and the momentum was frightening. From the car came down some people one after another. There were men and women, Chinese and foreigners. The big belly manager, who had been gloomy, hurriedly went forward to greet these people after seeing them. On his obese face, there was a smile on his face at the moment. Several people under the leadership of the big belly manager all came to the conference room of Phoenix Technology Company. After all the people were seated, the big belly manager excitedly looked at the crowd in front of him, forcibly hiding his inner excitement. He took the lead and spoke. Everyone has come here today for one thing. I'll make this short. I'll only ask one question. How do we get rid of the Weihua Factory? In the face of the big-bellied manager's words, the conference room fell into silence for a while. Surprisingly, not a single person came forward to speak. If we want to know, why are we still here to discuss with you? You, the old boss who has the backing of the Sky Eagle Group, you don't even have a way to deal with this Weihua Factory? A man with an eagle nose iced his face and looked coldly at the big belly manager. After hearing the man's words without giving face, the big belly manager just touched his nose in embarrassment. However, he was not the slightest bit angry, and his usual overbearing demeanor disappeared at this moment, because he knew that this time was his last chance. After the previous fiascos against Weihua's factory, Max had already given him an ultimatum. 3 months' time to bring down Weihua Factory. Manager Big Belly knew that the only way to remove Weihua Factory was to use the hands of these people in front of him. Otherwise he would really be finished. Chapter 42, Insidious Plan. The conference room was quiet and the atmosphere was very depressing. After the big-bellied manager looked at the crowd in the conference room, he saw that everyone was looking at him. It seemed that they were all waiting for him to decide on the next step of the plan. At this time wanted him to be the head of the pack. Seeing this situation, the big-belly manager couldn't help but frown, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. A bunch of old foxes. Solely, he did not hide it too much and spoke bluntly. None of you should expect me alone to be able to bring down the Weihua Factory. If I could, I wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. The big-bellied manager's face became a bit grim, but returned to normal in an instant. He grinned his big mouth and said with a few threats, "Since you guys aren't working together in good faith, let's call it a day. I can break the pot. I have the Sky Eagle Group backing me up anyway. Instead it's you guys. Just wait to be made bigger and stronger by Weihua Factory." The faces of the people in the conference room all swished as they listened to the big belly manager's sneer, because they knew that the big belly manager was telling the truth. Compared to Phoenix Technologies' predicament, their situation today was not much better than Phoenix Technologies. Because of the appearance of the Weihua Factory, their interests had been greatly infringed upon, and of those present, none of them were corporate giants that dominated the electrical appliances market in China. The electrical products produced under their companies were all well-known electrical brands in the Chinese electrical market. They have monopolized the high-end electrical appliances in China, as well as medium and low electrical appliances for more than 10 years. Originally, although they check and balance each other, but also let the Chinese electrical appliances market has formed a delicate balance. This balance is that the Chinese electrical appliances market has become a situation where cheap goods are no good. Only this situation is because of Weihua Factory, and become fragmented. The purpose of their gathering at Phoenix Technology today was to discuss a solution, a way to make Weihua Factory go out of business. In short, we can't do it the hard way. Weihua Factory is the hotspot of the moment. Not only did it develop a photolithography machine, but it was also awarded the Best Scientific Research Achievement Award in China. Based on these names alone, we can't even move him. And not only can't we do it the hard way, we also have to not let people see that we have any relationship with Weihua Factory. Otherwise it's all big trouble. Xian Yu, the man with the hawkish nose from earlier, said icily once more. His face had eased up quite a bit at the moment. Only his complexion had a few more points of resentment and helplessness. Xian Yu was the chairman of the Huaxia Feiyu Group, whose Feiyu air conditioner was the hottest-selling air conditioner in Huaxia. It was considered one of the giants of the electrical appliances market in Huaxia. It was only after Weihua air conditioner was put on sale that Feiyu air conditioner's status in Huaxia was greatly reduced. This made Xian Yu very unhappy with this Weihua Factory. That's for sure. A foreign woman with blonde hair and big waves held her head high, holding up her proud bosoms as she succinctly affirmed, "But again, we have to get the Weihua factory to stop production, or shut down for a while as well. At least give us enough time to respond. The Weihua factory is growing too fast." The foreign woman's very strong and sharp words instantly woke up the business bigwigs present. This was indeed the case as well. Lin Dong's Weihua factory had launched 3 consecutive products that were already hot sellers in the market over the past few months. Coupled with the cheap price and high-quality performance, it made the Chinese market, which was originally like a desert, seem like there was a continuous rainfall from the sky. Countless consumers compete to grab. Consumers didn't have to consider and sift through all the expensive goods. They had a better choice. "I do have an idea." The hawk-nosed man, Qian Yu, rested his chin with a look of deep thought. The moment these words came out, the gazes of the people in the conference room looked at him in unison. "I think that although we can't move the Weihua factory, it's not like no one can't move the Weihua factory. For example, would such a cheap product really have no problems at all?" Qian Yu paused when he said this. He swept a circle of the crowd before speaking slowly and methodically once again. "That's why we have to make these people think that there's something wrong with Weihua factory's products. Let them go and take a good look at the Weihua factory." "You mean for us to report Weihua factory?" As soon as Qian Yu's words fell, the foreign woman immediately reacted. Exactly. After hearing Qian Yu's affirmative answer, everyone also pondered whether this method was feasible. After a long time, the method of reporting the Weihua factory was unanimously agreed upon by the group of corporate bigwigs present. This was the most reliable and secure method. Looking at the approach arrived at by the crowd, the big belly manager smiled happily. He hadn't felt so physically and mentally comfortable for a long time. This time, without spending a single soldier, he let Weihua factory fall into a situation of impending doom. This was something that the big belly manager had never dreamed of. He also believed that with the joint report of so many large Chinese companies, Weihua factory would surely disappear for a long time. If Weihua factory wants to get up again, when the big-bellied manager thought of this, the smile on his fat-filled face became even wider. In his opinion, Weihua factory will be in so many big enterprises under the joint want to get up again. It is simply a mirage. The more the big-bellied manager thought about it, the happier he became, and in the end, he even laughed out loud. "Manager Mike, there is one more thing to trouble you with." An ice-cold voice rang out, interrupting the big belly manager from continuing to masturbate. The big belly manager put away his smile and looked up before realizing that Qian Yu was staring at him with a deadly glare and a hint of ruthlessness on his face. "I sent people to investigate the Weihua factory. I found out that Lin Dong, the owner of Weihua factory, he also has a father." "Father?" The big-bellied manager, Mike, was a little puzzled. He did not understand what Qian Yu meant when he said this. Qian Yu stared at Mike's small eyes and said grimly, "I've checked. Not only does Lin Dong's father have a problem with his lungs, but he also has a very serious heart problem. I remember that the Sky Eagle Group has cooperation with the Chinese medical field." Saying this, Qian Yu's face revealed a chilling smile. Mike, the big belly manager, was also frightened by Qian Yu's smile, and he understood the meaning of Qian Yu's words. He was just about to refuse, but he saw the people present looking at him with a deadpan expression. "All right, leave the matter of Lin Dong's father to me." When Mike saw this form, he knew that there was no room for negotiation. He could only bite his teeth and agree. Although Mike knew that this was the business of the Sky Eagle Group, but in order to bring down the Weihua factory, he decided to take a risk. As long as he succeeded, he would have won completely. As for losing, Mike didn't believe that Lin Dong could still turn over under the joint suppression of so many business giants. After seeing all the people leave the conference room one after another, Mike clenched his fists in death. "This time, Weihua factory, you are dead." Chapter 43, The Arrival of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Weihua factory. Lin Dong was still ignorant of what Phoenix Technologies was conspiring. He was sitting in his office as usual, listening to Robot 01 reporting yesterday's data. Yesterday's cumulative sales of Weihua 2 cell phones totaled 160,000 units, a 1% increase in sales compared to the day before. Yesterday's total sales of Weihua air conditioners were about 8 million. The total number of evaluations is 10,493, with a positive feedback rate of 98.6%, which can be exchanged for 5.67 million points based on the product as well as the product sales. Yesterday's cumulative total sales were 25 million soft dollars. The total points gained were 20 million points. A few minutes later, only then did Robot 01 finish reporting the data of all of Weihua's products yesterday, item by item. 25 million soft sister coins, 20 million points. It's not a loss. Lin Dong murmured in a low voice. His mind was quickly calculating the expenses and incomes of these few days. During this period of time, he had used his points to exchange for quite a few product drawings. For example, microwave ovens, rice cookers, Although these were relatively common household electrical products, the points spent on each of them had to be more than 10 million points. This allowed Lin Dong to accumulate quite a few points during this period of time. In a very short period of time, it was quickly consumed. Even though these household electrical products were compared to the Weihua second-generation cellular phones and Weihua air conditioners, which were hot products, it was simply heaven and earth, a far cry from each other. However, Lin Dong did not feel that he had lost money. Instead, he felt that he had made a profit. First of all, he was for more consumers in Huaxia to use cheap, cost-effective products. Let them have a better choice in the more expensive products. From this point alone, Lin Dong did not think he had lost money. His idea is to make everyone in China can use and afford exclusive Chinese products. Secondly, from a long-term perspective, although these products were not as hot as the hot products, there were still many consumers who bought them. As long as time piles up, the points consumed will naturally earn back. No matter which point Lin Dong thought about, he thought that this was a solid decision. I'll have to rest for a few days in the next few days. Dad's body is really worrying. I have to go to the hospital to keep Dad company. Lin Dong's thoughts turned and a few worried looks surged on his face. Yesterday, he went to the hospital to visit his father and the doctor told him that his father's condition had worsened, although the lung problem had gotten much better. However, because his father used to stay up late and work intensely for years and years, the heart area had developed a big problem again. The doctor and Lin Dong said that his father would most likely have to undergo another surgery. Phew! Lin Dong exhaled a long breath of turbid air with a somewhat complicated expression. He was no longer worse off than he once was. However, he preferred his father to be in good health. Report, master. Someone is looking for you. Robot no. 01's icy voice rang out, interrupting Lin Dong's sadness. Looking along with Robot 01, a projection appeared before his eyes. Only a few officers wearing light blue law enforcement department uniforms appeared at the entrance of the Weihua factory. It looked like the visitors were not good. People from industry and commerce? Lin Dong slightly cracked his eyebrows and instantly recognized the identity of these few people at the door. Because he was a businessman, he could not avoid dealing with the people from this industry and commerce department on a regular basis, so he recognized them at a glance. Lin Dong packed up and walked out of the office, ready to rush to meet these people from the business sector. He did not want to offend these people because of his slowness, lest there would be more things to do in the future. A few doubts rose in Lin Dong's mind as he rushed to the door. What are the people from industry and commerce doing here for no reason? In Lin Dong's impression, today was neither a day for the industry and commerce department to come for inspection, and there was nothing non-compliant about the Weihua factory. It was reasonable to say that people from the industry and commerce department would not come at this time. Yo, Big Boss Lin, long time no see. Lin Dong unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Weihua factory, followed by a loud voice. This caused Lin Dong to raise his head curiously and looked ahead. He only saw that the person in the lead was a middle-aged man, wearing a pair of glasses and looking gentle and elegant. The middle-aged man was staring at Lin Dong with unblinking eyes. Old Gao, why are you here? Once Lin Dong saw the middle-aged man he was first slightly stunned, then he was delighted and hurriedly stepped forward. This middle-aged man from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce he recognized. When Lin Dong's father was still running the factory, this middle-aged man was the one who came to inspect the Weihua factory every time. After a while, Lin Dong also recognized him. Came to check on you. Why aren't you welcome? The man called Old Gao by Lin Dong joked. How come? Lin Dong did not stand and smiled as he went forward to exchange pleasantries with him. Then, under his leadership, the crowd walked in towards the inside of the Weihua factory. A few moments later, someone reported my Weihua factory? Lin Dong incredulously lost his voice as he looked at Old Gao in shock. His first thought was that it was a consumer report. This was simply unimaginable in Lin Dong's opinion. If he had not seen Old Gao's unsmiling face, he would have even thought that Old Gao was joking. After all, he was very confident in the products produced by the Weihua factory. Coupled with such a low price, how could any consumer report Weihua factory, unless it was not a consumer? Lin Dong's mind was spinning rapidly as he tried to calm down, analyzing all the possibilities. Old Gao seemed to have guessed this reaction of Lin Dong and patted his shoulder with ulterior motives. Don't worry, it's not a consumer report. Your factory is now on fire all over China. Consumers love it. Lin Dong's pupils suddenly quaked when he heard these words. Although Old Gao did not explicitly say so, the implication was exceptionally obvious, and it coincided with what he had just thought. The person who reported it was not a consumer, but another company. If it was reported by other companies, Lin Dong instantly figured out all things. With the current explosion of Weihua products, various low-priced and cost-effective commodities had gained the favor of a large number of consumers, and these commodities were all household appliances without exception, except for Weihua cell phones, so this also led to a result. The electrical appliances market in Huaxia, which used to be cheap but not good, was greatly impacted. It was just like the once Phoenix Technology Company, the explosion of Weihua cell phone, the successful development of photolithography, China's cell phone ceiling of the Phoenix Technology Company interests, bore the brunt of a great impact. This is also why Phoenix Technologies has repeatedly tried to victimize the Weihua factory. This time was no exception. For this report on Weihua factory, the biggest gainers of benefits were those electrical companies. Then how should you investigate Weihua factory this time? Lin Dong took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He asked the key question and inquired about Old Gao. Old Gao let out a bitter smile after hearing this and hesitated for a moment before helplessly saying, because of the subject of the report, plus the fact that it was a joint report and for multiple reasons, the higher-ups took this matter very seriously. We were requested to have the Weihua factory shut down for inspection and temporarily prohibit the sale of all goods. We can't open until we confirm that every product meets the standards. Chapter 44, Lin Dong's Dilemma. Shut down the business for inspection. Ensure that every item is qualified? Lin Dong snorted coldly, and in an instant, his heart was filled with anger as his entire face went completely cold. What a good calculation. Lin Dong naturally knew what shutting down this meant to him. At the moment, it was the time when Weihua products were on fire. As the name implied, it was this time that was the prime time for Weihua factories. If this time was missed because of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce's inspection, then it would be a fatal blow to Weihua factory. You should know that nowadays nearly 80% of the consumers in China are scrambling to buy Weihua factory's products. If the Ministry of Industry and Commerce suddenly stops the sales of Weihua's products due to the inspection and shutdown at this time, then it would be a fatal blow to Weihua factory. Even if Lin Dong told the crowd the reason for the Weihua factory's closure, not to mention what the consumers would think. Those companies that had reported the Weihua factory alone would not give the Weihua factory any respite. After all, this was a society where the internet was super advanced. They would take advantage of this opportunity and go to great lengths to use various ways to discredit Weihua factory. It would leave Weihua factory with no defense. Moreover, Lin Dong had never heard of this kind of harsh requirement for the business sector to check that every product was qualified. This was clearly targeting Weihua factory, deliberately trying to delay the opening of Weihua factory, and give more time to those enterprises that reported Weihua factory, letting those enterprises have better room to cope. Lin Dong quickly reasoned the whole thing out after such a long time of refining. It seems that this time, we have really put in some blood. Lin Dong muttered to himself. He naturally knew that to be able to have this kind of ability, it was definitely not something that an ordinary business could do. He was now considering a strategy to deal with it. He did not want the Weihua factory that he had painstakingly built up to be destroyed. Even more so, he did not want the market in Huaxia to once again recover as before. Lin Dong, our superiors have requested that we start the inspection now. Old Gao, after receiving a phone call, with a somewhat unnatural face, he came to Lin Dong and stammered. He was not convinced that there would be any faults in the quality of the product of the Weihua factory that had exploded in China, because he had also used the products produced by the Weihua factory, the quality of which was nothing to speak of. However, facing the orders of his superiors, he was irresistible. Lin Dong opened his mouth and just wanted to say something. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket rang. It was the phone ringing. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Dong? Do you have the time now? Is it convenient to come to the hospital? Lin Dong coldly accepted the phone. The call was from the hospital side. The hospital did not talk to him about the purpose of having him there. Lin Dong guessed that it must be something about his father, but he could sense that it would not be good. Otherwise, it would not have been the hospital calling him. The sudden and one thing after another made Lin Dong feel distracted. The factory's inspection, the hospital's father. Lin Dong did not stay too long, and after explaining to Old Gao about the situation of some things, he summoned Robot 01 over. Lin Dong first explained some things about the factory with Robot 01 before ordering Robot 01 to stop all production in the Weihua factory. One reason was because even if it was produced, it would not be able to be sold in the next few days. There was also the fact that the terrifying production speed of Robot 01 could not be exposed. As for allowing Robot 01 to deal with Old Gao and the others, Lin Dong was not worried in the slightest that Robot 01 would reveal its flaws. This was because he had tested Robot 01. Both its emotional intelligence and IQ were far higher than normal people. After taking care of everything, Lin Dong rushed to the hospital without stopping. On the other side, the office of the mayor of Magic City, Secretary Zhou. I have recently planned to go down to the grassroots level for a study tour, going to some remote areas to experience grassroots life. You prepare for it. A man with an extraordinary temperament and elegant speech was sitting in front of the mayor's desk, faintly instructing the secretary at the side. Okay, Mayor Zhang. The secretary listened and responded in a hurry. Mayor Zhang flipped through piles and piles of documents, already having the goal of this trip in his mind. At this time in the hospital, Lin Dong had just gotten out of the car without being able to make much of a stop before he rushed to his father's hospital room out of breath. After feeling his father's ward, he found that his father's attending physician, Dr. Zhang, was also at the side at this time. Lin Dong gulped his breath, slightly a few uneasiness in his heart. Dr. Zhang, you have something to see me? Lin Dong looked at the doctor apprehensively and then at his father, who had a haggard face on the hospital bed. He could not help but tremble inwardly, fearing that he would hear some bad news. You are Lin Chunhai's son, Mr. Lin Dong, right? After confirming Lin Dong's identity, Dr. Zhang gestured for Lin Dong to go out and communicate. The two of them arrived at the corridor outside the ward, and Dr. Zhang was the first to speak. You should know that your father has a serious heart condition. He has heart failure. He's now having little effect after treatment through medication, and he's also combined with a complete left bundle branch conduction block, with a QRS wave wider than 130 milliseconds. The only way to treat it now is to install a triple-chamber pacemaker, also known as a cardiac pacemaker. Lin Dong listened to Dr. Zhang's large string of professionally spoken discourse. Although he was listening in a cloudy manner, he could still hear that his father was not hopeless. He had also heard of pacemakers, and they were not unavailable in Huaxia. Obviously, listening to Dr. Zhang's words meant that his father was still salvageable, but need money, and a lot of money. At this time, Lin Dong, full of gloomy mood, only dissipated a lot, because he now had enough money to cure his father. So Lin Dong waited for Dr. Zhang to finish before he hurriedly spoke. Dr. Zhang, you don't have to worry about money. As long as you can save my father, any amount of money is not a problem. However, Lin Dong was able to see Dr. Zhang shaking his head helplessly and sighed sadly. Mr. Lin Dong, it is not a matter of money right now. Rather, we do not have any pacemakers in Huaxia for the time being, and our hospital is unable to provide you with a pacemaker or operate on your father. Why? Why is it suddenly not available? I have the money. You cured my father. Dr. Zhang's words were like the last straw that made Lin Dong lose his mind. He roared with a red face and stared angrily at Dr. Zhang. Mr. Lin Dong, you should calm down first. This really has nothing to do with us. Dr. Zhang was so frightened by Lin Dong's appalling appearance that he fell back and kept waving his hands to explain. It is the exclusive foreign medical equipment company that has been cooperating with us in Huaxia, Medtronic, that had an accident. Because of some reasons, Medtronic is temporarily unable to provide medical equipment to China. This has resulted in a temporary shortage of imported medical equipment for all hospitals in all of China. Mr. Lin Dong, I hope you can understand. Lin Dong's entire body froze in place after hearing Dr. Zhang's explanation. Intense helplessness filled his heart. Lin Dong clenched his fists tightly, and after his brain went blank for a short while, he forced himself to calm down. He was rapidly thinking of ways in his head. Take father abroad? Receive treatment from abroad? Lin Dong quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. He had heard Dr. Zhang say that his father's illness had to be operated on as soon as possible, and there was simply no time to spare. As one approach after another was rejected by Lin Dong, he sat paralyzed in a chair in the hospital corridor. Was it really necessary to sit back and wait for death? Chapter 45, Redeeming a Triple-Chamber Pacemaker. Medtronic Corporation. Lin Dong held on to his last glimmer of hope as he looked up relevant information about this company on the internet. He hoped to get in touch with this company. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he would cure his father's illness. Medtronic, one of the largest corporate companies under the Sky Eagle Group, belongs to Eagle Sauce, the largest company providing imported medical equipment in China. Looking at the lines of small print on his cell phone screen, Lin Dong was trembling with anger. He knew that this last shred of hope of his was dashed with it. Sky Eagle Group. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and spat out these words. His face was violent in a way that had never been seen before. After he realized that Medtronic was affiliated with the Sky Eagle Group, the causes and consequences of everything came to light. His father's surgery was imminent. However, Medtronic, which had been providing medical equipment to China, had temporarily stopped providing it to China at this time. It was hard not to let Lin Dong suspect that it was the Sky Eagle Group that had moved in the dark. After all, the conflict between him and Phoenix Technologies had long since not been a matter of a day or two. Moreover, in just one day. First, it was the seizure by the Industry and Commerce Department, followed by Medtronic's temporary cutoff of supply. One thing after another. All of this happened too fortuitously, causing Lin Dong to think deeply. Lin Dong was also aware of the dilemma of the medical field in China today. For a long time, most of China's high-end medical equipment, as well as high-end medicines, were dependent on imports. As long as Medtronic did not provide medical equipment to China for the time being, it was simply holding the lifeblood of China's medical field. However, because of the contract, it is almost impossible for Medtronic to break the supply situation. So it seems, Medtronic's sudden supply cutoff this time was to target him before cutting off supply. Ha! The Sky Eagle Group is really willing to give up in order to target me as well. Since they cut off the supply to Huaxia in order to target me, then don't provide it in the future. Lin Dong coldly muttered to himself and shut his cell phone expressionlessly. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. If you don't provide me with medical equipment, then I will build my own. I will make it so that no one in Huaxia will use your Eagle Sauce's medical equipment in the future. Lin Dong put down harsh words in his heart and secretly made up his mind. He decided to utilize the super factory, as well as the super factory's design drawings, to produce medical equipment that belonged to Huaxia itself. This was both for the sake of saving his own father, as well as for the medical field of Huaxia, so that the medical field of Huaxia would never have to be held back again. Lin Dong stood up with absolute determination and quietly came to his father's hospital bed. Looking at his sleeping father, he looked at his father's withered face. His mind recalled his father's robust body in the past. Lin Dong's heart ached and his nose was slightly sore. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely make the doctors cure you. After instructing a few words to the caregiver who was taking care of his father, Lin Dong left the hospital. He first intended to utilize his points and exchange them for the production drawings of the pacemaker. The second thing was to upgrade the 6 primary electrical appliance mold production lines in the Weihua factory and upgrade them to the highest level. Lin Dong opened the super factory with a thought. He quickly found the medical equipment section and started rummaging through it. After searching for half a day, Lin Dong finally found the triple chamber pacemaker that Dr. Zhang had spoken of in his mouth in the bottom few rows of drawings. 100 million points. Looking at the huge amount of points required for the triple chambers pacemaker, Lin Dong slightly frowned. Although he had long predicted that the points required to be redeemed for medical equipment were exorbitant, this was still beyond Lin Dong's estimation, and this 3-chambered pacemaker was still only a medical equipment that was not too advanced. Lin Dong roughly browsed through the points required for other medical equipment before realizing that this 100 million points was considered cheap. Similar to CT machines, these higher-end medical equipment required a minimum of several billion points. 1 point for every price. Lin Dong slowly relieved himself even after thinking about the price needed for the pacemaker. According to his understanding, the cheapest pacemakers on the market started at $20,000. As for the more expensive pacemakers, they even reached over $100,000. The 3-chamber pacemaker that Lin Dong's father needed was generally priced above $100,000. If it was a 3-chamber pacemaker with defibrillation function, the price was even closer to $200,000. In that case, 100 million points is cheap. Lin Dong understood the relevant information regarding the 3-chamber pacemaker drawings in the super factory. He could clearly learn that this triple-chamber pacemaker drawing in front of him, it was an enhanced version. Not only did it possess a defibrillation function, but it could also better treat heart failure and other ailments. Far from the 3-chamber pacemaker in the supermarket field. After understanding the information of the triple chambers pacemaker and confirming the value of this drawing, Lin Dong was however flooded with worry over the points for exchanging the triple chambers pacemaker. He had exchanged all of his points for household appliances some time ago, and now he had very few points left. There were only more than 20 million points. Points conversion function? Lin Dong suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement and remembered this function of the super factory. This was a function that was unlocked when the super factory was upgraded from L2 level to L3 level. A while ago, because of the explosion of Weihua's products, he did not have to worry about points at all. Lin Dong had almost forgotten about this function, but he did not expect it to come in handy today. I now have a total of 200 million soft currency. Lin Dong's mind spun rapidly, calculating the total number of points required to produce the triple chamber pacemaker. 80 million is used to exchange points to unlock the product drawings for the triple chamber pacemaker. Then another 50 million points will be used to upgrade the primary automatic electronic production mold line to intermediate. That leaves 50 million points, and that's without upgrading the automatic electronic production mold line to the highest level. Lin Dong slightly frowned, and then did not hesitate any longer. He directly converted 100 million soft currency into 100 million points and redeemed the 3-chamber pacemaker drawing. He then rushed to the factory and prepared to upgrade the automatic electronic mold line. When Lin Dong arrived at the factory, Robot 01 was accompanying Old Gao as they inspected the factory equipment and facilities. He just looked at Old Gao lightly before arriving at a factory building. Perform the upgrade. With a thought from Lin Dong's mind, his account was once again reduced by 50 million soft currency. A bright light surfaced on 4 of the 6 primary mold production lines in front of Lin Dong's eyes. Then the modeling, extremely appearance, and other aspects changed drastically. Primary automatic electronic mold production line upgrade completed. At this stage, the intermediate mechanical mold production line can produce intermediate electronic parts and intermediate mechanical parts. The parts produced by this mold are 60% higher in quality than parts of the same grade on the market. A mechanical voice resounded in Lin Dong's head, introducing information about the upgraded mold production line. Next level advanced. Points required to upgrade, 100 million points to upgrade. Can unlock the production of industrial parts, medical parts and other parts. Chapter 46, The Secretary of Commerce and Industry is my brother. 100 million points. Lin Dong captured the crucial information within the mechanical beep and carried out the next step in his mind. Currently, he only had 50 million soft currency left in his account. That is to say, he was still short of 50 million soft girl coins. As long as he obtained another 50 million soft coins, he would be able to perform a point conversion, thus obtaining 100 million points, carrying out another upgrade to the mechanical production mold. Gotta keep $10 million for dad's medical treatment. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile and rubbed his head fretfully. The remaining $60 million will have to go to the bank for a loan. Today's Weihua factory had long since changed from the past and already had the credentials to take out a high loan. Lin Dong's main concern right now was to be able to manufacture a triple-chamber pacemaker so that his father could be safe and sound. Nothing else was more important to him than that. What Lin Dong did not know at this point in time was that in this short period of 5 or 6 hours, the public opinion about Weihua factory and Weihua products on the internet had already attracted an uproar from the netizens. It had already caused a netizen to be in an uproar. A sudden news on the internet with only half a day's work, directly rushed to the first of the whole network hot search. It was highly concerned and hotly debated by netizens all over the net. The title of this news is, Weihua factory was tragically shut down. The relevant government departments for some enterprise products to strike hard. Many netizens caught the details of this hotspot, the government. Although there have been many negative news about Weihua's products before this, they were all empty rumors without exception. Or it was someone deliberately smearing the Weihua factory. Weihua factory after a few smearing. Netizens also know how to distinguish. After all, Weihua factory products are well known. Whether it is the price or cost effective, all are well liked by consumers as well as loved. Moreover, these rumors ended up being unsubstantiated, which made the Weihua factory almost devoid of any negative rumors after that. However, this time is very different from the previous times. This time, the government appeared in the hot search for the first time. In the eyes of a group of Chinese netizens, this was a symbol of authority. Who would dare rumorize and make fun of the government? And as it turned out, this hot search didn't seem to be fabricated from false rumors, because all of the products in the Weihua factory store were indeed all taken off the shelves, and there is no labeling on the shelf time. Imagine Besides, the government has this energy. Who else could make a company that is as powerful as the sky in today's China take down its goods? All of this extremely abnormal behavior made a group of netizens feel a hint of something unusual. Could this news be true this time? Does Weihua factory really have a ghost in its heart? If there's no ghost in your heart, why did you suddenly take down the merchandise? Isn't this a case of not beating yourself up? Why don't you say it's so cheap? It seems everything is false. With the government stepping in, this is of a different nature. A group of netizens slowly changed their attitude towards the Weihua factory after the continuous fermentation of this hot search. Many people even believed that the rumor was true. Weihua factory is a problem. Some netizens even picked out the photos of the industrial and commercial departments appearing in front of the Weihua factory. All this seems to confirm that there are problems with the factory. After all, if it's just an inspection, how could it be shut down and the merchandise taken off the shelves? Moreover, it has been such a long time since this news came out. Weihua factory did not come out to refute rumors. The major media did not, otherwise this news is true or false. This one by one details, as if to tell a group of netizens Weihua factory has a problem with the actual hammer. Just when the Weihua factory is at the tip of the storm, another thing happened, exacerbating the escalation of public opinion on this news. It made the netizens even more determined to believe that there was something wrong with the Weihua factory. The cause of the incident was that several major famous home appliance companies in Huaxia were unanimously launching unprecedented discounts. Many big brand electrical products began to frantically reduce prices. The price reduction was unprecedented. For example, once will be 5 or 6,000 goods. This activity straight down 3,000 soft sister coins. Crazy benefits. The temptation of big brands let a lot of consumers heart more than. The most let a group of netizens feel strange is the activity theme of several major enterprises. All consistent is, cheap not afraid to check. More will not close. This theme makes many netizens unanimously associated with Weihua factory. Seems to have a feeling of declaring war. And these several enterprise companies have sent an announcement on Weibo. It's a video of the business department coming to inspect. This instantly made many netizens feel even more like there was something wrong with Weihua factory. This Weihua factory is estimated to be played out this time. After inspecting so many big companies, if there's no problem, how can we just shut down at one? Family members, this Weihua factory really downhead, but also before also thought it was conscientious businessmen. The result is so unchecked. If it wasn't for the government, I really can't believe it. Weihua factory's collapsed house and stars have a kind of the same vestigial feeling. Are without warning, the surface cannot be seen. and then suddenly collapsed house. Just one less than a time. Originally excellent reputation Weihua factory. At the moment, it was reduced to a synonym that everyone despised. The other side. Phoenix Technology Company conference room. Big belly manager Mike had a smile on his face full of fat piled up. In front of him, it was still the same major Chinese electrical company bosses who sat together last time. Only this time, these people gathered together, not to discuss problems. Rather, they were congratulating each other. Congratulations, this time the Weihua factory can't get up at all. Mike was smug. Compared to the previous times he dealt with Weihua factory, he was more confident this time. After all, this time, there were so many top Chinese companies joining in. This time, the plan against Weihua factory was even more foolproof. Mike really could not imagine what else Lin Dong could turn over under the pressure of so much capital. I get the most credit this time. The hawkish-nosed Qianyu smiled sorrowfully as he looked at the crowd and said proudly, "Without me, how could you have dealt with the Weihua factory so easily?" A chilling smile also appeared on its shadowy face. "Without us working together this time, how could you alone bring down Weihua factory?" The blonde foreign woman was somewhat unconvinced and glanced at Qianyu disdainfully. Qianyu was not annoyed after hearing this and just shook his head. "Do you guys really think that our joint report will have such an effect? Or do you guys know someone with that much energy?" Hearing these words, the crowd all looked at Qianyu in unison in disbelief. Qianyu laughed coldly and bragged to the crowd without any complacency. "The Secretary of Commerce and Industry is my brother. I merely asked him to take special care of the Weihua factory." As Qianyu said this, the topic changed to look at the big-bellied manager Mike. This time, Manager Mike is not bad either. He was able to make the Sky Eagle Group stop providing medical equipment to Huaxia for a short period of time. That Lin Dong is in for a treat this time. The factory is ruined, not to mention that his dad is almost gone. The corner of Qianyu's mouth slowly lifted up a vicious smile as his hoarse voice resounded through the conference room like a viper. "This is the price for touching our interests." Chapter 47, Successful Manufacturing of Triple Chamber Pacemaker. After successfully obtaining a loan from the bank, Lin Dong, who took a taxi to rush back to the Weihua factory, swiped Shakeology in the car. It was just as he had expected. The entire internet could be described as cursing him right now, just short of cyberstorming him. Looking at the news that was the first on the hot search list, Lin Dong could not help but scoff at it. Lin Dong could not help but scoff at this, and in his heart, he somehow felt amused instead. These people's tactics had really grown on him. Wasn't this much stronger than the tactics of Phoenix Technologies at the time? Although he was very unwilling that the factory that he had worked so hard for would be reduced to such a state. But for now, he only wanted to do one thing well. That was to create a triple chamber pacemaker and make his father's surgery a success. It was undoubtedly the latter that worried Lin Dong the most. Although creating a triple chamber pacemaker sounded difficult, Lin Dong was not the slightest bit worried. Lin Dong was very assured of the level of craftsmanship of Robot 01, as well as the parts produced by the upgraded highest-level mold production line. This was coupled with the upgraded three-chamber pacemaker drawings. One could only say that his tri-chamber pacemaker could be several times stronger than those imported cardiac pacemakers. In addition, Lin Dong had bought materials from the market that the mold production line could not produce. Without exception, these materials were all of the best quality. After all, this could not be compared to those products of household appliances. This was a medical product that saved people's lives. Even if this time it was not to save his father, Lin Dong would have followed such specifications for the production and manufacturing of the medical equipment. A few moments later, the car slowly stopped near the Weihua factory. Lin Dong got out of the car and walked towards the Weihua factory. At this time, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Old Gao and those people from the Industry and Commerce Department had long left. This is the time point that Lin Dong deliberately chose, just to avoid unnecessary trouble. After arriving at the Weihua factory, the first thing Lin Dong did was to upgrade the intermediate mold production line. With a movement of his mind, he performed a point conversion. His account was first debited with 50 million soft currency, thus the points had an extra 50 million points. Upgrade. Lin Dong let out a light sigh in his heart. The 4 intermediate level mold production lines that had already been upgraded to intermediate level in front of his eyes began to have bright lights floating around them. It was only after a while that the bright light on the 4 mold production lines slowly faded away. 4 brand new, giving a sense of technology, mold production lines appeared in front of Lin Dong's eyes. At the same time, for a moment, a mechanical voice resounded in Lin Dong's mind, introducing him to the upgraded advanced mold production line. The advanced mold production line produces parts that are 100% higher in quality than parts of the same grade. An unprecedented surprise erupted from Lin Dong's eyes. This was information that he had not known before. All of Lin Dong's bad mood for the day dissipated quite a bit after hearing these words. The quality is 100% higher than the highest grade medical parts in the market. Lin Dong smacked his lips and muttered to himself, That means that one of my pacemakers is more than double the market in terms of both quality, drawing, construction, etc. Lin Dong was secretly delighted in his heart. As long as Dad's surgery was successful, then Dad was undoubtedly being treated with better medical equipment, which made him a lot more comfortable. Thinking of this, Lin Dong also no longer hesitated and ordered Robot 01 to start producing the triple-chamber pacemaker. 10 minutes later, Lin Dong looked at an unremarkable, precise and compact object in front of him with surprise written all over his face. This was the actual 3-chamber pacemaker that Robot 01 had manufactured based on the 3-chamber pacemaker drawings. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. However, what Lin Dong was most concerned about was the time it took Robot 01 to manufacture the triple-chamber pacemaker. He did not expect manufacturing a triple-chamber pacemaker to be so time-consuming. It was as high as tens of minutes. This was obviously a much lower productivity than producing Weihua cell phones, Weihua air conditioners and other products. However, on second thought, Lin Dong instead felt that it was reasonable. Products and equipment in the medical field were more precise and detailed, and the structure of the drawings were more complex. After all, it is used to save lives and injuries, so there is no room for sloppiness. It is not comparable to refrigerators, air conditioners and other household appliances. On the other side of the hospital, what to do? Now Medtronic has a problem. Without enough medical equipment. What about so many patients in Huaxia? Dr. Zhang was anxiously voicing his opinion in the hospital assembly, with an anxious and helpless face. Now the sudden situation with Medtronic had paralyzed some of the surgeries in many hospitals. It has already caused very serious consequences. Dr. Zhang's words were supported by many other doctors. This is a big trouble. 95% of our country's medical equipment is imported through imports, even though there is more than one medical equipment company that cooperates with us in Huaxia, but Medtronic is the biggest one, and a lot of equipment is only available from their company, and our Chinese-made medical equipment companies can't count on them at all. Another doctor said with a long sigh. It was both anxiety about the situation, and helplessness and disappointment at the current dilemma of the medical field in China. But this was not something they could change. Solve this matter as soon as possible. The dean's heart failure can't wait. After the group of doctors explored the matter to no avail, they could only give all their hopes in Medtronic medical devices. Dr. Zhang frowned in disappointment and left the conference room resentfully. His mood was very low at this time, for watching his patients being tortured by the disease. He also had the experience to treat his patients, but did not have enough medical equipment to do so. This made him feel very distressed and helpless. He wondered when the level of medical equipment in China could be raised so that it could not rely entirely on imported medical equipment. Suddenly Dr. Zhang stopped in his tracks with a few unexpected looks on his face. He saw a handsome, yet somewhat haggard young man. It looked as if he was waiting for him. Mr. Lin Dong, are you here so late to see your father? Dr. Zhang struggled to adjust his tone so that he could be as cordial and moderate as possible. He felt that if Lin Dong was looking for him this late, it must be for his father's matter. And it must not be something good, because he had seen a lot of such people and things after being a doctor for so many years. But he could also understand. After all, what son would want to see his father afflicted by an illness that he couldn't cure? Which person would want to see their loved ones being tormented by illness? However, something that made Dr. Zhang unexpected happened. He only saw Lin Dong in front of him faintly shaking his head and staring at him with unblinking eyes. I am here to find you. Dr. Zhang. Looking for me? Dr. Zhang looked at Lin Dong with some confusion and caution. He was afraid that Lin Dong would take some extreme measures against him, and he could not help but take a few steps back without checking for traces. The next second, Dr. Zhang saw Lin Dong take out an object from his handbag and carefully place it in front of his eyes. When he took a clear look at the object in Lin Dong's hand, his entire being was struck by lightning. Instantly, his pupils quaked and he could not help but exclaim, a 3-chamber pacemaker? Chapter 48, Dr. Zhang's quiz. Dr. Zhang looked at Lin Dong with an expression of having seen a ghost. To be precise, he was looking at the 3-chamber pacemaker in Lin Dong's hand. Where did you come from? Dr. Zhang slurred his words due to his surprise and stammered as he questioned Lin Dong. But soon Dr. Zhang shook his head fiercely. Impossible. Are you a fake? Or is it produced by a domestic company? This one? Lin Dong looked at the 3-chamber pacemaker in his hand, somewhat wondering why Dr. Zhang's reaction was so big. This is a domestically produced one, not a fake. Dr. Zhang, can you operate on my father now? But he didn't want Dr. Zhang's face to turn cold and his attitude became icy. Joke. Which one of you is such a son? Hating to see your father have an accident earlier, right? Just as Lin Dong was about to retort, Dr. Zhang then said indignantly, as a Chinese, who doesn't know the current situation of Chinese medical equipment, you still dare to use a domestic 3-chamber pacemaker. I think you are just treasonous. Lin Dong's expression was stunned as he was curious as to why Dr. Zhang was suddenly angry. It turned out to be because of this aspect of domestically produced medical equipment. This instead made the smile on his face even stronger as he could now determine that Dr. Zhang was a good and responsible doctor. And he also knew that the situation of medical equipment in China today was indeed unsatisfactory. As Dr. Zhang said, if he were to use a domestically produced triple-chamber pacemaker, he would definitely be committing treason. There was no way around it. That was just the way it was. Not only was 95% of the medical equipment in China dependent on imports, but domestically produced medical devices could only find their place in a few fields. Domestically produced medical equipment is limited to small devices, low-end and mid-range devices. The pacemaker is a medium to high-end device. Although there are some companies in China that have developed them, the results are not satisfactory. First of all, hospitals have been used to years of imported equipment, familiar with the operating habits. Secondly, due to the sense of responsibility of medical personnel, they will rarely risk medical accidents to try domestic products. Finally, the domestic medical equipment is indeed not very good. When foreign companies have long established a more complete continuous ecological chain, from CT machines to monitors, medical products are available. Chinese companies are still stuck in the development of individual products and technologies. So for many years, China has been dependent on foreign imports of medical equipment. It was undoubtedly worthwhile to trade the high cost of imported equipment for the safety and health of patients' lives. I know that you, as a son, are worried about your father's physical condition, but you can't be in a hurry and get sick because you're in a hurry. Dr. Zhang saw that Lin Dong did not speak at this time and thought that he was regretting his actions, so he slowed down his tone and patiently persuaded Lin Dong while taking the triple-chamber pacemaker in Lin Dong's hand at the same time. Dr. Zhang, can you do me a favor? Lin Dong suddenly raised his head at this time and looked at him with a sincere expression. Go ahead. What kind of favor? Dr. Zhang thought that Lin Dong knew that he had repented, and his face eased up quite a bit. I want you to help me test the three-chamber pacemaker in your hand. Lin Dong looked at Dr. Zhang with a serious face, earnestly hoping that Dr. Zhang would be able to test the three-chamber pacemaker in his hand. He knew that only after a quiz could he convince Dr. Zhang that his triple-chamber pacemaker could be used. You really can't stop until you reach the Yellow River. Dr. Zhang was instantly enraged after hearing Lin Dong's request. It was the first time he had seen a son who treated his own father so irresponsibly, which made him feel nothing but good about this Lin Dong. In order to make Lin Dong die, and for this Lin Dong not to torture his father, Dr. Zhang pondered for a moment and slowly nodded his head after looking at Lin Dong in disgust. Come with me. I'll show you how trashy this three-chamber pacemaker of yours really is. Hearing Dr. Zhang's disgusted tone, Lin Dong did not care and followed along with his ass. Fortunately, the hospital where Lin Dong's father was located was one of the largest hospitals in Magic City. Not only were the medical facilities here perfect, but it also had a place that specialized in testing some medical equipment. Arriving in the room where the medical equipment was tested, Dr. Zhang coldly glanced at Lin Dong and said in an unkind manner, I told you not to touch it first. Touching it and breaking it is not something you can afford. Lin Dong did not say anything and just nodded obediently. After preparing some instruments to test the three-chamber pacemaker, Dr. Zhang began the test. The first point in testing whether a pacemaker was qualified or not was the vibration test. The purpose was to test the fatigue resistance. Just with a domestic pacemaker, the value is just qualified at best. I just don't believe that this Lin Dong is so unconcerned about his father's death. Dr. Zhang looked at the pacemaker in his hand with disdain and glanced at Lin Dong on the side in disgust. He wanted to let Lin Dong lose his way after measuring the first set of tests. After all, as a doctor, he could not watch his patients being victimized. Dr. Zhang began the quiz, utilizing the provisions of vibrating strings to perform a sine vibration test on the pulse generator in the pacemaker. The room was silent. Dr. Chang stared motionlessly at the values of the pulse generator. After a long time, Dr. Zhang moved. A flash of incredulity appeared on his face as he stared tightly at the instrument in his hand. He was afraid that he had misread it. It shouldn't be. Dr. Zhang frowned and confirmed the quiz data once more. But he confirmed that the quiz data he got was not wrong. How could it be? Dr. Zhang lost his voice. This actually exceeds the data of the world's best imported triple-chamber pacemaker? The room echoed with Dr. Zhang's voice, as if reconfirming this fact. Dr. Zhang was somewhat unable to accept this result. How could he not have expected a domestically produced pacemaker to have something that surpassed the imported pacemakers? Again, this is just one quiz. It doesn't mean anything. Dr. Zhang shook his head non-committally, feeling that it was just a fluke. The quiz began again. Half a day later, Dr. Zhang looked up again. In addition to surprise, there was also an incredibly numb look on his face. The shock experiment. surprisingly, also yielded data far superior to imported pacemakers. Is this really a domestic pacemaker? Dr. Zhang was once again shocked by the data obtained from the pacemaker in front of him, and he now even doubted if what he was holding was the latest imported pacemaker. But his reason told him no. Again, Dr. Zhang bit his lip and conducted the experiment again. Temperature, over-imported. Defibrillation, over the inlet. Dr. Zhang's voice trembled as data after data was derived. When the experiment was over, Dr. Zhang sat on his butt in his chair, staring blankly ahead, as if he couldn't believe that all of this was happening for real. Yet looking at the excellent data recorded, but it made Dr. Zhang have to admit that the pacemaker in front of him was indeed usable, and it was far superior to imported pacemakers. It was the world's current most excellent pacemaker. There is no one. Chapter 49, You're the old boss of Weihua factory? There was a long silence in the room. Dr. Zhang scrutinized the quiz data in his hand over and over again. His heart was nothing but shocked at this time. There was also a strong surprise, as well as a heart full of questions. If it was really as Lin Dong had said, the three-chambered pacemaker in front of him was really made domestically, then this would be a major breakthrough in the field of Chinese medicine. At least in this technology, China could no longer rely on foreign imported equipment and completely realize independent manufacturing and production. Even other foreign countries will import from China, because Dr. Zhang can be sure. The three-chamber pacemaker in front of him is far superior to other countries in terms of both production process and performance. At least in the next few years, no country will be able to surpass it. And the nationalization of this technology is also a major benefit for some of the patients in Huaxia, because before this, China in medical equipment on foreign dependence is quite high. Hospitals have no pricing power on the examination program. Take for example the Medtronic medical device company that cut off its supply this time. 80% of China's medical equipment is imported from it, and Medtronic has rightfully monopolized China's medical equipment sector. Medtronic raises the selling price of many medical devices very high for the sake of high profits. Hospitals have no choice but to raise the cost of patient care for the high operating costs of their machines. And this is all essentially working for foreign medical device companies. That's why every time a Chinese patient enters a hospital, a casual checkup costs a few thousand soft currency, not to mention this already valuable pacemaker, which is even more unaffordable for many Chinese patients. But now the appearance of three-chamber pacemaker. At the very least, it represented that in the future, the costs to be borne by the relevant portion of patients would be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Dr. Zhang pressed down the excitement and elation in his heart. He turned his head towards Lin Dong, who was playing with his cell phone on the side, and adjusted his tone. First, he apologized to Lin Dong from the bottom of his heart. If not for Lin Dong's insistence, Dr. Zhang felt that he might have to miss an opportunity for the rise of domestic medical equipment. Then, he would really be a sinner for the ages. Mr. Lin Dong, it was my bad attitude just now. I apologize to you. Sorry. Lin Dong was a little surprised by Dr. Zhang's attitude and waved his hands back and forth to be fine. After all, his initial intention was only to make Dr. Zhang believe in his triple-chamber pacemaker so that Dr. Zhang could operate on his father. Seeing that Lin Dong did not mind, Dr. Zhang was pleased in his heart and went on to ask, Mr. Lin Dong, then can you tell me which domestic company produced this triple-chamber pacemaker? Again fearing that Lin Dong would misunderstand, Dr. Zhang briefly elaborated on his reasoning before. Finally, he hastily added, as a token of appreciation, this time I will give your father's surgery fee completely free, as long as you tell me which domestic company produced it. Regarding the origin of this triple-chamber pacemaker of Lin Dong's, it was a doubt in Dr. Zhang's mind that had been troubling him for a long time. In his impression, there should not be a single domestic medical machinery company in Huaxia that could be of such a level. The development of most of the medical device companies in China was very unbalanced, and there was no large company like Eagle Sauce Meridian that dominated the market. Therefore, China's domestic medical machinery companies are in the form of small-scale, chaotic layout, resulting in mixed product quality. So it was simply impossible to manufacture such an excellent triple-chamber pacemaker in front of him. Lin Dong looked at Dr. Zhang and his face started to become odd. He did not expect that this tri-chamber pacemaker of his could cause such a great reaction from Dr. Zhang. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Dong decided that it would be better to give a truthful account. He did not want to delay the surgery for his father. This is produced by the Weihua factory. Lin Dong's light voice slowly resounded in the room. Weihua factory? Dr. Zhang was slightly stunned after hearing Lin Dong's reply. He was still aware of the reputation of Weihua factory. Although he was busy with his work all day long, he did not pay much attention to the news and did not surf the internet much. But he had heard his colleagues talk to him about Weihua factory, the great manufacturer that developed the first photolithography machine in China. He even heard his old mother, who followed the trend, mention it to him, asking him to buy a Weihua cell phone for her. She wanted to be a fashionable old lady. After Dr. Zhang thought about it carefully, he then realized that there seemed to be a lot about Weihua factory in his life. Weihua factory, the factory that was able to develop a photolithography machine. Then it's not surprising that it was able to develop such an excellent triple-chamber pacemaker. Dr. Zhang secretly nodded, the doubts in his heart instantly dispelled. At the same time, he decided to operate on Lin Dong's father as soon as possible so that he could pay a visit to this Weihua factory tomorrow during the day. Then Mr. Lin Dong, I will operate on your father now. Is that alright with you? Hearing Dr. Zhang's words, Lin Dong naturally agreed without a second thought. The surgery did not end until dawn, and luckily it was conducted successfully. For this kind of minimally invasive surgery, Dr. Zhang had a wealth of experience. Lin Dong also thanked Dr. Zhang properly. After accompanying his father for half a day, Lin Dong received a call from Lao Gao saying that someone was looking for him. Someone is looking for me? Could it be someone looking for trouble? Lin Dong had some doubts in his heart. He usually seldom came into contact with people other than going to the market to purchase materials. Not to mention that at this juncture when the Weihua factory was now being made a big fuss all over the internet, there was still someone who dared to look for him. Seeing that his father had not yet woken up, after instructing some of the caregivers who were already at work, Lin Dong decided to rush to Weihua factory himself. About a few tens of minutes later, Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of the Weihua factory, and from a distance, he saw a few people arguing at the entrance. He fixed his eyes and was instantly happy. He only saw that Dr. Zhang was arguing with a few people from Old Gao and was close to making a move. Dr. Zhang? What is he doing here? Lin Dong still had a relatively good feeling towards the doctor in charge and could not care less about the doubts in his heart. He hurriedly went forward to relieve Dr. Zhang. After a good deal of persuasion from Lin Dong, several people were finally pulled away by him. You come and judge. Lin Dong. Dr. Zhang exasperatedly pulled Lin Dong by the hand and said with righteous indignation. These few of them said that the Weihua factory has been shut down for inspection. The reason is that there are problems with the Weihua factory's products. No, do you think that's possible? Weihua factory is the factory that made the photolithography machine. How could it possibly produce products with substandard quality? Seeing that Lin Dong did not say anything, Dr. Zhang thought that Lin Dong was afraid and a few huffs appeared on his face. Lin Dong, don't forget that your father used the Weihua factory's triple-chamber pacemaker. Otherwise, do you think your father could have succeeded in his surgery? Shouldn't you say something in favor of Weihua factory at this time? Now that Medtronic's supply is cut off, so many patients in Huaxia are still waiting for Weihua factory's triple-chamber pacemaker. Lin Dong's expression was slightly stunned after hearing Dr. Zhang's words. However, he still shook his head with a bitter smile. However, without waiting for Lin Dong to speak, Lao Gao interjected with a loud voice. Buddy, are you stupid? Lin Dong is the boss of Weihua factory. It is we who have already obtained Lin Dong's consent before conducting the inspection. Dr. Zhang first trembled after hearing old Gao's words, and his entire body seemed to have seen a ghost. He turned his head to stare daggers at Lin Dong and lost his voice. You are the old boss of Weihua factory? Chapter 50, Mayor Zhang's inspection. This Weihua factory is mine. Under Dr. Zhang's jaw-dropping gaze, Lin Dong nodded affirmatively with a bitter smile. He really did not expect Dr. Zhang to come to him. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Dr. Zhang slowly swept over everyone present. If not for the fact that he had met Lin Dong last night, he would have wondered if all of this was a collusion of these few people to deceive him. After a long time, then why didn't you say so earlier? Dr. Zhang asked in a low voice as he pulled Lin Dong aside. A look of speechlessness and helplessness was on his clear face. You didn't ask either? Faced with such a righteous reply from Lin Dong, Dr. Zhang took a deep breath with a big speechless but helpless face written on his face. The truth seems to be so. This time, I am looking for you because I want to implore you to help me with something. Dr. Zhang's topic changed violently. His face straightened and became serious. I want to implore you to save our dean. Save your dean? Lin Dong frowned slightly as he looked at Dr. Zhang in front of him with some confusion. However, he quickly reacted and asked tentatively, you mean the three-chamber pacemaker? Right, it's the tri-chamber pacemaker. In the face of Lin Dong's quick response, a glint flashed in Dr. Zhang's eyes as he affirmed with unusual excitement. Ever since the problems over at Medtronic, a lot of medical equipment in Huaxia is not being provided, and many hospitals are in short supply of medical equipment. As for some medical equipment, it's even more so that it's no longer available. Dr. Zhang said this, helpless and sad, and a touch of sadness rose on his face. Our dean is also suffering from heart failure, and we, as his subordinates, are powerless and have no way to cure him. Now I beg you to be able to. I promise your plea. Without waiting for Dr. Zhang to finish, Lin Dong directly replied to Dr. Zhang in a decisive manner. I will go see my father tonight. At that time, I will give you the 3-chamber pacemaker. Dr. Zhang froze in the face of Lin Dong's series of replies that did not drag on at all. He opened his mouth but nothing came out. He originally thought that after Lin Dong heard this request, he would definitely demand some payment from him or just sit on the ground. However, he had never expected Lin Dong to agree so readily. At this moment, Dr. Zhang suddenly thought of what his colleague had said to him. Lin Dong had also unconditionally offered the photolithography drawings to Huaxia in the first place, which allowed Huaxia's cell phone enterprises to develop. The scene at this moment seemed to have a bit of a sense of overlap. Then I represent our entire hospital doctors, as well as the president. Thank you, Dr. Zhang bowed deeply to express his gratitude to Lin Dong. At this moment, 1,000 words were gathered in his heart, and he could only sincerely thank Lin Dong when it came to his mouth. Lin Dong hurriedly helped Dr. Zhang up and waved his hand with a smile. It's alright, I should. We are all Chinese. Dr. Zhang was inexplicably exceptionally moved in his heart as he listened to Lin Dong's sincere and truthful words. In today's society where people's hearts were treacherous, it was the first time he had seen someone as selfless and righteous as Lin Dong. He inwardly vowed that he must find an opportunity to repay Lin Dong. On the other side, in a certain remote mountain village, several people wearing casual short sleeves arrived in the village. It's the unique temperament of these few people that was out of place with this backward and remote village. And these few people were precisely the few people of Mayor Zhang, who had been down to the grassroots in Magic City. Zhang City. Secretary Zhou, who was on the side, just opened his mouth. Mayor Zhang, who was walking in the center, glared at him, and Secretary Zhou understood and immediately changed his words. Brother Zhang, why don't we find a household to rest for a while? This day is too hot. Mayor Zhang didn't say a word as he raised his head and half squinted his eyes at the blazing sun in the sky before saying without a smile, it's not easy for the villagers of this village to suffer in such a hot day. After the villagers finish their farm work, the most they can do is blow on the electric fan. Think about us. It's simply not too comfortable. After hearing Mayor Zhang's nonchalant words, the few people on the side all understood what Mayor Zhang meant, and for a while, they didn't dare to answer. There are still too many poor areas in our China. Some leading cadres always think of themselves but forget about the grassroots people. Think about how inconvenient it is to go to the street in such a remote and backward village with undeveloped transportation. In such a hot day, there is not even a refrigerator. How easy it is for food to spoil. Mayor Zhang was inspecting the village under the scorching sun while instilling red thoughts with the few people traveling with him. Coincidentally, at this time, a woman carrying a hoe on her shoulder appeared in front of several people. However, she accidentally stumbled and almost bumped into Mayor Zhang. Mayor Zhang's quick eyes and hands, a steady hand to hold the woman. Hey, big sister, slow down, don't fall. Not only did Mayor Zhang not blame the woman in front of him in the slightest, he instead smiled and told her to walk carefully. The woman patted her chest afterward and thanked Mayor Zhang's few people repeatedly. Suddenly the woman stared at the dress of Mayor Zhang's few people and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. I see that a few of you are from out of town, right? Egu, don't stay outside on such a hot day. I see you guys don't even have a bottle of water with you. Let's go up to my house together for a drink and a meal. Faced with such a warm invitation from the woman, Mayor Zhang looked back at the sweaty Secretary Zhou and the others, so he nodded and politely agreed. The few people walked and chatted at the same time. I'll talk to you guys. When you guys get to my house later, I'll let you cool off. The woman carried her hoe and walked ahead, smiling and closing her mouth as she chatted with Mayor Zhang beside her. When Mayor Zhang saw the woman say this, he instantly came into the spirit. How is it cool? I've heard from quite a few people that the well water from rural wells is especially cool in the summer. Not well water. After the woman heard Mayor Zhang's words, she dismissed his answer, and the smile on its face intensified as she said mysteriously, you'll know when we get there. When Mayor Zhang's few people heard this, they looked at each other in disbelief. A few people were even more curious in their hearts about the way the woman's mouth said it was cool, and they all wanted to see how it was cool. A few moments of work or so, a self-built house that could be seen everywhere in the countryside appeared in front of several people. This is my home. Welcome to my home. The woman warmly invited the several people into the house before casually pouring a cup of water for them, then picked up a remote control. Big sister, you are so nice. You even turned on the TV for us to watch. Mayor Zhang couldn't help but praise the woman's warmth as he sipped the water. When the woman heard Mayor Zhang's words, she snorted and laughed out loud. You're so good at joking. How can this be a TV remote control? The woman finished with a laugh, and lifted a square object covered by a piece of cloth. Then a square, beautifully crafted white box-shaped object appeared in front of Mayor Zhang's eyes. As the remote control in the woman's hand was gently pressed, a crisp dinging sound was emitted. Then a refreshing cool breeze blew out from it. While Mayor Zhang's several people were feeling the cool breeze blowing, however, They put down the cups in their hands with a surprised face and looked incredulously at the object in front of them, exclaiming incredulously, "This is a vertical air conditioner?" Chapter 51, Mayor Zhang's shock. Right. It's the air conditioner. How about it? Cool enough. Didn't lie to you guys. I said I'd let you guys cool off properly. The woman smugly looked at the surprised looks of Mayor Zhang's few people, the smile on her face growing even wider. This woman was none other than Zhang Dehua. She didn't expect that she would almost bump into someone while walking today, so she saw that these few people were all from out of town, so she warm-heartedly invited a few people to her home as guests. It was just the right time to show off the Weihua products she had bought. Mayor Zhang's several people had long been shocked by the air conditioner in front of them, and were deaf to Zhang Dahua's words. They really didn't believe that in this remote, backward village, surprisingly, someone's home could afford an air conditioner. Could it be that there are still rich people in this village? Even Mayor Zhang, who had been in a high position for many years and was not shocked by anything, had a look of surprise on his face this time. He had done some understanding of this village before he came. According to the information, the average annual per capita income of this village was only 4 or 5,000 soft currency. It was one of the famous poor villages in the area. But how could the villagers of such a poor and impoverished village afford to buy an air conditioner? It seems that this time, we really met the rich people of this village. Mayor Zhang couldn't help but speculate in his heart. It was important to realize that the amount of money spent on buying an air conditioner could be more than the yearly income of a normal person in this village. Even the most inferior air conditioner was not something they could afford with their income. Mayor Zhang forced himself to hold back his misgivings and went up to look at the beautifully atmospheric air conditioner in front of him. The more closely he looked, the more the suspicion in Mayor Zhang's heart intensified. The air conditioner in front of him, whether from the workmanship, or from the cooling and other aspects, Mayor Zhang made a preliminary estimate. This air conditioner at least 1,000 soft sister currency up. Even more. It seems that this time, I was unlucky to go down to the grassroots level and bumped into the rich people of this village. Mayor Zhang cried and laughed a little in his heart. He had gone down to the grassroots level this time to experience the living standards of people from poor families. Suddenly Mayor Zhang let out a light eep. He noticed that there was also a unique logo on this air conditioner, the Weihua factory. Weihua factory? Mayor Zhang frowned. It seemed somewhat familiar. At this time, Zhang Dehua took a few more popsicles and handed them to Mayor Zhang's several people respectively. You guys eat them quickly, don't melt them later. Yo, big sister's house still has a refrigerator? It's really nice. Can I take a look? Facing Mayor Zhang's request, Zhang Dehua enthusiastically agreed. Once again shocked in his heart, Mayor Zhang followed Zhang Dehua to the kitchen, where he again saw a double-door refrigerator. A double-door refrigerator? The market price is at least 1,000 upwards. Mayor Zhang was once again secretly surprised in his heart, and was once again sure that he had met a rich man in the village this time. He felt that if it wasn't a rich person, based on the income of a poor family alone, how could they afford to buy an air conditioner worth more than $1,000, and also afford a double-door refrigerator? This was clearly the standard equipment of a well-off family. After inspecting the refrigerator in front of him, Mayor Zhang once again saw the logo above the refrigerator, the Weihua factory. This made him frown once again, feeling more and more familiar. In order to better understand the standard of living of Zhang Dehua in front of him, Mayor Zhang pretended to ask without thinking, "Big sister, can you tell me where you bought this air conditioner and refrigerator? Just how much does this air conditioner cost per unit? I want to buy one too." Zhang Dehua was energized by this. She picked up a cell phone on the side and came to Mayor Zhang to enthusiastically introduce it. "It's not expensive. You see, this air conditioner is only 150 soft sister coins. It's affordable. You see, this is my shopping record for this air conditioner. Almost every household in our village bought this air conditioner. Everyone is so happy," Zhang Dehua said and opened the shopping record, giving Mayor Zhang a few people a clear view. When a few people saw the shopping record, it was truly labeled with the price of 150 soft sister coins. They were even more surprised and speechless. Mayor Zhang's several people at first thought that the air conditioner in front of them at least to more than 1,000, but did not think that the price is so cheap. This made their hearts even more puzzled. In their impression, such a cheap price of home appliances, none of them are industrial garbage. But the Weihua air conditioner in front of them not only has no quality, and from the cooling aspect, the performance is also very good. But this quality of air conditioner, how come the price is only 150 soft sister coins? And Mayor Zhang was even more careful to find the cell phone in Zhang Dahua's hand, which also had a logo on it. It was exactly the same as the logo on the air conditioner and refrigerator, the Weihua factory. Weihua factory again? Mayor Zhang frowned slightly. Although he hadn't known much about this Weihua factory, he had gotten quite a bit of information about the Weihua factory from Zhang Dehua just now. The most intuitive feeling he got from this Weihua factory was that it was cheap, good quality, and good performance. The key thing is that everyone can afford it and everyone loves to use it. Otherwise, in Zhang Dahua's house, how could he see Weihua factory's products everywhere? Just as Mayor Zhang was conducting his Weihua factory analysis, but then he heard Zhang Dahua sigh deeply and said sadly, "Alas, it's a pity that you guys won't be able to buy it. What do you guys say about Weihua factory being such an affordable seller? How come it was reported that the products were substandard?" Zhang Dahua sighed while continuing somewhat heartbrokenly. "You say that it's hard for those of us who don't have money to come across a merchant as conscientious as Weihua factory, so that we can afford to use these products that were impossible to buy before. But now such a conscientious merchant has been reported to have closed down. What kind of world do you think this is?" Several people from Mayor Zhang listened attentively to Zhang Dahua's complaints and understood the general situation. Mayor Zhang was also aware of his earlier misjudgment of Zhang Dahua's family conditions. It wasn't that Zhang Dahua's family was in good condition, but the price of the products sold by this Weihua factory was too cheap. Weihua factory? Xiao Zhou. Why does it seem like I've heard of it somewhere? Mayor Zhang comforted Zhang Dahua while glancing at Secretary Zhou, who was filled with incredulity early on. Secretary Zhou instantly understood and picked up his cell phone to look up information about Weihua factory for Mayor Zhang. A few minutes later, developing a photolithography machine and submitting photolithography machine drawings, won the Best Scientific Research Achievement Award, hailed as the light of national products, Weihua factory product quality problem, been reported for shutdown and inspection. Mayor Zhang stood outside Zhang Dahua's house. After listening to Secretary Zhou's report on the information about Weihua factory, his face sank violently and he felt it was quite incomprehensible, not to mention the fact that he had just seen with his own eyes the low prices of these Weihua factory products and the superior quality of their products. The mere fact that they were able to manufacture one of the very few high-tech products in the entire world, the photolithography machine, the factories that had unconditionally dedicated their photolithography drawings to Huaxia, and had even won the award for the best scientific research achievement in Huaxia, were the only ones that could produce products that were inferior to the photolithographs. How is it possible that the products produced could be faulty? Chapter 52, Cozy. Check. You have to give me a hard investigation. I'd like to see if there's really a problem with the Weihua factory products, or if some people have problems. Mayor Zhang had a very serious expression on his country-type face. His voice was very loud, and his tone was short and strong, without the slightest emotion. Secretary Zhou, who was beside him, respectfully agreed, while secretly smacking his lips. With his understanding of Mayor Zhang, at this moment, the probability that Mayor Zhang is really angry, and he was about to get real. After Mayor Zhang briefly explained a few sentences to Secretary Zhou, he suddenly thought of something else and continued to add, "I remember that there are still a few weeks to go before Magic City starts selecting the Entrepreneur of the Year, right?" "Yes, Mayor, there are still 4 more weeks." Mayor Zhang nodded at his words, frowning and thinking for a moment. Then with a wave of his hand, he said in a domineering manner, "If there really is no problem with the Weihua factory, at that time, this selection champion will be directly internalized to the Weihua factory. It's been those few companies for so many years. It's time for a change." Secretary Zhou at the side responded respectfully, not daring to be the slightest bit disobedient. Seriously memorizing what Mayor Zhang said, he prepared to go back to Magic City to start implementing one thing at a time. He knew that this time, the business sector in Magic City may have to change the sky. On the other side, in the Weihua factory, Lin Dong was waiting for old Gao, who was pretending to inspect Weihua's products, to leave at the end of the day. He came inside the factory and started manufacturing the tri-chamber pacemaker. With Lao Gao, several people from the beginning really thought that there was something wrong with Weihua products. They seriously inspected it for almost 2 days. However, during the 2 days of their inspection, they did not find a single Weihua product with a problem. Old high several people on the inspection of Weihua products' attitude, but also more and more perfunctory. After all, they are not stupid. Know that someone is in the whole Weihua factory. As for the inspection is irrelevant. The real purpose is to drag Weihua factory cannot open. However, they are so perfunctory, but is just what Lin Dong wants. At least let Lin Dong feel a little more convenient to do some things, such as manufacturing triple chamber pacemaker. After preparing all the materials required for the triple chamber pacemaker, Lin Dong ordered Robot 01 to start manufacturing the triple chamber pacemaker as well. During this period, Lin Dong had nothing to do and opened his cell phone to flip through the news hotspots. He found that the heat about the Weihua factory on the internet was still high, and was even increasing gradually. All sorts of messy marketing numbers started to come out to bring the rhythm, and some media numbers were even maliciously editing with ulterior motives. Any video comments about Weihua factory were filled with various suspicions from countless netizens. Lin Dong, faced with the malicious comments about him all over the net, just laughed it off. It did not take it to heart. After all, something similar had happened to him not once or twice already. What was that phrase called? The internet has no memory. Every time Lin Dong thought about this phrase, he just realized the truth of this phrase more and more. Otherwise, this session of netizens wouldn't be listening to the wind as the wind and the rain as the rain. Master, the 3-chamber pacemaker has been manufactured. Any further instructions please? The voice of Robot 01 reporting back after manufacturing the tri-chamber pacemaker interrupted Lin Dong's thoughts. Only then did Lin Dong turn off his cell phone and receive the triple-chamber pacemaker in the hands of Robot 01. Looking at the exquisite triple-chamber pacemaker in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction. Although the Weihua factory was now forced to shut down and could not allow more people in need in Huaxia to use Weihua products, in Dr. Zhang's opinion, he was pitiful. However, Lin Dong did not feel the same way. He felt that if he could help one person, he would help one person and do what he could. This kind of was very meaningful to him. Moreover, he was using a product developed by Huaxia to help others. Lin Dong did not make much of a stop after getting the triple-chamber pacemaker and directly took a taxi to the largest hospital in Magic City, the Magic City Upper Crossing Hospital. It was also the hospital where Dr. Zhang was located. After arriving at the hospital, Lin Dong first came to his father's ward. He wanted to see if his father had woken up. After all, he had not spent much time with his father after he had been sick for such a long time. This made Lin Dong feel guilty in his heart. However, when Lin Dong walked into his father's ward, he then realized that Dr. Zhang was chatting with his father. Dad, you're awake? Lin Dong was overjoyed abnormally and quickly stepped forward to check on his father Lin Changhai's physical condition. Don't worry, Uncle's surgery was successful. It is estimated that I will be able to transfer to the ward in a few more days, and I can be discharged after resting for a while, thanks to your 3-chamber pacemaker. Dr. Zhang whispered to Lin Dong about Lin Changhai's condition and told Lin Dong not to worry too much. Lin Dong looked at Dr. Zhang gratefully, knowing that he had asked him to take the trouble. He took out the 3-chamber pacemaker from his handbag and handed it to Dr. Zhang. Lin Dong knew that this was the thing that Dr. Zhang needed the most at the moment. It was also the only way for Lin Dong to thank Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang's entire body trembled with excitement after seeing the triple-chamber pacemaker in Lin Dong's hand. He carefully received the triple-chamber pacemaker in Lin Dong's hand and after thanking Lin Dong repeatedly, he jogged away from the ward. He could finally start treating the dean next. Dad, you finally woke up. I was worried sick. After waiting for Dr. Zhang to leave, Lin Dong half-joked and half-complained as he cried out to Lin Changhai. Looking at the gray hairs rising from his father's temples, as well as his haggardness after a major illness, Lin Dong suddenly felt that he had grown up, grown to the point where he could support a family by himself. One must realize that at the time Lin Changhai fell ill, Lin Dong he had only just graduated from university. As a green young man who was just starting out, he had to carry the weight of a family here, and even more so, he had to earn money to cure his father's illness. This difficulty was undoubtedly formidable. Despite Lin Dong's 2 lifetimes, he was only a college student in his previous life. It could be said that he had no social experience at all. However, Lin Dong had gritted his teeth all the way through, and although the Weihua factory was now in a state of limbo, but fortunately, his father was finally safe and sound. Lin Dong felt that there was nothing under the sky that made him happier than this at the moment. Lin Changhai also looked at Lin Dong with a doting face. He reached out and touched Lin Dong's face that had been wasting away over the past few months, and his heart ached immensely. He naturally knew that it must have been very difficult for Lin Dong to earn money for him to see the doctor over the past few months. However, he was at the same time happy with Lin Dong's growth in these few months. Lin Dong, Lin Changhai father and son were talking and laughing. The white, cold, sterilized water-filled ward was filled with warmth at the moment. In the next period of time, Lin Dong had put off everything and had been accompanying Lin Changhai to do rehabilitation exercises, and even accompanied his father to chat or play chess every day. The two of them got along very harmoniously and warmly, until one day a few weeks later, Dr. Zhang came to the front of the ward and called Lin Dong out of the ward alone. His expression carried a few moments of surprise and a few moments of caution. Lin Dong, our dean wants to see you. Chapter 53, Zhang Lao. Lin Dong's expression visibly froze after hearing Dr. Zhang's words. The dean is looking for me? Right, looking for you. Dr. Zhang affirmed categorically. Looking for me for what? Isn't his illness cured? Dr. Zhang only shook his head in the face of Lin Dong's question, but told Lin Dong clearly, don't worry, it's not something bad, you'll know when you go. Holding on to his trust in Dr. Zhang, as well as the curiosity in his heart. After arranging for an escort to take care of his father, Lin Dong followed Dr. Zhang to meet the director of this Magic City's largest hospital. Actually, Lin Dong was still looking forward to the dean of this Magic City's largest hospital. After all, this was in existence at the top in China in terms of both status and academic research. It could be described as a highly respected senior. Lin Dong thought back to the many people he had met. I am afraid that only the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Li Tianming, can be compared to him, Lin Dong thought as he followed Dr. Zhang to the top floor of the hospital. This is it. Dr. Zhang called out to Lin Dong, who was walking with his head down. Elder Jiang has instructions to let you go in alone. Let me go in alone? Lin Dong was a little puzzled in his heart and looked up. The sign at the doorway described the purpose of the room. Meeting room. Here for a meeting with me? As Lin Dong was thinking, Dr. Zhang then proceeded to whisper. Make good use of your opportunity. This time it was only after I explained the situation to Elder Zhang that he agreed to meet you. As long as you grasp this opportunity, I believe that with your ability, the Weihua factory's resurgence is just around the corner. Lin Dong also reacted when he heard this. It turned out that it was only with Dr. Zhang's help that the director of Magic City's largest hospital intended to meet him. In turn, Dr. Zhang's purpose was to help him restore the Weihua factory. Lin Dong was puzzled at that time, wondering when he had gained so much face that even such a figure wanted to see him. Thinking of this, Lin Dong could only say sincerely, Dr. Zhang, I owe you a favor. Hearing this, Dr. Zhang only waved his hand, signaling Lin Dong to hurry in. Lin Dong also no longer hesitated and reached out to push open the door of the conference room and walked in. It was different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that there would be at least a few hospital leaders in the conference room. However, the large conference room was empty. There was only one old man. The old man was sitting on a wheelchair, quietly looking at Lin Dong, who walked in. Hello, old grandpa. Lin Dong greeted the old man out of politeness. The old man nodded and his breathless voice resounded in the room. Sit. Lin Dong obediently found a seat close to the old man and sat down, but at the same time, he also used his afterimage to survey the director of the largest hospital in Magic City in front of him. Although the old man had just recovered from a serious illness and appeared to be in low spirits, but his entire body was permeated with a wise aura, giving people a kind of awe from the bottom of their hearts. I heard from Xiao Zhang that your name is Lin Dong, right? Let me introduce myself. My surname is Zhang. You can call me Zhang Lao. The old man took the lead to break the silence between the two and took the initiative to introduce himself to Lin Dong. Elder Jiang. Before waiting for Lin Dong to speak, Zhang Lao once again opened the door and said, I am very grateful to you for providing me with a triple-chamber pacemaker this time and for saving my life. So tell me what kind of remuneration you want. Payment? Lin Dong was a little confused for a moment. However, he quickly also reacted that the old man in front of him was testing him. He did not believe that Dr. Zhang would not have told the Jiang elder in front of him that he did not need remuneration. Otherwise, there would be no need to meet this side. Lin Dong also sensed the power of this old man in front of him at this moment. This Jiang Lao appeared to be gentle and elegant, but in reality, he was incredibly strong. He was the complete opposite of CAS President Li Tianming. After Lin Dong figured out the true meaning of Jiang Lao's words, he simply did not hide it anymore. He smiled and also opened the door. Elder Jiang. The payment I need is to have all of the hospitals in Huaxia use the medical device equipment provided by our factory. As the words fell, the conference room instantly fell into deathly silence. Jiang Lao stared at Lin Dong without moving. His sharp eyes seemed to see through Lin Dong. Suddenly Jiang Lao laughed out loud and cursed with a smile. Good boy. Worthy of being a genius capable of manufacturing photolithography machines. That old man Li Tianming has not mentioned you to me in front of me often. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong was glad that he had guessed correctly. The bright and amiable attitude of Jiang Lao in front of him and his previous strong behavior were completely like two people. Good boy. Worthy of being a hero at a young age. At such an age not only did he build a photolithography machine which is a top high-tech product, even the triple-chamber pacemaker he made is far beyond the foreign level. It's really a fearful young man. Elder Jian looked at Lin Dong with a smile on his face and could not stop praising Lin Dong. His attitude was very amiable. The compliments made Lin Dong a little embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head and said modestly, Elder Jiang is flattering. The triple-chamber pacemaker that I manufactured is only crushing the foreign level. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Elder Jian once again laughed out loud. Then he straightened his expression and said seriously, I am meeting you this time because I want your Weihua factory to provide all of our hospitals in Huaxia with triple-chamber pacemakers for a long period of time. But as you've seen, the domestic market is too mixed right now. That's why I'm going to secretly carry out a cooperation with you. This cooperation is only known to me, Dr. Zhang, and you, the three of us. Lin Dong's mind was spinning rapidly, and he was also able to understand the implication of Jiang Lao's words. The first meaning of Jiang Lao's words was cooperation, and the second was to reassist his Weihua factory to make a comeback. After all, the premise of cooperation was to be able to produce, and the last layer of secret cooperation was meant to protect him, or not to allow people with ulterior motives to target him because of the medical equipment, like the impasse at the Weihua factory this time. Then, I would like to thank Elder Jiang for his concern for the younger generation. As Lin Dong thought of this, he also thanked Elder Jiang from the bottom of his heart. This was the second person other than Li Tianming who had shown genuine concern and care for him. Seeing that Lin Dong had understood his meaning, Jiang Lao appreciated the young man in front of him even more and immediately decided, then our cooperation will begin today. I will notify all the hospitals in Huaxia to stop the import adoption of the triple-chamber pacemaker, a medical mechanical device. From now on, what do you think of this? Jiang Lao had thought that Lin Dong would agree with a heart full of joy, but he saw Lin Dong slowly shaking his head. Then amidst his doubts, Lin Dong faintly spoke. No, Elder Jiang. It is the temporary suspension of the import adoption of only the triple-chamber pacemaker, not the suspension of the import adoption of only the triple-chamber pacemaker as a medical mechanical device. What do you mean? Jiang Lao first frowned when he heard Lin Dong's reply, and soon seemed to think of something else, but that thought was too crazy for him to imagine. At this time, Lin Dong's voice sounded once again, calm but with madness in his voice. It even sent shivers down the spine of Jiang Lao, who had experienced countless things. What I mean is to start stopping the import adoption of all foreign imports of medical machinery and equipment one by one from now on. I want foreign imports, all of them, to get the hell out of China. Chapter 54, Magic City Best Enterprise of the Year Selection. Lin Dong's voice echoed for a long time within the large empty conference room. Underneath that calm tone, yet, it revealed a hint of madness and violence. Jiang Lao was also stunned after hearing this and gazed at Lin Dong in front of him with slight surprise. He did not expect that underneath Lin Dong's handsome appearance, he had a madness that was incomparable to ordinary people. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lao did not reject Lin Dong's request, which was simply incomprehensible in the eyes of outsiders. He gently knocked his fingers on the wheelchair and slowly said, as long as you have that ability, I will agree to this request of yours. Jiang Lao's eyes moved slightly, his gaze gleaming as he scrutinized the young man in front of him. For some reason he, who had experienced countless experiences and had a long time ago had an ancient well in his heart, was a bit enthusiastic at this moment. At this moment, he was feeling a bit hot and bothered. Although Jiang Lao was not sure why Lin Dong would have the confidence to say these words, it was also unclear why Lin Dong's hostility towards foreign medical equipment was so great. But with Lin Dong's ability to create the first photolithography machine in China and produce a domestic three-chamber pacemaker that far exceeded the imported one, Jiang Lao decided to believe Lin Dong for once. Jiang Lao decided to believe in Lin Dong for once and accompanied him in his madness. After all, Lin Dong could even create the miracle of the photolithography machine. What else was impossible? Moreover, he had long been unable to look at the predicament of medical equipment in the country. For many years the level of medical equipment in China had long been stagnant, and was almost completely dependent on imported equipment. This has long allowed some foreign companies to monopolize the medical equipment field in China. What's more, these foreign companies have no bottom line to earn a high price difference from China, but let the Chinese patients to bear the cost. However, in the face of this situation that had already been finalized, Jiang Lao was unable to do anything about it. Now Lin Dong's emergence has allowed Jiang to see a silver lining in the medical device field in China. This was also the main reason why Jiang Lao agreed to Lin Dong. Then thank you Jiang Lao, I will not let you down. Lin Dong's eyes lit up after hearing Jiang Lao's reply and instantly understood what Jiang Lao meant. The two looked at each other and laughed heartily. The two then chatted about topics related to the production and delivery of medical device equipment and other related topics. However, in terms of these topics, Jiang Lao was telling Lin Dong not to think about it, telling him to just produce his own products properly, and he would take care of these issues. Lin Dong naturally believed in Jiang Lao's allocation. This was at the same time saving him a big trouble. After all, the production and sale of medical devices was very different from the previous live selling of Weihua products. This time, it is all about confidentiality and stability, and must not let people know that Weihua factory produces medical equipment. When the two of them were almost done chatting, Jiang Lao seemed to remember something. And his tone slowed down. Shaolin in a few days, Mordor will be reporting the best of the best selection for the annual enterprise. I hope you can participate. Magic City Annual Enterprise Selection? After Lin Dong pondered for a moment, it seemed that he had not heard of this term under his own impression. He looked at Jiang Lao with some doubts, wanting to get an answer from him. The Magic City Entrepreneur of the Year title selection is the most famous business selection program in all of China. It was carried out to promote the improvement of product quality and fair prices for Chinese companies. Therefore all the large enterprises in Huaxia attach great importance to it. Jiang Lao spoke in a smooth tone as he slowly and methodically recounted the information with Lin Dong. And so every time when it was close to the time of the Magic City's annual enterprise selection program, all of the slightly more prestigious enterprises in Huaxia began to carry out product promotions, in order to get more votes from the people of Huaxia on the selection day. Hearing this, Lin Dong also roughly understood what was going on with this so-called Magic City Annual Best Enterprise Selection. He tentatively picked up Jiang Lao's words and said, "So the more votes you get, the higher the ranking. The one with the most votes will be awarded the title of Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year?" Jiang Lao glanced at Lin Dong appreciatively and continued to say again, "You are only half right." "Half?" Lin Dong was somewhat puzzled. "Right." Jiang Lao nodded and said with a specially aggravated tone, "What I am going to say next is the key. You have to memorize it. In addition to the mass voting, there will be 9 selection representatives to conduct the selection voting. Of these 9 representatives, other than the mayor of Magic City, the other 8 are all top figures in various industry fields. These people will evaluate the top 10 enterprises ranked by the crowd vote and make their votes." Elder Jiang paused here, his wise eyes staring at Lin Dong. "You mean that the votes of these 9 representatives are the most important? Not bad." Jiang Lao was satisfied with Lin Dong's responsiveness. As long as 3 of the selection representatives all pick the same enterprise in the top 10, then that enterprise will directly win. Lin Dong did not show any excitement after hearing Jiang Lao's introduction. This was because he knew that he was expected to be eliminated from the competition in the mass voting level alone. After all, ever since the Weihua factory was forced to shut down, the internet was all abusive towards the Weihua factory. At this time to participate in the Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year award, wasn't that asking for trouble? As if he could see what Lin Dong was thinking, Jiang Lao said with a smile in his eyes, "You don't have to worry too much. Among the 9 selection representatives, there is Elderly and also me. The 2 of us will definitely vote for you when the time comes. As long as you participate in this selection and manage to make it into the top 10, as long as in one of the selection representatives vote for you, you'll be this year's Enterprise of the Year. I believe that with the fact that you manufacture photolithography machines, there will definitely be people who will support you." As Lin Dong listened to Elder John's consolation, a trace of hope first rose in his heart, but once he thought of the current predicament of Weihua factory, he shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's better to forget about it. I'm afraid that I won't even be able to enter the top 10. It is necessary to participate. You want your Weihua factory to open as soon as possible. This is the fastest way. We can't wait any longer now that there are vacancies for medical equipment in China." Seeing Lin Dong's repeated excuses and refusals, Jiang Lao's face revealed a rare angry and furious agitation. After a long time, Lin Dong looked at Jiang Lao's disappointed look as well as staring at himself angrily. He knew that he was afraid that he could not participate even if he did not want to this time. Lin Dong helplessly sighed and waved his hand. "I'll participate. I'll participate. Elder Jiang, can you not be angry if I participate?" After seeing Lin Dong's promise, Jiang Lao's originally angry face was a bright smile. "Brat! Still fighting with me? Now you know what it means that ginger is still old and hot." Lin Dong helplessly looked at Jiang Lao who was smiling smugly, but he himself was flooded with worry over this. He did not believe that the now struggling Weihua factory could be amongst so many top Chinese companies this time. It won the title of Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year this time. Alas! I'm afraid that this time Weihua factory is going to be a laughingstock again. Chapter 55, The Second Mic. In the next few days, Lin Dong was also keenly aware of the changes in the hotspots on the internet. The Weihua factory, which used to be a frequent hotspot list regular, had suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by the Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year contest. Countless netizens paid attention to this and discussed it, reflecting great interest. More so, a number of video bloggers have posted videos guessing who will win the title of Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year this year. After Lin Dong swiped to one of the most popular videos, he casually clicked into one of the most liked comments underneath the video. However, the content of the comment made him cry and laugh. "I feel like it's Feiyu Group. His home appliances are really good quality. I guess it's Huawei." Huawei cell phone is a former light of cell phone national products. With the successful development of the chip, the cell phone is now on a higher level. What you guys are saying is wrong. I think it's Tingxuan Group. After all, it's the company that has won the title the most in the past. Then why don't you guys say Weihua Factory? He deserves it too? Lin Dong looked at the netizens' attitude towards Weihua Factory, and a large expression of speechlessness was written on his face. With this kind of situation, what kind of selection is it still participating in? Is this surely not going to give people a scolding? However, after agreeing to Jiang Lao's words, Lin Dong could not back out and could only adjust his mindset. Lin Dong found that outside of the hotspots about the Magic City's annual enterprises, the highest level of heat is the entire network of major enterprises products began to crazy promotions. What jumping discounts, playful price cuts and so on, everything. Lin Dong brushed these videos and was dazzled by them, shielding them all. Alas, I hope that this time it can really be the same as what Jiang Lao said. The Weihua factory will be able to reopen as soon as possible. As Lin Dong swiped through these promotions of all the major merchants, he could not help but think that once upon a time, his own products were also on fire all over the internet, and now it was that it could not even be sold. This made Lin Dong a little saddened and gloomy. Sky Eagle Group. Lin Dong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he whispered to himself. He knew that now that he had been reduced to this miserable state today, it was all thanks to the Sky Eagle Group. What was even more intolerable to Lin Dong was, the Heavenly Eagle Group had gone so far as to find an excuse to temporarily stop the provision of medical equipment to Huaxia in order to target him. Its purpose was obvious. It wanted Lin Dong's father to die without treatment, disregarding the lives of tens of millions of patients across China because of competition. This was the most unacceptable to Lin Dong. As long as my Weihua factory reopens, I will definitely make you pay. Lin Dong's face was grim as he secretly swore. At that time, you produce something, I'll build whatever I want, and the quality will be better than yours. At that time, how much your products cost, I will be cheaper than you. For the first time, Lin Dong hated an enterprise so much, it was from the bottom of his heart. He did not understand a foreign enterprise that not only monopolized products in several fields in China, but was also so arrogant and domineering. It was simply abhorrent to the extreme. Lin Dong vowed that one day he would utilize the super factory to make all such foreign enterprises get out of China. On the other side, Sky Eagle Group's headquarters. Inside the gorgeous and extravagant room, the big-bellied manager Mike was standing respectfully on one side. On the other side of the room was Feiyu Group's boss, Qian Yu, similarly standing in a respectful manner, not moving at all. In front of the two, of course, was the chairman of Sky Eagle Group, Max. Boss, it's been almost a month. Weihua factory hasn't made any movement until now. I think this is the end of Weihua factory completely. Mike spoke with excited hands, the fat on his big belly trembling. Before Max could speak, Qian Yu, who was on the side, interjected. Honorable Max Sr., I've heard a lot about you. I'm the chairman of Feiyu Group. I took half the credit for dealing with the Weihua factory this time. After Qian Yu secretly glanced at the big-bellied manager beside him, Mike, a faintly undetectable unkind smile appeared on his face. He pulled a hoarse voice and continued. This time, if it wasn't for me having my director brother seize the Weihua factory, manager Mike would probably fail again this time. You are aware of how much damage this failure will cause to the Sky Eagle Group. You what you? Haven't you failed enough times? Qian Yu did not give Mike any chance to catch his breath and said in an undisguised tit-for-tat manner, the huge Phoenix Technology Company has been brought to this state by you, and you still have the face to stand here? If it wasn't for Chairman Marx's kind heart, who has been secretly supporting you, your Phoenix Technology Company would have collapsed long ago. Max just watched quietly as the two kept arguing without any intention to dissuade them. Mike's face was reddened by Qian Yu's anger and his eyes bulged out. He stared at Qian Yu with a deadly hatred, itching to kill him. He did not expect Qian Yu to come to this with him. Originally, Qian Yu said to him that he had business to trade with Marx, and that was why he brought Qian Yu to the Sky Eagle Group headquarters. But now Qian Yu suddenly snapped, making Mike feel a bit at a loss. Chairman Max, if it wasn't for this time I was involved in this operation against the Weihua factory, it is estimated that you will be victimized by manager Mike again and lose a lot of money. Qian Yu had a few sinister and ruthless expressions on his face, and his ferocious eyes made the aside Mike shudder. Mike then realized how terrifying the Qian Yu in front of him was. At this time Max, who had been watching the two arguing and had not spoken, suddenly spoke. Say it, what exactly is your purpose in coming to me? Listening to Max's fluent Chinese language, Qian Yu's face slightly froze. However, he quickly reacted and said directly and unapologetically, I just want to prove that both my Feiyu Group and my own personal abilities are more useful than manager Mike. Such a straightforward words. On the spot angry Mike stormed out. However, he also knew that this was not the place for him to lose his temper, so he could only obediently endure his anger. Max looked at Qian Yu with interest, signaling him to continue. Qian Yu instantly blushed when he saw this attitude of Max, and subconsciously felt that there was a chance. I want to cooperate with you and provide me with some of your company's business. Then what benefits are you able to give me? Your Feiyu Group isn't enough to look at, Max said without a care in the world, not caring about Qian Yu's face at all. After all, Feiyu Group was undoubtedly small compared to Sky Eagle Group. It was not a grade at all. Luckily, Qian Yu didn't care, and his eyes erupted with intense surprise. Chairman Max, I am willing to be the second manager Mac and serve you. As Qian Yu's words fell, the room fell into silence for a while. Qian Yu, Mike both stared at Marx closely. They knew that Max's next decision would determine the status of the two of them in the future. With eyes that seemed to see into everything, Max faintly scanned the two people in front of him. Then a voice rang out in the room. 10% of the group's medical device business is transferred to you, and you can lower the price of the products by a few points. But I don't want you to become the second failed Mike. Chapter 56, the selection begins. Max's brief few words caused both Qian Yu and Mike to be stunned by the expressions on their faces. Only the expressions of the two were diametrically opposed. Qian Yu had a victorious smile on his face, while Mike had an expression of wanting to cry. Chen Yu knew that the purpose of this trip had been achieved. He believed that by relying on this successful cooperation with Sky Eagle Group's business alone, and by virtue of Feiyu Group's control over the medical device field in China, this session's title of Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year was not his. However, Mike on the side was black-faced, glaring at the smug Chen Yu. Mike also understood that the moment Max made these remarks, it meant that he was just a dispensable castaway. If he didn't perform well, he would be mercilessly abandoned by Max at any time. Mike, this time you have done more credit than fault. I hope you can perform well in the future. Without the Weihua factory, you shouldn't let me down again in the future, Max said lightly, but his eyes as sharp as a knife made Mike tremble. Beads of sweat rolled down from Mike's forehead. He knew that he no longer had the opportunity to allow him to fail. On the other side, the conference room of the Magic City Upper Crossing Hospital. This is the invitation letter for this Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year selection competition, which is scheduled for 3 days from now. I have already asked Xiao Zhang to register for you. Zhang Lao handed Lin Dong a beautifully packaged envelope, which was the invitation letter for this selection. At this time, Zhang Lao's body had already recovered to a certain extent, and his mental outlook was much stronger than the last time Lin Dong saw him. Lin Dong also reached out and accepted the invitation letter in Zhang Lao's hand with a look of raw emotion. He felt that he was getting closer to the time of disgrace. Nowadays, the promotional activities of the major enterprises in Huaxia were in full swing, and all the major merchants were frantically throwing out activity benefits to consumers, and all of this was in preparation for the selection competition 3 days later. As a businessman, Lin Dong could naturally see that the competition was fierce. Weihua Factory wanted to stand out amongst the crowd of Chinese enterprises and successfully obtain the title of this Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year. It was even harder than climbing up to the sky. However, things had already come to a head. Lin Dong knew that it was already too late no matter what he said now, so he could only go on with his head. Relax your mind. The ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Zhang Lao comforted Lin Dong. Lin Dong nodded with a bitter smile before bidding farewell to Zhang Lao and leaving the hospital. Although he knew that the chances of winning this time were not high, he had to start preparing for this selection competition. In the next few days, the heat about the Magic City's Best Enterprises selection on the entire internet rose. People all over China were paying attention to this big event. Both enterprises and the general public attached great importance to it. After all, this is a major event that concerns the future development of an enterprise, as well as people's livelihood. Online there are also good people to organize the selection of the popular enterprises, which the loudest several enterprises Lin Dong is also concerned about. These enterprises are Tingshuan Group, Huawei Group, and Feiyu Group. Various netizens had the highest level of support for the Huawei Group, and it was also the enterprise that was most favored by netizens to win the title this time. Lin Dong also paid a little attention to the situation of Weihua Factory, but the result was a hard tear. Not only was Weihua Factory not favored by the major netizens, it had become the target of many netizens' flirtations. Almost every video about the selection contest had malicious banter from netizens underneath. Although I recognize that the Huawei Group is very strong, but if I take out the Weihua Factory, again, may I ask how Your Excellency will respond? If that's the case, I can only say that Thai pants are hot. What are you all doing? Don't hurt my family pigeon. Lin Dong looked helplessly at the flirting of the crowd, yet he had to accept this fact. Perhaps it was as Zhang Lao had said, if he wanted to revitalize the Weihua Factory, he could only rely on this competition. He also began to seriously start making preparations for this competition. Time passed by, and soon came 3 days later. The Magic City Annual Best Enterprise Selection Competition officially began. Countless enterprises were rubbing their fists and riveting their energies, wanting to achieve a good ranking in this selection competition. There are even countless netizens who are concerned about this competition, because the mass voting session is the way of network voting, so the selection of the competition is also used in the way of the whole live broadcast. This made the heat of this competition reach an unprecedented level. The location of the competition was the prestigious Oriental Mansion in Magic City. This invariably increased the heat of this selection by a lot. As soon as the meeting started, drones began to shoot the live entrance screen, the most influential news media in China. CCTV News began to broadcast the entire event live. The first to arrive at the venue was a Rolls-Royce luxury car, from which came down a middle-aged man wearing glasses. As soon as this man appeared on the scene, he instantly attracted millions of netizens in the CCTV broadcast room to swipe their screens in unison. Manhwa Tang. My brother Tang is mighty, driving a Rolls-Royce. Brother Tang using our money to drive a Rolls-Royce. Cheating. Brother Tang. Enhance me with Mulan. The next to arrive was a Porsche 911. And the one who came out was Feiyu Group's Qian Yu. This also drew the attention of many netizens. As more and more enterprises arrived, a group of netizens also took the opportunity to feast their eyes on them. not only saw a lot of famous enterprise bigwigs, but also saw a lot of previous days have not seen the luxury vehicles. This makes many netizens excited. At this time, a netizen suddenly asked, "Where is the Weihua factory? How come the Weihua factory didn't come?" This remark instantly amused many netizens in the live broadcast room. How dare Weihua factory come? Come to look for curses? How could such an important occasion not have my Weihua factory? What did Weihua factory come for? To tell us there's something wrong with their products? Compared to whether Weihua factory is coming or not, I'm more interested in knowing what Lin Dong's seat is. He's pulled a lot of wool. Just as the group of netizens in the live broadcast room were talking, laughing and teasing, suddenly a cab leisurely drove to the entrance of the Oriental Mansion. This immediately confused many netizens in the live broadcast room. Is this cab also here for the competition? Could it be the cab's old boss coming to compete? Impossible. Even if the cab's old boss came in a cab, he wouldn't take such a shabby cab. Just as a crowd of netizens were speculating about the identity of the passenger in the cab, a young man walked down from the cab. Looking at the young man lazily stretching his back after getting out of the taxi, countless netizens were first puzzled in their hearts, but after seeing the young man's clean-cut appearance, they instantly exclaimed in the live broadcast, "Lin Dong, the old boss of Weihua factory? People competing in a Rolls-Royce and you're sitting in a cab?" Chapter 57, The Bald Man's Provocation. I don't believe it. I don't believe this is true. Everyone, don't be fooled by this treacherous businessman Lin Dong. He must be setting up a persona. Upstairs +1. Lin Dong is definitely doing this to establish a persona. Many netizens simply did not believe that the Weihua factory boss, who had exploded in popularity some time ago, would be so downtrodden that he would take a cab to compete in the competition. More so, netizens bluntly said that whoever believes it is a sizable cutie. However, Lin Dong, who was the person concerned, was oblivious to the online netizens' fervor towards him. He is now most concerned about whether he is late. This was because Lin Dong had gone to the bank and borrowed $4 million to make some preparations for this competition. Arriving at the entrance of the Oriental Mansion, the two beautiful receptionists standing at the entrance looked somewhat contemptuously at Lin Dong, who had come by cab, and said in a clear and cold manner, "Do you have an invitation?" Lin Dong hurriedly took out the invitation from his pocket and politely handed it over with both hands. "Weihua factory? It's that Weihua factory that was seized? No wonder the old boss is doing a rental car to come." The two girls, after glancing at Lin Dong's invitation and then blankly glancing at Lin Dong who was reaching out to try and take the invitation, with a cold smile, they casually threw the invitation onto the ground. Lin Dong did not intend to bother with these two people in order to rush, so he intended to bend down and pick up the invitation. However, it did not occur to him that at this time, the two girls were unforgiving and continued to ridicule Lin Dong. "Are you sure you are here to judge? Not here to be funny. So many big corporations have come to compete today. What are you doing here to fool around? Do you really think that any cat or dog can compete? How dare you come here after you've been shut down?" After listening to the sarcasm of the two girls who were just receptionists, Lin Dong's temper instantly flared up and he just wanted to open his mouth to say something. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind. "Lin Dong, finally seeing you again, kid." Lin Dong hurriedly turned around and after seeing the person behind him, a surprised expression appeared on his face. "Elderly?" The person behind him was none other than the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Li Tianming, who had presented him with the award for the best scientific and technological achievement of Huaxia last time. "It's been a long time. Lin Dong, did you kid research any new high-tech products?" Li Tianming walked robustly to Lin Dong and looked at him with a big smile. Ever since the last time Lin Dong submitted the photolithography machine drawings, he had been very attentive to this young man named Lin Dong. However, due to his busy schedule, he had not had the opportunity to meet Lin Dong. When Li Tianming arrived in front of Lin Dong, he saw the invitation letter on the ground and swept the two girls whose faces became ugly in front of him. His face sank and he immediately asked Lin Dong, "What happened?" Lin Dong glanced at the two girls who looked flustered and no longer had any semblance of their previous arrogance afterward. Gently, he briefly stated the matter once. After hearing this, Li Tianming turned his head and glared at a man in black clothes behind him. "Manager Huang, is this the service of your company?" "No, of course not. Elder Li, you mustn't be angry. Employees' personal behavior, nothing to do with the company." Manager Huang shivered and responded, afraid that if he was not careful, he would make the CAS president in front of him angry. Seeing that Li Tianming did not say anything, Manager Huang glared fiercely at the two girls in front of his eyes and said furiously, "You two are fired. Hurry up and get out." And when Manager Huang turned around and wanted to ask Li Tianming if he was satisfied, Li Tianming had already walked away with the two Lin Dong. "Mr. Lin, this time you're coming for the championship?" After entering the Oriental Mansion, Li Tianming half-joked, half-seriously chatted with Lin Dong. He said this because he had confidence in the Weihua factory. He had seen the scale of the Weihua factory. Lin Dong shook his head with a bitter smile and said helplessly, "How could I? Elderly, can't you see that even a waiter looks down on me? Mr. Lin, you kid, developing the photolithography machine shows that you are low-key, and now you are still so low-key." Li Tianming couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened to Lin Dong's reply, and the appreciation for Lin Dong in his eyes became even stronger. In his opinion, a young man who had obtained such achievements at such a young age was still so low-key. It was truly rare and precious. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Li Tianming was hurriedly called away. Lin Dong was left alone at the venue. Seeing that there was still some time before the official start of the selection, Lin Dong simply found a seat and sat down. He then quietly waited for the selection to begin. Just as Lin Dong swiped his cell phone in 100 silences and watched the netizens' anticlimactic comments on him on the CCTV live broadcast, a discordant voice came. "Egu, who is this?" A big-bellied bald man appeared out of nowhere and teasingly looked at Lin Dong. "Isn't this that unscrupulous and treacherous businessman, the owner of Weihua factory whose factory was seized? How is it that this kind of unscrupulous businessman still has the face to participate in the Best Business of the Year awards?" The bald man intentionally pulled his voice extremely loud. He immediately drew the attention of many of the business bosses present. Lin Dong frowned as he looked at the bald man in front of him. As far as he could remember, he did not remember meeting this person. When the bald man saw that Lin Dong did not speak, he thought that Lin Dong was afraid of being poked by himself. He then further disregarded Lin Dong in his eyes and mocked him recklessly. "What the hell? Do you think you can get away with the fact that you are a traitor by not speaking? I hate unscrupulous merchants like you who victimize consumers. I think unscrupulous merchants like you don't deserve to participate in the selection and should get out of the Oriental Mansion. We can't let people like you insult the reputation of this selection meeting. Do you all think I'm right?" The bald man's words instantly triggered a number of several business bosses on the side to agree with him. A few of the enterprise bosses had hardened themselves against the bald man and demanded Lin Dong to get out of the selection venue in a decent manner. There was even a feeling of rolling up their sleeves and wanting to make a move on Lin Dong. On the other hand, in a position not far away, Qianyu was looking at Lin Dong's side with a sinister face. This bald man was naturally sent over by him in order to embarrass Lin Dong, although he also knew that this way would not necessarily drive Lin Dong away. It would definitely cause Lin Dong to lose face. He would like to see what this Lin Dong would do next. As Qianyu thought of this, the corner of his mouth slowly lifted up a sinister smile. He would let Lin Dong know that this was the consequence of touching his interests. However, soon, the smile on his face froze, only to see an old man slowly walking towards Lin Dong from outside the arena, and then blocked Lin Dong's face in front of everyone. Everyone in the arena instantly fell silent after seeing this old man. Even the bald man, who was still flourishing just a moment ago, shrunk his neck after seeing the old man and did not dare to say another word of nonsense. "Elder Jiang, what brings you here?" Lin Dong was first slightly stunned after seeing the old man and hurriedly got up to greet him. Zhang Lao smiled and nodded at Lin Dong, signaling him to sit down. The next second, Zhang Lao's face changed. He unsmilingly looked at the bald man and the others who were following him with sharp eyes that made people fearful. Then Zhang Lao's flat but unquestionable voice rang out. "Have all the people who just said that Lin Dong should be allowed to leave the venue. I do not wish to see these people in the venue again. Immediately. Chapter 58, Opening the 5G Era. The judging site fell into a deathly silence for a while, and the whole place was silent. On the scene, whether it was the veterans of small enterprises or the veterans of the top 50 Chinese companies, at this moment, these people all looked towards Lin Dong's side. Although some of them did not recognize Lin Dong's identity, they were in awe of Zhang Lao on the side. Even many of the netizens who were in the CCTV broadcast room recognized Zhang Lao's identity. However, while they were shocked, there were also quite a few doubts in their hearts. What is this Lin Dong's origin? In front, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Elder Li, spoke for him, and now the top medical professor in China and the head of China's medical resources, Elder Jiang, is standing up for him. It's really a fine thought. This Elder Li, Elder Zhang's identity is too gold, but why are they helping an unscrupulous businessman? Elder Jiang and Elder Li are both highly respected seniors, but why are they helping Lin Dong so much? Are there any ulterior secrets? After some fruitless speculations, the crowd of netizens could only continue to watch the live broadcast. At this time, the selection site, Lin Dong had managed to become the center of attention of the entire scene and was being watched by everyone. This made Lin Dong somewhat helpless. He only wanted to participate in the selection competition quietly and then leave quietly. He also did not want to be in the limelight of millions of people. It was reality that forced him to. Alas, being too outstanding is also a kind of trouble. Lin Dong sighed helplessly and simply sat quietly behind Zhang Lao as a transparent person. On the other hand, the bald man, who was unbeatable just a moment ago, was now in a state of depression. He continuously begged Zhang Lao, saying with tears in his voice, Jiang Lao, in me a chance. I have an old man and a young man. It's not easy for me either. Saying this, the bald man's face changed. He pointed in the direction where Qian Yu was sitting and revealed without hesitation. Elder Jiang. It's him. It was Qian Yu who told me to do this. He said that as long as I did it, he would engage me in a long-term cooperation in business. What are you guys doing? Elder Jiang said he doesn't want to see these people again. Did you guys not hear that? Before the bald man finished speaking, Qian Yu got up and scolded the selection managers on the side, then came to Jiang Lao's side with a smile on his face. Elder Jiang, don't listen to this man's crazy talk. I don't even know Mr. Lin. Why should I target him? You don't want to get angry because of this kind of person. It's not good to get angry. Qian Yu had a big smile on his face, not flustered in the slightest, as if that bald man really had nothing to do with him. Humph. I hope some of you behave yourselves. Jiang Lao snorted coldly, and after blankly glaring at Qian Yu, he left the selection scene after explaining a few sentences with Lin Dong. In the face of Jiang Lao's warning, Qian Yu still watched Jiang Lao's departure without changing his face. Qian Yu then nodded slightly and nodded with Lin Dong as a sign of friendship. Then he returned to his seat. However, everyone failed to notice that the moment Qian Yu sat back down, his expression became hideous and terrifying, like a poisonous snake, causing people's hearts to jump. Qian Yu cursed fiercely inwardly. How could he not expect Lin Dong to know Jiang Lao and seemingly have a great relationship? Being defeated on his first contact with Lin Dong made Qian Yu's heart very unhappy. Let's see how long you are still complacent with your defunct Weihua factory. I'm afraid that you won't even be able to enter the top 10 by then. I'll see who else will be able to help you then. It was at this moment that the host of the venue walked onto the stage and announced that this session of the selection competition had officially begun. Then 9 people of different shapes walked onto the high stage in turn. Precisely the 9 judges of this selection competition. After seeing the 9 judges, thunderous applause instantly erupted from the stage. This was the respect as well as the welcome of all enterprises to these 9 people. And the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room also boiled over after seeing the 9 people. That one walking in the C position seems to be the mayor of Magic City. The youngest mayor ever. A promising future. I remember the second one seems to be Mr. 2, the leader in the field of medicine. There's a fourth. That one is an outstanding engineer in the aerospace field. I see it on the news all the time. At this time, Lin Dong at the scene also recognized quite a few of these 9 people, but the ones he was most familiar with were still Elder Li and Elder Jiang. After all, these 2 industry leaders were the ones he had come into contact with. The first round of voting will now begin. The host on stage, after having each entrepreneur on stage scan a QR code and download a small program, he began to introduce the voting rules to the crowd. Please register the small program with your real name, followed by filling out the next benefits of your business in the business plan. After filling in and submitting, then the crowd will vote in the live broadcast, or carry out the QR code scanning below the video to vote. Note, 10 minutes to fill out the time. The vote needs to be justified. Once the discovery of the water army brushing votes will cancel the qualification of this entry. After the host finished speaking, he kept quiet. All the entrepreneurs present began to follow the steps. Lin Dong looked at the enterprise planning column after his real name registration was completed, and after a slight hesitation, he filled in a few lines. He had prepared for this because he had heard Elder Jiang mention it. The next step was to see if the crowd would buy it or not. Not long after, a large screen displayed in the live broadcast room lit up. It seemed that someone had already finished filling it out. A crowd of netizens were staring intently at the live broadcast room, wanting to see which big business was the first to finish filling out. After all, the first one to fill it out, besides being very confident in their own business, there was also the important factor of thinking that one's business plan would definitely impress a lot of people, thus gaining a higher number of votes. Huawei Group. Soon many netizens exclaimed in the live broadcast, recognizing it at a glance. For this favored company to win the title, the heat itself was extremely high, and at this time, it even attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. Then Huawei Group's corporate plan also slowly appeared in the crowd's view, opening the 5G network era. Looking at the only sentence in the Huawei Group's corporate plan, a short and domineering sentence, but it made many netizens burst into tears and get more than excited. Epic making strategic planning. Our Huaxia will be the first country to open the 5G era, worthy of being the Huawei Group. The light of the country is well known. Big love for my Huawei Group. I have to vote for him. I'm going to vote too. Support the Huawei Group. Many netizens recognized this plan of Huawei Group and voted directly for Huawei Group at the first time. But in just a few minutes, while there were still some enterprises that hadn't finished filling out their corporate plans, the number of votes for Huawei Group had soared to hundreds of thousands. This caused many small and medium-sized enterprises to choose to give up when they saw the scene. They knew that against this kind of large enterprise, they had no hope at all. However, there were also quite a few netizens who chose to wait and see, and didn't directly vote for the Huawei Group. And within this short period of time, There were also quite a few enterprises that had filled out the completion. Qianyu in the venue also filled out the enterprise planning. His finger gently pressed the submit on the cell phone. He stretched his back with unrivaled confidence. Full of confidence in this selection championship, he then looked in Lin Dong's direction with a smug smile on his face. Still haven't filled it out yet. Wait to be eliminated. Chapter 59. I'm reporting. Someone's hanging up. A few minutes passed. There were only a few small and medium-sized enterprises on the site that chose to give up. Around 80% of the enterprises had already filled out their enterprise plans and submitted them. With regards to filling out their enterprise plans, numerous enterprises had prepared for it earlier. All the enterprises unanimously chose to fill them out extremely quickly in order to dominate the voting. However, Weihua Factory's enterprise plan still had not been submitted. This made Qianyu, who was on the sidelines, overjoyed in his heart. The first thing was that his own votes were far ahead, and had already pushed right up against the votes of the first-place Huawei group. His corporate plan was to reduce the cost of selling surgical medical devices and the rental cost of leasing medical devices by 20% respectively. As soon as he submitted this business plan, he immediately got a lot of votes from netizens, and it got a lot of support from many netizens. After all, in the face of visible benefits, it is difficult not to let people heart, not to mention the always expensive medical device field, which is closely related to many people's lives. The second thing that made Qianyu happy, it was that he felt that this time, Lin Dong would 100% be eliminated in the first round of voting. After all, which person would be willing to wait for a business that was shut down due to seizure to finish filling out the business plan? Most people had long since cast their votes in their hands for the enterprises they favored. Many netizens also saw this and flirted with Lin Dong. Yo, isn't this Lin Dong who was known as the light of national products? Haven't filled it out yet? I think he just knows that no one has voted for him and wants to deliberately delay. Is it okay? Lin Dong, they're all waiting for you. Facing the stares and flirting of the crowd, Lin Dong was unaware of this. He clicked the submit button after filling out the last word in the enterprise plan. Looking at the crowd of enterprises present that had long since finished submitting, Lin Dong was secretly surprised. He originally thought that he was fast enough, but he did not expect that he was still at the bottom of the list. It seemed that the degree of competition among the major enterprises this time was far more intense than he had imagined. The netizens who had long finished casting their votes and had been waiting to see Lin Dong's jokes. It was also noticed that Lin Dong had submitted his corporate plan. For a while, the crowd was curious about what Lin Dong's corporate plan would be. As Lin Dong Weihua Factory's corporate plan slowly lit up on the big screen, whether it was the netizens who watched the live broadcast, the enterprise bosses present, or the 9 judges on stage, after watching Lin Dong's enterprise plan, none of them did not have a look of shock on their faces, simply because in the column of Lin Dong's enterprise planning, only one sentence was filled in. Submission of drawings for a miniature 3D bioprinter that can directly repair damaged human tissues or organs. Many people present were familiar with this for no other reason. It was simply because in a time not too long ago, Sakura Nation had worked hard and specialized for 5 years to successfully develop a micro 3D human body repair printer. This makes this group of small life as very good to flaunt. More than that, they said that they would not be able to make a breakthrough in this area even if they gave China 10 years of time. This at the time provoked the anger of many people in China. But there is nothing to be done. Although the domestic 3D printer technology has been developing quite well, but from the repair of human tissue this difficult technology, there is indeed still a considerable gap. Therefore, when they saw that Lin Dong's business plan was actually this, many people were immediately, in addition to being incredulous, it was that they felt very relieved. The technology that the cherry blossom country had to spend 5 years diligently specializing in, and yet Huaxia had obtained it so easily. If this was to be rumored, Sakura country would probably be half dead with anger. There were even netizens who felt pity for Lin Dong for being the last to submit his corporate plan. Although I don't think highly of Weihua Factory as a seized enterprise, if Lin Dong's enterprise plan was this, I would be willing to support him for a vote. I also think this is great, but it's a pity that I voted for it. Alas, although Lin Dong, this treacherous businessman, is hateful, he is also considered to be more patriotic. On the high stage, what is this kid doing? Why didn't he submit such a good plan earlier? Zhang Lao whispered rather regretfully to Elderly at the side. Elderly also nodded his head, but he was more worried about the Weihua Factory's future. I'm now afraid that Lin Dong won't be able to advance. Now that most of the people have voted, there are no saved votes at all. If Lin Dong can't advance, then that Weihua Factory of his is also a troublesome matter. Also he has to submit the micro 3D printer drawings. How nice it would be if it was quicker. Zhang Lao sighed and nodded noncommittally as well. In participating in each session of the selection conference, the enterprise plan filled out by each enterprise must be completed, regardless of whether they were eliminated or not. This was considered the price of participating in the competition. As for Qianyu, who had been paying attention to Lin Dong under the stage. He naturally saw Lin Dong's enterprise plan. He first looked incredulous, but soon his ecstasy overflowed. This Lin Dong is really something. He was actually able to develop a micro 3D printer drawing. But so what? He was the last one to submit it. And even if someone voted, there weren't many. It's ridiculous that he still has to hitch a ride on a high-tech product drawing. What a help from the heavens. As he looked at Lin Dong's single-digit votes, he could not help but close his eyes and hum happily. As long as he saw Lin Dong upset, he was incomparably happy. He had always remembered Lin Dong's Weihua electrical appliance, which had caused him to lose a lot of money. However, he believed that the gap between Weihua Factory and Feiyu Group would only grow wider in the future. On the other side, in a self-built house in a mountainous area, because it was raining today, Zhang Dehua was leisurely brushing Douyin at home. Suddenly a live broadcast room appeared in front of her eyes. The 4 big words written on one of the screens in the live broadcast room was what instantly lifted Zhang Dehua's spirits. Weihua Factory? Zhang Dehua, who hadn't heard about Weihua Factory for a long time, clicked into the live broadcast room with an excited heart. After slightly understanding the relevant rules, she was also understanding the need to vote. What is a 3D bioprinter? Whatever. Weihua products are just good anyway. Although Zhang Dehua couldn't figure out what a 3D printer was, she was willing to believe in Weihua Factory. And such a situation appeared in many mountainous areas, or rural areas. They were all people who had used Weihua products, and they remembered how good Weihua Factory was, so they were all willing to vote for Weihua Factory. Some took their cell phones and swept the code, and some voted in the live broadcasting room. Some people even called up their 7 aunts and 8 uncles to vote for Weihua Factory. Selection site. Lin Dong looked at his single-digit vote and scratched the back of his head. This 3D miniature human tissue printer was exchanged by him using the Super Factory's primary carousel mode and spending 4 million points. He originally thought that there would be quite a few netizens who would buy it, but he didn't think that he was too slow. It had led to such an embarrassing situation for him now. Lin Dong considered whether he should slip away now, so that he would not be caught as a joke later. Just as he was considering where to slip away, he unintentionally glanced at the number of votes and the column of his votes suddenly jumped. From the original single digit, it instantly came to 3 digits. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I hallucinating from too much stress? Lin Dong violently shook his tiger's body as he rubbed his eyes fiercely, wondering if he had misread the situation. However, when he looked again, the number of votes violently came directly to 4 digits. Nima, the system is stuck in a bug, right? Lin Dong looked at his jumping vote count growth in shock, his eyes staring straight at the screen. The mentality of wanting to find a chance to leave disappeared into thin air in an instant, and this scene was also discovered by many netizens at the same time. In an instant, the netizens in the CCTV broadcast room exploded, and the pop-up screen was frantically brushing the screen. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? More than 100,000 votes. Lin Dong, your external gift pack has arrived. Please check. Resurrect. My love. What kind of heaven-defying operation is this? Hundreds of thousands of votes skyrocketed in a few seconds. Just as the netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing, Lin Dong's votes had slowly arrived at as many as 700,000. Such a shocking and appalling scene was naturally discovered by the crowd of entrepreneurs and judges on the scene. Everyone was collectively baffled, with just one question in their heads. What is this situation? Technical team, you check if there's a bug in the background. Also you look to see if anyone has swiped the votes. The host, who was shocked by Lin Dong's surge of 700,000 votes, managed to slow down. He hurriedly ordered the technical team to check the situation. The scene that was sighing at this moment was also noisy to Qianyu, who was humming with his eyes closed. He curiously opened his eyes to see what the situation was. Then as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Dong's vote count that had surged by 700,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qianyu stood up with a jolt and patted his head to confirm that he hadn't misread it. He slowly sat down paralyzed. He could not accept this fact. After a few seconds, Qianyu stood up and said loudly, I'm reporting. Someone is hanging. Chapter 60, I really don't know anything. Judges. I'm reporting someone for hanging. Qianyu looked anxiously at the number of votes he had been overtaken by Weihua Factory, and he repeated it loudly once again. He did not expect, no matter what, that he had only immersed himself in the world of ego for a while. Weihua Factory had unexpectedly not been eliminated. Instead, the number of votes had bizarrely realized a sudden surge, and now it had even surpassed his votes. This must be vote swiping. This can't be true. Even the selection has people swiping votes. You tell me exactly what's real. Qianyu couldn't accept this fact at all, and he didn't believe it was true either. He thought that Lin Dong, who was the last one to submit his corporate plan, coupled with the fact that Weihua Factory had such an infamous reputation, how could so many people have voted for him? And still, it was impossible for so many people to vote for Lin Dong in such a short period of time. Qianyu gritted his teeth as he looked at Lin Dong, who was in a daze at the moment, and the anger in his heart invariably grew even more. Pretend. You continue to pretend. I'll see what you do when the technical team finds out that you're cheating and hanging. I'll see what you'll do. Xian Yu was not the only one present who reacted greatly. Almost all the companies questioned Lin Dong's surging votes. However, although the crowd hated Lin Dong with a passion, they had no direct evidence. It could only wait quietly for the technical team's data report. Don't look at me, guys. I really don't know anything. Lin Dong, who was the person in question, looked at the unkind gazes of the crowd and helplessly spread his hands. The look was very sincere and the tone was very genuine. The look was as if he really did not know about the surge in votes. However, the more he listened to Lin Dong say this, the more the major business executives at the venue looked at him with a murderous look in their eyes. MD, this kid is still so arrogant for swiping votes. This is the heart of a group of bosses present after hearing Lin Dong's words. They feel that Lin Dong is a naked provocation. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Just when the crowd of enterprise bosses at the venue could not help but want to beat up Lin Dong, the data reviewed by the technical team came out. Seeing this situation, the hearts of the major business executives instantly heart clear up, but also raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Dong. They wanted to see how Lin Dong would still be godly this time. Xian Yu even laughed out a goose call. He was so happy in his heart. He felt that this time Lin Dong was completely finished. Even if Lin Dong knew Jiang Lao and Li Lao, so what? That doesn't change the fact that Lin Dong swiped the votes. No one can protect Lin Dong now. Lin Dong will finally get out of the selection venue. On the high platform of the venue, after getting the data checking report sent by the data personnel, the host first glanced at it. His expression visibly froze as he looked up again in Lin Dong's direction. This situation instantly made many enterprise bosses happy in their hearts. It seemed that their guess was correct. Lin Dong was just swiping the votes. Then, under the attention of 10,000 people in anticipation, the host also slowly reported out the results of the review data. After reviewing and screening the data, Lin Dong has no traces of vote brushing. Everything is regular voting. After listening to the moderator's reported results, the venue's enterprise bosses were instantly nonplussed. How was this different from what they had expected? How did it turn out that Lin Dong had swiped the votes for fraud when he had promised to do so, but now it had turned out that he had not swiped the votes? The scene was agitated as the many business veterans on stage were in an uproar for a while. What? 700,000 votes and you're telling me that you didn't brush the votes? Is there any mistake? This really Nima open? The business executives present even stared at Lin Dong's direction with their eyes rounded in disbelief. The result was to see Lin Dong again with a helpless, innocent look on his face. I didn't want to win either. It was God who had to let me win. After listening to Lin Dong's uninformed words, the veteran presidents present immediately had their mouths twitch and freaked out. I'll be damned. This kid really owes a beating. Is there a same-city substitute fighter? Help me beat up someone. Order one for me too. At this moment, in a corner, Xian Yu looked eerily at Lin Dong, who was in the limelight with murderous intent in his eyes. His body was trembling uncontrollably with anger, and he had endless rage within him at the moment. Originally, Feiyu Group was at least in the second place, but because of the Weihua Group that came out of nowhere, it could only be inferior to Feiyu Group, occupying the second place. But because of the sudden appearance of Weihua Group, it could only resign itself to occupying the third place. This made Xian Yu feel that he had no face left and was very unhappy about losing. No matter what unseemly means you use to advance. But this time, the champion can only be mine. Xian Yu looked at Lin Dong grimly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. At this time, the crowd of netizens in the CCTV live broadcast room were also shocked by this twist and turn reversal. From the beginning, they were victorious in determining that Lin Dong must have swiped the votes, but at this moment, they were looking like they had seen a ghost. Do you guys believe that I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Or do you believe that Lin Dong did not swipe the votes? Qin Shi Huang v me, a terracotta warrior. We can't believe Lin Dong, but we can't not believe the organizer. Right, so many bigwigs are here. It's impossible to fake it and not care. This Lin Dong always brings surprises. Just about everyone, on and offline, was in an uproar because of Lin Dong. Mayor Zhang had no choice but to come forward, thus maintaining order at the scene. When the entrepreneurs present saw that Mayor Zhang had spoken, although they were still slightly dissatisfied in their hearts, they could only let it go. Finally, after order was restored to the scene, the host also began to announce the list of companies that had advanced in the first round. First place, Huawei Group, 896, 532 votes. Second place, Weihua Factory, 796, 953 votes. Third place, Feiyu Group, 796,542 votes. Looking at the ranking of the top 10 enterprises in the polls displayed on the large screen, Lin Dong could not help but feel happy in his heart. It seemed like he had accidentally snatched the second place from someone else and was only a few votes short. This was more or less inviting hatred. Thinking of this, he looked over in the direction where Qianyu was sitting. Lin Dong vaguely remembered that the old president of Feiyu Group seemed to be this person, and the bald man from before seemed to be instigated by the old president of Feiyu Group to deal with him. However, he did not want the Qianyu at this time also happen to look over. The two instantly looked at each other with their eyes facing each other. After seeing Qianyu blaring at himself fiercely, Lin Dong also turned his head wisely. He was somewhat puzzled as to when he had offended this Feiyu Group's boss. It seemed that this Qianyu had a great deal of hostility towards himself. Just as Lin Dong was still puzzled, the host on the stage announced that the second round of selection had officially begun. Compared to the first selection, the second round of selection undoubtedly had a lot less competitors. However, the atmosphere of the entire venue had become extremely depressing. Everyone knew that the second round of selection would be far more brutal than the first round. This was the final championship. Chapter 61, Tense Form. Please ask the 9 judges to begin their selection. The host handed over the remaining selection time to the 9 judges on the high platform. And at this moment, whether it was the netizens in the live broadcast room, or the enterprise bosses on the scene, everyone's eyes were all focused on these 9 judges, and next was the time to decide the winner. At the same time, there were also the 10 enterprise companies that had successfully advanced. For these 10 companies, in addition to the attention of major netizens, there are many investors. These investors are well aware of the ability to advance into the top 10 companies in the selection contest, are recognized by the general public. In a long period of time afterward, these 10 enterprises are definitely the hot enterprises among the many enterprises in Huaxia. Their development prospects, as well as business sales, will be incomparable to other enterprises. This was also the important reason for the charm of the Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year award, as well as the enthusiastic participation of the major enterprises. Wait a minute, major judges. Just as everyone was waiting for the 9 judges to start voting, Qianyu, who was on stage, suddenly stood up at that moment and stated that he had a small request. After receiving the host's approval, Qianyu glared viciously at Lin Dong before saying very apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone. I think that the benefits of my corporate plan for the masses are still too little, so I have decided to raise 20% of my corporate plan to 50%. Raise it by 50%? Are you sure?" The host's expression visibly froze after hearing this decision from Qianyu. Before confirming again, the 9 judges on his stage also raised their eyebrows slightly after hearing this. It was obvious that they did not expect Qianyu to make this decision. However, Qianyu only nodded firmly. "I am certain." Seeing Qianyu answering so definitely, the host, after discussing with the 9 judges for a while, agreed to the changes Qianyu had made to the business plan. At this time, the crowd of netizens in the CCTV broadcast room were happy after seeing this scene, and even more so after hearing the decision made by Qianyu. This Feiyu Group boss is really a great benefactor. Reducing the cost of medical devices by 50%. That's equal to reducing the cost by half. This is really a great decision. Had I known this, I should have voted for Feiyu Group just now. That's right, Feiyu Group is the one who really cares about people's livelihood. But at this time, the selection site. Most of the bosses of the remaining 9 companies that managed to advance besides Feiyu Group had their faces turned ugly. They knew that because of this decision of Feiyu Group, it resulted in Feiyu Group's championship winning rate being 50% higher than before in a split second. This also meant that the rest of the enterprises had a much lower rate of winning the title. However, no enterprise dared to follow Qianyu's example. After all, the price paid was just too great. This Qianyu is quite a character. Lin Dong in the meeting hall also frowned, clearly not expecting Qianyu to make such a big effort to win the title this time. He made a rough estimation. According to Qianyu's corporate plan, reducing the expenses by 50%, that was almost the cost price, and the profit that could be obtained was pitifully small. Lin Dong's eyes moved and he sighed. He felt that he had still underestimated the determination of these companies in wanting to win the title. The chances of winning the crown this time were much smaller again. On the other hand, Qianyu, who was on the side, looked at the frowning Lin Dong triumphantly with a victorious smile on his face. He was determined to win the title this time. "Fighting with me? You are still young. This time, the championship can only be mine. Feiyu Group, no one can take it away." After a small fiasco of Qianyu adjusting his planning, the selection meeting continued once again. "I'm casting this vote for Feiyu Group. I think he can bring more affordable benefits to the masses." The first person to cast his vote was an old man with a hunched back, briefly delivering the reason for his vote. He then cast his vote for Feiyu Group. Seeing that the first vote was cast for Feiyu Group, Qianyu's face was filled with a happy and pleased smile. As for the other business bosses, their hearts sank. The first vote is Feiyu Group's? It seems Feiyu Group has a high rate of winning the title. I have a feeling that out of these 10 enterprises, only Huawei Group can compete with Feiyu Group, and the rest of them are almost in trouble. "How dare you? Where did you put my family's Weihua factory?" placed in the sewers. The crowd of netizens were also closely watching the form of voting in the arena, constantly analyzing it in the live broadcast. The enterprises that everyone favored the most were Feiyu Group and Huawei Group. As for the other enterprises, the netizens thought that they were all here to make up the numbers, especially the Weihua factory. Soon came the second voting judge, and this time, the judge was Mr. Tu, who had won the International Nobel Prize in Medicine. Under the high gaze of the crowd, Mr. Tu slowly cast his vote for Huawei Group. At this point, Huawei Group and Feiyu Group, one vote per company. The situation was very grim. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became more tense. Many people didn't dare to take a breath and stared at the judges on the high platform. Then the third judge stood up. When he saw the third judge, Lin Dong's face on the stage was delighted. The judge this time was elderly, Li Tianming. Li Tianming stood up, intentionally or unintentionally glanced in Lin Dong's direction, and unsurprisingly cast this vote for Lin Dong. At this point, 3 enterprises had 1 vote each, forming a triad. Once again, this selection was brought to a climax. Elder Jiang? Lin Dong under the venue was once again agitated as this judge was still an old acquaintance of his. Elder Jiang. Jiang Lao did not need to say much and naturally voted for Lin Dong. This instantly unbalanced the triad of the 3 enterprises, as Lin Dong turned out to be the owner of the most votes. This caused the already suppressed scene to become somewhat agitated. Everyone did not expect that in the Feiyu Group, as well as the Huawei Group, which were the 2 enterprises most likely to win the title. Weihua Factory was able to achieve a reversal and become the current highest vote getter. This caused many netizens in the live broadcast who were not optimistic about Weihua Factory to hotly debate and fight for the other 2 enterprises. Oh my god, Weihua Factory even got the highest number of votes. No kidding? I think it's normal. After all, Elder Li and Elder Jiang can both be acquainted with Lin Dong. It's probably inevitable that there is some selfishness here. When you say that, I also remembered Lin Dong's relationship with Jiang Lao and Li Lao. So the rest of the people don't know Lin Dong. And Lin Dong's enterprise planning in the end is not as strong as the other 2 enterprises. So the final winner of the enterprises is still in the Feiyu Group. And the Huawei Group appeared in the Weihua Factory is still a clown. Lin Dong, you're so hard to deal with. Chen Yu clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the seat as he stared dead at the next judge. He secretly prayed in his heart that he must not vote for Lin Dong. Otherwise, Lin Dong would have won. Fortunately, the vote went to Feiyu Group. Yay! Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. But soon his nerves were once again on high alert. This was because this vote was extremely crucial. Whether this vote was cast for Feiyu Group, Weihua Factory, or Huawei Group, all will make the situation develop differently. Either one of Weihua Factory and Feiyu Group would win the championship, or the competition would continue. Xianyu naturally hoped that this vote could go to Feiyu Group. Then Feiyu Group could directly win the championship. Lin Dong was too evil and Xianyu was afraid of having a change of heart. At this time, many people who were watching the Huawei Group were sweating for the Huawei Group, as it currently had the least number of votes. Everyone was highly nervous as they watched the 8th judge's vote. Warwick Group. When the 8th judge slowly cast this vote under the watchful eyes of the crowd, those who favored Huawei Group sighed in relief and shouted happily. On the other hand, Xianyu under the stage smashed his seat in chagrin. The match continued. Chapter 62, The Inside Champion. Silence. Seriousness. The atmosphere at the scene was tense to the extreme. Everyone's eyes were focused on the last judge, looking forward to the final vote. Whether this vote is cast to the 3 enterprises in which enterprise will determine the birth of the selection of the champion. The last judge was a heavyweight, attracting the attention of all the people. It was the youngest mayor of Magic City, Mayor Zhang. No one knew what was in the mind of the mayor of Mordor, and no one knew which enterprise he would cast his decisive vote for. This caused a crowd of netizens in the live broadcast to pay attention and speculate. Anyway, I don't know who Mayor Zhang will vote for, but what I can be sure of is that Mayor Zhang will definitely not vote for Weihua Factory. Upstairs +1. It can't be Weihua Factory anyway. I see it the same way. If it's Weihua Factory, I'll eat poop live. Upstairs has taken a screenshot. As for the selection site, the tense atmosphere was especially obvious. A group of enterprise bosses were paying close attention to the development form of the selection competition, and there were even some people congratulating Huawei Group and Feiyu Group in advance. They also unanimously thought that the champion of this selection will be born in these 2 enterprises. However, Weihua Factory, which had the same number of votes, was left unattended. This vote is really simmering. Lin Dong's heart was also nervous at the moment, looking at Mayor Zhang on the stage with apprehension. He knew that compared to the other 2 companies that had the same vote as him, Weihua Factory's corporate planning was undoubtedly the most inferior. Whether it is from the long-term planning, or people's welfare, Weihua Factory's micro 3D printers, and the other 2 corporate plan gap is still very large. However, Lin Dong still had a hint of luck. After all, he was only 1 vote away from the championship. In case he is lucky, This last vote will be voted for him. On the other side of the table, Qian Yu was also suffering inwardly at the moment. However, he had already prioritized and ruled out the Weihua factory, treating the Huawei group as his only competitor. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Elder Jiang, Weihua factory would have been screened out a long time ago. Then it wouldn't have led to such a tense situation now, and the selection champion would have come out long ago. Thinking of this, the resentment in Qian Yu's heart towards Lin Dong increased by a few more points. It's my turn to vote from below. At this time, the magnetic voice of Mayor Zhang on the stage rang out, instantly lifting everyone's spirits. The winner of this edition of the Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year award was about to be born. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Mayor Zhang's voice slowly resounded within the venue. I decide. Mayor Zhang paused as he said this, his majestic gaze sweeping over the crowd of enterprise bosses on stage. The nervous hearts of everyone present were instantly raised in their throats. Place my vote for Weihua factory. What? After hearing Mayor Zhang's decision, everyone wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Looking at Mayor Zhang on the high platform with a surprised expression, the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room even instantly exploded. What's the situation? Did I hear it right? Mayor Zhang voted for Weihua factory? Why? Weihua factory is an enterprise that was seized by their government, and this time, the mayor of a city gave him the title. Isn't this a slap in his own face? This Weihua factory has a big background. Otherwise why would Elder Jiang, and even the current mayor vote for this seized enterprise? I don't understand. I don't know, and I don't dare to speak. It's all fake. The crowd of netizens were very skeptical of Mayor Zhang's decision, and they all very much disapproved of it. And a group of business executives on the stage were also whispering about the results of this selection. However, due to the face of Mayor Zhang, the head of the city, they did not dare to say anything. At this time, as the last vote of Lin Dong, the whole person froze in place, very confused. He did not expect that good luck would really fall from the sky, and that he would actually win the championship of this Magic City selection. He even kind of couldn't believe that this was true. However, on the other side, Qian Yu looked at Lin Dong with an extremely grim expression, the veins on his forehead bulging. He did not understand why Mayor Zhang had cast this vote for Lin Dong, who was clearly the best candidate for this champion. It must be this brat Lin Dong who has played a dirty trick. Qian Yu's eyes were covered in blood as he stared ferociously in Lin Dong's direction. He thought that it must be Lin Dong who had adopted an illicit relationship. Otherwise it was impossible for Lin Dong to win. His deep-seated resentment towards Lin Dong reached the extreme. On the high stage of the selection, moderator, you may declare the end of the selection. Good. The host, who was equally surprised by the selection result, was busy nodding his head after hearing Mayor Zhang's words. Although he was also surprised by Mayor Zhang's vote, she did not dare to disobey the mayor's words. Just as he was about to announce the winner of this year's selection, a hoarse, resentful voice rang out from the stage. Mayor Zhang, I don't think it's fair. Qian Yu under the stage stood up and loudly questioned Mayor Zhang. He was not willing to see that the champion, who was clearly his own, was inexplicably taken away by Lin Dong just like that. I don't understand why a seized enterprise can still win the championship that should belong to us, not to mention that his business planning is not as good as ours. Qian Yu spoke grimly, specifically emphasizing on the word seized. Your champion? Mayor Zhang did not have the slightest hint of annoyance on his face when faced with Qian Yu's public questioning. He just stared at Qian Yu on the stage with a strange expression. When did I say it was your champion? Mayor Zhang glanced condescendingly at Qian Yu before slowly sitting back in his seat. This time, the champion was internalized to be Weihua factory from the very beginning. If my secretary hadn't said that the impact was bad, I wouldn't have been prepared to open this edition of the selection contest. The bosses of the major enterprises on the stage and the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room almost stared out of their eyes after hearing this helpless answer from Mayor Zhang. How could they not expect to hear such an answer from Mayor Zhang? What about the promised shady secrets? What about the promised background of the Weihua factory? How was this a bit different from what was expected? What's the situation here? Can anyone tell me? I'm a bit confused right now. I'll slow down. My brain CPU is burning. Let me straighten this out. Mayor Zhang voted for the Weihua factory's vote because the winner was originally predetermined. So the Weihua factory had to win. Is that what it means? Asterisk. This is more exciting than a TV show. After the crowd of netizens had rationalized the logic behind why Mayor Zhang had cast that vote for Lin Dong, a new doubt emerged in their minds. Why would a seized Weihua factory be internalized as the winner? Chapter 63, The Truth Comes Out. The judging scene. After Mayor Zhang finished those words, the stage suddenly became chaotic. Both large and small business executives were whispering about the unbelievable scene. They also began to speculate on the relationship between Mayor Zhang and Lin Dong. They thought that Mayor Zhang's relationship with Lin Dong must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he take care of Lin Dong so well? As for Qian Yu, He sat back to his original position with a black face and a gray face. He did not realize that his confident questioning had been mercilessly slapped in the face by reality. He also realized that all the enterprises in this competition were the sidekicks from the very beginning. Feiyu Group has never been the biggest winner of the championship, because the champion has always been Weihua Factory. Although Qian Yu was upset, he did not continue to question. He was also not a little cutie. Since Mayor Zhang dared to say these words, he was not afraid of being questioned by others. There was naturally his reasoning for this. Lin Dong, you really deserve to die. Qian Yu grimaced and clenched his fists tightly. The championship that he had been aiming to win had disappeared, and he had even paid a huge price for it. This was truly a loss of a wife and a soldier. However, the culprit of all this was Lin Dong. Qian Yu's gaze was extremely resentful as he looked towards Lin Dong. His heart hated to completely tear Lin Dong apart. However, Lin Dong was confused at the moment and looked at Mayor Zhang on the high platform without knowing why. He was also unclear as to why Mayor Zhang was so favorable towards him. Surprisingly, the Magic City Best Enterprise of the Year selection champion, which a large number of enterprises had gone crazy over, had been so inexplicably internalized to him. Could it be because he sees that I am too handsome? Lin Dong only felt that the happiness had come too suddenly and thought wildly in his heart. At this time, Mayor Zhang on the high stage once again looked at his mouth, and for a few moments, the entire audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Mayor Zhang. In addition to awarding this edition of the Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year champion to Weihua Factory, I have one more important thing to do today. Mayor Zhang's voice resounded throughout the room, causing the hearts of many enterprise bosses to shake. They were also curious as to what Mayor Zhang was referring to when he said there was one more important thing. Mayor Zhang beckoned, and then his secretary, Secretary Zhou, arrived on the high platform. Xiao Zhou, report with everyone on the reason why the Weihua factory was seized, as well as the performance of the Weihua factory's products. Okay, Mayor Zhang. After Secretary Zhou respectfully nodded in agreement, he took out the folder he had brought in with him. In response to the reason for the seizure of the Weihua factory, Mayor Zhang sent a task force to investigate, and after checking the aliases, the malicious reports of individual enterprises were found, and punishment has been started in order. And at the same time, because of the abuse of power by a certain cadre, he has been dismissed from his post and is awaiting action. After formal testing, the quality of Weihua factory products all qualified. Secretary Zhou's not-so-small voice rang out, declaring that the quality of Weihua factory's products was qualified. The rumor that the Weihua factory's product quality was faulty and had been seized was also dispelled. When these words fell on the ears of the crowd, it was like a thunderbolt. The shock of this news was no less than the shock they felt when they heard that Weihua factory was the internal champion. The crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room, after learning the truth, were even more dumbfounded on the spot. They collectively froze, and for a moment, they actually didn't know what to say. This is still someone falsely accusing Weihua factory? No way. This can be reversed? This is the first business I've seen that has collapsed multiple times and always reversed. But this is outrageous. I thought this time the government stepped in, so it must be true. Right, but it turns out it's still a rumor. I apologize. I used to curse Weihua factory too much. Not only were the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room talking, but many of the business bosses present had also started to get close to Lin Dong. They all knew it in their hearts. Weihua factory's influence from now on would definitely be one of the top enterprises in China. Not to mention the fact that Weihua factory had already been awarded the title of Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year. The influence of Weihua factory before it was falsely accused had already crushed many large enterprises in China. This made many business executives feel that they had to seize this opportunity to climb the Weihua factory's thigh in the future. But Lin Dong, as the party concerned, is mixed feelings. He was happy that the truth finally came out. Weihua factory can finally continue to produce Weihua products, can continue to let more people in China with affordable, cheap products. Lin Dong indifferently looked at the major business executives in front of him who had come to make friends. Thinking about the treatment he had received before, he was able to realize the meaning of the word "the world is cold." On the other side, Qian Yu, who was arrogant and exuberant before, was pale and fidgety at this time. What made him fidgety was not losing this selection contest this time. Rather, it was the fact that he knew that the cadre that Secretary Zhou was talking about was none other than his director's brother. How could he have never imagined that the plan that was almost perfectly targeting the Weihua factory could still be successfully overturned by Lin Dong? Qian Yu knew that they had lost and had suffered heavy losses. The successive setbacks made Qian Yu painfully pull his hair. But then several uniformed police uncles came in front of him, instantly causing his body to tremble. Then a righteous voice came into his ears. You are suspected of defaming the image of other enterprises and maliciously slandering them, which constitutes the crime of commercial reputation. Commercial reputation. please come with us. Xian Yu sat paralyzed in his chair with his face ashen, knowing that resistance at this point was pointless. He allowed the police uncle to handcuff him away and bring him into the station to drink tea. This scene was witnessed by quite a few people in their eyes, and they also realized that the bald man's words earlier were the truth. Lin Dong also reacted at this moment, so it turned out that this Qian Yu was in league with Phoenix Technologies. No wonder he was so hostile towards him before. Alright, a little hiccup has occurred. Everyone will next join together to see what consumers really say about Weihua's products. Secretary Zhou smiled in a spring-like manner. Then with a slight press of the remote control in his hand, a video appeared on the big screen. It was precisely the video that Mayor Zhang had investigated in Zhang Dahua's home earlier. Looking at the humble house in Zhang Dahua's home, but it possessed several high and mid-range electrical appliances. Many people first froze for a few seconds before somewhat wondering how such a humble environment could have so many high-end appliances. But soon there were sharp-eyed people who were surprised to discover a fact. That was that none of these high and mid-range household appliances were produced by the Weihua factory. As the remote control in Secretary Zhou's hand switched, more and more videos appeared on the big screen. It was only then that many people were shocked to discover two common features of these videos. One of which was that the environments in which the people in these videos were living were not very privileged. The second was that none of the high and middle-end electrical appliances used in these people's homes were products of the Weihua factory. Chapter 64, receiving the title of Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year. When one after another realistic video was played, the crowd fell silent. Those who still had preconceived notions about the Weihua factory before were even more eager to smack themselves a few times at this moment. There were also many people who remembered the images from Brother Sheep's live broadcast at that time, which seemed to be the same as the scene in front of them. Not waiting for the crowd to lament, Mayor Zhang spoke. Xiao Zhou, show everyone the reasons for voting just now, and see what reasons those who voted for Weihua factory wrote. Let everyone see whether Weihua factory is swiping votes or whether it's the people's will. Okay, Mayor Zhang. After Secretary Zhou respectfully agreed, the remote control in his hand was once again gently pressed. Immediately afterward, the picture on the big screen turned around, and all of the background of the previous voting interface was displayed in front of everyone's eyes, only to see that in the line below the Weihua factory's vote, there were all written the reasons for their respective votes. The crowd gazed at it and instantly burst into tears. I'm a rural person. I don't know what a micro 3D printer is. I only know that Weihua products bring happiness to our family. Weihua air conditioner allows our family to harvest a cool in the hot summer. Weihua refrigerator allows us to eat fresh food under the weather where the food is easy to deteriorate. Weihua cell phone draws me closer to my husband who fights in the outside world. You ask why we like Weihua products? Just because he thinks of us poor people. Go Weihua factory. I am a patient with cancer. My family is very poor. No money, but I bought 199 Weihua cell phone. My home is only the wall peeling off. The cabinet full of all kinds of medicines. There is the age-old table, as well as the bottles and cans that cannot be thrown away. There is no lie. There is no selling. There is just, can afford 199 soft currency family of the real world? Because I want to use this 199 cell phone to show me the world. Go Weihua factory. I don't know what the rich people's world is like. I don't know how many rich people there are in Huaxia, but I know that none of our villages here are rich. And I also know how happy our villages are after collectively purchasing Weihua products, air conditioners, refrigerators, and cell phones, which is something that our villages didn't even dare to think about before. However, now all of them are turned into reality because of Weihua products. Way to go, Weihua factory. One after another words that make people weep. One after another people who silently support Weihua factory behind the scenes. As one reason after another crossed the eyes of the crowd, somehow the vision blurred before their eyes. Many of the business executives present fell into deep thought and stopped speaking. I do not know how long. Their eyes are only left with the rich. Think they produce products no matter how high the price. There will be people to buy. But when did they ever think about these poor people? It was important to know that the average and poor people in China accounted for 80% of the population in China. However, the Weihua factory did it, and did it well. It's no wonder that Weihua factory's products are able to sell more than 100,000 products a day, and have been on fire for such a long time. No wonder that even if Weihua factory is being vilified, there are still countless people who silently believe in Weihua factory. Thinking about this, many enterprise bosses sighed deeply. The title of Best Enterprise of the Year in Magic City, Weihua factory deserved it. And at this moment a group of netizens were even more ashamed and sobbed uncontrollably after reading these reasons. They regretted that they had listened to rumors again and again before, making Weihua factory face accusations and abuse from the crowd again and again. Think about what I did in the past. MD, I really deserve to die. I think we were really wrong. A few times because of misunderstanding and net violence against Weihua factory. People cheat no problem. There is a problem is our heart. Think about myself. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family, but I look down on Weihua factory time and time again. Think about what I'm qualified for. This session of netizens. Really, the internet has no memory. Numerous netizens confessed in the live broadcast, expounding their apologies to Weihua factory. However, Lin Dong, who was the party involved, was not too concerned about this, and his dark eyes sank slightly as he looked at the reasoning on the big screen. He clenched his fists, a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. Lin Dong had a better perception of the poor people in Huaxia, and he felt that he had still done too little. He still had to utilize the super factory to make the lives of everyone in Huaxia no longer poor. Let everyone's quality of life improve. At the same time, Lin Dong's heart was filled with boundless anger. If it wasn't for the Sky Eagle Group's underhandedness in the past few months, he believed that with the hotness of Weihua's products at that time, he would definitely be able to produce some more products that everyone could afford to use. Sky Eagle Group. Lin Dong frowned. He decided that he would no longer be pinched as if he was a soft target time and time again. Since it was so hard to get up this time, he would never be easily victimized again. Lin Dong intended to utilize the super factory to start fighting back and make this foreign company with despicable methods get out of China. Although the previous sales of Weihua products were very hot and had achieved good success. However, Lin Dong had a bigger goal at the moment. He not only wanted to make more people in Huaxia to be able to use the good products that they could not afford to use before, he also wanted to make these foreign companies that were taking advantage of poor technology in China, or utilizing exclusive technology for profiteering, not earn a penny. This way, even if it couldn't completely change the Chinese market, at least it wouldn't be so pandemonium. I announced that the title of Best Enterprise of the Year for this session of Magic City goes to Weihua Factory. Everyone applaud Weihua Factory, the light of national products. The host's slightly choked voice rang out in the venue, but his voice revealed excitement and pride. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue suddenly erupted into thunderous applause that could not be stopped for a long time. And in the CCTV broadcasting room, countless netizens spontaneously celebrated silently for Lin Dong in the broadcasting room. Light of the nation Weihua Factory. Go for it. The screen was filled with these shocking words. The crowd of netizens had gone through several tirades against Weihua Factory and then invariably flipped over. This time, they had already been bowled over by Weihua Factory from the bottom of their hearts. After all, after being falsely accused 3 times in a row, but still did not have any rollover phenomenon, but instead by the crowd of support for the enterprise. This kind of enterprise is really only one Weihua Factory. There are even netizens who are determined to ensure their trust in Weihua Factory, but they are also teasing. The chances of Weihua Factory going out of business are greater than the chances of Weihua Factory's products having problems. The crowd was also aware that this was a joke. According to the current development prospects of Weihua Factory, the possibility of closing down was as small as the possibility of planetary destruction. This year's Magic City Best Enterprise of the Year contest also slowly drew to a close amidst the applause of the crowd. However, it had left an indelible memory for all those who had watched this selection competition. Just as Lin Dong got up with the intention of hurriedly leaving the venue to get rid of the interviewing reporters outside, the two of them, Elder Li and Elder Jiang, walked over together in his direction. The two of them wore delighted smiles on their faces and were clearly in a very good mood. Congratulations, Lin Dong, winning first place in this selection. Worthy of being the young man I have my eye on. The two of them, Elder Li and Elder Jiang, sized up the Lin Dong in front of them with satisfaction, and were appreciating Lin Dong more and more. After the three of them chatted for a while, Elder Li suddenly looked solemn. He patted Lin Dong's shoulder and said solemnly, Lin Dong, Mayor Zhang is looking for you. Chapter 65, Mayor Zhang's Request. Mayor Zhang is looking for me? A brilliant light flashed in Lin Dong's eyes and he reconfirmed with great surprise. After seeing both Elder Li and Elder Jiang nodding their heads very definitely, confirming that it was Mayor Zhang who was looking for him, he followed behind Elder Li and Elder Jiang and went to pay his respects to Mayor Zhang. Although Lin Dong was not too familiar with this Mayor Zhang, he had seen quite a few reports about this Mayor Zhang on the news before. In short, the evaluation of this Mayor Zhang was that he was a young and capable mayor who was dedicated to his duties and was a good mayor for the sake of the people. However, now it seemed that Lin Dong recognized these evaluations. If he was not a good mayor who did his duty and thought about the people, otherwise, how would a mayor of a city in a high position understand the lives of the people at the bottom? What's more, he had brought the companies that had falsely accused the Weihua Factory to justice and returned the truth to the Weihua Factory. Just based on these alone, Lin Dong felt good about this Mayor Zhang. After following behind the two Jiang Lao, Lin Dong arrived at a single room in the Oriental Mansion. That Mayor Zhang, the youngest mayor of Magic City, was sitting inside making tea. Elder Jiang, Elder Li, Lin Dong, you guys are here? Mayor Zhang was also aware of Lin Dong's several people at the doorway and smiled as he greeted the several people. With an approachable look, there was no mayor's stance at all. Under Mayor Zhang's greeting, after the several people sat down, Mayor Zhang poured a cup of tea for each person. After the several people exchanged briefly for a while, Mayor Zhang suddenly looked at Lin Dong with a straight face and a gleaming gaze. Really young and promising. So young to have developed photolithography drawings, micro 3D printers and these high-tech products. And even more so, he has made the enterprise so deep into the hearts of the people. It's really something. Thanks to the mayor's help. I also want to thank you more, Zhang Lao and Li Lao. Lin Dong hurriedly got up and sincerely expressed his gratitude to the Mayor Zhang in front of him, as well as the two Zhang Lao on the side. Without their help, Lin Dong felt that there was really nothing he could do now. Mayor Zhang sipped his tea before waving his hand repeatedly, signaling Lin Dong to sit down. There aren't many entrepreneurs like you who think about the masses. It's only right to help you, but I didn't call you over today for you to thank me. Then, hearing this, Lin Dong looked at Mayor Zhang with some confusion. Mayor Zhang looked at the two Zhang Lao beside him at this time, and the three of them exchanged an unspoken glance. I invited you over this time because I want to ask you to do me a favor. Favor? Lin Dong was stunned. He really could not think of any favor that he, an ordinary citizen, could do to help the head of a city. I want you to help our magic city and also help our Huaxia to participate in an international competition. Just as Lin Dong was puzzled, Mayor Zhang explained everything slowly. 6 months from now, the International Enterprise Science and Technology Innovation Product Exchange Competition will be carried out in Eagle Sauce, and several countries have been invited to participate together. Among them is us, Huaxia. When Mayor Zhang said this, he sighed deeply, his expression becoming somewhat heavy and helpless. The faces of the two Zhang Lao on the side also sank. In the past, we Huaxia would participate in the international exchange competition every year, but without exception, we would always finish in the bottom. According to what the above means is that every year, each city in Huaxia must send one enterprise to participate in the competition, and it doesn't matter if the results are good or bad. Mayor Zhang hated the iron and lightly tapped the desktop, shaking his head in disappointment. There's no way around it. Most of the domestic enterprises in Huaxia are dedicated to profitability and rarely develop high-tech products, and many of the high-end fields in Huaxia are dependent on imports, and this situation hasn't been around for a day or two. This year it happens to be our turn in Mordor, but this year, Mayor Zhang's topic took a sharp turn, then looked at Lin Dong with a burning gaze. Are you planning to let me participate in the competition this year? Hearing this, Lin Dong also instantly realized Mayor Zhang's purpose of looking for him this time. Right. I think that if you represent our Huaxia to participate in the competition, we might still have a glimmer of hope of winning the competition this year. Mayor Zhang stood up excitedly, looking at Lin Dong with incomparable apprehension, yet incomparable anticipation. After all, you were able to develop the photolithography drawings and produce them. I do not feel that you can be much worse than those top international companies. Even if you lose, it won't be too embarrassing, so I hope you can do us this favor. Mayor Zhang looked at Lin Dong hesitantly, a rare nervousness making him feel apprehensive. He hoped that Lin Dong could agree to this request of his. After all, Huaxia was almost always a bottom feeder in this international competition every year. This had been reduced to the laughingstock of many countries internationally. Especially important was the fact that this year, Huaxia had gradually developed in all fields and had achieved not a small amount of international repercussions. Mayor Zhang didn't want it to be his turn for the city under his jurisdiction to participate in the competition this year and still take a bottom place, letting the reputation of Huaxia be tarnished once again. Although Mayor Zhang had heard that Lin Dong had unconditionally handed over the photolithography drawings to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he was still afraid that Lin Dong would reject his request. After all, Lin Dong was ultimately a businessman, and businessmen by nature valued profit. Thinking of this, Mayor Zhang hurriedly added another sentence. Lin Dong, as long as you agree to my request, the remuneration is whatever you want to mention. As long as it is legal and I can do it, I will fulfill you. Seeing Lin Dong not speaking, Mayor Zhang thought that the remuneration he had given was too generalized and was just about to open his mouth to say something. He then saw Lin Dong raise his head to meet his eyes before slowly shaking his head. Mayor Zhang thought that Lin Dong had refused, and his heart instantly went cold. But the next second, the teenager's cool voice rang in his ears. Mayor Zhang, I promise you, but I don't want payment. If you live and die for your country, how can you avoid it? Not to mention simply participating in a competition. I am also a part of Huaxia. Being able to offer my small contribution to the country is something I should do. Mayor Zhang first froze for a second as he listened to Lin Dong's words, immediately followed by an unprecedented feeling of surprise bursting out from his originally disappointed eyes. As he thought back on what Lin Dong had said and looked into his pitch-black eyes, he only felt a violent tremor within him. He had not seen such pure words for a long time. Golly country life and death, will you avoid woe and happiness? Mayor Zhang inwardly repeated these words over and over again, appreciating the young man in front of him more and more. Good, Lin Dong, with these words from you, I feel relieved. In the future, If you encounter any unsolvable problems in Mordor, feel free to come to me. I will also send my secretary to keep an eye on your Weihua factory. Surprised, Mayor Zhang appreciatively patted Lin Dong's shoulder and also made a promise to Lin Dong perhaps. It was considered as a kind of protection made to Lin Dong as well as Lin Dong's Weihua factory. Chapter 66, Central Mom's Report. Lin Dong. Several people also bid farewell and left the room after chatting with Mayor Zhang for a few moments. Lin Dong, there is a chance to meet up next time. Remember to look for me if there is trouble. I hope to hear good news from you. After the several people had walked out of the Oriental Mansion, Elderly took the lead in bidding farewell to Lin Dong. Lin Dong also formally thanked Elderly for his help in this selection before the two of them hurriedly parted ways. He then boarded a special car with Jiang Lao and prepared to return to the hospital to visit his father. Lin Dong, I have applied for 100 million soft currency. In the car, Jiang Lao was also chatting with Lin Dong about the procurement of the relevant medical enterprises. This money is for the procurement costs of the triple-chamber pacemakers, and I hope that you can produce this batch of triple-chamber pacemakers as soon as possible. I've heard that normal sales will resume soon over at Medtronic, so you have to be quick. Suddenly Jiang Lao also thought of something, and a hint of caution was revealed in his wise eyes. How much do you kid plan to set the selling price? Don't you sell it too expensive and bully an old man like me? Lin Dong looked at Jiang Lao somewhat breathlessly after hearing his words, but still replied in a serious manner. Jiang Lao, thanks for remembering to ask. I thought you had forgotten. The selling price is 2,000 soft sister coins. If it's fast, it can be completed in one day tomorrow. You're not kidding, right? 2,000 soft sister coins to complete 50,000 pieces of three-chamber pacemakers in one day? After Jiang Lao heard Lin Dong's reply, the mouthful of water that he had just drank into his mouth almost sprayed out. His usual calm and collected demeanor had all disappeared at this moment. He stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes. If not for the fact that he already knew Lin Dong very well, he would definitely think that Lin Dong was crazy to say these words. According to the market today, the cheapest triple-chamber pacemaker would cost 50,000 soft currency, not to mention Lin Dong's kind of excellent quality triple-chamber pacemaker. Now, he had actually heard Lin Dong say that it was only sold for 2,000 soft currency. Moreover, the production time was just one day. Jiang Lao did some preliminary calculations. 100 million soft sister dollars. According to Lin Dong's selling price of 2,000 soft sister dollars. That is, Lin Dong would have to produce a total of 50,000 pieces of three-chamber pacemakers to manufacture such a complex medical device in a day's time, and also ensure that the quality and the level of craftsmanship was up to standard. This was something that was simply impossible to accomplish in Jiang Lao's opinion. If not for the fact that Jiang Lao had known Lin Dong for such a long time, he also knew that Lin Dong was not the type of person who spoke nonsense with his eyes open. Otherwise, he would have to kick Lin Dong off the bus right now. Isn't it good to have 2,000 soft currency? Make it affordable for every patient in Huaxia. I don't want me to produce a product that will cost some patients their lives because they can't afford it. That's too bad. Lin Dong shook his head and calmly stated. This was something he had personally experienced, thinking about when his father had just gotten sick and had no money. That kind of feeling he never wanted to experience again. Having the ability to change this situation, he preferred not to have more people in Huaxia encounter this situation. I can probably understand now why so many people support your Weihua products. Elder Jiang stared at Lin Dong for a while, although he still did not believe that Lin Dong was able to build 50,000 pieces of triple-chamber pacemakers in such a short period of time. However, for Lin Dong's thought of thinking for the masses, it still caused him to let out a heartfelt admiration for Lin Dong, even though he did not pay much attention to the news on weekdays. However, after seeing the crowd's support for Weihua's products at the selection venue, indeed, at that moment, it had left him, a renowned professor in the medical field with countless experiences, with quite a psychological shock. And now Lin Dong's words had also made Jiang Lao feel even more deeply. If such a good enterprise that thinks about the consumers is not supported by the masses, it is simply unreasonable. At this time, the online hot search and news about Weihua factories winning the title of Magic City's best enterprise of the year was even hotter. Once again, it dominated all the hot searches on the internet. There were countless videos praising Weihua's products, and news about Weihua's factory was also numerous. There were even countless netizens expressing sincere apologies to Weihua factory. The various bloggers who blackened the Weihua factory before, as well as various marketing numbers, also took down the videos that smeared Weihua products. As for the bloggers who were too late to delete the videos, all of them were scolded by major netizens. This scene seems to make countless netizens feel déjà vu. There were also authoritative media that made a spot-on evaluation of this phenomenon of netizens cyberstorming a company because of false information in the first place. When the avalanche comes, no snowflake is innocent. Never let the light of domestic production be destroyed in our own hands. The thought-provoking remarks immediately shamed many netizens. There were even a lot of media outlets that came forward to speak up for the Weihua factory. allowing it to usher in belated justice. As for the video about Weihua's products, it was even praised by countless netizens. However, just when a group of netizens thought that this was the highest media treatment that Weihua Factory had received, a piece of news appeared that made the Chinese masses explode. As the most famous and authoritative CCTV news in China, it was the first time that an enterprise was praised. And that enterprise is precisely the Weihua Factory that is currently on fire in China. The gold content of this honor is no worse than the title of Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year. It is important to know that over the past few decades, there have been very few enterprises that have been covered by CCTV. It can even be said that there is no, because CCTV news every day to report the news or national events, or is the people's livelihood. How else could it become the most authoritative news in China? Without one. This time, the CCTV news report on the Weihua Factory was undoubtedly a direct affirmation of the contribution and significance of the Weihua Factory. This caused countless netizens to marvel and hotly debate. A central mom personally reporting on it. Isn't this the same as a central mom endorsing a company? Weihua Factory is going all the way this time. Magic City Weihua Factory fluff. Cheating 666. Weihua Factory deserves this honor. It deserves it. An enterprise that thinks about ordinary people and the poor is really an enterprise with a conscience. Countless people felt that Weihua Factory was worthy of the honor because of the Central Moms Report on Weihua Factory. Because of the Central Moms Report, the Weihua Factory's fame skyrocketed several times again. The top popularity of all the video platforms was none other than the Weihua Factory, and the huge traffic flow attracted countless bloggers to praise the Weihua Factory. More than that, many people want to find Weihua Factory and go to Weihua Factory together to send a banner to thank Weihua Factory for its contribution. This time the heat and fame of Weihua Factory reached an unprecedented level. More people in Huaxia understood and recognized Weihua Factory. Lin Dong, who was still in the hospital taking care of his father, was also surprised to find out about the Central Moms Report on Weihua Factory. This caused Lin Dong's heart to be filled with mixed feelings of heartache, pride and excitement. His Weihua products had finally been recognized by more people, and even more so by a great honor. Lin Dong could not wait to share this joy and honor with his father, who was already almost recovered. Not long after, happy laughter came from the ward. Chapter 67, Max's Doubt. The next morning, Lin Dong got up early. This was because he had to produce the tri-chamber pacemaker today and would be delivering it to Jiang Lao tomorrow. As for the millions of hyped orders in the background of Weihua's store, Lin Dong was also mentally marveling at how hot the Weihua Factory was this time around. But he planned to first sell through quite a bit of the inventory that he had before the seizure of the Weihua Factory. After today, he would then start producing and manufacturing Weihua products. After all, compared to the Weihua products, the triple-chamber pacemaker was more important in Lin Dong's mind. This was because it was a medical device that could save lives. And this time, the triple-chamber pacemaker was very different from the previous Weihua products. Not only did it cancel the previous iconic Weihua logo, it was changed to Made in China. At the same time, the materials used were all top-notch materials. However, as for the price of the three-chamber pacemaker, it was still the same as the previous Weihua products, a mere $50 more. I wonder how many points can be exchanged for these 50,000 pieces of triple-chamber pacemakers. After procuring the materials to produce the triple-chamber pacemakers, Lin Dong secretly estimated the points that could be exchanged. He remembered that last time, the Weihua air conditioner was also exchanged for points that far exceeded the points redeemable for the Weihua cell phone due to the high cost of production. This time, the cost of the three-chamber pacemaker was far more than all the previous Weihua products. Therefore, Lin Dong was looking forward to how many points the triple chambers pacemaker could bring him. After all, he was on a mission now and his need for points far exceeded that of before. Lin Dong was well aware of the difficult enormity of the task Mayor Zhang had given him. He wanted to stand out amongst the products developed by hundreds of companies from many international countries and achieve a decent result. Products redeemed with tens of millions of points and hundreds of millions of points alone were simply not enough. Unless Lin Dong's luck broke out again and he was able to encounter product drawings of that level of photolithography in the lottery system. Otherwise, he would have to spend exorbitant points to exchange for high-tech product drawings. However, the points for each high-tech product drawing were invariably tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. The exorbitant points required made Lin Dong's scalp numb. Therefore, the task of developing a high-tech product within 6 months was already a daunting one. 6 months was simply not enough for Lin Dong. He remembered that Weihua cell phones, Weihua air conditioners, and other Weihua products had been sold for almost 5 months and had gained less than 1 billion points at most. Lin Dong rubbed his temples on both sides of his face as he thought of this. The best way to gain points now was to develop costly products with sufficient sales volume. This would make it possible to obtain enough points within 6 months. He set a goal for himself to earn at least 10 billion points, or more than 10 billion points, within 6 months. Only then could he have a glimmer of hope of winning the international competition in a few months. It seems like this field of medical devices in China is something that we need to let the people from the Sky Eagle Group get the hell out of the way. Lin Dong cracked his eyebrows as he planned his next step in his mind. The field of medical devices in Huaxia was definitely a big market that was fast worth developing for him. Apart from the expensive medical device manufacturing costs, its huge demand market just satisfied Lin Dong's sales problem. As long as the Sky Eagle Group's medical device company was expelled from China, then Lin Dong would have a market with a stable source of points gained, and at the same time, it would also fulfill Lin Dong's original intention of manufacturing Weihua products, allowing more Chinese people to have a better environment to see a doctor and no longer be dissuaded by the high hospital fees. Sky Eagle Group. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, pondering in his mind, and at this time, the highest level of the Sky Eagle Group, the big-bellied manager, Mike, was currently shivering and kneeling on the ground, just about pissing his pants in fear. Xian Yu, who had a gloomy face on the side, was also keeping his head down, not daring to say anything. Wow, an expensive, beautifully shaped celadon vase was viciously slammed onto the ground, emitting a crisp cracking sound. The crisp cracking sound caused Mike, who was kneeling on the ground, to shiver fiercely. Against the Weihua factory? This is what you call dealing with the Weihua factory? Max, who had never been angry before, lashed out in his office, his furious roar sending shivers down one's spine. He crossed his arms, and his two pairs of straight long legs kicked Mike to the ground with a harsh kick. Mike, who was curled up in a heap because of the huge pain, didn't dare to make a single sound, and could only hold back the severe pain with a full head of sweat. Damn thing, Max cursed viciously, a far cry from his usual high spirits. One of you will explain two things to me. Didn't you guys claim that it's impossible for the Weihua factory to get up again? In the face of Max's question, the room was instantly plunged into a deathly silence. It was only after a long time that Xian Yu stammered in a small voice. I did try my best. My brother was inside stepping on the sewing machine. It must be him. Speaking here, Xian Yu's face became vicious and resentful. This time the Magic City annual Best Enterprise selection. He could be said to have paid a huge and tragic price. Not only did he not win the competition, but also dragged his own brother not only to lose his position, but also managed to go in and drink tea himself. If he did not waste a big price, he is still inside to stay. He came out determined that he must take revenge and make Lin Dong pay the price. Make Lin Dong's Weihua factory pay the price. So he must not lose the powerful backing of the Sky Eagle Group for any reason now. Thinking of this, Xian Yu pointed his finger towards Mike, who was lying on the ground, and shouted, "It must be Mike." He let Lin Dong catch a hold of him. After all, Lin Dong only knows that Phoenix Technologies has been at odds with him. Xian Yu finished his sentence and also kicked at Mike, cursing spitefully. "Dead thing, causing my brother to fail this expectation of you from Manager Max." Mike once again stifled a grunt, sweating in pain and unable to speak. After Max topped Xian Yu for a long time, he glanced at Mike lying on the ground with an unkind gaze. Then he exhaled another long breath of turbid air, his eyes once again staring at Xian Yu in front of him like a falcon. So what's going on with the medical equipment? Today, Medtronic's sales of medical devices to China. Suddenly the Chinese side stopped the purchase of the product, the triple-chamber pacemaker. I remember that the opinion of temporarily stopping sales was put forward by you, right? Xian Yu's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Marx's soul-stirring eyes, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly waved his hand and denied it in a hurry. This I really don't know, Boss Marx. If the Weihua factory had manufactured a triple-chamber pacemaker, there's no way we wouldn't know about it. Xian Yu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, if Weihua factory had really made a triple-chamber pacemaker, then he could have long ago utilized the patent of the triple-chamber pacemaker to make himself famous. Lin Dong doesn't have to wait for this Magic City Enterprise of the Year selection at all, and his losses can be minimized a lot. That's why I don't think the triple-chamber pacemaker is made by the Weihua factory. Max fell into silence for a moment as he listened to Xian Yu's words. He admitted that Xian Yu's words did make sense, based on the medical device field in China alone. If the Weihua factory had the ability to manufacture a three-chamber pacemaker, it would have already become famous in China. Moreover, Max felt that if the Weihua factory had the ability to manufacture a triple-chamber pacemaker, then he could completely produce more medical devices. Instead, Huaxia had only suspended the purchase of triple-chamber pacemakers. This made Max feel very strange. Could it be that other foreign companies are offering low prices for Huaxia's triple-chamber pacemakers? Max's brows furrowed furiously at the thought, and after retrieving his thoughts, he glared at Xian Yu before faintly instructing, "Once you have gathered any information on the triple-chamber pacemaker, report back to me immediately. Remember, don't offend Weihua factory again in a short period of time." Seeing the task that Max had ordered, Xian Yu did not dare to slow down in the slightest as he answered and agreed. When Xian Yu left, Mike, who had been lying on the ground, crawled from the ground and came to Max's side, complaining pitifully, Boss, listen to my explanation. Max just kicked Mike away in disgust. Then a few black-clothed men came outside the door. The next second, a cold voice rang through the room. Bring back Eagle Sauce and send him to God so he can explain himself to God. Chapter 68, The Crisis of China's Domestic Automobiles. On the other side in the Weihua factory. After Lin Dong put the Weihua products that were in the Weihua factory before it was forced to seize them on the major platforms one after another, he also started ordering Robot 01 to produce the triple-chamber pacemaker. What made Lin Dong very surprised was, those Weihua products that were uploaded onto the shelves were all frantically snapped up by major netizens in just a few seconds. Lin Dong instantly reaped hundreds of thousands of soft currency, as well as 500,000 points. Such a huge amount of traffic caused Lin Dong, who had experienced many large scenes, to secretly smack his lips. He predicted that the traffic at this time should exceed any time in the past. It is truly unbreakable. Lin Dong muttered to himself with slight emotion. Despite being framed by the Sky Eagle Group's people forcing the Weihua factory to shut down for a period of time, the horrifying traffic nowadays had been blessed by the disaster. Suddenly at this time, Robot 01, who was supposed to be producing triple-chamber pacemakers, flashed over. Report master, there are people outside looking for you. Looking for me? Could it be a media reporter? Or a cooperative manufacturer? Lin Dong's brain quickly thought for a few seconds, and instinctively thought of this aspect. Ever since each of the previous bursts of fire from the Weihua factory, there had been many media interviews each time, but they were all rebuffed by him, not to mention that this time, he had won the title of Magic City's Best Enterprise of the Year. That even attracted countless media reporters, claiming that they wanted to interview him about the secret of his success. In fact, it is all for the huge flow of Weihua factory now. Want to take this to rub a wave of traffic only. At the same time, there were also many investors who wanted to cooperate with Lin Dong. However, without exception, they were all rejected by Lin Dong. After all, Lin Dong did not want to expose the fact that he owned a super factory, just as Lin Dong wanted to order Robot 01 to send away the people who were looking for him. When he unintentionally glanced up, he saw the projection put up by Robot 01 on the wall and his expression was slightly stunned. The old president of Chiruwei Automobile? Lin Dong gazed at the person in the projection and was certain that the person who had come to him this time was the Chiruwei Automobile boss without a doubt. This caused a few moments of surprise to rise in his heart. This was the boss of one of the leading enterprises in China, whose influence in China could be described as far-reaching, and was even supported by countless Chinese masses. It was also the favorite to win the Magic City Annual Best Enterprise Championship. Lin Dong, however, did not expect the veteran president of the leading enterprise in Huaxia to personally come to the Weihua factory. This made him a little unbelievable in his heart. It was reasonable to say that whether it was the influence of Chiruwei Automobile Enterprise in the Chinese market or its superb position in the Chinese automobile field, all of these were far more than the Weihua factory. Therefore, Lin Dong simply could not think of a reason for the old president of Chiruwei Automobile to come to Weihua factory. It seems that it is sort of impossible to say this without seeing it. Lin Dong was not someone who put on airs and knew that businessmen try to offend as few people as possible, especially those who were capable. Therefore, he chose to go and pay a visit to this Cherry Automobile's boss, just in time to find out the reason for this Chiruwei Automobile's boss's visit. At this time at the entrance of the Weihua factory, "Boss, we are a leading company in China. Although the Weihua factory is somewhat famous, it's not worth your personal visit to this Weihua factory? Why don't you look at it this way? I'll invite the boss of this Weihua factory to our company, and then you can discuss your matter with him." A manager-like girl was bitterly persuading a middle-aged man in front of her. The middle-aged man had a natural boss temperament, showing the demeanor of a superior between his hands and feet. The middle-aged man did not pay attention to the manageress's persuasion, just stood quietly at the door. The manageress saw this and opened her mouth again without dying. "Boss, you are giving too much face to this Weihua factory. I feel that this Weihua factory he doesn't deserve. It's, Manager Chi, I hope you shut up." The middle-aged man turned his head and glared at the female manager after hearing these words, softly chiding. This Manager Chi's face changed and she no longer dared to say another word, but in her heart she was getting more and more upset with this Weihua factory's boss. What kind of class is worthy of our door-to-door visit? Coincidentally at this time, the gate of the Weihua factory slowly opened and a young man walked out from the Weihua factory. Is this that Lin Dong? Younger than what we saw on the news. Humph, how could such a young man create those high-tech products like photolithography? There must be a top team behind him. A moralistic look. Manager Chi stared irritably at Lin Dong who walked out, and in his heart, he felt less and less favorable towards this so-called boss of Weihua factory. However, the Chiruwei Automobile veteran general manager was diametrically opposite to her. The Chiruwei Automobile boss went forward and shook hands with Lin Dong warmly, and took the initiative to introduce himself to Lin Dong. "Hello, Boss Lin. My last name is Yi. My first name is Tianqi. I have taken the liberty of paying a visit today. It is really an urgent matter. Hello, Boss E. I have heard a lot about you. When Lin Dong saw that the boss of the leading Chinese company was so polite to him, he naturally could not afford to be slow, and hurriedly invited a few people to enter inside the Weihua factory. Boss Lin's Weihua factory is really full of technology, huh? After Yi Tianqi arrived at the office, he could not help but genuinely praise the scale of Weihua factory to Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled and responded with a few words, then opened the door and asked, Boss E, is there something you came to see me about today? Hearing Lin Dong's such direct words, Yi Tianqi first froze before shaking his head and letting out a long sigh. I did come here this time to find Boss Lin for something to discuss. I hope that you can help our Huaxia automobile field. Otherwise our Chinese automobile field is expected to be occupied by foreign capital very soon. How is this possible? Lin Dong exclaimed violently, looking at Boss Yi in disbelief. If he had not personally heard these words from the boss of China's largest domestic automobile, Lin Dong would have wondered if he had misheard. Even though China's domestic automobiles were compared to foreign automobiles, whether it was in terms of brand or car configuration, domestic cars were far inferior to foreign imported cars, which was the reason why many people preferred imported cars. However, the price of domestic cars is much lower than that of imported cars, coupled with the domestic car quality after-sales service. This invariably attracted a large number of Chinese consumers. It is important to know that many people in China cannot afford to buy expensive imported cars. Most of the Chinese people use domestic cars. It can be said that the Chinese domestic car field and imported cars are completely equal to the situation. But now China's largest domestic car company boss, but said to him that China's automobile field is finished? How can this not make Lin Dong alarmed? It seemed that he had expected this reaction from Lin Dong. Yi Tianqi shook his head with a bitter smile and said with a long sigh very painfully, with the imminent birth of the Sky Eagle Group's trams, the field of China's tankers will shrink drastically. Alas, if it wasn't 100,000 times more urgent, I wouldn't have come to trouble you, Boss Lin. Chapter 69, Itachi's Purpose, Tram Domain? The corner of Lin Dong's eyes jumped hard as he listened to Yi Tianqi, clearly shocked by the term. He was then surprised to realize that since he had come to this world for so long, it seemed that he had never heard of the term tram before. It seemed that trams had never been born before this. That is, tram technology was still at a rather weak point for this world. However, when Lin Dong thought about it carefully, he felt that there were a few things that were not right. According to reasoning, even if trams appeared in the Chinese automobile market, it would not be the case that the Chinese automobile field was occupied by foreign capital. At most, it would only reduce the number of oil vehicles purchased, and would not be as serious as what Yi Tianqi said. After all, the high cost of imported cars, coupled with the opening of the global tram field, then the price of trams will not be too cheap, so even if there were people who purchased trams, there would not be too many. Thinking of this, Lin Dong said all the doubts in his mind. Humph, ignorant. At this moment, a girl with a stilted ponytail stood out and looked at Lin Dong with her head held high and arrogantly. The well-fitted lady suit emphasized the girl's perfect body all the way to the eye. Manager Qi. Shut up. Yi Tianqi's face instantly sank after seeing his secretary being so undistinguished, standing up and trying to shut his secretary up. However, he did not want Manager Qi to slow down his tone and calmly said to Yi Tianqi, Boss, it's still me who knows more than you about this aspect. Let me talk to Boss Lin. Yi Tianqi didn't immediately deny Manager Qi's words, but thought deeply about it. Indeed, as Manager Qi had said, he really didn't know more about the current situation in the automobile field in China than Manager Qi. After all, Manager Qi is his right-hand man, but also the core backbone of Chiruwei Group. If Manager Qi was to introduce the current situation of the automobile field in China, he would be more suitable than him. Yi Tianqi frowned and waved his hand in agreement. After seeing Yi Tianqi agree, Manager Qi's pretty face revealed a few moments of happiness. More so, he looked at Lin Dong contemptuously before slowly saying, Boss Lin, now let me introduce you to the international, as well as the current situation of the automobile field in China. Lin Dong looked at Manager Qi in front of him and did not veto the girl in front of him who had a bit of arrogance. He was too busy these few days to have time to tune into the news. Taking this opportunity, he also happened to learn about international as well as domestic events. First of all, let me talk to you about the international oil price situation. Manager Qi's complexion was straightened, and his cool voice quietly rang out in the office. The current international situation is extremely grim, as Eagle Jam has launched an oil war against the oil powerhouse Hu, leading to tensions in the international oil trade, and the overall international oil prices have risen dramatically. So this has led to an equally large increase in oil prices in the Chinese market today. Manager Qi paused as she spoke here. A few moments of teasing revealed on her stunningly beautiful face as she glanced at Lin Dong and continued. Next I will talk to you about the situation of oil prices within China. Currently the 95 oil price has risen by almost 20 soft sister coins a liter. Even the 92 oil price has to be more than 10 soft sister coins a liter. So some people jokingly say that 92 fill up smashed pots and pans, 95 fill up dumped. The number of people who buy cars in China has been drastically reduced compared to before, and people no longer use cars for traveling. There is no way. The price of oil is too expensive and has broken people's predicted values. Hearing this, Lin Dong already understood the meaning of Yi Tianqi's words, so he continued with Manager Qian's words. So Sky Eagle Group's development of the tram at this time is tantamount to adding fuel to the fire on this scorching form, exacerbating the sharp decline in the use of oil vehicles by Chinese customers, and also leading to a drastic reduction in the field of oil vehicles in China. Is that why you guys came to me? Right. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Dong in front of him appreciatively, deciding more and more that the young man in front of him was not simple, being able to pipe in and learn the essence of a matter. This IQ alone was recognized by Yi Tianqi. This made Yi Tianqi even more hopeful that he could obtain Lin Dong's help or cooperation. Manager Qian, who had finished her introduction to Lin Dong, was also somewhat impressed with Lin Dong after hearing his words. She felt at the moment that Lin Dong was not useless. I know that Boss Lin had once developed photolithography drawings, as well as micro 3D printers and these high-tech products. He even successfully developed a photolithography machine. Yi Tianqi held back the excitement in his heart and explained the purpose of this trip to Lin Dong. That's why I think Boss Lin can participate in the research and development of our trams, so that we can have our own trams in China sooner. After all, our research on trams is just starting now. When Yi Tianqi said this, he seemed to feel that it wasn't too appropriate for him to say this, and hastened to add, if Boss Lin himself has the ability to manufacture and produce trams, then I, Chirue Group, will also do my best to help you. As long as we don't let the Sky Eagle Group completely take over our Chinese automobile market, all costs are worth it. Hearing this, Lin Dong slightly looked at the middle-aged man Yi Tianqi in front of him with a few surprises. He did not expect that this man who galloped through the shopping mall would also have such a patriotic side. However, after thinking for half a day, Lin Dong still slowly shook his head. Sorry, Boss E. Forgive me for not having that ability. Boss Lin, do you want to think about it again? Yi Tianqi instantly became anxious after seeing Lin Dong's refusal. As long as you agree, the conditions are whatever you want. He had originally thought that Lin Dong would help. After all, unconditionally handing over the photolithography drawings was not something that an ordinary businessman could do. At the very least, it was someone with a heart of gold that could do so. Then Yi Tianqi was to see Lin Dong slowly shaking his head once again, instantly dashing all hopes within him. Then I will see you again sometime. Yi Tianqi also knew that this was not a matter of stalking, and could only plan to leave in disappointment. The beautiful money manager who had originally changed her opinion of Lin Dong once again loathed the Lin Dong in front of her. She felt that Lin Dong was either afraid of the Sky Eagle Group or simply did not have the ability to produce the tram, which was why he rejected them. Thinking of this, the always hot-tempered manager Qian could no longer hold back. You're a big male, saying no before you've even done it. Are you a man? Manager Qian. Yi Tianqi pulled over the angry manager Qian who disliked Lin Dong and apologized to Lin Dong with a face full of apologies. I'm sorry Boss Lin. She is just this temper. I hope you don't mind. Lin Dong shook his head, indicating that he did not mind. This is my manager's business card. I might be a little busy during the week. If Boss Lin wants to cooperate with us, you can call her. Seeing that Lin Dong was not angry, Yi Tianqi took out a business card from his bag and handed it to Lin Dong with both hands. He then dragged manager Qian out of the office. Looking at manager Qian who glared fiercely at him before leaving, Lin Dong shook his head rather helplessly. He then looked down at the business card in his hand, his line of sight resting on the three large characters that flew in a dragon's flight on the card. Qian Shan Shan. Chapter 70, A Grim Form. Lin Dong casually placed the business card into the drawer of his desk and sat down to restart planning for the next Weihua factory. On the white paper in front of him, the points required for various product exchanges were densely written. It was full of various programs for exchanging products. He needed to earn tens of billions of points within 6 months' time. This was the task he had promised Mayor Zhang. Even though he was just now tempted to agree to Yi Tianqi's request to help Huaxia develop its own domestic tram. After all, everyone wanted to serve their country, but he was not able to do so with his heart. Alas! Lin Dong sighed deeply, feeling more and more pressurized. If he exchanged a high-tech product drawing according to his minimum target, it would also require 10 billion points. In 6 months' time, Lin Dong had realized after calculations that even if he did his best, he would only be able to reach 10 billion points. This was still the result after including the soft currency conversion points. Although Lin Dong had looked up the production drawings of the most elementary top trolley in the super factory, it only required more than 1 billion points. However, at this time, over 1 billion points were also precious to Lin Dong. Not to mention the fact that he also had very few points on him right now. I hope the time is still not too late. Lin Dong was well aware that whether it was to participate in the international competition or to help Huaxia develop its own tram, both of these things were crucial. He could only concentrate on doing one thing well. And as for helping Huaxia develop its own tram, he could only wait for the time being until he returned from the competition. For the time being, he could only rely on the top traffic of the entire network of the Weihua factory right now to frantically sell Weihua products. In this way, he could earn more points. Gotta take advantage of the fact that it's still summer this time of year, and the Weihua factory's current traffic. Let the sales of Weihua air conditioners exceed 3 billion. Lin Dong was prepared to temporarily stop selling all Weihua products. He wanted to use the daily sales of Weihua products to upgrade the super factory. Only after upgrading the Weihua factory would he be able to have more productivity. Once the productivity was increased, the number of Weihua products would also be greatly increased by a few orders. With the daily sales again, he would be able to obtain more points. At the same time, Lin Dong did not forget about his strategy for the medical device field. Although the points required to unlock a medical device were many, as long as the medical device could give him enough points, using quantity to cause a qualitative change, it was all cost-effective. 50,000 triple-chamber pacemakers. I wonder how many points they can give me. Lin Dong was a little anxious in his heart, secretly praying that the triple-chamber pacemaker could bring him a surprise. However, at this time online, an international news story topped the hot searches on countless online platforms, and even the Weihua factory went on to win the title of the best enterprise of the year, and Mordor could only temporarily avoid the limelight. Due to the continued war between the Eagle Sauce country and the oil power Hu, oil prices will be raised again tonight. 95 oil prices will break through 20 soft pesos a liter, and 92 oil prices will reach 20 soft pesos a liter. This piece of news was like dry wood meeting a blazing fire, instantly causing heavy repercussions on all major platforms. It even caused countless netizens to sigh and complain. Previously, the price of 95 gasoline 10 soft sister coins feel a lot, now reached more than twice. I have a tank of fuel 50L. Now fill a tank of gasoline has to be 1,000 soft sister coins. I'm driving this figure upstairs. Stop. You're much better than me. I drive a Nachi jet. 100 kilometers of fuel consumption of nearly 10 oil. I often run long distance. A tank of fuel cannot be used for a few days. A month of fuel costs alone will be nearly 1W soft sister money. What kind of car are you driving? I just bought a car, and now the more I look at it, the more I don't like it. With my 8,000 or 9,000 dollars of salary, how can I afford to keep the car? Now it's really 92 fill up to sell the iron. 95 fill up to lose all the money. A large number of netizens in the news below complained repeatedly. Bitter. One of the comments of the sudden attracted the attention of many netizens, and even more so, it triggered a crowd of netizens to hotly discuss the matter. I heard that Sky Eagle Group is about to launch the world's first tram, a car that only uses electricity and not oil. Have you guys seen it? Soon many netizens were asking if the information was true or false below the comments, and some even jumped at the chance to pre-order. I want to pre-order one. No kidding. 1 soft sister coin for 1 degree of electricity, and 20 soft sister coins for 1 liter of oil. Who's the better deal? Cootie. You know too. I also think the tram is more cost-effective. Not only does it save money, it's also environmentally friendly. Right. Support the research and development of the tram. Support the Sky Eagle Group. Lin Dong also took the time to get a good understanding of the current Chinese automobile form on the internet, and sure enough, the form was the same as what Yi Tianqi said. It was even worse than ever. It was very grim. Expensive oil prices, so that Lin Dong are secretly smacked. After all, China's purchase of domestic car peoples originally is the majority. They figure is the cheap domestic car, and now the price of oil is 20 soft sister coins a liter. A tank of oil is almost nearly 1,000 soft sister coins. This has caught up with the living expenses of many poor families for half a year. Even ordinary people cannot afford. Lin Dong also thought of a grim situation at the same time. If the price of gasoline continued to rise, there would be a large number of people in Huaxia who would become unemployed. That was the masters who drove cabs and ran dropshipping. Imagine, they were only a few tens of soft currencies a single, and they were a high-intensity driving crowd. Nearly 3 days of refueling. Then this would lead to high gas costs, forcing this part of the population to be laid off. This situation is really bad. Inside his office late at night, Lin Dong frowned as he swiped through video after video of expensive gas prices. He had already sensed the dire situation today, and he was afraid that it had risen to a situation where the country had to step in. The layoffs of many cab drivers, as well as the layoffs of oil-related companies. It has led to the use of extreme means by some people, and even more so, it has caused the whole society to be violent. Now the best solution now is the birth of the tram. Let people completely get rid of the troubles of high oil prices. I hope that the Sky Eagle Group's tram will be born earlier. Lin Dong muttered to himself. For the first time, he hoped that the Sky Eagle Group, who was a mortal enemy of himself, would come out as soon as possible. After all, the current form could only be broken by the Sky Eagle Group's tram. Even if he was ready to manufacture the tram now, it would be too late. He only had 500,000 points now, and it would take a long time for him to gain 2 billion points. Report master, someone is looking for you. Just when Lin Dong was at a loss as to the form of oil prices in China today, the icy voice of Robot 01 rang out, pulling Lin Dong's attention back to reality. Lin Dong looked at the projection in front of him, and his previous sadness disappeared. A few moments of excitement even appeared between his good-looking eyebrows. Dr. Zhang is here? Looks like it's for the transportation of the triple-chamber pacemaker. 01 You go and prepare for it. Chapter 71, Lin Dong's planning. The entrance to the Weihua factory. An apparatus transporter was silently parked in place, the dim streetlights spilling onto the transporter. It appeared that the scene was a little quiet. Lin Dong, you have finally come out. Dr. Zhang, who was waiting for Lin Dong at the entrance, saw a silhouette walk out from the Weihua factory. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he rose up with a smile. Lin Dong also smiled as he walked up to Dr. Zhang and greeted him familiarly. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a few moments. Dr. Zhang's topic suddenly changed and looked squarely at Lin Dong and asked in a serious manner, Lin Dong, how is the production of the triple-chamber pacemaker going? Is it completed with 1/3 of the total? With that, he sighed again and said kindly, next time, don't be so feisty. Elder Jiang said and give you 3 more days to finish production as soon as possible. 3 days? Lin Dong froze as he listened, and then repeatedly swung his head and shook his head. There is no need for 3 days' time. All 50,000 pieces of 3-chamber pacemakers have already been produced. As soon as Lin Dong's words fell, 32 robots, led by Robot 01, each pulled a cart of triple-chamber pacemakers out. Listening to Lin Dong's confident words and seeing this scene, at this moment, Dr. Zhang was also aware that Lin Dong did not seem to be joking. With a half-hearted attitude, he went forward and inspected the trolley's triple-chamber pacemakers. He confirmed that there was no problem at all with the workmanship and quality of these pacemakers. Dr. Zhang's mouth was wide open as he looked at Lin Dong in astonishment. Only after half a day did he spit out a sentence. No way, Lin Dong, you're for real? Producing 50,000 pieces of triple-chamber pacemakers in a day. This speed definitely surpassed any top factory in China. Not to mention having to guarantee the quality and excellent workmanship at such a terrifying speed. At first, when Dr. Zhang and Elder Jiang talked about it, they both thought that Lin Dong was too young and impetuous, and that his words had no boundaries. However, none of them expected Lin Dong to really do it. Dr. Zhang looked at the young man in front of him with astonished eyes, feeling more and more that the young man in front of him was unfathomable. However, Lin Dong shook his head in disbelief and glanced at Robot 01 somewhat carelessly. It's still too slow. It can still be faster after a while. That's a good thing. I'll leave first. Dr. Zhang almost stumbled and fell to the ground as he listened to Lin Dong's words, the corners of his mouth twitching fiercely. He was going to leave in a hurry. Damn, this Lin Dong and his Weihua factory were too perverted. After looking at Dr. Zhang slowly driving away from the entrance of the Weihua factory in his instrument transport vehicle, Lin Dong turned around and was about to enter the factory. At this time, Robot 01 suddenly spoke, reporting to Master. The cumulative sales volume of triple-chamber pacemakers is 50,000 pieces, an increase of 50,000% compared to the previous day's sales. The total sales of the triple-chamber pacemaker is about 2.5 million soft dollars. It is expected to receive a cumulative total of 48,431 evaluations, with a positive feedback rate of 99.9%, which can be exchanged for 2.5 million points based on the product as well as the product's sales volume. Expected favorable reviews? 2.5 million points? Lin Dong stopped in his tracks in a blink of an eye and violently turned his head to look at the 01 robot on the side in surprise. His eyes were even more bursting with intense delight. 50,000 pieces of triple-chamber pacemakers for 2.5 million points, or 50 points for one triple-chamber pacemaker. This is more than double the number of points that can be obtained from the same number of Weihua air conditioners. Lin Dong quickly calculated in his mind, and the moment he obtained a more accurate figure, the excitement on his face increased by a few more points. As expected, it was not what he had expected. The more costly the product, the more points it received, and this triple-chamber pacemaker was no exception. And even more so, it brought him a surprise that exceeded his expectations. A single triple-chamber pacemaker had reached 50 points. This meant that there would be a huge market for points in the medical device field, which made Lin Dong look forward to it. It's quite good to still be able to anticipate points. Lin Dong secretly muttered to himself. gaining another understanding of this super factory system. Next, he was prepared to fully produce Weihua products, taking advantage of the fact that the Weihua factory was hot nowadays. He was going to strongly harvest a large number of points. As for the medical devices, he was going to consider exchanging them after the points reached 100 million, and it was going to be produced according to Jian Lao's needs. After all, products like medical devices were different from ordinary products and wouldn't be snapped up by many consumers at one time. If it was produced in large quantities, it would lead to market saturation. Robot 01. U-32 robots are divided into 4 squads. Lin Dong pondered slightly for a moment before he began to assign the next tasks of these 32 robot employees. The first team will all produce Weihua second-generation cell phones. The second team will all produce Weihua air conditioners. The fourth team will produce other Weihua products. He then sent a message to Brother Little Sheep's WeChat. He was going to let Brother Little Sheep continue to live carry Weihua products in a few days. It is just the right time to utilize Brother Little Sheep's superb ability to bring goods and the team's advantage in dealing with product problems, coupled with the heat of Weihua's factory products. A win-win situation for both parties could be realized. But excluding Weihua air conditioners as well as Weihua refrigerators, Lin Dong planned to take advantage of the still very hot weather at the moment, coupled with Weihua factory's reputation, and wanted to make Weihua factory's current production capacity increase again. This was an opportunity and the fastest way to obtain 10 billion points. In the next few days, Lin Dong also started to prepare a large amount of production materials in a tight manner. All of this was for the preparation of the super factory. And at this moment, a major event had occurred in Huaxia, and even in the world, shocking countries all over the world, because the world's first tram would be sold for the first time in China. The headquarters of the Sky Eagle Group was also sending out photos related to the tram in advance, as well as various performance tests of the tram. For example, the 100-meter starting time, range, and other data tests that people are most concerned about. This is simply maddening information in today's soaring gas prices. Many people believe that the birth of the tram will be a milestone in the history of automobiles. Countless netizens are competing to brush the tram video over and over again, but also to take it out and traditional oil car comparison. In the major network platforms, there are also a lot of red car commentator bloggers have come forward, for the crowd to analyze the advantages and gaps between the two sides of the tram and the oil car. However, the face of the supernatural Sky Eagle Group, although many bloggers are still skeptical about the maturity of its tram technology, but do not dare to say the truth. After all, this is at home and abroad in the enterprise is the existence of a giant. However, the ambiguous words of these bloggers had caused many netizens to be dissatisfied. Now that the price of gas is so expensive, persuading people to buy an oil car is like killing their parents. One tank of 95 oil, the whole family lost their money. Might as well buy a tram. I'm also optimistic about the tram, not to mention how cheap 1 degree of electricity is. Alone the 100-kilometer start of the oil car is not as good as the tram. I think the tram is much better than the oil car. It's all redundant. I'm going to be one of the first to buy a tram. By then you'll still be hurting for gas prices. I'll already be living fast. I'm going to be one of the first to buy a tram too. Chapter 72, $1 Million Tram. On the same night that a crowd of netizens were hotly discussing the trams, the Sky Eagle Group even sent out a heavy news on its official website. The end of this month will officially start selling the world's first batch of trams. Sky Eagle Groups will name the world's first batch of trams Tesla Model 3. It also announced that the sales price of this tram will be announced in a few days, as well as all the clear data. This immediately caused the major netizens to speculate. I don't think this car is cheap or expensive, because I didn't produce it, so I don't know. I think it, just look at the lines of this car, and the center console, tops out at more than 100,000 soft sister coins. How can it be over $100,000? This is an imported car. The taxes alone are quite a lot, not to mention it's one of the first trams in the world, at least 400,000 upwards. Alas, I also want to buy it, but I'm afraid it's too expensive. You said how we don't have this technology in China. While the crowd was talking about the world's first tram for a few days in a row, the Sky Eagle Group's official website was also updated with the price of the Tesla Model 3, as well as various clear performance data. However, right after the crowd excitedly checked the Tesla Model 3 price, many people were cursing and exiting the Sky Eagle Group's official website, and some people even directly pulled the Black Sky Eagle Group's account. No other reason. Just because the Tianying Group official website priced Tesla Model 3 price of 1 million soft sister currency. This is instantly like a pot of cold water, poured into the heads of major netizens. For a time, many netizens are all interested in nothing. The exploration of the tram is also interested in nothing. To realize that most of the Chinese masses on this tram so much anticipation, completely is the hope that the emergence of the tram can change the current situation of high oil prices, allowing them to avoid the current high price of oil in favor of the affordable price of electricity. However, the price of 1 million soft sister coin, but is beyond the budget in the hearts of too many netizens. Don't say a million soft pesos for a tram. Even if the ordinary 3 or 400,000 imported cars, is also a lot of people in China cannot afford the price. However, there are also a small number of netizens who are very interested in this. They think that the tram's ultra-fast 100 km starting speed, coupled with other performance data, is not lower than the oil car. Not to mention that this is one of the first trams in the world. It's not a bad deal to buy a landmark tram for $1 million. For a time, the crowd's evaluation of the world's first tram was mixed, and it was even quarreled in the major comment areas. In the following days, a self-proclaimed expert commented on this phenomenon. Nowadays, in this society, which family doesn't have $1 million in savings? If you don't like it, you can't buy it, but if you don't love it, please don't hurt it. So in the next few days, this so-called expert was scolded on the hot search. Although many people do not look favorably on the trolley Tesla Model 3, thinking that such an expensive price will surely turn over. But at the end of the month of the trolley Tesla model launch, the whole 10,000 Tesla Model 3 trams, all were instantly snapped up. More than that, many people booked the next batch of trams for pre-order. For this phenomenon, let a lot of netizens who think that Tesla Model 3 is going to turn over, suddenly fell down. At the same time, in the heart produced a very strong imbalance. The appearance of this $1 million tram has also once again plunged the automobile field in China into an unprecedented impasse. China's domestic automobiles were not selling well because of the expensive fuel prices, and the appearance of the tram was making China's domestic automobile manufacturers all the more vulnerable. Thus let the world's first tram, in China's growing popularity, even once more than the Weihua factory. And for these news about the world's first tram, Lin Dong, who was preparing Weihua products at the Weihua factory and was planning to do a big job at night, was also very concerned. Isn't this the new energy tram from the previous life? Lin Dong cried and laughed a little. Although quite a few places in this world and the world he stayed in his last life were not very different, however, there were still quite a few places in this world that were far behind the world he was in his last life, such as this tram technology, which was also known as the new energy vehicle technology. Only to Lin Dong's surprise, he also did not expect the situation to have developed to this point. Although Lin Dong had predicted the price of the Sky Eagle Group's trams, he felt that the price of the world's first trams would not be cheap. However, he did not expect the tram to be as expensive as this. It was actually priced as high as 1 million soft sister coins. Isn't this a car produced for the rich? Lin Dong, who had prepared everything properly, skimmed his lips and was disdainful of this practice of the Sky Eagle Group. He had previously understood information about the Sky Eagle Group and was also aware that it was one of the leading automobile companies in China. The Sky Eagle Group specialized in the production of imported high-end luxury cars to create an exclusive high-end automobile market in China. It is exactly the opposite of the market that Lin Dong's Weihua factory specializes in. Therefore, facing the situation where the tram priced at 1 million soft currency by the Sky Eagle Group was instantly snapped up, Lin Dong did not find it strange. After all, the consumer group had already been locked in. Plus the fame of the Sky Eagle Group was also big enough. Sky Eagle Group, Lin Dong murmured in a low voice while a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although the move of the Sky Eagle Group's $1 million tram had led to a lot of resentment amongst many people in China, and even more so, it had led to a stalemate in the automobile sector in China. But this was undoubtedly an opportunity for him as well. As long as he waited for him to return from the international competition 5 months later, he would obtain enough points to exchange for the enhanced version of the tram drawings. The stalemate in the automobile field in China today would be solved with it, and the Skyhawk Group's trams would be directly out of the Chinese automobile market. Because Lin Dong is confident that the tram he built will definitely surpass the so-called Tesla Model 3 of the Sky Eagle Group, whether it is the performance of the car, or the degree of price concessions, or any other aspects. However, Lin Dong had a more important matter at hand, which was tonight's live broadcast. He had prepared 300,000 Weihua air conditioners, and even more so, 400,000 Weihua refrigerators. He was going to do something big. Prior to this, Lin Dong had already contacted Brother Little Sheep, who was now Douyin's top cargo-carrying anchor. After he told Brother Little Sheep that he was going to live stream the bandwagon of 300,000 Weihua air conditioners and 400,000 Weihua refrigerators tonight, Little Sheep Brother's entire body was undoubtedly confused. However, Brother Little Sheep was only stunned for a while and quickly agreed with alacrity. After all, it was Lin Dong as well as the Weihua products that had made him what he was now, and he was not the kind of person who knew what to do. After arranging everything properly, Lin Dong also posted a related video on Weihua Factory's account that had now broken through to 20 million fans. Even more so, he concentrated on matching a piece of text. Tonight on Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast, Hundreds of thousands of cheap Weihua air conditioners and Weihua refrigerators are waiting for you to come and get them. Make your summer refreshing. Living up to Lin Dong's expectations. Just a few dozen seconds after the video was sent out, his cell phone started ringing. Within a short period of time, thousands of netizens had already liked and commented on the video. And even more so, they supported Weihua products from the bottom of their hearts. Looking forward to heaven and earth. Finally waiting for my most wanted air conditioner. Refrigerator. Conscientious business must be Weihua factory. Can be much stronger than that Tianying group. Don't stop me. I'm going to grab 10 air conditioners and go home tonight. Who's stopping you upstairs? I'm afraid your hand speed isn't fast enough to grab them. Looking at the anticipation of the crowd of netizens for Weihua air conditioners and Weihua refrigerators, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth slowly lifted up a confident smile. Whether or not the Weihua factory could be upgraded depended on tonight. Chapter 73, 2 levels in a row. L5 Super Factory. Under the anticipation of the millions of people in Huaxia, the time finally came to 7 o'clock in the evening time. In Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast room. Good evening, families. Brother Little Sheep enthusiastically greeted his water friends in the live broadcast room. Little Sheep Brothers live room, which had been on air for a few minutes, had already broken through to millions of people, and the number of people was still soaring. These crazy netizens who flocked to Brother Sheep's live room, without exception, all ran to Weihua air conditioning and Weihua refrigerator. You have to know that this time, Little Sheep Brothers live broadcasting room has 300,000 Weihua air conditioners and 400,000 Weihua refrigerators on the shelves. This simply made many netizens in Huaxia ecstatic. They all wanted to go and bring back a refrigerator or an air conditioner for their families in this hot summer. Let their families not be hot in this summer. Ever since the Weihua factory was awarded the title of the Best Enterprise of the Year in Magic City, and successfully cleared its name with the help of various factors such as Mayor Zhang, all the netizens who were once prejudiced against Weihua products have dispelled their bad impression of Weihua factory. They were deeply attracted by the cheap and affordable prices of Weihua products, coupled with the Central Moms Report, as well as the purchase of Weihua products. Consumers of a number of favorable comments. Now this more than a month Weihua products in today's China many people's hearts, is recognized as the light of the national products. Below, I will bring you the light of national products in our hearts. Brother Little Sheep was ready to put Weihua air conditioners and Weihua refrigerators all on the shelves after the crowd in the live broadcast room chatted for a few moments. Instantly the live broadcast room directly boiled. Countless netizens in front of the live broadcast room rubbed their fists and were eager to try, only to wait for the second that these two products were on the shelves, to be able to grab the products they wanted. 1 minute later, 300,000 Weihua air conditioners and 400,000 Weihua refrigerators were all snapped up by a crowd of netizens. The millions of netizens in the live broadcast room had some people rejoicing and some sad. Those who grabbed a Weihua air conditioner or Weihua refrigerator showed off madly in the live broadcasting room, while those who didn't grab one complained that Weihua products were still too few. For a time, Brother Little Sheep's live broadcast was frantically swiping the screen. After waiting for almost a month, the Weihua factory finally put these two products on the shelves. I grabbed 2 air conditioners and 4 refrigerators. Upstairs, I'm envious. I used my hand speed of 20 years of singleness and grabbed nothing. Thank God, I grabbed a Weihua air conditioner. I'm going to send a potted circle. Anna Doeen. I hate everyone who snagged a Weihua product equally. Woohoo! The other side. At this moment, Lin Dong, who was still staying at the Weihua factory and watching Brother Sheep's live broadcast, was still staying at the Weihua factory. After seeing his 300,000 air conditioners, as well as 400,000 refrigerators all being snapped up by a bunch of netizens, he was even more directly excited and danced with his hands. This result exceeded Lin Dong's expectations, and he had underestimated the extent to which Weihua's products were selling well in China. In a short period of 1 minute, a full 700,000 Weihua products were all sold out. This was simply appalling. It was also in this short 1 minute time that Lin Dong had wildly collected more than 30 million soft sister coins. The reputation of Weihua's products has been thoroughly established. Lin Dong was in an incomparably happy mood, and before he could be happy, several mechanical voices sounded in his mind one after another. L3 Super Factory upgrade completed. L4 Super Factory at your service. L4 Super Factory upgrade completed. L5 Super Factory at your service. The resounding of the two mechanical voices again instantly caused Lin Dong to leap for joy. His excitement at the moment was beyond words. 2 consecutive upgrades. This was Lin Dong's first time ever in obtaining a super factory. After being happy for quite a while, Lin Dong began to consult the relevant Weihua factory information. L5 Super Factory Employee, 128, 240 to 1. Super Factory Employee Skill Mastery, Aerospace Field Operation Skills. Production Equipment, 14 additional assembly lines. 4 advanced automatic electrical mold production lines, 1 future primary nanomaterial parts producer. Factory area expansion, 7%. Primary lottery carousel upgraded, intermediate lottery carousel, 4 million points for 1 lottery. Unlocking some advanced drawings and initially involving the aerospace field. 10 million points for 1 mandatory exchange. Once every 3 months. Super factory plant upgrade, preliminary unlocking of the future factory plant. Asterisk. Lin Dong carefully flipped through the information related to the L5 super factory again and again, and his breathing became violently rapid. His face flushed red and he spat out 2 words only after half a day. The upgrade of the super factory this time had left him with too much of a shock. Lin Dong now believed that upgrading the super factory from L3 to L5 level in a row was definitely the wisest choice he had made. The increase in productivity alone was definitely a qualitative leap. Whether it was in terms of the number of robot employees or the productivity of a single robot employee, this upgrade had a significant increase. From the 32 robot employees in the beginning, it instantly expanded to 128 employees. Just in terms of quantity alone, both increased by 4 times. As for the increase in productivity, it was simply a leapfrog increase that made Lin Dong's scalp numb. 1 robot employee in the L3 factory was equivalent to 150 human employees, while 1 robot employee in the L5 factory was raised to 240 human employees. Lin Dong performed preliminary calculations and learned that 128 robot employees of the L5 super factory was the equivalent of more than 30,000 human employees. The productivity of the L5 super factory was more than 6 times the productivity of the L3 super factory. In addition, the increase in production equipment has brought the production speed and productivity of the Weihua factory to a higher level. Just the 2 aspects of adding 14 assembly lines and 4 advanced automatic electrical mold production lines, Lin Dong felt satisfied. Not to mention the addition of an additional future primary nanomaterial parts producer, which was beyond Lin Dong's current areas of involvement. After possessing the L5 super factory, Lin Dong now had enough confidence. The 50,000 pieces of triple chamber pacemakers from the beginning of the month could be produced by him in just 1 hour's time at this moment. With this terrifying productivity, Lin Dong had more points of confidence in earning 10 billion points in the 5 months remaining before he could participate in the competition. As for the second item regarding the mastery of robotics skills, Lin Dong ignored it for the time being. This was because with regards to the field of aerospace, he was not capable of dabbling in it for the time being, nor was he able to do so. However, this was clearly a good thing no matter which way he looked at it. After all, more skill was not a good thing. There was also the 7% expansion of the factory area, which also made Lin Dong very happy. After all, this was a free expansion of the factory area, and to think that a primary expansion card had cost him tens of millions of soft sterling dollars. More importantly, the increase in the area of the super factory would also relatively increase the plants as well as equipment on it. This was simply an unexpected gain for Lin Dong.